He raised a dog that turned out to be a formidable demon lord, sweeping through the demon realm. He tended to a pond full of koi fish, and astonishingly, they all leaped over the dragon gate, transforming into celestial dragons of the nine heavens. He picked up a small beggar, and with a mere flick of his hand, the child became a revered emperor of humanity. Qingyun found himself at a loss for words. After being trapped in the depths of the mountains for a decade, he finally stepped outside, only to discover that he was an unparalleled master of extraordinary caliber. Chapter 1. Has the system abandoned me? I have finally emerged. On a mountain peak, Qingyun knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He had been ensnared on this mountain for a full 10 years. A decade ago, Qingyun had traversed into another realm. Initially, he believed he had arrived in a world ripe for cultivation, anticipating the arrival of a golden opportunity that would propel him to the pinnacle of existence. Just as he was filled with hope, Qingyun realized that the world around him was confined to the size of a mere mountaintop. An invisible barrier seemed to encase the mountain, isolating him from the outside world. Fortunately, a saintly system did descend upon him. Just when Qingyun thought he was truly on the path to greatness, he discovered that this so-called system merely imparted a series of bizarre and esoteric skills. What with music, chess, calligraphy, painting, physics, chemistry, and even the intricacies of cooking and aquaculture, all were taught in exhaustive detail. Over the span of 10 years, apart from cultivating, Qingyun had mastered everything the system had to offer. Moreover, he had earned the title of omnipotent sage. God knows what use this title of omnipotent sage serves. In his previous life, acquiring such knowledge would have ensured his ascent to greatness. Yet here, trapped on this mountaintop, it was all in vain. Just moments ago, while relieving himself, Qingyun noticed that the barrier surrounding the mountain had vanished. He could finally venture into the outside world. Overcome with joy, Qingyun even forgot to pull up his trousers. As he prepared to revel in his newfound freedom, a dispassionate voice echoed. In light of the host's atrocious behavior of defecating indiscriminately, the system expresses profound indignation and thus terminates its binding with the host. We hope the host will conduct himself appropriately and maintain decorum. Farewell. Qingyun stood there, dumbfounded. What the hell? Why didn't you sever the connection while I was relieving myself before? Now that I can finally leave, you pull this on me? Please no. Qingyun hastily pleaded. Regrettably, the system had truly departed. Damn it. Qingyun pounded his chest in frustration, cursing atop the mountain for a good 10 minutes. A golden retriever, bleary-eyed, emerged from the dwelling, gazing at Qingyun with a perplexed expression. This golden retriever was a reward from the system, and Qingyun had cared for it for a decade, naming it Damao. After a while of cursing, Qingyun found it pointless and resolved to head down the mountain to explore the world. Damao, stay here and guard the house. I shall return shortly. After instructing Damao, Qingyun descended the mountain. 10 years had passed. Qingyun had longed to see the outside world for a decade, and now that he could finally step out, he was eager to behold it. Meanwhile, down the mountain, two figures were stumbling away in haste. Both were young women, appearing to be in a master-servant relationship. Your Highness, what shall we do? The girl in green attire asked, panic evident on her face as she closely followed the red-clad maiden ahead. The maiden in red had bright eyes and pearly white teeth, exuding beauty, yet her expression was fraught with alarm, and terror lingered in her gaze, evoking sympathy. I never anticipated the Song family would be so bold as to send assassins after me. The red-clad maiden grasped the green-clad girl's hand and ran for her life. Not far behind, a group of dozens of men in black pursued them, each wielding sharp blades, exuding an aura of menace. Kill the Tianyao princess, we must not allow them to escape. The leader of the black-clad men shouted, urging his companions to hasten their pace. Tianyao princess suddenly looked up. Huh, isn't the floating cloud mountain usually shrouded in dark mist, making it impossible to approach? Why has the mist dissipated today, revealing a hint of mysterious light? She pondered in confusion. But there was no time for further contemplation. She dragged her maid straight toward the mountain. May we escape this calamity. Upon reaching the summit, they passed through a grove of trees and beheld a courtyard. Both women were taken aback. Is there truly someone living here? What a peculiar courtyard. It appears fresh and elegant, bringing a sense of serenity. The Tianyao princess curiously surveyed the courtyard, momentarily forgetting the pursuers behind her. Everything here was entirely different from what she had encountered before. Though seemingly ordinary, for some inexplicable reason, everything here radiated harmony and grace, blending seamlessly with the surrounding scenery. One could not help but be immersed in its charm. Could it be that a transcendent master resides here? The Tianyao princess' eyes sparkled with hope. If a true master resided here, perhaps she might be saved. Let's go take a look. The girl in green expressed concern. Your Highness, might there be danger? Yet the Tianyao princess boldly stepped into the courtyard, where she found a vegetable garden, a stone table, several stone stools, and a bamboo lounge chair. It appeared no different from a common household. Is anyone home? The Tianyao princess called out. No response came. Only a golden retriever ambled out from within the house. Your Highness, there's a dog. The girl in green shrieked in fright. The Tianyao princess frowned slightly. She was not afraid of dogs, but this one appeared utterly ordinary. The person residing here was likely just an ordinary individual. Yet an ordinary person could hardly save her. At that moment, the black-clad men had already caught up. Tianyao princess, do not run, there is nowhere left to escape. The leader of the black-clad men sneered maliciously. The Tianyao prince's face went pale. If I die, none of you will survive. The leader of the black-clad men chuckled derisively. If you die, our brothers will receive a reward. We shall live freely. And what can your father do about it? You. The Tianyao prince's complexion turned ashen. At this moment, Demao, sprawled on the ground, drowsily yawned. Charge! Capture the two of them. Let us enjoy them first before sending them on their way. Very well. The black-clad men cackled as they rushed forward. The Tianyao princess and her maid fell into despair. Just then, an unusual aura enveloped the area. All the black-clad men found themselves immobilized, as if trapped in a quagmire. What is happening? The leader of the black-clad men exclaimed, his eyes darting around, but he found no one else. Which esteemed master is present? He shouted again, still receiving no response. In the next moment, Demao stood up and shook his golden fur. My master has stepped out. Please do not fight here and damage the flowers and plants. My master would be displeased. The dog spoke. Everyone was taken aback. A dog demon? The leader of the black-clad men fixated on Demao. A mixture of suspicion and disbelief etched on his face. Just a mere dog demon dares to act so brazenly here? The leader of the black-clad men roared, unleashing a formidable aura, revealing himself to be a martial arts expert. But the next moment, a gigantic golden paw descended from above. Boom! With a resounding crash, the leader of the black-clad men, along with over a dozen others, was flattened into a pulp. The Tianyao princess and her maid stood frozen in place, feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. Chapter 2. An extraordinary master. How could a dozen individuals clad in black simply be struck down? Princess Tianyao and her companion rubbed their eyes, hardly daring to believe the spectacle before them. Your Highness, this. The green-clad maid opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Princess Tianyao suddenly turned her gaze towards the golden-haired dog, her eyes reflecting both shock and reverence. She, too, was a martial artist, and not an insignificant one at that. However, when compared to the leader of the black-clad figures, there remained a considerable gap in strength in her eyes. The leader was formidable, yet he had been dispatched in an instant. This golden-haired dog was undoubtedly a terrifying beast of immense power. And what of its master? Surely, they were an unparalleled being of the world. Shaoqing, we are saved. Princess Tianyao exclaimed in excitement, grasping her maid's hand. Shaoqing, still reeling from the shock, was only stirred into awareness by the princess's call. Miss, that was such a large paw. They were all struck down, Shaoqing said, dazed. Princess Tianyao repressed her exhilaration and bowed deeply to the great dog. Esteemed canine elder? The great dog yawned, still appearing sleepy. Why master tends to frolic among mortals, disliking being regarded as an otherworldly sage. When my master returns, you must treat him as an ordinary person. Do you understand? Princess Tianyao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Truly, a being of another realm, with such peculiar temperament. The great dog extended its tongue, sweeping over the bodies of the black-clad men, and in an instant, all their corpses were drawn into its mouth, swallowed in a few bites, leaving not a drop of blood behind. as if nothing had transpired. Just then, a figure approached from a distance. "Yi Qingyun," he had returned. Initially intending to descend the mountain to explore the world, he reconsidered upon reaching the foot of the mountain, realizing that the broken system had taught him nothing about cultivation. "I am but a veritable weakling. Should I encounter danger, I would surely perish," he thought. "Better to stay atop the mountain where it is safer." Thus, Yi Qingyun returned, tail between his legs. Upon spotting two women standing outside his courtyard, he froze. Could it be? What terrible luck! Have they found my hiding place? These women did not appear to be harmless. Yi Qingyun instinctively turned to leave, but Princess Tianyao had already spotted him. "Please, young master, wait." Princess Tianyao had intended to address him as elder, but recalling the warning from the golden-haired dog, she quickly changed her words. Reluctantly, Yi Qingyun approached. "May I inquire what brings you here?" Yi Qingyun forced a calm demeanor, managing a smile. Princess Tianyao sensed no trace of martial aura emanating from him, causing her heart to tremble. This individual's cultivation was unfathomable. She could not perceive even the slightest hint of energy, which was truly daunting. "Young master, my maid and I have been pursued and inadvertently fled to this place. We hope for your understanding." Princess Tianyao spoke apologetically. Upon hearing of the pursuit, Yi Qingyun's heart sank. "Please, do not tell me they followed you here. I have no desire to meet my end." Sensing his apprehension, Princess Tianyao hastily reassured him. "Rest assured, the pursuers have been dealt with. That is a relief." Yi Qingyun exhaled deeply. The great dog at the entrance yawned leisurely. "Do you reside here permanently, young master?" Princess Tianyao inquired curiously. "Indeed, I have lived here for 10 years. 10 years? Princess Tianyao recalled the legends of Floating Cloud Mountain. The mountain peak was perpetually shrouded in black mist, said to have existed for a century or more, with some claiming it had been there for a millennium. In any case, the black mist had lingered for so long that no one remembered clearly. Yet, the man before her claimed to have lived here for a decade. It appeared he had been residing here far longer, unbeknownst to anyone. Princess Tianyao pondered silently. "Please, come in and have a seat." Yi Qingyun warmly invited the two women inside. After a decade of solitude, encountering two living beings, especially women, was a welcome change for him. Princess Tianyao felt overjoyed. She had been eager to explore. "How kind of you." "Not at all. I am quite the hospitable host." Yi Qingyun led the two into his home. As they entered, their eyes widened in astonishment at the myriad of unfamiliar items within. Over the past 10 years, under the system's insistence, Yi Qingyun had crafted numerous inventions. Among them, he took particular pride in his fully automated home system. Every piece of furniture and decoration had been interconnected with this system, allowing for voice control, making life exceedingly convenient. Even in Yi Qingyun's original world, such a creation would be considered remarkable. "Xiao Air? Activate the fresh air system," Yi Qingyun casually commanded. Princess Tianyao and Xiao Qing exchanged bewildered glances. "Xiao Air? Fresh air system? What on earth?" They were utterly confused. "Yes, master, the fresh air system is now activated," a melodious female voice chimed. And refreshing air began to circulate throughout the room. Yi Qingyun took it all in stride, while Princess Tianyao was utterly astounded. Such an abundance of spiritual energy. As a martial artist, Princess Tianyao possessed a keen sensitivity to spiritual energy. The instant the fresh air system activated, waves of spiritual energy surged in from all directions, leaving her stunned. The concentration of spiritual energy here was hundreds of times greater than in her royal residence. There must be an incredibly powerful formation here, capable of reversing the heavens and gathering spiritual energy from 1,000 miles around. Princess Tianyao was both amazed and frightened, her perception of Yi Qingyun entirely transformed. He was undoubtedly a master of extraordinary prowess. That such a being lived in seclusion here, only to be stumbled upon by her, was nothing short of fortuitous. If she could enlist this master's assistance, the Song family would be obliterated with a mere flick of his fingers. As she felt the continuous influx of rich, spiritual energy, Princess Tianyao's cheeks flushed, and her delicate body trembled slightly. The energy was overwhelmingly potent. She could hardly endure it. A moment later, a radiance emanated from her, her expression one of bliss, and she was drenched in fragrant sweat. She had indeed broken through. Yi Qingyun watched in astonishment. Was this what cultivation looked like in this world? It seemed rather peculiar. "Thank you, young master. I have broken through my realm, Princess Tianyao said shyly, her cheeks flushed. Qingyun scratched his head. What does that have to do with me? Allow me to brew some tea for you. Qingyun rose and quickly prepared a pot of tea for the two women. As the tea was poured into cups, both Princess Tianyao and Xiaoqing raised their cups. This tea. Princess Tianyao's complexion changed dramatically, nearly fainting from shock. What is the matter? Is the tea not to your liking? Qingyun asked, puzzled. He had personally cultivated the tea leaves and brewed them himself. The system had even bestowed upon him the title of tea master, which had filled him with pride for quite some time. The method of brewing these 2 cups of tea had long been recorded in the home automation system. Even though it was brewed by a machine, it was no less exquisite than if he had done it by hand. No. It's not the tea that's the issue. Princess Tianyao shook her head repeatedly, terrified of displeasing the esteemed master before her. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the cup. The tea is not bad, but what is in this cup is pure spiritual liquid. When spiritual energy reaches a certain concentration, it transforms into spiritual liquid. A single drop contains an immense amount of spiritual energy, and the tea in her cup held a level of energy beyond Princess Tianyao's imagination. She dared not drink it, for consuming it would overwhelm her body, causing it to explode from the sheer magnitude of energy. Seeing her reluctance, Xiaoqing also hesitated. Young master, we are not accustomed to drinking tea, Princess Tianyao managed to say with a bitter smile. I see. Qingyun stroked his chin. Then let us have some fruit instead. As he spoke, he brought forth a bowl of grapes and placed it before the two women. A tea last. Something ordinary. Princess Tianyao sighed in relief. Thank you, young master. She picked a grape and elegantly placed it in her mouth. Upon taking a bite, a rush of sweet juice burst forth, exquisite and fragrant, lingering delightfully. Princess Tianyao had never tasted grapes so delectable. The grapes she had eaten previously paled in comparison, utterly lacking in flavor. These are divine, Princess Tianyao exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. Xiaoqing, too, was captivated by the flavor, her hands ceaselessly reaching for more grapes, popping them into her mouth one after another. Princess Tianyao, caught up in the moment, used both hands, fearing Xiaoqing would consume them all first. Xiaoqing, save some for me. Seeing Xiaoqing eat faster than herself, Princess Tianyao grew anxious. Miss, you are clearly eating more than I am, Xiaoqing protested, her words muffled by the grapes, juice trickling from the corners of her mouth. Qingyun watched, bewildered. Is it really just a bowl of grapes? Why the excitement? Surely, grapes exist in this world. In the midst of their fervent competition, the bowl of grapes quickly vanished, with neither of them even bothering to spit out the skins. Qingyun observed the two, their faces smeared with juice, utterly speechless. Realizing she had lost her composure, Princess Tianyao's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat shy to face Qingyun. Forgive me, young master. I have never tasted grapes this exquisite. Qingyun replied awkwardly, no worries. As long as you enjoy them, that's all that matters. Young master, I feel quite warm inside, Xiaoqing suddenly said. Princess Tianyao turned, alarmed to see Xiaoqing's face flush crimson, wisps of steam rising from her head. Xiaoqing, what is happening? Worry enveloped her as Xiaoqing, her closest companion since childhood, was akin to a sister. I feel a surge of warmth coursing through me, as though a great power is awakening. Xiaoqing gasped, her breaths quickening. I cannot hold it back any longer. With that, Xiaoqing leaped up and began to run frantically around the room. She grew faster and faster, as if the wind propelled her forward. Princess Tianyao was taken aback. Could it be that Xiaoqing has successfully awakened her spirit and become a martial artist? Qingyun, however, was more astonished. What is happening with her? Did she consume a stimulant? Should I test her? As Xiaoqing continued her fervent laps, Princess Tianyao felt a transformation occurring within her as well. Steam began to rise from her head, and a deep, rich aura surged forth from within her. Princess Tianyao was astounded. She had just broken through to the late stage of the awakening realm, and now she felt a hint of advancement towards the great fulfillment stage. Martial cultivation consists of 8 major realms: awakening, gathering source, condensing Dan, reaching heaven, refining spirit, returning to aperture, transforming element, and ascending. Each realm is further divided into initial, mid, late, and great fulfillment stages. At her young age, Princess Tianyao had already reached the mid-stage of awakening, and now she had ascended to the late stage. It seemed her cultivation was unstoppable, rapidly approaching great fulfillment. Xiaoqing came to a halt, waves of spiritual energy radiating from her. Princess Tianyao was astounded. Xiaoqing, you have entered the awakening realm. Xiaoqing looked bewildered. Not sure. Princess Tianyao rushed to grasp Xiaoqing's wrist, and upon inspection, she nearly fainted from shock. This was not merely the awakening realm. Xiaoqing had actually reached the mid-stage of awakening. Princess Tianyao was astounded. Xiaoqing had previously possessed no talent for cultivation, yet now she had become a mid-stage awakened. As for Princess Tianyao, she was but a step away from great fulfillment. The more she thought about it, the more alarmed she became, recalling the grapes they had just consumed. Could it be that they were responsible for this? Princess Tianyao immediately turned her gaze to Yi Qingyun and bowed deeply. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed master. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Esteemed master. Where? Are you referring to me? I don't consider myself particularly tall. Noticing Yi Qingyun's response, Princess Tianyao felt a shiver of realization, recalling the golden-haired dog's warning. I apologize. I misspoke. She quickly corrected herself, eager not to offend this extraordinary being, who surely preferred to maintain his identity as an ordinary person, likely to experience the essence of mortal life. If she exposed his true identity, it would undoubtedly incite his displeasure. Yi Qingyun seemed unconcerned. I apologize for the intrusion today, but please allow me to offer you this. Princess Tianyao reached into her bosom. Yi Qingyun was taken aback, waving his hands in protest. To his surprise, she produced a golden token. Yi Qingyun felt a tinge of disappointment. He had expected something more intimate. Nonetheless, he continued to refuse. This is too much. You needn't offer such a valuable item for simply eating some grapes. I asked this woman out of her mind. Trading such a large golden token for grapes? What kind of family is this? You must accept it. Princess Tianyao insisted, determined to present the golden token to Yi Qingyun. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Then, should you wish to come for more grapes, feel free to do so. I have plenty to spare. Princess Tianyao's mouth twitched slightly. Those grapes were certainly not ordinary. They were likely rare in the mundane world. However, for such an extraordinary master, they probably held little significance. Grateful for Yi Qingyun's words, Princess Tianyao felt a surge of joy. She had forged a connection with this remarkable individual. This was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 4. The rabbit that eats meat. I realize I do not yet know your name, Yi Qingyun said as he escorted the two women outside his courtyard. Princess Tianyao was taken aback, realizing she had yet to inquire about the esteemed master's name. I am Chu Yinyu. May I ask how you are addressed? I am Yi Qingyun. Why Yi Qingyun? Princess Tianyao pondered the name, recognizing it as that of an extraordinary being. It was simple yet unique. I am Xiaoqing. The maid interjected eagerly. Yi Qingyun smiled. Princess Tianyao quickly took Xiaoqing's hand, feeling a bit shy as they departed. Yi Qingyun watched as they left, remarking to himself, they are decent enough, but they certainly can eat. Shaking his head, he turned back into his courtyard. At the foot of the mountain, the duo walked together. Your Highness, why were you so courteous to that fellow? You even gave him a golden token from the royal palace? Xiaoqing asked, puzzled. This man is undoubtedly an extraordinary master. Did you not see that dog? Its power was terrifying, and the wonders within his home were unlike anything I have ever encountered. Princess Tianyao, still shaken, continued, I was there for but a moment, and I nearly reached the late stage of awakening. You had no talent for cultivation, yet you have become a martial artist. All signs indicate that he is unfathomable. I must cultivate a relationship with him. This is a tremendous opportunity for us. Xiaoqing was left speechless by Princess Tianyao's words. Then why not ask him to assist us against the Song family? Princess Tianyao shook her head. Such an esteemed individual, to have the opportunity to meet him is already an extraordinary blessing. If I were to insist on seeking his assistance, it would only serve to provoke his displeasure. Xiaoqing, seemingly understanding, uttered a soft acknowledgement. Let us return and inform the king of this matter. Chu Yinyu promptly departed from Floating Cloud Mountain, accompanied by Xiaoqing. Once the two women had left, Yi Qingyun found himself once more in a state of ennui. His mind began to wander, and he felt an urge to descend the mountain for a stroll. Yet, the fear of encountering danger below loomed over him. After much contemplation, he decided it would be best to explore the mountain for now. Thus, Qingyun, along with Demao, began to meander through the mountain trails. Demao appeared quite lively, bounding about joyfully. Whenever he spotted a small creature, he would chase after it, causing a flurry of panic among the woodland inhabitants. In no time, Qingyun had traversed the entirety of Floating Cloud Mountain. It was an unremarkable mountain, yet he did manage to gather a few treasures. Demao returned to the courtyard with an injured rabbit clutched in his mouth, prancing excitedly behind Qingyun. Initially, Qingyun assumed Demao intended to feast upon the rabbit. However, to his surprise, Demao did not devour it. Instead, he tended to the rabbit's wounds. Who could fathom how a dog cared for a rabbit? Regardless, once the rabbit returned to the courtyard, it soon regained its energy. Qingyun paid little mind to it, reasoning that having both a dog and a rabbit was of no concern. It would merely alleviate his boredom. Feeling a pang of hunger, Qingyun set about preparing a meal. A large pot of stew was soon ready, brimming with various meats. He brought it to the courtyard, and the aroma wafted through the air. Demao and the rabbit squatted nearby, eagerly awaiting a morsel from Qingyun. He tossed a substantial meaty bone to Demao and then offered a piece of mushroom to the rabbit. Unexpectedly, the rabbit showed no interest in the mushroom, instead fixating on the meat in Demao's mouth. Amused, Qingyun tossed a piece of meat to the rabbit, which it promptly devoured with delight. This was the first time Qingyun had encountered a rabbit with such a penchant for meat. Meanwhile, 3 figures arrived at Floating Cloud Mountain. 2 young men and a woman, all dressed in identical attire, were on a quest. The demonic beast has fled into this mountain. Its whereabouts unknown. It must be hiding here. Having sustained injuries, it cannot have gone far. We must pursue it immediately. Agreed. The trio ascended the mountain, scouring the area diligently. Before long, they stumbled upon traces of blood. Indeed, it is here. The 3 rejoiced and continued their ascent toward the summit. It wasn't long before they discovered Qingyun. The trio was momentarily taken aback. There is someone living here? They approached Qingyun, who was startled while indulging in his stew. Qingyun regarded them with confusion. Who are you? The only woman among them inquired. And who might you be? Qingyun countered, setting down his chopsticks. Just as the woman was about to respond, her 2 companions pulled her back. What is it? She asked, puzzled. The young men wore grave expressions and pointed at the rabbit feasting at Qingyun's feet. Hiss! Upon seeing the rabbit, the woman's expression changed. This was the very demonic beast they had been pursuing. To their astonishment, it was here, right at this man's feet, consuming meat. Qingyun, observing their reactions, felt a tightening sensation in his chest. These 3 appeared formidable. It would be wise to tread carefully for the sake of his own safety. Therefore, Qingyun quickly rose, donning a friendly smile. However, his smile only served to heighten the tension among the trio. This man exudes no aura. He seems to be an ordinary person. The woman hesitated. Impossible. If he were an ordinary person, the rabbit demon would have devoured him long ago, the tall young man insisted. Indeed, residing in such a desolate place, he cannot possibly be an ordinary person, opined the plump young man. The woman appeared increasingly perplexed. What brings you 3 here? Qingyun inquired, rubbing his hands together. The tall young man promptly clasped his fists. May I inquire how you are addressed? Are you a recluse in this place? Qingyun scratched his head. A recluse? Perhaps, to some extent I am Qingyun, and I do indeed reside here. The tall young man surveyed the surroundings. It was quite simple and unadorned, resembling a dwelling of some secluded master. Have you seen a rabbit demon? The tall young man asked pointedly. At the mention of this, the rabbit, still gnawing on its meat nearby, trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Demao, chewing on a bone, cast a sidelong glance at the rabbit. Under Demao's watchful gaze, the rabbit dared not move, contenting itself with its meal. Rabbit demon? What rabbit demon? Qingyun was wholly unaware of any such creature. The tall young man pointed at the rabbit. Qingyun chuckled. Isn't this just an ordinary rabbit? What rabbit demon? He promptly approached and lifted the rabbit into his hands. It appeared quite docile. You mean this? My dog brought it back after it was injured. It is certainly not the rabbit demon you speak of. Qingyun carried the rabbit over to the trio, who instantly adopted a defensive stance, appearing quite tense. They were aware that they had expended a valuable sect treasure to injure the creature. Otherwise, with the rabbit demon's strength, even their combined efforts would struggle to subdue it. Yet here it was, so docile in this man's grasp? Chapter 5. The unworldly encounter. The plump young man pulled the tall young man back. Brother, what is the matter? The tall young man looked at him in confusion. Junior brother, we may have encountered someone of great significance. The plump young man spoke gravely. The tall young man nodded in agreement. Conversely, the woman appeared skeptical. Really? I can't see it at all. The plump young man clicked his tongue. Look at the rabbit demon. It doesn't he even dare to move in this man's hands. It is clearly intimidated by him. If it fears him, it goes without saying that he must possess profound strength. The woman glanced at the rabbit demon. Indeed, as the plump young man had said, the rabbit was not only docile but was also trembling slightly. Although the woman was slow to react, she was not foolish. This situation could only mean what the plump young man had suggested. They had encountered a reclusive master. The trio exchanged glances, each displaying an expression of realization. Qingyun found himself utterly bewildered by their demeanor. At that moment, the three stepped forward, simultaneously bowing to Qingyun. We are disciples of the Qingyun sect, sent by our master to capture the rabbit demon. We did not mean to disturb your abode, and we hope you will forgive our intrusion. Qingyun sect? Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. He was in the presence of sect disciples. Thankfully, he had maintained a cordial demeanor. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. It seemed that in this world, practitioners were generally kind-hearted, and as long as one maintained a good attitude, trouble could easily be avoided. It is quite all right. I seldom have visitors here, Qingyun replied with a smile. May I ask how you are addressed? I am Qingyun. We pay our respects to Elder Yi. The three bowed again. Qingyun felt speechless. Elder, do I truly appear that old? This seemed like an insult. He was merely an ordinary person. Qingyun quickly clarified. I am not an elder. I am simply an ordinary individual. Upon hearing this, the trio became increasingly convinced that he was a master who had chosen to live a reclusive life, seeking to experience the mundane world. Since he did not wish to be regarded as an elder, they would not shatter his illusion. We have been rude, and we apologize for any offense we caused, the tall young man said with a smile. After introductions, Qingyun learned their names and backgrounds. The tall young man was the eldest disciple, Qingyun. The plump young man was the second disciple, Zhao, and the sweet-faced young woman was the junior sister. Su Jing Er.as for the Qingyun sect. It was one of the three major sects within the Tianwu dynasty, led by the current sect master, Su Changfeng, who was also Su Jing Er's father. Knowing they were sect members, Qingyun saw an opportunity to ingratiate himself in this unfamiliar world. He possessed no power and was akin to a weakling. Forming connections with sect members would be akin to finding a sturdy tree to lean against. He warmly welcomed the three into his courtyard. Though they were wary of the rabbit in Qingyun's arms, they followed him inside. Have you eaten yet? If not, please feel free to join me. Qingyun offered with great hospitality. Yuan repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. No, it's not necessary. Qingyun was still hungry himself. Then please feel free to explore. I shall continue my meal. Qingyun sat down and resumed eating his stew. The trio felt awkward standing idly in the courtyard, so they pretended to admire the flowers and plants. As they did so, their expressions quickly morphed into ones of astonishment. Brother, is that not Qingyuan grass? Zhao pointed excitedly at a patch of vibrant green grass. Indeed, it is Qingyuan grass. Qingyun gasped in awe. The three were astonished. Qingyuan grass was an exceptionally rare alchemical ingredient, typically found only in ancient mountains. Yet here, there was an entire expanse flourishing with it, at least 500 years old. The trio was electrified by the discovery. If they could bring some back to the sect, it would be a monumental achievement. Qingyun observed their excitement with confusion. Why were they so stirred by a patch of ordinary grass? He had simply tended to it a bit, making it appear neater than usual. What was the fuss about, sister? Are those the legendary 7-leaf vermilion fruits? Su Jing Er exclaimed, pointing at a cluster of red fruit nearby. Qingyun and Zhao rushed over. 7-leaf vermilion fruits. It truly is. Qingyun was left dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face. Qingyuan grass was rare enough, but 7-leaf vermilion fruits were even rarer. It was said that a single fruit once appeared in the Tianxia Merchant Association, sparking a frenzy among various factions. Yet here, there was an entire cluster. Qingyun was also at a loss for words. Isn't this simply a tomato? Why do they seem as if they have never seen such things before? Could it be that people in this world were not adept at farming? If so, that was quite pitiable. The trio crouched in front of the cluster of 7-leaf vermilion fruits, trembling with excitement. They longed to reach out and touch them but hesitated, fearing Yi Qingyun's disapproval. Just then, Zhao Wangchun spotted a fruit tree nearby. Brother, sister, look at that tree. Li Qinyuan and Su Jing'er turned to look. Upon seeing it, they felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Could it be the fabled primordial mystic fruit? The primordial mystic fruit was a legendary treasure said to possess the miraculous ability to revive the dead and heal the most grievous of wounds. It had not been seen in centuries since the ancient era, but here stood a tree bearing fruit identical to the primordial mystic fruit. This was astonishing. If word of this spread, it would surely attract countless individuals. Yi Qingyun, meanwhile, had grown numb to their reactions. As he continued to eat his stew, he muttered to himself, "They've never even seen a pair." How pitiful! The trio exchanged glances, their hearts racing. This man was undoubtedly extraordinary. The items cultivated in his courtyard were all recognized by them as treasures of the highest order. They could only imagine what other rare and wondrous items remained unrecognized. If they could bring some back, the Qingyun sect would undoubtedly surpass the other two major sects, becoming the most powerful sect in the Tianwu dynasty. Brother Yi, did you cultivate all these in your courtyard? Li Qinyuan inquired cautiously. Indeed, I simply planted them out of boredom, and to my surprise, they grew quite well. Yi Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Planted them out of boredom? The trio nearly fainted. You mean to say you grew all these treasures just for fun? If you wish, feel free to take some, Yi Qingyun offered generously. Upon hearing this, the trio was filled with unrestrained joy. Chapter 6. The Troubled Master. Brother Yi, are you truly permitting us to take some? Li Qinyuan inquired, his voice trembling. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and take what you like. His casual tone was akin to giving away cabbages. Yet everything in the courtyard was incredibly rare. Was this the demeanor of a reclusive master? They were in awe. Thank you, Brother Yi. Li Qinyuan expressed his gratitude and, along with his fellow disciples, began to gather the treasures from the courtyard. Although Yi Qingyun had said to take freely, they dared not overstep their bounds. After all, receiving even a small portion of such treasures was a monumental blessing. Thus, the trio carefully collected a few Qingyuan grasses and gingerly picked 2 7-leaf vermilion fruits. As for the primordial mystic fruits on the tree, they merely gazed at them, too precious to touch. With the Qingyuan grass and 7-leaf vermilion fruits, they were already thoroughly satisfied. The trio was so ecstatic that they could barely contain themselves. Yi Qingyun had just finished his meal when he turned to see the three of them clutching a bundle of green grass and 2 tomatoes, grinning foolishly. Could they genuinely be this simple-minded? Yi Qingyun mused. Why are you being so formal? Come, let me gather more for you. Yi Qingyun generously picked a few more tomatoes for Li Qinyuan and even cut a large bundle of chives and dug up a few garlic bulbs. Take these back and enjoy. Yi Qingyun stuffed the items into Li Qinyuan's hands. Li Qinyuan was taken aback. Brother Yi, you are too generous. We cannot accept this. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. What is there to refuse? It's merely a small gesture. Given Yi Qingyun's warm demeanor, Li Qinyuan felt compelled to accept the offering. Thank you, Brother Yi. Su Jing'er discreetly tugged at Li Qinyuan's sleeve. Brother, don't you think we are being a bit too impolite in taking so much? Upon hearing Su Jing'er's comment, Li Qinyuan immediately realized the truth. Indeed, they could not simply accept the reclusive master's gifts without offering something in return. I only brought a few essence pills with me. I have nothing else, Li Qinyuan mused. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Jing'er added, I brought the Zixiao sword. Perhaps that won't do. The Zixiao sword was a birthday gift from our master. We cannot part with it so easily. Zhao Wangchun interjected with a frown. Su Jing'er hesitated but ultimately decided to produce the Zixiao sword. While it was precious, could it compare to the treasures that this master had gifted them? This thought left Zhao Wangchun momentarily speechless. The Zixiao sword was indeed valuable, but in comparison to what Yi Qingyun had offered, it paled in significance. Li Qinyuan then turned to Zhao Wangchun. I recall you recently acquired a piece of celestial moonstone. Why not bring that out as well? Zhao Wangchun was reluctant, but ultimately took out a silvery stone. The three of them pooled their offerings together. Brother Yi, we have nothing to repay you with, so please accept these as our humble gifts. We know these offerings are meager and may not appeal to you. We hope you do not take offense. Li Qinyuan said, somewhat bashfully, that in truth, the items they presented felt inadequate to them. and they worried that Yi Qingyun might look down upon them. However, these were the most valuable items they could offer. All right, I shall accept them. Why Yi Qingyun accepted it directly, displaying no pretense whatsoever. Witnessing Yi Qingyun's affable demeanor, completely devoid of disdain towards them, Li Qinyuan and his companions felt profoundly moved. This truly exemplified the bearing of an otherworldly sage. In every gesture, there was an absence of pressure, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, exceedingly pleasant. Brother Yi, we shall take our leave for now and visit again in the future, of course. Of course, Li Qinyuan and his companions did not linger. Hastily departing with a large bundle of goods, they needed to return to Qingyun sect promptly to report everything to the sect master. Hundreds of miles away from Floating Cloud Mountain, at Qingyun sect, the sect master Su Changfeng was beset by worries. In his hand was an invitation. The martial competition among the three sects had been advanced by a full 2 months. What could be done about this? Su Changfeng lamented with a furrowed brow. Beside him, his wife Xinchulan watched her husband with concern. Gong Sunyu, that old fellow, just broke through a few days ago. Chun Gongwang also emerged from seclusion last month. Their cultivation levels now surpass mine, and I fear that during this martial competition, Qingyun sect will be entirely overshadowed by the two of them. Su Changfeng spoke gravely, sighing repeatedly. The Gong Sunyu and Qin Gongwang he referred to were the leaders of Jiling sect and Taihao sect, respectively. Qingyun sect, Jiling sect, and Taihao sect were the three foremost sects within the Tianwu dynasty. Periodically, these three sects would engage in martial competitions, ostensibly for the sake of friendly exchanges, yet in reality, it was a contest of superiority. In the past, Su Changfeng had no fear, but now, with both Gong Sunyu and Qin Gongwang having made breakthroughs, while he himself had stagnated for years without progress, his confidence was shaken. Husband, why not postpone this competition? Xinchulan suggested. Su Changfeng shook his head. It cannot be that simple. If we were to postpone, how would Qingyun sect maintain its standing in the Tianwu dynasty? Wouldn't everyone claim that we are afraid to fight? Xinchulan was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a disciple reported, Sect Master, the senior brothers have returned. Let them in, Su Changfeng commanded. Yes, soon. Li Qinyuan and his companions entered, their faces alight with excitement. You three? Why are you back so soon from pursuing that rabbit monster? Su Changfeng inquired with a frown. Master, we did not manage to catch the rabbit monster. Li Qinyuan replied. Su Changfeng was enraged. That rabbit monster has harmed disciples of our sect, and you three let it escape? Master, let's set aside the rabbit monster for now. Look at these items. Li Qinyuan hastily presented the treasures they had brought back. Su Changfeng was momentarily stunned upon seeing them. Xinchulan stood by, equally astonished. Various rare materials and treasures, and in considerable quantity. These are what you brought back. Su Changfeng stammered, astonished. Indeed, Master, all of these are from our expedition. Li Qinyuan said, pride shining in his eyes. Su Changfeng's hands trembled. These treasures, especially the Qingyun grass, could undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. Where did you acquire these? Chapter 7. The pitiful rabbit, we found them at Floating Cloud Mountain. Li Qinyuan began recounting their experiences in detail to Su Changfeng and his wife. The couple listened in shock that a reclusive sage resides atop Floating Cloud Mountain. Su Changfeng found it hard to believe. He had visited that place many times before, only to encounter ancient restrictions that prevented close approach. Countless individuals had sought to uncover its mysteries throughout history, but to no avail. Now, that barrier had vanished. And there was someone living atop the mountain? This was indeed astounding. Father, Mother, what my senior brother said is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Su Jinger interjected. Su Changfeng exchanged glances with Xinchulan. If this were indeed the case, then that individual must be an unfathomably mysterious sage. Su Changfeng speculated. Li Qinyuan and his companions nodded vigorously. Xinchulan's face lit up with joy. Husband, with these treasures, not only can we face the martial competition, but it might even be possible for Qingyun sect to become the premier sect of the Tianwu dynasty. Indeed, especially with the Qingyun grass, which can address my urgent needs. Su Changfeng's worries dissipated, his mood brightening as if he had regained 10 years of youth. You three have done exceptionally well, not only bringing back these treasures but also securing a tremendous opportunity for our sect. Su Changfeng beamed at Li Qinyuan and his companions. This is what disciples ought to do. Li Qinyuan replied with a smile. Su Changfeng awarded each of them a breaking barrier pill, and the trio was overjoyed. A single breaking barrier pill was enough to elevate their current cultivation level. Thank you, Master, they said, Bowing deeply, Su Changfeng, clutching the Qingyun grass, eagerly set about concocting pills. With the martial competition hastening, he needed to refine the Qingyun grass into a pill to assist his breakthrough. He resolved that once the competition concluded, he would personally visit Floating Cloud Mountain to pay his respects to that reclusive sage. Floating Cloud Mountain. Qingyun gazed at the pond in his backyard. Feeling that something was amiss, he decided to venture down the mountain to purchase some fish fry to see if they could thrive in the pond. Leaving Demao to guard the premises, Qingyun descended alone to a nearby market. After he left, Demao yawned, sprawled at the gate, basking in the warm sun, soon falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the rabbit, which had pretended to nibble on a carrot in the corner, revealed its true identity. With a sly grin, it thought, "Hee, my chance has come." This was no ordinary rabbit, but rather a formidable demon that held some renown within a radius of several hundred miles. According to its own claims, it was a rising star in the world of demon beasts. The rabbit glanced at the now sleeping golden-haired dog. "Humph! A mere dog demon dares to bully me. How utterly ridiculous." The rabbit, displaying a fierce expression, spat contemptuously at Demao. "Oh, what if your cultivation is a bit higher? Once I devour all the treasures here, I shall skin you alive and make a dog meat stew." With that thought, the rabbit chuckled darkly and lunged towards the 7-leaf jus fruit in the yard. Just then, Demao turned over. The rabbit trembled in fear, quickly retreating to the corner. After a moment, seeing that Demao was still asleep, the rabbit sighed in relief. "Stupid dog, just sleep peacefully and don't interrupt my plans." The rabbit stealthily approached the 7-leaf jus fruit once more. However, before it could act, a beam of white light suddenly shot from the house, striking the rabbit. The rabbit barely had time to react before it was sent tumbling several feet. A significant amount of its white fur was singed away. Dazed, the rabbit wondered, what was that? It turned to look inside the house and saw a mirror on the wall glowing with white light. The rabbit's eyes widened. Could this mirror be a treasure? Immediately, greed overtook it. The rabbit glanced back, seeing Demao still asleep and unresponsive, and dashed inside the house. Just as it entered, another beam of white light struck it again, sending it flying once more. This time, even more fur was lost, revealing its soft pink skin. The rabbit felt dizzy. Upon focusing on the interior, it realized that the source of the light was not the mirror, but rather a brush on the desk. Another treasure! The rabbit was astonished but did not give up. With renewed determination, it charged into the house once more. Puff! Another beam of white light sent the rabbit flying even farther, leaving it nearly bald. The rabbit staggered to its feet, on the verge of tears. Are all the items in this house treasures? This is terrifying. Inside the house, the mirror on the wall, the brush on the desk, and the broom on the floor all shimmered faintly with white light. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the various objects to sway. The rabbit dared not enter again, fearing that its life would be forfeit if it did. "I need to get out of here." Just as the rabbit contemplated its escape, it turned and found Demao lying right in front of it. "Oh no!" The rabbit nearly jumped out of its skin. Demao grinned and licked the rabbit's now bald body, causing it to tremble in fear. "Since you've entered my master's courtyard, you shall remain here obediently," Demao spoke in a gentle tone. The rabbit silently wept. "What have I done to deserve this?" Qingyun returned and noticed the trembling rabbit huddled in the corner. Why is your fur gone?" The rabbit shivered, looking utterly aggrieved. Why? Qingyun turned to Demao. "Did you bully it?" He patted Demao on the head. Demao nuzzled against Qingyun's hand in a docile manner. Why? Qingyun approached the pond and released the fish fry into the water. Soon, the water began to stir, startling Qingyun. "What is happening?" He quickly retreated. Suddenly, the pond erupted, sending water soaring into the sky. In mere moments, the fry grew rapidly, transforming into plump, elongated carp. Why? Qingyun was left dumbfounded. What on earth? How can they grow so fast? Once the pond settled, Qingyun cautiously approached the edge. He reached in to touch the water, finding nothing unusual. Curious, he leaned over to peer into the water, only to see a massive eye staring back at him. What? Qingyun was so startled that he stumbled backward. Meanwhile, in an ancient palace 1,000 miles from Floating Cloud Mountain, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide. In the southwest, there is a surge of dragon energy. Chapter 8. There is a dragon in the pond, Your Majesty. What is it? A man clad in red suddenly appeared. bowing before the weathered elder seated upon the dragon throne. The elder, dressed in a yellow robe, though gaunt in appearance, exuded an air of authority, with faint golden light flickering in his eyes. This man was the reigning martial emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, Dongfang Su, who had ruled for over 50 years. The Tianwu dynasty was flourishing, standing at the pinnacle among the 7 nations of the southern wilderness, all thanks to Emperor Dongfang I in the southwest. A surge of dragon energy is rising to the heavens. Dongfang Su spoke gravely, his gaze fixed on the southwestern horizon. Dragon energy? The red-clad man looked astonished. The only place where dragon energy existed within the Tianwu dynasty was the royal palace. Beyond that, there could not possibly be a second source of dragon energy within the entire dynasty. Dongfang Su's expression became increasingly serious. As the emperor, he was the most powerful figure in the Tianwu dynasty. Moreover, the Dongfang royal family had a historical connection with the flood dragon, receiving the clan's protection for generations. Presently, within the palace's forbidden ground, a young flood dragon lay in slumber, which was why the palace emanated dragon energy. However, the dragon energy Dongfang Su had just sensed was tenfold stronger than that within the palace. Even for a powerful figure like Dongfang Su, this surge of dragon energy sent shivers down his spine. Respect. It had been many years since Dongfang Su had felt such a sense of reverence. Gongyue, go to the southwest on my behalf and investigate the source of this dragon energy, Dongfang Su commanded the red-clad man. As you wish, Gongyue accepted the order and vanished from sight. Dongfang Su furrowed his brow, standing in the grand hall. The Tianwu dynasty has enjoyed peace for many years, yet now strange phenomena are emerging. Could it be that we are on the brink of chaos? After receiving his orders, Gongyue left the capital, heading straight for the southwest, a master in his own right. Gongyue was a personal guard of Emperor Dongfang Su. With his full speed, he reached the vicinity of Floating Cloud Mountain in just 3 days. Gongyue glanced at Floating Cloud Mountain, puzzled that I recall that ancient restrictions existed atop Floating Cloud Mountain, yet they seem to have vanished now. He immediately suspected that the source of the dragon energy might originate from this mountain. I must ascend and investigate, Gongyue resolved, making his way up the mountain. Upon reaching the midpoint, he paused, spotting a young man accompanied by a dog descending the trail. A mortal? Gongyue's gaze shifted, sensing no cultivation from the young man. The dog-walking youth was none other than Qingyun. Someone is ascending the mountain, Qingyun noted, curiosity piqued. Recently, he had been intrigued by the visitors to the mountain. In an instant, Gongyue appeared before Qingyun. Startled, Qingyun stepped back repeatedly. Mao, however, remained unperturbed, raising his head to regard Gongyue. Gongyue scrutinized Qingyun from head to toe, confirming that he possessed no cultivation. This is no place for a mortal like you. Leave at once, Gongyue commanded coldly. With that, he disregarded Qingyun and continued toward the summit. Qingyun turned to look back, but the man had already vanished from view. What was that all about? Qingyun was left bewildered. He initially intended to ignore it, but then thought, my vegetables are still up the mountain. What if he goes to steal them? Qingyun suddenly panicked. Those were vegetables he had painstakingly planted himself. I can give them away, but he shouldn't just waltz in and take them. Without hesitation, he rushed back up the mountain. Unfortunately, lacking any cultivation, he could not keep pace with the highly skilled Gongyue. By the time Gongyue reached the summit, he stumbled upon Qingyun's courtyard. There is actually someone living here? Gongyue was taken aback. The modest courtyard was filled with a variety of peculiar plants. These are all rare treasures. Gongyue was astonished, much like Qingyun and his companions had been during their previous visit. The sight of the courtyard brimming with rare treasures left Gongyue's heart racing. As a master from the royal palace, he had seen many things, yet this scene still left him breathless. Just as he was about to step inside, a bald rabbit suddenly leaped out. Such strong demonic energy. Upon seeing the bald rabbit, Gongyue's expression shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation. This was evidently a rabbit demon, and its aura was potent enough to pose a threat to Gongyue. Who are you? The rabbit demanded. Its voice cold and feminine. I am a personal guard of the martial emperor. You, a mere demon beast, should not act presumptuously, Gongyue replied sternly. Typically, when a mere demon beast learned of his identity, it would retreat in fear. However, this bald rabbit showed no signs of fear. This is my master's territory. You must leave at once, the rabbit replied nonchalantly. Your master? Gongyue was taken aback once more. He had assumed the rabbit was the owner of this place. only to discover that even this formidable rabbit demon was under the command of someone else. Who could the true master be? Could it be related to the dragon energy sensed by the emperor? At that moment, Gongyue detected a trace of dragon energy. It was nearby. He immediately followed the source of the dragon energy, soon arriving at the pond in the backyard. The dragon energy is emanating from here. Gongyue gazed at the seemingly ordinary pond, puzzled. What could be producing dragon energy in such a small body of water? Could there be remnants of a true dragon hidden beneath? As Gongyue pondered, the water in the pond suddenly surged violently, creating a vortex that shot skyward. Startled, Gongyue summoned his formidable aura in preparation for whatever might occur. Amidst the flowing waters, a grand and elongated figure intermittently emerged. A dragon? Guyu was taken aback. The entity within the water was undoubtedly a dragon, and not merely a lesser serpentine creature. It was a true dragon. The currents rushed swiftly, departing just as quickly. When the pond settled into tranquility, Guyu remained in a state of shock. It was not until footsteps echoed behind him that he was roused. "Hey, what's the matter with you? Why did you sneak into someone else's home without a word?" Qingyun's disgruntled voice rang out. Guyu whirled around abruptly. "Are you the master of this place?" Qingyun scoffed, approaching the pond's edge. "What else could it be?" He glanced at the pond, then back at Guyu. "Are you trying to sneak down and steal my fish?" "Steal fish?" Guyu was at a loss for words. "I wouldn't he dare." This mortal before him was utterly unreasonable, clearly devoid of any cultivation. He could not possibly be the master of this domain. Guyu regarded Qingyun with disdain. "You insignificant insect, be gone." Just as he contemplated pushing Qingyun aside, a dragon's head suddenly broke the surface of the water behind him. A dragon's head, its icy eyes fixated on Guyu, as if any movement on his part would provoke the dragon's wrath. Guyu's hand froze instantly. A deep terror gripped him as he realized the dragon regarded Qingyun with the same gentle reverence a pet shows its owner. Am I dreaming? Guyu found himself questioning his very existence. Chapter 9. The Astonished Emperor Dragon. "You dragon," Guyu stammered, pointing at the space behind Qingyun. "Why, Qingyun?" Taken aback, retorted, "You must be deaf. My hearing is just fine." Guyu, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "You behind you. There's a dragon." Qingyun paused, bewildered. "The dragon behind me?" He turned to look, only to see the pond gently rippling. Not even a sparrow was in sight. Why? Qingyun turned back, eyeing Guyu with suspicion. "Is this fellow deranged?" Meanwhile, Guyu was confounded. As Qingyun turned, the dragon's head withdrew into the water, only to re-emerge the moment Qingyun looked back, still staring intently at Guyu. Guyu was dumbfounded. "Is this dragon targeting me?" Yet, it appeared this dragon held a considerable awe for the seemingly mortal individual before him. Wait, Guyu suddenly recalled the words of the rabbit demon earlier. The master of this place. Could it be this mortal? But if he were truly a mere mortal, how could the rabbit demon acknowledge him as master and instill such reverence in this dragon? Guyu's gaze towards Qingyun shifted entirely. This was no ordinary mortal. Rather, it was my own lack of insight that has prevented me from seeing through his true cultivation. Guyu was resolute in his thoughts. Only such an explanation could account for everything here. How foolish was I to have treated such an unfathomable figure with such disdain? Guyu silently lamented, feeling a twinge of regret. The memory of his earlier demeanor towards Qingyun made him wish to slap himself. "I am but a junior who failed to recognize a great mountain and have offended you. Esteemed one, I beg for your forgiveness." Guyu promptly knelt before Qingyun, leaving Qingyun somewhat embarrassed. "What are you doing kneeling? It's not even a festive occasion." Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you trying to scam me?" Qingyun eyed him warily. "Hemph, I won't fall for that." Guyu, bewildered, looked up. "Scam? What does that mean? Could this be the esteemed one's subtle guidance? Such a powerful figure, how could I, with my meager cultivation, ever hope to comprehend his actions? Surely, there must be deeper meaning behind it." Guyu's respect for Qingyun grew immensely. Viewing him with the reverence one would reserve for the divine, it was no jest. To command the submission of a true dragon was nothing short of miraculous. One must ponder how many could achieve such a feat across the continent. In the Tianwu dynasty, no such individual existed. Forgive my rudeness, esteemed one. I have shown great disrespect. Guyu bowed his head in humility. Apart from the martial Emperor Dongfang Su, this was the second person he had knelt before. But Guyu felt no remorse in doing so. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. I'm not any esteemed one. Please stand up. Guyu cautiously rose. What brings you here? Yi Qingyun inquired. Guyu clasped his hands respectfully. I am Guyu, a personal guard of the martial Emperor Dongfang Su. His Majesty sensed the presence of dragon energy in this area and dispatched me to investigate. Yi Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Martial Emperor Dongfang Su. Isn't he the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty? The realization struck Yi Qingyun that this individual was sent by the emperor himself, a significant personage indeed. In Yi Qingyun's previous world, he would be akin to a high-ranking court official. I see. Yi Qingyun swiftly altered his demeanor. I apologize for my rudeness, esteemed guest. Yi Qingyun bowed to Guyu, leaving him flustered, nearly kneeling again. The two were excessively courteous, one more respectful than the other, as if they might bow their heads to one another. Guyu mused that this reclusive figure must be enjoying a mundane existence, hence presenting himself in such an unassuming manner, continually denying his exalted status. Guyu thought it prudent not to unmask his identity, lest it provoke the esteemed one's displeasure. With that determination, Guyu steadied himself. May I inquire your name, esteemed one? Yi Qingyun, hearing this, felt far more at ease. The constant address as esteemed one had made him feel quite uncomfortable. Yi Qingyun. Your name is indeed elegant and extraordinary, Guyu praised wholeheartedly. Yi Qingyun mused. This person must not have reached such a position merely through flattery. Just a name, and he can weave such praises. And how shall I address you, my friend? Yi Qingyun reciprocated the inquiry. I am Guyu. A name given to me by His Majesty the Emperor. Guyu replied with a bow. Your name is truly impressive, Yi Qingyun remarked with a smile. Impressive? What does that mean? Guyu was perplexed. What a peculiar term. You mentioned there's a dragon in my pond? Is that true? Guyu was about to affirm when the dragon's head once again emerged from the pond, glaring at him with an admonishing gaze. Guyu swallowed his words. No, I must have been mistaken, he stammered, waving his hands dismissively. Yi Qingyun let out a breath of relief. I thought as much. This pond is so small, it would be hard to even keep fish alive. I must return to report back. Farewell. Would you not stay for a meal? No, I cannot tarry. The Emperor's command weighs heavily upon me. Very well then, I shan't see you oft. Guyu hurriedly departed, eager to return to the palace and inform Dongfang Su of the events that transpired. Upon Guyu's return to the palace, Dongfang Su, having sensed his arrival, promptly summoned him. Well? Dongfang Su asked impatiently. Guyu knelt before him. Your Majesty, a dragon has truly appeared atop the floating cloud mountain in the southwest. What? Dongfang Su sprang to his feet, his expression one of astonishment, quickly transforming into unrestrained joy, a dragon appearing within his realm. What could this mean? Could it imply that he, Dongfang Su, might claim this dragon for himself? What sort of dragon is it? A serpentine dragon? Dongfang Su inquired anxiously. Not a serpentine dragon. I beheld it clearly. It is a true dragon, Guyu insisted earnestly. Hiss! Dongfang Su inhaled sharply, choking slightly from the sudden intake of air, unable to suppress a cough. Are you certain you did not missee it? Absolutely. I have seen it not just once. It is undoubtedly a true dragon. Dongfang Su was filled with excitement, his limbs trembling with exhilaration. The Tianwu dynasty has a true dragon. Could this be the blessing of our ancestors? I must go see it personally. Dongfang Su was eager to make the journey himself. Your Majesty, atop floating cloud mountain resides a reclusive master, and it seems this true dragon is under his care, Guyu revealed, shocking Dongfang Su. What did you say? Dongfang Su was momentarily dumbfounded. Who could possibly keep a true dragon? Guyu's expression turned grave. Your Majesty, I witnessed it with my own eyes. This master is unfathomable, and even the dragon holds him in high regard. Were it not for my cunning, I might not have returned alive to report to you. Chapter 10. Are you here to pay respects to the master too? Dongfang Su stood rooted in place, then sank onto the dragon throne, his face a mask of shock that a figure of such stature exists within his realm, to command the submission of a true dragon. What an extraordinary existence! Despite his profound cultivation, even Dongfang Su, who kept a serpentine dragon within the palace, had to show absolute reverence to it, daring not to manifest any disrespect. Now, Guyu claimed that someone could command a true dragon's allegiance? Dongfang Su was naturally overwhelmed, even skeptical. Guyu, you haven't fallen under an illusion, have you? He regarded Guyu with suspicion. Ji, you found the situation amusing. Your Majesty, the individual is at Floating Cloud Mountain. If you doubt my word, you may visit in a few days. Why wait a few days? Dongfeng Su furrowed his brow. Ji, you replied, Your Majesty, consider this. Reclusive masters prefer tranquility. I have just disturbed him. Should you arrive so soon, it may rouse his displeasure. Dongfeng Su contemplated. You speak wisely. Reclusive masters do value their peace. After a moment's deliberation, he concluded, Very well, I shall visit Floating Cloud Mountain in half a month. Your Majesty is wise. Half a month later, at Broken Sky Mountain, the highest peak within the Tianwu dynasty and the site of the Trisect martial meet. Today, the Trisect martial meet was in session, gathering Qingyun sect, Zhiling sect, and Taihao sect. At this moment, three figures clashed in the heavens above, while the disciples of the three sects below watched in tense anticipation. These three combatants were the sect leaders of the three major sects. They had been battling fiercely for nearly a stick of incense's duration, yet no victor had emerged. Just as the spectators expected the contest to continue, the three figures descended simultaneously. Among them was Su Changfeng. Sect leader Su, your prowess is indeed formidable. I, Chun, cannot compare, remarked an elderly man clad in purple robes, his expression tinged with resignation. Another elder in white also clasped his fists towards Su Changfeng. I, Gong Sunyu, had thought to surpass both of you, yet it seems sect leader Su is superior. The two elders, Gong Sunyu of Zhiling sect and Chen Gongwang of Taihao sect, were both renowned figures, their cultivation profound. Yet, in this contest, they had both been bested by Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng beamed, a subtle joy gracing his features. Thank you both for your kindness. Su Changfeng reciprocated their gestures. Chen Gongwang inquired, Might I ask how sect leader Su achieved such a rapid breakthrough? Gong Sunyu echoed his curiosity, both eager to learn. These two elders had recently made breakthroughs themselves, prompting them to hastily organize the Trisect martial meet to suppress Su Changfeng while he was still catching up. Yet, to their dismay, Su Changfeng not only caught up but surpassed them both. This left the two elders somewhat vexed. Su Changfeng smiled slightly. The secrets of the sect are not to be divulged. You seek to discover how I advanced? Not a chance. Gong Sunyu and Qin Gongwang exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Thus concluded the Trisect martial meet, with Xinjian sect emerging as the dominant sect. At least for now. Once the meet was over, Su Changfeng sought out Li Qinyuan and the others. Quickly, take me to Floating Cloud Mountain. I must pay my respects to that master, Su Changfeng exclaimed. Excitement evident. He believed that his recent triumphs were entirely due to the gifts bestowed upon him by the reclusive master. Without those divine materials and treasures, he could never have achieved such rapid advancement. Out of both gratitude and reason, he felt compelled to meet the master personally. If he could form a connection with this extraordinary figure, it would bring boundless benefits to Xinjian sect. Li Qinyuan and the others immediately complied, setting off with Su Changfeng towards Floating Cloud Mountain. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, 100 armored guards escorted three ladies to its base. Among them were Princess Chu Yinyu of Tianyao and her maid, Xiao Qing. The third lady, clad in white, with a delicate and graceful countenance, possessed captivating eyes that resembled untainted orchids. This young woman was Bai Suyi, a disciple of Zhiling sect and a close friend of Chu Yinyu. Having heard of a reclusive master from Chu Yinyu, she was curious to meet him. Su, listen closely. This master has a peculiar temperament. Do not speak carelessly, or I cannot guarantee your safety, Chu Yinyu earnestly advised her. Bai Suyi smiled gently. If he is truly a master, I shall show him respect. However, should he prove to be unworthy of his title, I shall not hold back. Chu Yinyu sighed, her friend's self-assurance both admirable and exasperating. As they ascended the mountain, a sound of rushing air echoed from above. Several figures descended, revealing Su Changfeng and his companions. Chu Yinyu and Bai Suyi were momentarily stunned. Bai Suyi quickly dismounted and bowed. I am Bai Suyi. Greetings to sect leader Su. As a disciple of Zhiling sect, she naturally honored the leader of Xinjian sect with respect. What brings you here? Su Changfeng inquired, puzzled. Bai Suyi glanced at Chu Yinyu. I accompany Princess Tianyao to pay respects to a reclusive master. Su Changfeng was taken aback. You two are here to pay respects to that master? Both Chu Yinyu and Bai Suyi were momentarily stunned. Even you, sect leader Su? Chu Yinyu asked incredulously. Su Changfeng nodded affirmatively. Bai Suyi's expression reflected astonishment. If even Su Changfeng, such a prominent figure, had come to pay respects, Perhaps the individual within the mountain was genuinely the reclusive master as described by Qingyun. At that moment, a dragon carriage soared through the air, exuding an imposing aura that even a powerful figure like Su Changfeng found formidable. The martial emperor has arrived. A powerful roar echoed as the dragon carriage descended before Su Changfeng and the others. Chapter 11. Shall we dine on hot pot together? Your Majesty the martial emperor. Su Changfeng and the others were left speechless. What was happening today? Even the martial emperor had come. Dongfang Su emerged from the dragon carriage, followed closely by Guyu. Upon seeing the crowd, Dongfang Su was momentarily dazed. Sect leader Su? He turned his attention to Su Changfeng as one of the leaders of the three major sects. Su Changfeng was naturally acquainted with Dongfang Su. I have seen the emperor. Su Changfeng bowed deeply. Dongfang Su then looked towards Chu Yinyu. Are you not the daughter of the Pingxi Wang family? Chu Yinyu immediately bowed deeply. Princess Chu Yinyu pays her respects to His Majesty the martial emperor. Dongfang Su smiled warmly. Indeed, it is truly the daughter of Chu Tianchuan. The last time I beheld you, you were but 5 or 6 years of age, and now, in the blink of an eye, you have grown so much. Dongfang Su turned his gaze towards Bai Suyi, who stood nearby. And who might this be? She is my dear friend, Bai Suyi, a disciple of the Jiling sect. Bai Suyi respectfully bowed to Dongfang Su. I pay my respects to your Majesty, the martial emperor. Dongfang Su nodded slightly, dismissing her significance as merely a disciple of the Jiling sect. He then turned to Su Changfeng, a look of curiosity crossing his face. What brings Sect Master Su here? Su Changfeng did not hesitate to reveal. I have come to pay my respects to a distinguished sage residing in the mountains. Dongfang Su was taken aback. You two have come to seek an audience with a sage. Su Changfeng nodded, then stared at Dongfang Su in astonishment. Your Majesty as well? Dongfang Su acknowledged with a grunt. Chu Yinyu appeared somewhat perplexed. Then it seems we are all here to visit the same sage. Is that not so? Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su exchanged peculiar expressions. If there were indeed no other sages in these mountains, then the sage they all sought to pay homage to could only be one and the same. What a remarkable coincidence it is that they should all converge here today. Let us proceed together, for we have encountered one another, Dongfang Su said with a smile. That would be splendid. It is an honor for Yinyu to accompany your Majesty. Naturally, Su Changfeng and Chu Yinyu had no objections. Thus, the three groups joined forces and ascended the mountain. Before they reached the summit, the distant party was greeted by a delightful fragrance. How fragrant! Su Jinger exclaimed, sniffing the air in surprise. Achoo! Bai Suyi sneezed unexpectedly. Chu Yinyu furrowed her brow. This scent carries a hint of spiciness. How curious! Let us go and see for ourselves, Dongfang Su suggested, quickening his pace. Soon, the group arrived outside Yi Qingyun's courtyard. That moment, Yi Qingyun was seated beside a large pot, which simmered over a fire, emitting a bubbling sound. The tantalizing spicy aroma wafting from the pot filled the air. Why Yi Qingyun was fixated on the pot, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation. A scruffy rabbit and a languid golden retriever lay at his feet, both seemingly awaiting a delectable treat. Woof! Upon noticing the guests, the golden retriever lazily barked, merely nudging its oblivious owner. Yi Qingyun finally lifted his gaze, startled to see so many people gathered outside. Goodness, why are there so many visitors all at once? He was taken aback, nearly dropping his bowl and chopsticks. Fortunately, seeing familiar faces soon calmed him. However, Dongfang Su, Su Changfeng, and Bai Suyi were visibly unsettled. The three scrutinized Yi Qingyun, glancing left and right. He hardly resembled the sage they had envisioned. Moreover, there was no trace of spiritual energy about him, merely an ordinary mortal. Observing the surroundings, it was evident he lived the life of a mountain farmer. How could he possibly be the profound sage they had spoken of? Young master, this is my friend Bai Suyi, a disciple of the Jiling sect, Chu Yinyu hastily introduced. Bai Suyi offered a slight bow. I have the honor of meeting you, young master. Yi Qingyun appraised Bai Suyi. Indeed, another charming beauty. Yi brother, this is our revered master, Su Changfeng, the leader of the Qingyun sect, Li Qinyuan added. Yi Qingyun's eyes brightened instantly. The leader of the Qingyun sect? What an esteemed figure. I must ingratiate myself, should any troubles arise within the Tianwu dynasty. Presenting the name of this Qingyun sect leader would surely prove advantageous. So it is Sect Master Xu. My apologies for the oversight. Qingyun clasped his hands in greeting. Su Changfeng returned the gesture. You are too courteous. At this moment, Guoyu could no longer contain herself. Why, brother? This is His Majesty, the martial emperor. Dongfang Su straightened his posture, reminding himself of his status. He could not allow his imperial dignity to be overshadowed by the leader of a sect. The martial emperor Dongfang Su. Qingyun's expression turned even more astonished. What brings the emperor to my humble abode? However, since the emperor had come, it was imperative to extend a warm welcome. If he could secure a close connection with the emperor, it would surely propel him to the pinnacle of success. Ah, Your Majesty, I am truly remiss. Qingyun bowed deeply. Not at all. I have come here specifically to pay my respects to you. Dongfang Su replied with a smile. Qingyun felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Is my reputation truly so grand that a sect leader and an emperor would come to seek me out? How delightful! This thought alone fills me with a sense of pride. Father, the rabbit demon is over there. Su Jinger pointed to the scruffy rabbit in the courtyard and whispered to Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng's expression darkened as he focused intently. Indeed, it is that wretched creature. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Su Changfeng's eyes. The rabbit demon had once harmed disciples of the Qingyun sect, prompting Li Qingyuan and the others to pursue it all the way to Fuyan Mountain. Nevertheless, Su Changfeng refrained from acting hastily, choosing to observe the situation first. You are all guests. I happen to be preparing a hot pot, and it is time for a meal. Please, join me, Qingyun invited warmly. Chu Yinyu's excitement surged. The last time she visited, she had tasted grapes and experienced a significant boost in her cultivation, an unforgettable delight. But what exactly is a hot pot? What is this hot pot? Dongfang Su inquired, intrigued. Qingyun was taken aback. Your Majesty has never tried hot pot. Dongfang Su shook his head. Not only had he never tasted it, but he had never even heard the term before. Qingyun looked at Dongfang Su with sympathy. It appeared that even the emperor of this world led a rather mundane existence, having never experienced hot pot. How tragic. Dongfang Su found himself both amused and exasperated by Qingyun's gaze. It made him feel as though he had never encountered the world. Come, everyone, gather around. Hot pot is best enjoyed with many people. Qingyun beckoned the group into the courtyard. They surrounded the bubbling pot, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and curiosity as they gazed at the peculiar assortment of ingredients. What on earth is being cooked? It looks rather chaotic, yet the aroma was undeniably enticing. The group began to murmur amongst themselves. Just then, Bai Sui's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she inhaled the fragrant steam from the pot. A wave of warmth enveloped her, accompanied by a surge of energy coursing through her body. To her surprise, the hidden injuries she had sustained in her youth began to show signs of healing. Could it be that this so-called hot pot has the power to completely heal my injuries? Bai Sui thought in astonishment. Chapter 12. The delectable hot pot in her childhood. Bai Sui had suffered an injury due to an accident, which had left her with lingering internal wounds that never fully healed. Each year, she endured a painful flare-up, which was a source of great distress. Even after joining the Zhuling sect and embarking on her cultivation journey, little had changed, yet now, just by inhaling the aroma of the hot pot, she felt her internal injuries beginning to mend. An extraordinary revelation. This was a condition that had persisted for years without improvement. Even Gongsunyu, the leader of the Zhuling sect, had suggested that healing such injuries would require multiple rare herbs to concoct a medicinal elixir. Could it be that the seemingly chaotic ingredients within this pot were, in fact, precious medicinal treasures? Bai Sui pondered this notion as the others displayed varied expressions of astonishment. Why is it that upon inhaling this hot pot's fragrance, my internal energy feels so invigorated, and my spirit is entirely refreshed? Su Changfeng exclaimed in wonder. Why stagnated cultivation seems to show signs of progress, Dongfang Su added. Every individual present, upon catching a whiff of the hot pot's aroma, felt a palpable shift within their bodies. Those with hidden injuries experienced relief, while those suffering from sluggish energy felt rejuvenated. Even those whose cultivation had been stagnant sensed a breakthrough on the horizon. As for Li Qingyuan and his youthful companions, their faces glowed with vitality as they brimmed with energy. Don't just stand there. Dive in with your chopsticks, Qingyun urged, promptly selecting a piece of meat to savor with great delight. Hot pot had always been his favorite culinary experience. Since arriving in this world, He had attempted it a few times, but always alone, often accompanied only by a large dog. Eating hot pot alone lacked the communal atmosphere that made it truly enjoyable. This time, however, with so many gathered around the pot, it was a feast for the senses. Sect Master, Your Majesty, I shan't hold back. Qingyun laughed, eagerly plucking a shiny, tender morsel from the pot. Though she had no idea what it was, it looked utterly delectable. Upon tasting it, her cheeks flushed, so spicy. She puffed out her cheeks, fanning her mouth. The sight of her reaction left the others momentarily hesitant to join in. Is it truly that spicy? Su Changfeng inquired, furrowing his brow. He typically preferred milder fare and had little tolerance for strong flavors. Qingyun was too overwhelmed by the spice to respond. Father, let me have a taste. Su Jing'er could no longer restrain herself and quickly grabbed a piece of beef to eat. Delicious. So spicy, she exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment as her face mirrored Qingyun's rosy, Hui Qingyuan and Zhao Wangchun soon followed suit. Although they found it spicy, they were more captivated by the flavor. This is utterly divine. The plump Zhao Wangchun exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Among the group, he was the most enthusiastic eater, always relishing culinary delights. However, this hot pot was an entirely new experience for him. Both in flavor and texture, delightfully novel. Is it truly that delicious? Su Changfeng queried skeptically, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Sect Master, you must try it. It's truly amazing, Li Qingyuan urged. Very well, I shall give it a taste. If it proves too spicy, I shall refrain from further indulgence. With that thought in mind, the earnest Su Changfeng delicately picked up a leaf of vegetable. He preferred to avoid meat, believing the greens would be milder. Yi Qingyun noticed his intention and wanted to caution him, but it was too late. As the vegetable entered his mouth, Su Changfeng's expression transformed drastically. By the heavens! This is far too spicy, he gasped. Struggling to maintain composure, I must withstand this. I am a revered master and the leader of a sect. I cannot falter in front of His Majesty and the younger generation. He forced himself to chew slowly, nodding slightly, quite flavorful. All eyes turned to him. Sect Master, your face, Li Qingyuan began. What of my face? Su Changfeng asked, puzzled. Father, your face is even redder than mine, and you're sweating profusely, Su Jing'er teased at Su Changfeng. Yi Qingyun chuckled. Sect Master, the vegetables in the hot pot are actually the spiciest, as they absorb the flavors so well, resulting in a potent spice. Su Changfeng's lips twitched, nearly prompting an expletive. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Now I find myself in quite the predicament. How amusing, Dongfang Su interjected. I too wish to partake. Your Majesty, perhaps allow us to taste first, Guoyu quickly interposed. Nonsense. If Sect Master Su has partaken, must I refrain? Dongfang Su waved his hand dismissively and then selected a piece to savor. After a few chews, his eyes widened in delight. Indeed, it is exquisite. As an emperor, he had sampled numerous delicacies over the years and was long jaded by them. Yet this hot pot offered an unprecedented flavor, a delightful heat that was invigorating rather than overwhelming. Remarkably, despite the diverse ingredients, they blended harmoniously, creating a unique and delectable experience. Truly, it was a culinary marvel. Dongfang Su could not help but exclaim. Guoyu was taken aback. It had been many years since the emperor had shown such enthusiasm. She too quickly sampled a piece. Indeed, it is exceptionally delicious. With that, only Bai Suyi remained hesitant, yet she yearned to taste it. However, watching the pot bubble with red oil and the assorted ingredients being stirred together, her innate aversion surfaced. Bai Suyi had a peculiar cleanliness obsession, making it difficult for her to accept sharing a pot with others. Susu, won't you try? It's truly delicious, Qingyun urged, her brow glistening with sweat and her lips flushed. Bai Suyi forced a smile. I think I shall pass. You all enjoy. Very well then, Qingyun replied, continuing to indulge heartily. Observing the joyful feast, Yi Qingyun felt his spirits lifted, far surpassing his usual hot pot experiences. Regrettably, the large dog and the rabbit had waited patiently nearby, yet had received nothing. Soon, the pot was emptied of its contents. Zhao Wangchun, seemingly unsatisfied, picked up the pot, intending to sip some of the broth. Yi Qingyun hurriedly intervened. You really want to drink the hot pot broth? Aren't you worried it might be too rich? Having been denied the broth, Zhao Wangchun reluctantly set the pot down. Everyone, were you satisfied with the meal? Qingyun asked, beaming. Indeed. It was delightful. Truly the most enjoyable meal I have had in ages. The group chimed in their praises, still savoring the experience. Suddenly, Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically. My cultivation. Boom. Qingyun felt as though a fire ignited within him. In the next moment, he realized he had achieved a breakthrough. Chapter 13. The efficacy of hot pot. I think I have made a breakthrough. Qingyun exclaimed, stunned. Everyone turned their attention to him. As he focused his energy, his aura had indeed intensified substantially. I have advanced to the mid-stage of gathering source, Qingyun declared, elated. Previously, he had been at the early stage of gathering source, and he had anticipated needing at least 6 more months to advance. Yet after this hot pot feast, he had inexplicably broken through. It felt refreshingly effortless. Wait, I feel a breakthrough coming as well, Zhao Wangchun shouted, and his aura surged as he transitioned from the peak of opening spirit to the early stage of gathering source. Ah, I too have made a breakthrough, Su Jinger exclaimed. Her cultivation had ascended from the late stage of opening spirit to the peak. The trio of disciples experienced consecutive breakthroughs, each one ascending a minor realm. This could no longer be attributed to mere coincidence. At that moment, Chu Yenyu's face changed as well. I am also about to break through. Before her words could finish, her aura exploded, elevating her from the late stage of opening spirit to the peak. Bai Suyi watched in astonishment. The last time Chu Yenyu returned, she had advanced from the mid-stage of opening spirit to the late stage, which had already surprised Bai Suyi, and now, after such a brief period, Chu Yenyu had made yet another leap, directly reaching the peak of opening spirit. Incredibly, she had now caught up with Bai Suyi. Your Majesty, I feel a breakthrough coming, Goyu suddenly exclaimed. What? You two are about to break through? Dongfang Su regarded Goyu with disbelief. And indeed, Goyu experienced a surge in her aura, smoothly transitioning from the early stage of condensing Dan to the mid-stage. The breakthroughs of the other individuals were somewhat expected, given their lower levels of cultivation. However, Goyu was a different case altogether. She was a skilled fighter within the Imperial Palace, serving as a close guard to Martial Emperor Dongfang Su. Her cultivation had reached the condensing Dan realm, a level that typically warranted a position as an elder within the 3 major sections. Achieving a breakthrough from the early stage to the mid-stage of condensing Dan usually required at least a decade of dedication. However, Goyu accomplished this in an instant. It was nothing short of astonishing. The consecutive breakthroughs led everyone to realize that this was certainly no coincidence. They all turned their gaze toward Qingyun, and simultaneously, they recalled the hot pot they had just eaten. Could it be that the hot pot was the catalyst for our breakthroughs? Qingyun could not help but voice his thoughts. It is highly possible, Goyu nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su also sensed some changes within themselves. Although neither of them experienced a breakthrough, they were both struck by a profound clarity. They had attained enlightenment. At that moment, both experienced the rare occurrence of sudden understanding. Enlightenment brings clarity to the spirit, and the boundless path lies before them. Su Changfeng was astounded, while Dongfang Su appeared pale with shock. The two exchanged glances, both acutely aware of the other's current state. For a moment, their composure wavered. This was truly a miracle. After just a single hot pot meal, they had achieved enlightenment. It was utterly unbelievable. Who would have thought that even at their current cultivation level, they could still attain such realization? That hot pot was truly worth it, Dongfang Su mused with deep emotion. I too have experienced enlightenment. All the confusions I faced in my previous cultivation suddenly became clear, bringing immense relief to my mind and spirit, Su Changfeng remarked. The crowd was taken aback. These two prominent figures had actually achieved enlightenment? How terrifying! Qingyun listened in a daze, bewildered by the simultaneous breakthroughs and realizations. Was it really that extraordinary just to have a hot pot meal? Qingyun felt perplexed. The ingredients in the hot pot were all ordinary. How could they yield such profound effects? Moreover, he himself felt no reaction aside from a satisfied appetite. Could it be that my lack of cultivation is why I did not experience any effects from the hot pot? Qingyun pondered. At that moment, Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su both rose and solemnly bowed to Qingyun. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous gift. The two prominent figures paid their respects. Naturally, the others could not remain idle. Except for Bai Suyi, everyone else bent their bodies in gratitude towards Qingyun. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed senior. Qingyun felt somewhat embarrassed. Please, do not do this. I truly did nothing that I am not a senior or a master. Upon seeing this, everyone felt a surge of emotion. A true master remains humble and detached from fame and fortune. Clearly, the benefits we have reaped are entirely due to his influence, yet he does not seem to regard it at all. This is the demeanor of a true master, a standard we find difficult to attain. Perhaps, in the eyes of this master, facilitating our breakthroughs is merely a trivial matter, not worthy of his concern. The more Qingyun denied it, the more they felt he was being modest on purpose, and their admiration for him only deepened. Esteemed master, was there perhaps some rare treasure hidden within that hot pot? Su Changfeng inquired tentatively. Wai Qingyun shook his head. There is no rare treasure. Everything was simply common produce from my yard, hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The fact that this esteemed master could casually whip up a pot of such ingredients and achieve such results was astonishing. If these were used for alchemy, would they not soar to unprecedented heights? At that moment, one person felt a pang of regret. Bai Suyi. Due to her obsessive cleanliness, she had refrained from partaking in the hot pot. But now, witnessing others breaking through and attaining enlightenment, she felt utterly left out. Bai Suyi lamented. Had I known there would be such immense benefits, why did I hold back? Now, everyone else is reveling in joy and abundant gains, while I have gained nothing and even find myself surpassed by my friend. Bai Suyi looked at Qingyun with a pitiful expression. Esteemed master, I too wish to partake. The crowd regarded her with sympathetic eyes. Chu Yinyu pouted. Just now, you refused to eat, and now you wish to partake? Bai Suyi could only nod, her face filled with bitterness. Perhaps next time. When I have hot pot again, you can join me, Qingyun offered. Bai Suyi felt a tinge of disappointment. But I doubt before the esteemed master. Can you truly be so unreasonable? Su Jinger expressed her dissatisfaction. Earlier, the master invited us all to eat, yet you refused to partake, and now you wish to trouble him. Do you believe you have the right to do so? Li Qinyuan cast a sidelong glance at Bai Suyi. The disciples of the dueling sect truly lack awareness. Bai Suyi felt wronged. She merely wished to ask the esteemed master to address her internal affliction. Beyond that, she did not expect to break through her cultivation. Seeing Bai Suyi in such a state, Chu Yinyu felt compassion and immediately spoke up. Young Master Yi, Suyi actually has a request. Wai Qingyun looked at Bai Suyi with curiosity. If you have something to say, please do. I will assist if I can. Bai Suyi had sustained an injury in her childhood that had never healed, and it flared up every year, causing her unbearable pain. I kindly ask young Master Yi to lend a helping hand, Chu Yinyu pleaded. Bai Suyi also bowed deeply to Qingyun. Please, young Master Yi, save me. Wai Qingyun stroked his chin. Healing? The system did teach me about this. However, I have never tried it myself and have no idea if it will work. But since they have come seeking help, it would be rather unkind to refuse. Very well, I will give it a try. But I cannot guarantee a cure, Wai Qingyun replied. Chu Yinyu and Bai Suyi were overjoyed at his words. Thank you, young Master Yi, to them. As long as this esteemed master was willing to intervene, there should be no problem. The others were also intrigued to see how this master would heal. Please, elaborate on the nature of your internal affliction, Qingyun inquired. When I was 6, I accidentally wandered into the deep mountains and was bitten by some unknown creature, causing coldness to seep into my bones and injure my organs, Bai Suyi recalled. Although I sought treatment from many, I never fully healed. Each year, during the transition from autumn to winter, the cold would flare up from within, lasting for 2 days. Later, I joined the dueling sect, and my master examined me, stating that there were still poisonous insects within me, but he could not expel them. Su Changfeng, overhearing this, was astonished. Even Gongsun you could not help? Bai Suyi nodded. My master was also at a loss. Su Changfeng pondered this, and no wonder Bai Suyi sought out Qingyun with Chu Yinyu. If even Gongsun you could not assist, then only this mysterious master before them might have the means to heal her. Coldness within your body? Qingyun contemplated for a moment. I have it. If there is coldness, then cupping therapy will do the trick. Fortunately, I have cupping apparatus on hand. He immediately retrieved a wooden box from inside. It's a bit inconvenient here. Would you like to come inside? Qingyun suggested to Bai Suyi. Bai Suyi was taken aback. Can it be done outside? Qingyun scratched his head. It can be done, but my method requires you to remove your upper garments to expose your back. So, upon hearing this, Bai Suyi's face flushed instantly. The others also exchanged bewildered glances. This method of treatment sounds rather strange. Is it a legitimate approach? Fearing they might misunderstand, Qingyun quickly clarified. This method is called cupping, and I suspect you have never seen it before. It requires you to remove your upper garments and expose your back for the cups to be applied. Without removing your clothing, it cannot be performed. This was to convey to Bai Suyi that if she wished to be healed, she needed to cooperate fully. If she felt embarrassed, they could simply forget it. Chu Yinyu gently tugged at Bai Suyi. Just give it a try. Perhaps this esteemed master can truly help you. Bai Suyi bit her lip, feeling a mix of reluctance and determination. Young Master Yi, let us go inside. This sounded somewhat odd. Qingyun almost misinterpreted her words, but quickly composed himself, carrying the wooden box toward the house. Bai Suyi followed closely behind him as they entered. Young Master Yi, may I come in to see as well? Chu Yinyu suddenly thought aloud. I am a woman too. It should be fine for me to take a look, right? Certainly, Qingyun's voice came from inside. Chu Yinyu immediately entered as well. Father, I want to see too. Su Jinger was equally curious. Go ahead, but do not disturb the esteemed master, Su Changfeng instructed. I understand. Su Jinger cheerfully followed suit. As for the other men, they could only wait outside. Qingyun brought over a foldable chair, which was just right for one person to lie down. Remove your upper garments and lie on this chair, Qingyun instructed earnestly. Bai Suyi bit her lip, feeling awkward. After all, she was a woman, and having to remove her upper clothing in front of Qingyun, a man, was quite embarrassing. Do I have to take it all off? Bai Suyi shyly asked. Yes, not a single piece should remain, Qingyun nodded. Meanwhile, he inwardly mused that this was not an attempt to take advantage of her. Cupping therapy genuinely required the removal of clothing. Then please, young Master Yi, turn around. Bai Suyi's voice trembled slightly. Qingyun acknowledged and promptly turned his back. Oh dear, I cannot see. Once Qingyun turned away, Bai Suyi slowly began to remove her upper garments. One piece, two pieces. Soon, her fair skin became visible. Chu Yinyu and Su Jinger stared in astonishment, especially Su Jinger, who compared Bai Suyi to herself. How is she so well endowed? Although Chu Yinyu was Bai Suyi's close friend, she had never seen her in this state. Now that she did, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. With two pairs of eyes on her, Bai Suyi's face flushed crimson as she quickly lay down on the chair. Young Master Yi, I am ready. Qingyun turned around, and upon seeing her, his eyes nearly popped out. This is too much? Qingyun felt momentarily dazed, but fortunately, his experience in his previous world helped him regain composure swiftly. He opened the wooden box and took out several bamboo tubes. By Gunyang, we are about to begin, he announced. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingyun placed a bamboo tube on Bai Suyi's back. Bai Suyi let out a soft sound as a burning sensation enveloped her back. Though it did not hurt much, the novel experience made her a bit anxious. Soon, all 8 bamboo tubes were affixed to her back. Chu Yinyu and Su Jinger stood by, utterly bewildered. What kind of treatment is this? It was completely unheard of. After half an hour, the bamboo tubes can be removed. Qingyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was not from exhaustion, but rather from the effort of keeping his focus. With such a beautiful woman lying before him, it was challenging to remain unaffected. Is it really that simple? Chu Yinyu asked, stunned. Indeed, it is that simple. Half an hour later, Qingyun removed the bamboo tubes, revealing 8 dark circular marks on Bai Suyi's back, which appeared somewhat gruesome and terrifying. Su Jinger and Chu Yinyu frowned. Feeling a touch of nausea, Qingyun examined the bamboo tubes and was taken aback to find actual poisonous insects. What? The 3 were momentarily stunned. Turning to look at him, Qingyun scraped with a bamboo stick inside one of the tubes. And sure enough, some silver-white insect carcasses fell out. 8 bamboo tubes yielded numerous tiny insect corpses, each smaller than an ant. Qingyun touched the insects, feeling their icy coldness, akin to ice shavings. This must have come from your body, he informed Bai Suyi. Bai Suyi was filled with dread as so many insects were within her. No wonder her internal injury had never healed. Does this mean Suyi's injury is cured? Chu Yinyu asked with concern. Qingyun shook his head. It is likely not completely healed yet. Come back in half a month for another cupping session, and it should be nearly resolved. This was Qingyun's own deduction. If no more poisonous insects are extracted during the next session, it would indicate a full recovery. If more insects emerged, further treatment would be necessary. Thank you, young master. I feel utterly refreshed, unlike anything I've experienced before. Bai Suyi donned her clothing, her face alight with excitement. She could clearly sense that her body was different from before. Previously, Her blood circulation felt sluggish, and her hands and feet were perpetually cold, lacking warmth. But now, her blood flowed smoothly, and warmth began to return to her extremities. This indicated that her condition was improving, all thanks to Qingyun's cupping therapy, and no need for thanks. It is my honor to assist others, Qingyun replied nonchalantly. The three women etched the phrase to assist others into their memories. To assist others. Is this the magnanimity of a true master? In such a ruthless cultivation realm, it seems that only someone like Qingyun, a transcendent figure, could genuinely embody such a spirit. In an instant, the admiration of the three women for Qingyun deepened further. Young Master Yi, I also have a matter I wish to consult you about, Qingyun said, gazing at him with pleading eyes. Speak freely. Do you wish to try cupping as well? Qingyun shook her head. It is about the Ling Mountain Song family. They are attempting to seize my father's fief and want to take away the heirloom of the Chu family. Last time, when Shaoqing and I fled to the mountains, we were pursued by the Song family's people. Qingyun recounted, her voice tinged with trepidation. Bai Suyi chimed in. The Song family is ambitious, relying on their close ties with the current Prime Minister Chao Yuanhua, and they are colluding with the Grand Elder of the Taihao sect, making life exceedingly difficult for the Pingxi Wangfu. The West Ling Song family? I believe I have heard of them. Su Jinger frowned, muttering to herself, my father and I are truly at our wits' end. I hope the esteemed master can offer guidance and save our Wangfu. Qingyun exclaimed, preparing to kneel before Qingyun. He quickly stopped her. Sigh, how is it that a prince's family can be bullied so severely? Qingyun found it hard to believe. Qingyun's face was flushed with shame. Although her family held the title of Pingxi Wang, they were, after all, a family of different surnames. In the Tianwu dynasty, such families held little power. The Westling Song family, however, was a martial arts family, teeming with experts and closely connected to the current prime minister and the Taihao sect. How could the Pingxi Wangfu compete with the Song family? They struggled just to protect themselves, let alone confront the Song family. If it were not for the Song family's fear of the Pingxi Wang's reputation, they would have long since trampled over the Wangfu. Young Master Yi, please help Yinyu, Bai Sui implored as well. Qingyun sighed. In truth, resolving this matter is not too difficult. Bai Sui and Yinyu were taken aback. The threat posed by the Song family had made the entire Pingxi Wangfu feel like they were walking on needles. Without any viable solutions, to hear Qingyun say that it was not a difficult matter was unexpected. We seek your guidance, young master. Qingyun pointed outside. Have you not seen? The influential figures who can assist you are all standing outside. You should not be seeking me, but rather them. Yinyu and Bai Sui were left speechless. They exchanged glances, realizing the truth in his words. The individuals outside include the leader of the Qingyun sect and the current martial emperor. If these two lend their assistance, what could the mere Song family do? How did I not think of this sooner? Yinyu smacked her forehead, chastising herself for her lack of awareness. Having previously enjoyed hot pot with Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su, it was indeed foolish of me not to consider enlisting their assistance. Thus, Qingyun led the three women outside the courtyard. Master Su, Your Majesty the Martial Emperor, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Qingyun took the initiative to speak, for after all, Yinyu had initially sought his help, and these individuals were already acquainted with one another. It was only fitting that he act as a bridge for Yinyu. Both Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su turned their attention to Qingyun. What is your command, esteemed one? Qingyun, accustomed to such titles, did not dwell on it. He proceeded to relay the situation concerning Yinyu to the two men. That is the situation. I am but a solitary wanderer, lacking the means to assist her, hence I beseech both of you for your aid. Upon hearing this, Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su were at a loss for words. If even you consider yourself powerless, what does that make us? Mere waste? Rest assured, esteemed one, since the Song family has ties with Taihao sect, I shall personally visit Taihao sect and have a candid discussion with Chen Gongwang. Su Chongfeng was the first to express his willingness. He had benefited greatly from Qingyun, having advanced his cultivation thanks to the treasures gifted by him, and had triumphed at the three-sect martial assembly. His three disciples had also made significant progress under Qingyun's guidance, and he himself had experienced a moment of enlightenment. With such gratitude, how could Su Chongfeng refuse even this small request? Thank you, Master Su. Thank you, Master Su. Yinyu expressed her deep appreciation, repeatedly thanking him. Dongfang Su stroked his beard slightly. I did not anticipate such audacity occurring right beneath my nose. Anger simmered within Dongfang Su. He had been utterly unaware of this matter. I shall not remain idle in this affair. Since the Song family has connections with Prime Minister Chao Huayuan, I will inquire with him to ascertain whether he has been supporting the Song family from the shadows, enabling their arrogance. Chu Yinyu was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. With Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su stepping forward, the Pingxi Wangfu would face no further troubles, and no matter how formidable or arrogant the Song family might be. In the eyes of Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su, they were merely insignificant insects. At this moment, the Song family was blissfully unaware that their fate had already been sealed. After enjoying the hot pot and each gaining something from the experience, everyone took their leave, bidding farewell to Yi Qingyun. He watched them depart, feeling a sense of emptiness return. Once again it has grown quiet. Yi Qingyun gazed at the desolate courtyard, feeling somewhat disheartened. He preferred the vibrancy of company. The mountain felt too stifling. Perhaps he would venture down the mountain tomorrow. The following day, Yi Qingyun locked the courtyard door and, accompanied by Dimao and Tuzi, made his way to a bustling market at the foot of the mountain. The area was indeed lively, with a multitude of travelers coming and going. Yi Qingyun entered a tea house and found a pleasant spot to sit. At that moment, a storyteller was passionately narrating a tale, captivating the audience with his animated delivery. However, Yi Qingyun could not help but chuckle. It was a rather stale story. His laughter drew the attention of the storyteller, who cast a disapproving glance in his direction. The other patrons also shot Yi Qingyun irritated looks. What is it that amuses you, young sir? The storyteller asked with a hint of displeasure. Yi Qingyun quickly shook his head. Nothing, please continue your tale. The storyteller returned his gaze to the audience and resumed his narration. Yet, after a brief moment, Yi Qingyun again burst into laughter. The storyteller glanced over once more, and the other patrons glared at Yi Qingyun again. Hey, we are engrossed in this tale, and you are causing a disruption. A man stood up and reprimanded loudly. Yi Qingyun ignored him and instead addressed the storyteller. Old sir, you have been telling this story for many years. Haven't you? The storyteller paused. What do you mean, young sir? I have been telling this tale for decades, and every time I recount it, the audience is rapt with attention. Yet, I cannot fathom why you find it amusing. He replied, puzzled, is my tale truly so laughable? Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It is not that your story is laughable, but rather that it is exceedingly outdated and cliché. Upon hearing this, the storyteller smirked. Humph, I have been telling tales for 30 years. The story of the green sword hero has been beloved since its inception. It has endured through the years. How can you say it is outdated? Other patrons began to chime in, criticizing Yi Qingyun. This young man doesn't he know what he is talking about? How dare he claim the story of the green sword hero is stale? Such a classic tale could endure for a century and still be cherished. The storyteller, emboldened by the support of the crowd, declared, Young man, apologize to me now, and we shall consider this matter settled. Yi Qingyun had no intention of engaging in a quarrel, but if he was to be belittled due to age, he could not remain silent. Why should I apologize? Am I mistaken? Your tale is simply old and lackluster. Devoid of interest, I could do a better job. Upon uttering these words, the storyteller burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I have been telling tales for many years, and I have never encountered such arrogance in a young man. Very well, I shall relinquish my place to you. Come, let us see what you, this audacious youth, can deliver. The storyteller stepped aside, and Yi Qingyun, unperturbed, took the stage. If I steal your job, do not blame me, the storyteller scoffed. I, Huang the storyteller, have been spinning tales for 30 years. If you manage to take my livelihood, I will bow to you 3 times on the spot. Yi Qingyun fixed his gaze on Huang. Is that a promise you are making? Indeed. You all heard that, didn't you? The patrons nodded in affirmation. Huang, brimming with confidence, could not fathom that Yi Qingyun could outshine him. Spinning tales seemed deceptively simple, yet it required immense skill. Huang had honed his craft under his father's tutelage and belonged to a lineage of storytellers. How could any novice hope to rival him? The audience eagerly awaited to see how the young man would fare. Yi Qingyun stood confidently upon the stage, his demeanor composed and serene. He grasped the wooden block and struck it sharply, exuding the presence of a seasoned storyteller. Today, I, Yi Qingyun, shall share a tale with you all. However, I must warn you, this is a story you may have never encountered before. This tale is called The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. The Legend of the Condor Heroes? How intriguing! Huang sneered, dismissing it as nonsense. Qingyun smiled slightly and began. A century ago, during the tumultuous times of the Southern Song dynasty, as war raged and foreign invaders threatened, our tale unfolds. Initially, the audience listened with skepticism. But as the story progressed, they became increasingly engrossed, especially when they heard of the tragic fate of Yang Tiexin and Guo Xiaotian's family. Many patrons slammed their fists on the tables in indignation. What a villainous scoundrel! That wretched rogue should have been slain by Qiu Chuji. Huang was taken aback, astonished by the captivating quality of Qingyun's narrative. The opening alone had completely captivated the audience. Qingyun, noticing their rapt attention, smiled inwardly. I may not be a storyteller by trade, but my mind is filled with countless tales. I could speak for 100 years without exhausting them. He continued weaving the narrative of the legend of the Condor heroes, recounting the battle between the 7 freaks of Jiangnan and Qiu Chuji, followed by their agreement to seek the descendants of the Guo and Yang families. As the 7 freaks journeyed northward into the desert, they eventually discovered a child, the descendant of the Guo and Yang families. Bang! Qingyun struck the wooden block again, startling the audience. "Tio, know what happens next. You must await the next installment with that." He bowed to the crowd, who suddenly felt as if they had awakened from a dream. "Why did you stop? Continue. Who is the child found by the 7 freaks? Is he a descendant of Guo Xiaotian or Yang Tiexin? Please, keep going." The patrons were left wanting more, their disappointment palpable. Qingyun smiled slightly. "I am not a storyteller." The audience paused in confusion before they realized that the true storyteller, Huang, still stood behind them. They turned to see Huang looking utterly defeated, devoid of any spirit. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but found no words. Huang had been profoundly impacted by Qingyun's story. In comparison, his own tales now seemed woefully antiquated. Suddenly, Huang broke down in tears. "I have been a frog in a well all these years." Qingyun scratched his head, puzzled by the outburst. Just as he was about to leave the stage, a middle-aged man hurried over, bowing deeply to Qingyun. "Young master, I am the proprietor of this tea house. Might I request you to continue sharing your tale with our patrons?" The tea house master had initially watched with disdain, expecting Qingyun to falter, but was now eager to invite him back. He recognized that the enthusiastic response from the patrons indicated a level of popularity that Huang had never achieved. The tea house and storyteller were naturally intertwined. A successful tea house needed a talented storyteller to thrive. Qingyun shook his head. "I am not a storyteller. If you wish to hear a story, let that elder continue." Having said that, he gracefully descended from the stage. Huang was mortified. He knew that even if he wished to return to the stage now, the audience would no longer be interested. The story of the legend of the Condor heroes had captivated them entirely, far surpassing the appeal of his own outdated tales. "Old sir, I have embarrassed myself earlier," Qingyun said politely, bowing to Huang. He did not intend to humiliate anyone. It was merely a moment of competitive spirit that led him to share a tale. Now that he had achieved his goal, he would not push further and leave Huang in a difficult position. After all, Huang relied on storytelling for his livelihood. "No, it is I who should apologize to you," Huang replied with a rueful smile, bowing in return. Qingyun quickly supported him. "That is not necessary." Huang sighed. "I wish to ask you, is the legend of the Condor heroes a story of your own creation?" Qingyun smiled mysteriously. "Not at all, Dado. Then who is the author?" Qingyun's gaze grew distant. "This tale was penned by an esteemed gentleman with the surname Jin, a figure of unparalleled literary genius, akin to a sage of words." Huang's face registered shock. "A sage of words? Such a being is like a celestial. Where might I find this Mr. Jin? I would like to pay my respects." Qingyun shook his head. "Mr. Jin has long since departed from this world." Huang expressed his regret. "What a pity." Qingyun smiled. "Though Mr. Jin has passed, he has left behind countless splendid tales for future generations to cherish." Huang glanced around, noting the curious gazes of the patrons. He smiled wryly. "Young master, you should take to the stage once more. Otherwise, these patrons will not let you leave easily." The patrons were fixated on Qingyun, their expressions eager, as if they wished to bind him to the stage. Qingyun felt somewhat helpless. "Very well then, I shall share another tale." Once again, he ascended the stage, and before he could speak, applause erupted. Huang sat below, anticipation etched on his face, eager to hear how Qingyun would continue. Yi Qingyun resumed the story of the legend of the Condor heroes, and the audience listened intently. As he recounted the moment the 7 freaks of Jiangnan recognized Guo Jing, they erupted with cheers. When they heard of Guo Jing's bow and arrow, earning him the title of Golden Blade Prince, the crowd roared with excitement. The stories they had previously heard paled in comparison to this exhilarating narrative, as if they had stepped into an entirely new realm. Unbeknownst to them, the tea house was now filled to capacity, with many more people gathering outside, drawn in by the captivating sounds within. This young master, relying on his remarkable skills, is audaciously pursuing Mu Nianzi, yet Mui steps forward to intervene, only to be injured by this young master. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Guo Jing felt a surge of righteous anger. He sprang onto the stage with lightness akin to a swallow. Bang! To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next segment. At this point, Yi Qingyun paused, feeling utterly spent. The sun was setting, and he realized he had been telling tales for half the day. His throat was parched, but thankfully, the proprietor quickly provided tea and snacks for some respite. Storytelling was indeed no easy task. As he sipped his tea, Yi Qingyun mused to himself. The audience, however, felt unfulfilled. They did not press him further, having listened to tales all day, yet they were satisfied. Young master, will you return tomorrow? If you come, I shall wait for you bright and early. You must come. Otherwise, I want to know how to sleep tonight. I want to know if that young master is a descendant of the Yang family. If the descendants of Guo and Yang families clash, who would be stronger? Yi Qingyun chuckled at their enthusiasm. If I come every day, I would truly become a storyteller, but I do not rely on this for a living. It is merely a fleeting interest. I shall not be coming tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the patrons were immediately disheartened. However, I will entrust the story of the legend of the Condor heroes to Elder Huang, and he shall continue sharing it with you all. Upon hearing this, the patrons finally relaxed. As long as they could continue hearing the story, it mattered not who told it. Huang was momentarily taken aback, then felt deeply moved by Yi Qingyun's generosity. He had not anticipated that Yi Qingyun would so graciously share the story with him. Thank you, young master. Huang bowed deeply. Might I inquire how I should address you? Esteemed sir. My surname is Yi, and I am called Qingyun. I reside upon the floating cloud mountain. Yi Qingyun replied. Young master Yi, if you do not mind my advanced years, I would be honored to forge a friendship that transcends age. It would be the privilege of the younger generation. Yi Qingyun roused the slumbering Demao and the rabbit, leading them outside the tea house. Just as they rounded a corner, 5 individuals approached them. At the forefront was a youthful nobleman, with rosy lips and white teeth, strikingly handsome, and wielding a folding fan with an air of nonchalance. 4 burly men followed closely behind, seemingly his attendants. Halt! Commanded the young nobleman, obstructing Yi Qingyun's path. Yi Qingyun regarded him with confusion. There's something amiss. The young nobleman smiled. I am quite taken with your stories. Return with me, and I wish for you to recount all your tales at once. His tone was commanding, leaving no room for Yi Qingyun's refusal. Yi Qingyun scrutinized the young nobleman. Why, lady, it appears I do not know you, and thus I cannot accompany you. The nobleman was taken aback. You discern that I am disguised as a man? Yi Qingyun was at a loss for words. Why, lady, if you wish to remain incognito, you ought to at least tighten your bodice. Chapter 18. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, the young nobleman was momentarily stunned by Yi Qingyun's words, then lowered his gaze to inspect himself. Oh dear, I truly forgot. The nobleman, blushing slightly, seemed not to dwell on it further. Whether I am a man or a woman is of little consequence. What matters is that I wish to continue hearing your stories. If you regale me well, there will be ample rewards. His words sounded like a grand boon bestowed upon Yi Qingyun, as if it would be remiss for her not to prostrate herself in gratitude. Yi Qingyun wore an odd expression. Why, dear lady, I am not a storyteller. If you desire tales, you may simply listen within the tea house. With that, Yi Qingyun clutched the rabbit and attempted to depart with Demao. Stop! The nobleman barked. His 4 attendants promptly encircled Yi Qingyun. She found herself surrounded, with no escape. The 4 attendants bore fierce expressions, intentionally cracking their knuckles as if to intimidate her. They had already deduced that Yi Qingyun was but a mortal, devoid of any cultivation. Such a person could be easily subdued with a mere flick of their hands. The rabbit nestled in Yi Qingyun's arms exchanged glances with Demao on the ground, as if in silent communication. Should we make a move? Let us assess the situation. Very well. The rabbit remained docile, while Demao maintained its languid demeanor. Yet it was their master, Qingyun, who appeared thoroughly alarmed by the unfolding scene. Was it not said that the people of this world are kind? Why then do I encounter a bully? Do not act recklessly. I possess connections, Qingyun asserted earnestly. The young nobleman smiled faintly. Do you know who I am? Qingyun shook her head. Not knowing is inconsequential. Come with me. I merely wish to hear your tales that I assure you. I mean you no harm. Take her away, he commanded, and with a wave of his hand, the attendants glared at Qingyun. Realizing her disadvantage, Qingyun relented and followed them. Before long, she beheld an opulent carriage. A middle-aged man, seemingly the coachman, sat atop it. Young master, you have returned. The coachman bowed upon seeing the nobleman. Indeed, I have brought back a storyteller, just in time to alleviate my boredom on the journey. The nobleman promptly ascended the carriage. The coachman cast a glance at Qingyun, noting her lack of cultivation, and paid her no mind. Climb aboard, he instructed. The attendants pushed Qingyun onto the carriage. Why dog? Qingyun exclaimed hastily. You need not take the dog. One attendant laughed heartily. Nay, if I am to accompany you, the dog must come too. Qingyun's resolve hardened. I shall not yield. The dog must join us. Let the dog aboard. The nobleman's voice resonated from within. Only then did Demao clamber onto the carriage, albeit relegated to lying outside, beside the middle-aged coachman. Qingyun entered the carriage, where the nobleman leisurely indulged in grapes. Pray tell, how is it that a grown man carries a rabbit? The nobleman glanced at the creature in Qingyun's arms, chuckling lightly. The rabbit inwardly cursed. Were it not for my preference for discretion, I could effortlessly dispatch all of you with a mere flick of my paw. And why does a young woman prefer to don men's attire in public? Qingyun remarked nonchalantly. The nobleman regarded her with surprise, taken aback by the sharpness of her retort. We are ready to depart, called the middle-aged coachman from outside the carriage. Let us be off, the nobleman replied, and the carriage began to roll forward. Qingyun, perplexed, inquired, Where are we headed? You need not concern yourself with that. Qingyun pondered. You have forcibly brought me along, yet refuse to divulge our destination? What if I am sold off? Surely, you are not a bandit, she ventured tentatively. The nobleman chuckled lightly. If I were a bandit, you would have already lost your life. She dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief and sipped tea to rinse her palate. Now, resume your tale of the legend of the Condor heroes. Qingyun shook her head. Should you withhold the details of our destination, I shall not recount the story. The nobleman narrowed his eyes slightly. You dare negotiate terms with me? Qingyun wore a countenance of indignation. Very well, I shall reveal it to you. However, once I do, it is likely you shall not retain your life. Upon hearing this, a dangerous glint flickered in the nobleman's eyes. Then perhaps you ought not to speak. Qingyun hastily waved her hand. At this moment, she truly felt weak, pitiful, and helpless. How wise you are. Qingyun proceeded with her narration of the legend of the Condor heroes. The nobleman listened intently. The carriage swayed as it swiftly departed the marketplace. Peering out the window, Qingyun noted they were heading east, while floating Cloud Mountain lay to the west of the marketplace. Thus, she was moving further away from her home. Had I known, I would not have descended the mountain for a stroll. What a predicament! Qingyun lamented inwardly. Before long, she reached the part of the tale where Guojing and Huang Rong fortuitously encountered Hong Qigong, who imparted the 18 dragon-subduing palms to Guojing. The nobleman seemed particularly captivated by this segment, sitting upright and fixated on Qingyun. How fortunate Guojing is to receive the teachings of such a reclusive master. Despite his apparent foolishness, the nobleman remarked. Qingyun paused slightly, then replied with a gentle smile. Though Guojing may seem dim-witted, his pure heart and sincerity towards others, coupled with his chivalrous spirit, naturally drew the attention of the wise Hong Qigong. The nobleman nodded in agreement. You speak truthfully. He found himself reflecting on his own situation, wondering if his upcoming apprenticeship would unfold as smoothly as Guojing's did in the story. As night deepened, the nobleman remained vibrant and alert, while Qingyun began to feel the effects of fatigue. Not being a practitioner herself, she was accustomed to rising early, and this late hour had her feeling faint. Might I request to be released for a moment? She implored. Nay, I do not appear aged, do I? Why must you refer to me as big sister? The nobleman replied, somewhat displeased. Qingyun wore a bitter expression. Then allow me to rest for a while, as I am quite exhausted. Noticing Yi Qingyun's weariness, the nobleman relented. Very well, I shall permit you to sleep for a spell. However, be mindful of your behavior. Should you stir unnecessarily, I shall sever your limbs. Yi Qingyun quickly leaned against the side and closed her eyes, attempting to rest while calculating her escape. Outside the carriage, the middle-aged coachman suddenly changed countenance. Miss, it seems we have encountered a demon beast. Chapter 19. The demon beast approaches what? The young nobleman's expression shifted upon hearing this, and the carriage came to a halt. The 4 attendants stood vigilantly around the carriage, their faces etched with anxiety as they scanned their surroundings. The carriage was situated on a desolate ancient path, surrounded by low-hanging trees. Aside from the whisper of the night breeze, there was no other sound. Yet the middle-aged coachman could distinctly sense the pervasive, potent aura of a demon beast lurking nearby, and its power was formidable. Demon beasts were not uncommon in the Qingyun dynasty, as it shared a border with the Wanyao kingdom, a haven for the demon race. Despite the Qingyun dynasty's repeated efforts to eradicate demon beasts within its borders, success had been elusive. Thus, the likelihood of encountering a demon beast in the wild remained high. However, aside from Yi Qingyun, the rest of the group were practitioners, and for a demon beast to dare approach them indicated its strength was noteworthy. Yi Qingyun, unable to sleep any longer, opened her eyes. She glanced at the nobleman, who had already grasped a sword, his beautiful eyes scanning the outside. What a misfortune, Yi Qingyun thought. Why must I be the one to experience such calamities? I hope it does not lead to a fight. And if it does, I pray that I am not caught in the fray. The middle-aged coachman took a deep breath. We hail from the Xie family of Beichuan. I implore you to show mercy and not to make things difficult for us. This declaration of their identity was intended to intimidate the hidden demon beasts. Xie family of Beichuan? Yi Qingyun muttered under her breath. She had never heard of them. However, had others been present, they would have been astonished by the name. Beichuan lay beyond the borders of the Qingyun dynasty, in a far northern region devoid of nations like the Qingyun dynasty. Instead, it was home to countless martial arts families and various sects. Beichuan was, in essence, a chaotic place, and the so-called Xie family was among the most powerful families in that region, comparable to the 3 major sects within the Qingyun dynasty. Not far from the carriage, a pitch-black bear demon was feasting on a lifeless wild boar, accompanied by a wolf demon. The Xie family of Beichuan. What brings them to the Qingyun dynasty? The wolf demon mumbled as it gnawed on the boar's skull. The bear demon scoffed. What does it matter? Once we are on our territory, they shall pay with their lives. Indeed, the Xie family, no matter how powerful, would not dare to act recklessly here. The wolf demon chuckled. The 2 demon beasts rose, releasing their auras, causing the tension among the carriage's occupants to escalate. At least, they are of the condensation Dan realm. And there are not just one. The middle-aged coachman's face paled. He was a condensation Dan realm practitioner, but only at the initial stage. The 2 auras approaching from all directions were at least at the mid-stage of condensation Dan if it were only one demon beast. He might manage, but facing 2 was beyond his capacity. He could only hope that the demon beasts would hesitate to act against the name of the Xie family of Beichuan. Demao lay beside the middle-aged coachman, yawning out of boredom. Meanwhile, the rabbit nestled in Yi Qingyun's arms perked its ears. Dog brother, it seems there are 2 oblivious demon beasts nearby. I am aware. Should we take action? No need. Why not? I find it troublesome. What if those 2 come over? They will not. Why? Because they wish to live. The bear demon and wolf demon drew closer, but suddenly, the wolf demon halted. Have I caught a whiff of another demon beast's aura? The wolf demon twitched its nose, a look of uncertainty crossing its face. The bear demon sniffed as well. Where? Did you misjudge? The wolf demon sniffed again but found the scent had vanished. Perhaps I am being overly sensitive. The 2 demon beasts no longer hesitated and charged toward the carriage. Protect the young lady, the middle-aged coachman shouted, leaping down to confront the 2 demon beasts. The other 4 attendants huddled protectively around the carriage. Yet their fear was palpable. Yi Qingyun lifted the carriage curtain and saw the 2 demon beasts. This is it. I am truly going to perish here, she thought, feeling despondent. The young nobleman's face turned ashen. You must flee, she urged Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was taken aback, then felt a surge of anger. Are you suggesting I exit to draw their attention? I merely wish to help you escape, the nobleman retorted, exasperated. We are from the Xie family of Beichuan. The middle-aged coachman had yet to finish his sentence when the bear demon lunged forward. Left with no choice, The coachman retaliated. Bang! As their confrontation began, the middle-aged coachman found himself pushed back repeatedly. The bear demon grinned wickedly. You have some skill. The wolf demon stepped forward. Let me handle this. With a swift motion, the wolf demon charged, its claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The middle-aged coachman shouted, thrusting both palms forward, channeling his energy. The wolf's claws were deflected, yet several gashes appeared on the coachman's hands. Let us attack together. There's no time to waste, the bear demon roared. The two demon beasts prepared to strike simultaneously. The middle-aged coachman wore a look of resignation. Young lady, I shall take my leave first. He recklessly charged toward the wolf and bear demons, determined to buy time for his young lady to escape. Meanwhile, Demao had risen from its spot in the carriage, gazing intently at the two demon beasts' eye in that moment. Both the bear and wolf demons sensed an unimaginable pressure descending upon them, as if the king of demons had arrived. Instantly, both beasts froze, unable to move. The middle-aged coachman, however, felt nothing amiss. Instead, he was bewildered by the sudden stillness of the two demons, which bore expressions of terror. Have I intimidated them with my presence? He thought, seizing the opportunity. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Bang, bang. The wolf and bear demons spat blood and were sent reeling, unable to retaliate in the least. The middle-aged man stared at his hands in disbelief. Am I truly this formidable? He found it hard to accept that any one of these demon beasts should have been a formidable opponent. Yet now, it appeared he could easily subdue both. The wolf and bear demons lay on the ground, struggling to rise, but the oppressive force returned, leaving them gasping for breath and unable to stand. A demon king, a demon king. The two beasts were filled with dread, yet not a sound escaped their throats. Chapter 20. The calligraphy master Qingyun and the middle-aged coachman pressed the attack once more. The two demon beasts, feeling utterly defeated, could only endure the onslaught. This is intolerable. I have never felt so humiliated, they thought in despair. The middle-aged coachman reveled in the experience, overwhelmed with exhilaration at having subdued two mid-stage condensation demon beasts despite his own initial stage cultivation. In a matter of moments, the wolf and bear demons were left bloodied and howling in anguish. Demao, lounging on the carriage, yawned once more, and with that, the pressure weighing down on the two demons dissipated entirely. Sensing their newfound freedom, the bear and wolf demons scrambled to their feet and fled, not daring to look back. Should that oppressive force re-emerge, those two would indeed find themselves perilously close to losing their lives here. I never anticipated that these individuals were under the protection of a demon king. We were nearly finished. It seems that the demon king showed mercy, otherwise, we would have had no chance of escape. The bear demon and the wolf demon fled with astonishing speed, vanishing without a trace in an instant. The middle-aged coachman did not pursue them but swiftly returned to the front of the carriage. Miss, I have successfully driven those two demon beasts away. The young master, still shaken, inquired, They won't return, will they? The coachman shook his head. It is unlikely. The young master sighed in relief. That's good to hear. The coachman hesitated for a moment. Miss, I have a feeling that we have unseen assistance from a powerful figure. The young master was taken aback. Why do you say that? The coachman explained. Those two demon beasts were actually more powerful than I. Ordinarily, I would struggle against even one of them, let alone defeat both. Yet, just now, they seem to be under some sort of constraint, allowing me to strike without retaliation. Otherwise, I would have been no match for them. Upon hearing this, the young master found the reasoning compelling. However, the question remained. Where could such a powerful ally be? They had not summoned anyone for protection on this journey. Could it be? Both the coachman and the young master turned their gazes toward the quaking Qingyun hidden within the carriage. Could it possibly be him? They both entertained this thought. Among them, only Qingyun was a mystery. Yet the young master quickly dismissed this notion. He was merely a mortal without any cultivation. He could not possibly be a powerful figure. The young master thought to himself. However, the coachman held a different opinion. He scrutinized Qingyun, attempting to discern any signs of extraordinary ability. Yet, no matter how closely he examined him, he could find no trace of such a person. Am I overthinking this? The coachman wondered quietly. Why are you looking at me? Qingyun inquired, his expression one of suspicion. It's nothing, the young master replied, shaking his head. The coachman chose not to elaborate further. He continued driving, urging the horses to hasten their departure from this place. Inside the carriage, the young master frequently cast glances at Qingyun, who felt quite uncomfortable under her scrutiny. "What is your name?" At that moment, the young master realized that she did not even know Qingyun's name. "Why Qingyun?" he replied. The young master was taken aback. "You are of the Yi family?" Qingyun looked perplexed. "The Yi family? Which Yi family?" The young master, seeing that Qingyun was not feigning ignorance, and knowing that if he were truly of the Yi family, he would not lack any cultivation, replied nonchalantly. "It's nothing." Why Qingyun was speechless. "What a peculiar conversation. Is your surname Xiao?" he asked, taking the initiative. "Yes, my name is Xiao Shi." "Disappearing? That name doesn't sound very auspicious," Qingyun remarked. Xiao Shi's expression darkened. "It's not disappearing, it is Xiao Shi, as in poetry and verse. Oh, I see." Xiao Shi rolled her eyes. Why Qingyun gently petted the rabbit in his arms. "How about you let me go? I'm just an ordinary person and of no use to you." Xiao Shi snorted lightly. "How can you say you are of no use? You could tell me stories. Why Qingyun forced a smile. "How about I write down the story of the legend of the Condor heroes for you to read at your leisure? And then you let me go." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi found the idea acceptable. Though she was headstrong, she could also discern fairness. Forcing Qingyun to accompany her for such a long journey after making him recount stories was indeed a bit excessive. "Then go ahead and write," she said. "All right." Why Qingyun immediately began to write. There were paper and ink in the carriage. Although it was a brush, Qingyun had long since honed his calligraphy skills under the system's rigorous training. He could easily master various styles, from regular script to cursive, achieving the level of a calligraphy master with ease. At first, Xiao Shi was indifferent, but when she caught a glimpse of Qingyun's writing, she was taken aback. His characters flowed gracefully, each stroke perfectly executed, evoking a sense of comfort upon a mere glance. Observing Qingyun's posture while he wrote was a pure delight. "Your handwriting is astonishing," Xiao Shi exclaimed in surprise. Why Qingyun smiled slightly. "It's just passable, passable." Xiao Shi looked at the powerful yet delicate strokes. If that was merely passable, then her own writing could only be likened to that of a dog. They wrote for an entire night, and finally, Qingyun completed the tale of the legend of the Condor heroes. Naturally, to save time, he had distilled the main content, allowing him to finish in one night. At last, he was done. Why Qingyun rubbed his slightly sore wrist and handed the stack of papers to Xiao Shi. "By the way, let me add an illustration for you." Why Qingyun then sketched a picture that vividly depicted Guojing drawing his bow to shoot the great eagle. This artwork was, of course, exquisite. Qingyun's painting skills were as refined as his calligraphy, honed through the system's rigorous trials. This illustration left Xiao Shi in a daze, as if she were witnessing a hero standing in a desolate wilderness, bow drawn, poised to shoot two eagles with one arrow. The impact was overwhelming, the realism breathtaking, and Xiao Shi found herself utterly captivated by the painting, forgetting everything else. At a hymn, Why Qingyun cleared his throat. Xiao Shi remained transfixed. Staring at the painting, a hymn, "Miss Xiao," Why Qingyun gently reminded her. Xiao Shi finally snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Qingyun. "What is it?" "I must take my leave," Qingyun stated. "Oh, stop the carriage," Xiao Shi called out. The carriage came to a halt. Why Qingyun promptly embraced the rabbit and exited the carriage, with Demao following suit. Xiao Shi peeked out from the carriage. "Until we meet again by fate." Qingyun smiled and nodded. The carriage continued its journey. Why Qingyun let out a long sigh of relief. At last, he was free. However, as he looked around, confusion enveloped him. "Where the hell am I?" Chapter 21. The astonished outsider Qingyun had lost his way. To be precise, he had no idea where he was. In a desolate wilderness, the night breeze howled, accompanied by the occasional distant wolf howl. Why Qingyun felt a pang of panic and instinctively clutched the rabbit in his arms. Fortunately, Demao was still by his side. Demao, "Do you know the way home?" Qingyun asked tentatively. "They say old horses know the way. I wonder if an old dog does as well?" Demao barked once and wagged his tail, sauntering forward at a leisurely pace. Why Qingyun's expression was dubious. "Does this fellow really know the way?" Noticing that Qingyun had stopped, Demao turned back to look at him, seemingly urging him to follow. Helpless, Qingyun had no choice but to comply. The trio, a man, a dog, and a rabbit, strolled slowly through the desolate wilderness. The dog was at ease, the rabbit was leisurely, while the man was anxious. After walking for half the night, Qingyun felt his legs grow weak, exhausted and hungry. "I can't go on anymore." Why don't you carry me, Demao? Qingyun said, his face filled with distress. Upon hearing this, Demao's canine face fell. Are you still a human? You actually want me, a dog, to carry you? Do you even know your own weight? Yet, Qingyun genuinely could not continue. Seeing this, Demao trotted a short distance away and called out to the empty space. Woof woof. Just as Qingyun was puzzled by Demao's behavior, a sudden gust of wind swept in, and a large black bear came charging toward them. Why Qingyun was startled at Demao. Run? He rushed over, intending to drag Demao away, fearing that this foolish dog might be eaten by the bear. Yet, to his surprise, Demao showed no fear. Instead, he barked at the large black bear twice. The black bear squatted before Demao, nodding repeatedly, as if it could understand what Demao was saying. What on earth? Qingyun was utterly bewildered. However, it seemed that Demao was indeed safe. After a brief exchange, the black bear approached Qingyun. Feeling apprehensive, Qingyun took a few steps back. But then, the bear unexpectedly lay down, exposing its back to Qingyun. Demao continued to bark at Qingyun. You want me to climb on? You want this bear to carry me? Qingyun was astonished. Demao nodded vigorously. Why Qingyun was stunned. The dog I raised actually possesses such abilities. He could not help but laugh, feeling no more fear. He promptly sat on the bear's back. The bear now served as Qingyun's mount, with Demao leading the way to Demao. Is this bear your friend? Woof woof. Although I cannot understand, I assume it is. Woof woof, Demao, you're amazing. When we get back, I'll reward you with a big bone. Woof woof woof. This bear's fur is a bit prickly on my pants. The black bear thought to itself. Am I not a demon bear? How dare you say my fur is prickly? If it weren't for the fact that I am serving this dog demon king, I would have smacked you into a pulp with my paw. This black bear was the same one that had previously appeared alongside the wolf demon. At this moment, it revealed its true form, called over by Demao to serve as Qingyun's mount. On a distant hilltop, the wolf demon gazed at the departing bear, silently shedding tears. I apologize for the trouble, brother bear. Miss, we have arrived at Unveiling Valley. At a narrow valley entrance, the middle-aged coachman informed Xiao Shi inside the carriage. Xiao Shi stepped out, now dressed in women's attire. Had Qingyun been present, he would undoubtedly have been astounded by Xiao Shi's beauty. Disguised as a man, her allure was less apparent, but in feminine garb. She was one of the most stunning women in the world. Due to her extraordinary beauty, she attracted attention wherever she went, something she disliked, which was why she often dressed as a man. We have finally arrived. Xiao Shi looked at the mountain pass ahead, her heart filled with anticipation. She had traveled a great distance from the northern lands to find a recluse residing here, hoping to become his disciple. Xiao Shi's great-grandfather had a past connection with this recluse. Before his passing, he had informed the members of the Xiao family that if a particularly gifted descendant emerged, they could be sent to Unveiling Valley to learn from the master within. The master had promised that any descendant sent by the Xiao family would become a renowned expert in the world. Now, Xiao Shi had come, carrying the hopes of the Xiao family. Jiu, bring the offerings for my apprenticeship, and let us enter the valley. Yes, Jiu, the middle-aged coachman, retrieved a package and followed closely behind Xiao Shi as they entered Unveiling Valley together. The valley was remarkably tranquil. Not long after, Xiao Shi and Jiu spotted a thatched cottage in the distance, beside which stood a peach tree. Under the tree, an elderly man with white hair was dozing in a bamboo chair. Xiao Shi's eyes lit up, but she did not dare to approach carelessly. She and Jiu stood at a distance, waiting for the master to awaken before approaching to pay their respects. They waited for over 2 hours before the white-haired elder slowly roused from his slumber. Upon awakening, he noticed the two figures standing not far away. I asked that a girl from the Xiao family? Xiao Shi hurriedly stepped forward. I am Xiao Shi, here to pay my respects, senior. The elder smiled slightly. Not bad, not bad. Your aptitude is quite good, pleasing to me. Xiao Shi was overjoyed. Disciple pays respects to master. She then bowed 3 times to the white-haired elder. The elder smiled and accepted her 3 bows. Master, this is the offering from my Xiao family for your acceptance of me as a disciple. Xiao Shi took the package from Jiu and presented it with both hands. The elder nodded, opening the package, but a painting fell out. Xiao Shi felt a bit embarrassed and quickly picked up the painting. This was the artwork Qingyun had drawn for her in the carriage, and somehow it had ended up in the offerings. Master, this is not the offering. It is an ordinary painting, Xiao Shi explained. The elder, however, seemed intrigued by the painting. Let me take a look. Xiaoshi felt concerned, fearing that the painting might displease the elder. Yet, as the elder spoke, Xiaoshi had no choice but to hand it over. The elder immediately unfurled the painting, and upon seeing it, his expression changed dramatically. He stood up from the bamboo chair, his eyes fixated on the painting, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Xiaoshi and Jushu were startled. "Master, is there a problem with this painting?" The elder's hands trembled, his face filled with shock. This painting is extraordinary. It contains a supreme principle." Upon hearing this, Xiaoshi and Jushu were utterly dumbfounded. "What on earth? Supreme principle?" Chapter 22. The young beggar, the white-haired elder, gazed at the painting with immense excitement, as if his eyes might pop out at any moment. "What a magnificent depiction of bending the bow to shoot the eagle," he exclaimed, his voice trembling. "The painting exudes an air of desolation and heroism. If one can meditate on it, they may touch upon a path that has never been tread by predecessors. The one who created this painting must be an unimaginably powerful figure, likely someone who has comprehended the principles of the cosmos and understood everything in existence. I never expected there to be such a person in this world. I truly wish to see the true face of this master." As he spoke, the elder began to pound his chest in agitation. Xiaoshi and Jushu exchanged bewildered glances. "Is this painting truly that remarkable? It was just a casual creation by Qingyun, wasn't it? Although it is indeed well done, to say it embodies the supreme principle seems a bit exaggerated." "Master, this is merely an ordinary painting, isn't it?" Xiaoshi cautiously suggested. The elder immediately shot her a fierce look. "This is absolutely not an ordinary painting. The one who could create this is undoubtedly an unfathomable master from beyond this world. This painting is worth as much as hundreds of years of my own cultivation." "What? A single painting is worth hundreds of years of cultivation?" Xiaoshi and Jushu were genuinely astonished. They exchanged glances, contemplating whether the seemingly mundane Qingyun could actually be an unfathomable master. "Where did this painting come from?" The elder fixed his gaze on Xiaoshi, eager to learn the origins of the artwork. Naturally, Xiaoshi dared not conceal the truth. "Master, this painting was created by a young man named Qingyun." The elder pondered for a moment. "A young man? That cannot be the true appearance of a master. Such a master would have long since cultivated to a level that allows them to alter their appearance at will." Xiaoshi felt a bit awkward. "Master, that Qingyun is actually an ordinary person, without any cultivation whatsoever." The elder was taken aback. "An ordinary person? Impossible." He could not believe it. How could an ordinary person create a painting that embodies the supreme principle? Absolutely impossible. The one who could create such a painting must be a master that even I would look up to, one whose abilities are boundless. Perhaps you are merely lacking in discernment, unable to see through the true nature of this master, mistaking them for an ordinary person," the elder stated. Hearing this, Xiaoshi and Jushu began to question their own understanding. Could it be that the seemingly ordinary Qingyun was, in fact, an extraordinary master? Xiaoshi's brows furrowed deeply. "Jushu, you mentioned that we encountered 2 demon beasts on our journey. Although I was no match for them, they seemed to be suppressed by some force, allowing me to easily drive them away." Xiaoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that it was Qingyun who intervened in secret at that time?" Jushu nodded repeatedly. "Indeed." Xiaoshi was astonished. It all made sense now. Whether it be the painting or the circumstances on the road, both serve to illustrate that Qingyun is far from the ordinary individual they perceive him to be. Could he, indeed, be a reclusive master? "What are you two discussing?" The elderly man with white hair gazed at the duo with a hint of confusion. "Master, it is as follows." That moment, Xiaoshi recounted how they encountered Qingyun and the events that transpired along their journey to the white-haired elder. Upon hearing this, the elder regarded the two with a gaze that seemed to wish to strike them down. Xiaoshi and Jushu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. A reclusive master had traveled with them, yet they had failed to recognize him and had treated him so poorly. In retrospect, both were filled with trepidation. "You too?" The elder shook his head repeatedly. "Fortunately, that esteemed master possesses great magnanimity and did not hold your actions against you. Otherwise, your lives would be forfeit." The two could only nod in agreement. Such a master, if not personally visited, would truly be a matter of great regret. The elder carefully rolled up the painting and placed it into his storage pouch. "Quickly, take me to find this master. I wish to personally seek his guidance." Xiaoshi was somewhat taken aback. "I came to apprentice. Yet it seems my master is eager to pay respects to another. Master, what about the apprenticeship gifts? What gifts? This painting is your finest offering. Take everything else back with you. Very well, Xiao Shi sighed in resignation. The elder was in a hurry, urging them to set off without delay. Upon learning that Qingyun had appeared at the market at the foot of floating Cloud Mountain, the elder seized both Xiao Shi and Zhu Shu and soared into the air. Whoosh! The elder flew through the skies, carrying the two towards floating Cloud Mountain. Qingyun returned to floating Cloud Mountain. Looking at his familiar abode, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Home is indeed the best place. After venturing out, Qingyun deeply appreciated the warmth of home. Gurgle, his stomach growled. He quickly consumed something to quell his hunger. After satisfying his appetite, Qingyun indulged in a delightful nap, sleeping soundly until the following noon. Only then did he rise comfortably from his slumber. As he stepped outside, he was surprised to find someone in the courtyard. "What are you doing?" Noticing the figure stealthily attempting to pluck pears from the tree, Qingyun shouted. The person was startled, tumbling from the pear tree with a thud. The fall was quite severe. "Ouch!" the individual groaned, sitting on the ground, unable to rise. Qingyun hurried over, only to discover that it was a child, appearing no older than 7 or 8. The child was dirty, ragged, and disheveled, resembling a little beggar. The child trembled, clearly in pain from the fall, his face contorted. "You have a lot of nerve, daring to steal my pears?" Qingyun remarked with a cold smile. The little beggar rubbed his leg and unsteadily stood up. "I didn't steal anything. Caught red-handed, and you still claim innocence?" Qingyun was amused by his defiance. The little beggar huffed. "Oh, what if I did? Are you going to kill me?" Qingyun was at a loss for words. What a character! Despite his young age, he was quite the tough and Yubi. Why Qingyun didn't he truly wish to chastise him? After all, it was pitiful for one so young to resort to begging. "What is your name?" Qingyun inquired. "I don't have a name. No name." "How do others call you then?" The little beggar scrunched his nose. "They all call me Little Rascal." Qingyun shook his head in exasperation. "And your surname?" The little beggar paused, his expression momentarily blank. "Why, father's surname is Guo. And your parents?" "They are both dead." A wave of sympathy surged within Qingyun. He approached the pear tree. Plucking several pears, he also retrieved a bag of rice from his home. "Here, take this to eat. If you finish it and need more, you can come back to me." Qingyun handed the items to the little beggar, who hesitated, unsure whether to take them. In the future, do not steal again. Chapter 23. The Demon King blocks the way? A true dragon soars. The white-haired elder led Xiao Shi and Zhu Shu to the market at the foot of floating Cloud Mountain. "Master, it was here in this market that we encountered Qingyun," Xiao Shi explained. The elder nodded, then closed his eyes to explore the entire market with his spiritual sense. The elder, possessing profound cultivation, was able to perceive the entirety of the market in an instant. However, he soon felt a twinge of disappointment. The market had a few martial artists, but they were all of lowly cultivation, hardly worthy of his attention, and certainly not the enigmatic master he sought. Yet, upon further reflection, the elder considered that the esteemed master might have been concealing his true abilities, wishing to traverse the mortal realm in the guise of an ordinary person. Perhaps among those mundane individuals he had observed, there lay the mysterious master. Thus, the white-haired elder calmed himself and began to wander through the market. Xiao Shi asked Zhu Shu to return to Beichuan, while she followed the elder through the market. They wandered for a full 7 days, and the elder had thoroughly grasped every detail of the small market. He even knew precisely how many elderly and young individuals were present. Yet, he still had not found Qingyun. Could it be that this esteemed master had already departed? The elder pondered. Suddenly, Xiao Shi recalled something. That's right, she seemed to know the storyteller, old Huang, from the tea house. The elder shot her a glare. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Xiao Shi felt a bit embarrassed. "Master, forgive me. I completely forgot." The elder remained silent. With a lead, they wasted no time and hurried to the tea house. Just as they arrived, old Huang was telling a story, and it was none other than the tale of the legend of the Condor heroes, which Qingyun had shared with him. Old Huang spoke passionately, his voice resonating with fervor. The tea house was bustling, filled to capacity, much to the delight of the owner, who was busy attending to the guests. Ever since Qingyun had once graced the tea house with his storytelling, business had flourished, far exceeding previous days. Although Qingyun had not returned to tell stories, old Huang had managed to narrate the tale of the legend of the Condor heroes. Master, that est old Huang. Xiao Shi pointed to the storyteller. The elder glanced at old Huang, confirming that he possessed no cultivation. He did not interrupt directly, instead listening to old Huang's tale. Unbeknownst to him, the elder became immersed in the story, his thoughts following old Huang's narrative. After a segment of the story concluded, many patrons departed the tea house. Only then did the elder instruct Xiao Shi to inquire. Shortly, she returned. Master, I have inquired. It seems that Qingyun resides nearby on Floating Cloud Mountain. Floating Cloud Mountain? The elder's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled having visited that place. Upon careful recollection, the elder remembered a time, a century prior, when he had clashed with a formidable foe, passing through Floating Cloud Mountain during a pursuit at tea that time. He had been astounded by the restrictions atop Floating Cloud Mountain. Let us go to Floating Cloud Mountain. The two wasted no time and immediately set off. Upon reaching the top of Floating Cloud Mountain and seeing that the black mist was no longer present, the elder's face revealed an expression of surprise. The restrictions from that time had vanished. He distinctly remembered that when he had passed by Floating Cloud Mountain, he had thought it was merely ordinary black mist, only to trigger the restrictions and nearly lose his life. Now, the black mist had dissipated, signifying the disappearance of the restrictions. Could it be the work of that esteemed master? The elder speculated. He steadied his thoughts and proceeded with Xiao Shi up the mountain. Before long, the elder halted. Master, what is wrong? Xiao Shi looked at the elder with confusion. The elder remained silent, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. Following his gaze, Xiao Shi beheld a large golden dog lounging lazily on a nearby rock, basking in the sun. This golden dog was indeed the companion of Qingyun. Xiao Shi recognized it immediately. Just as she attempted to approach, the elder stopped her. What is wrong, master? Xiao Shi questioned, puzzled. The elder's demeanor was exceptionally serious. Even fearful, he stared at the golden dog, his breathing growing heavy. This is a demon king. Xiao Shi was taken aback. What? A demon king? The elder's eyes brimmed with trepidation. Unwilling to advance, he bowed deeply to the golden dog. I am Shen Tianhua, here to pay my respects to the esteemed demon king. The golden dog merely extended its tongue, offering no response. The elder, however, grew increasingly tense, for he could not fathom the depth of the golden dog's power. Yet, he was certain that this was indeed a demon king, the ruler among demon beasts. Even in areas where demon clans congregate, the number of demon kings rarely exceeds 10. Each demon king possesses abilities beyond comprehension, capable of annihilating entire nations. The elder had considered himself a rare expert among humans, yet he recognized a gap when compared to the demon kings. You just mentioned that this demon king is associated with that esteemed master? The elder suddenly inquired. Xiao Shi nodded vigorously. The elder's heart trembled. Indeed, Qingyun is undoubtedly a remarkable master, capable of commanding even a demon king. How terrifying! To possess the power to command a demon king is an unimaginable existence. The elder, despite his extensive experience, could only recall the legendary Tian Zhu, who had reigned supreme thousands of years ago, forcing countless strong figures to bow before him. Yet even Tian Zhu had only managed to bring one newly ascended demon king to submission. The golden dog before them was certainly not a mere newly ascended demon king. Why master dislikes ostentation? At that moment, the golden dog spoke. Both the elder and Xiao Shi were taken aback. If you wish to visit my master, you must not reveal his identity, nor disrupt his desire to traverse the mortal realm. The elder nodded repeatedly. Naturally, since the master has chosen to live here, it is undoubtedly to experience the mundane. I shall certainly cooperate. Xiao Shi contemplated this further. She recalled all of Qingyun's previous behaviors, realizing that they had all been an act. He was indeed a true reclusive master, merely wishing to experience life among mortals. The thought of how she had bullied Qingyun made Xiao Shi wish she could find a hole to hide in. How embarrassing! Thankfully, he did not hold it against her. You may proceed. The golden dog said casually. Thank you. The elder bowed deeply and continued up the mountain with Xiao Shi. After walking a short distance, they suddenly heard a resounding crack in the air. The elder looked up abruptly. He witnessed the most astonishing sight of his life. A soaring azure dragon ascended from the mountaintop, vanishing into the clouds. A true dragon? The elder was alarmed, nearly popping his eyes out. Chapter 24. Who awakes from the great dream first? Disciple, am I seeing things? The elder rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the sky. Xiaoshi also spotted the true dragon disappearing into the clouds, her expression equally dazed. Hearing the elder's words, Xiaoshi instinctively rubbed her eyes. Master, I think I might also be seeing things. The two exchanged glances. Are we both hallucinating? Impossible. The only possibility is that there truly is a dragon disappearing into the clouds, witnessed by our very eyes. Might this dragon also be related to that esteemed master? The elder couldn't help but speculate. With the demon king blocking their path and now witnessing a true dragon, the elder had never experienced such excitement in his life. At that moment, he yearned even more to meet the master atop the mountain. The master and disciple continued their ascent. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the threshold of Qingyun's courtyard. Inside, a rabbit was leisurely nibbling on a carrot, completely oblivious to the two visitors. This rabbit was the same one Qingyun had held in his arms previously. Xiaoshi pointed at the rabbit. The elder surveyed the courtyard. Though humble, it was well-arranged, tranquil, and serene. Far superior to his own thatched cottage in the valley. It was indeed the dwelling of a reclusive master, peaceful and elegant, evoking a sense of calm. The elder mused inwardly. At that moment, he noticed various plants cultivated within the courtyard. These are all rare herbs. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face. Xiaoshi, though less knowledgeable, recognized a few rare spiritual herbs and gasped in astonishment. The elder was at a loss for where to direct his gaze. Everything within the courtyard was a treasure. Some of these herbs he had only encountered in ancient texts. The elder trembled with excitement. This esteemed master has cultivated such an abundance of rare herbs here. What manner of existence is he? He intended to step forward but was interrupted when the rabbit spoke. My master is currently napping. Do not disturb him. Xiaoshi was startled, while the elder gazed at the rabbit with a mix of caution and respect. Though not a demon king, this rabbit's cultivation was formidable. We dare not disturb him. We shall wait here for the master to awaken. The elder bowed respectfully to the rabbit, standing obediently in place. Xiaoshi observed her master's demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. Previously, when she went to the Yutian Valley to apprentice, she had acted similarly. Now, both she and the elder found themselves waiting for Qingyun to awaken from his nap. How amusing! The rabbit resumed nibbling on the carrot, ignoring the two outside. Meanwhile, Qingyun was indeed taking his afternoon nap. Having eaten a bit too much at midday and strolled around the mountain, he had returned to collapse into sleep. The master and disciple waited for 2 full hours until the sun began to set. Finally, Qingyun awoke, feeling refreshed and content, stretching lazily. Suddenly recalling the scene from Romance of the Three Kingdoms where Liu Bei visits Zhuge Liang, he couldn't help but recite a couplet. Who awakens from the great dream first? I know my own heart well. After a long spring nap in the cottage, the sun outside lingers. LOW. Qingyun had recited these lines spontaneously, and the two outside heard them clearly. The elder was immediately immersed in contemplation upon hearing the poem. Soon, a look of astonishment crossed his face. What a marvelous poem! Such a poem, though unadorned, seems to perceive the profound truths of life, revealing a sense of detachment. Truly, a master is deserving of reverence. Even a casual couplet upon waking from a nap can embody such depth. Xiaoshi, however, was filled with confusion. This poem sounds quite nice, but could it truly be as profound as master claims? Disciple, never be disrespectful in the presence of a master. The elder cautioned Xiaoshi. Understood, disciple will be respectful. Xiaoshi responded promptly. At that moment, Qingyun emerged from his dwelling and saw 2 figures outside. A strikingly unusual white-haired elder and a delicate young woman. The young woman appeared somewhat familiar to him. Who are you? Qingyun inquired curiously. The elder quickly bowed deeply, saying, This old man is Shan Tianhua. Having heard that the esteemed master resides here, I have come to pay my respects. This is my disciple, Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi also bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior. Xiaoshi. Isn't that the girl who disguised herself as a boy? Qingyun scrutinized her closely and indeed recognized her. What brings her here, and why has she brought her master along? You must have mistaken the person. I am no esteemed master. Qingyun said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, both the master and disciple recalled the words of the dog demon king from before, nearly forgetting that the master wished to experience life as an ordinary person and not disrupt his tranquility. The elder, Shen Tianhua thought to himself and exchanged glances with Xiao Shi. Immediately, Xiao Shi understood it was my rudeness. Please do not take offense, young master. Shen Tianhua immediately adopted a different demeanor. Xiao Shi also remarked, Young Master Yi, my esteemed master has taken a keen interest in the stories you have penned and the paintings you have created. Hence, I have brought my master to pay you a visit. This was indeed a commendable reason, and Yi Qingyun was immediately persuaded. So it is, he nodded thoughtfully. Please, come in and take a seat. Good, good. Shen Tianhua nodded repeatedly. The two stepped cautiously into the courtyard, navigating their way past various rare treasures. Upon entering the room, Shen Tianhua was once more astonished. Every object within the space seemed to emanate a subtle glow of preciousness. This room, it seemed, was filled with treasures. He was inwardly astonished, glancing from a brush to a broom leaning against the wall. Goodness, such brilliance. These are certainly no ordinary items. Shen Tianhua himself had amassed a collection of treasures, but in comparison to those within this room, his were trivial and utterly unremarkable. Now, this was what one would call true treasures. Just the sight of one of these alone would surpass the value of all his own meager possessions combined. Please, take a seat. Yi Qingyun gestured for the two to sit. Shen Tianhua complied. Yet Xiao Shi hesitated, for Shen Tianhua was her revered master, as a disciple. How could she sit on equal footing with her master? That would be utterly disrespectful. Young Master Yi, I have had the pleasure of viewing your painting, and I must say it is a remarkable testament to your artistry, Shen Tianhua said as he settled into his seat, attempting to establish a rapport with Yi Qingyun through the compliment. Yi Qingyun felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was merely a casual sketch. I don't believe it merits such praise from the esteemed elder. A casual sketch, and yet it contains such profound meaning? Just imagine if you were to create a piece with earnest intent. Surely it would induce enlightenment. Chapter 25. Unblemished by the mud, I have always held a passion for calligraphy and painting. Might I inquire if you possess any other works that I may admire? Shen Tianhua asked cautiously, fearing that his request might displease Yi Qingyun, particularly since he had approached uninvited to view the young man's art. Yet, Yi Qingyun was unfazed. Certainly, I happened to complete a piece last night. Allow me to show it to you. With that, Yi Qingyun moved to the nearby desk and retrieved a painting. Esteemed elder, please take a look. As Yi Qingyun unfurled the artwork, a stunning depiction of a lotus pond adorned with blooming flowers instantly captivated Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi. Shen Tianhua's expression was one of sheer astonishment, while Xiao Shi's face reflected disbelief. This painting, it is simply exquisite. It felt as though a pond full of blooming lotuses was manifesting right before their eyes. The lotus leaves were a vibrant green, and the flowers blushed in hues of red, truly a breathtaking sight. Xiao Shi, though she could only ascertain that the painting was extraordinarily beautiful, deemed it a masterpiece of unparalleled skill. In contrast, Shen Tianhua sensed an ineffable charm within the artwork, one that seemed to benefit his own cultivation. Merely gazing upon it for a few moments, he felt a stirring within himself, a hint of a breakthrough after years of stagnation in his progress. This revelation shocked Shen Tianhua. Could it be that, in the twilight of his life, with little time left, he might yet encounter the opportunity for advancement? This opportunity lay within the very painting before him. It was simply a masterpiece beyond compare. Shen Tianhua struggled to find words to express his admiration, ultimately settling on the notion of a masterpiece beyond compare. Is it truly so remarkable? Yi Qingyun found himself at a loss for words, as he did not perceive the painting's exceptional quality himself. Young master, there are a couplet inscribed here. At that moment, Xiao Shi pointed to a blank corner of the scroll. Shen Tianhua, having been entirely absorbed in the painting, had overlooked the inscribed lines. Upon hearing Xiao Shi's prompt, he turned his attention to the text. Unblemished by the mud, cleansed by the rippling waters, yet not alluring. Upon reading these lines, Shen Tianhua was rendered speechless. His mind momentarily adrift, as if he had transcended reality. He found himself repeating the lines incessantly. Xiao Shi grew concerned, fearing her master was becoming bewitched, while Yi Qingyun regarded Shen Tianhua with a bemused expression, pondering if the elder was suffering from senility. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light surged forth from Shen Tianhua's brow, and an invigorating vitality began to emanate from his very being. A humming resonated within him. Only he could hear it, a sound signifying the rejuvenation and acceleration of his life force. This heralded Shan Tianhua's breakthrough. I have broken through. I have broken through. Shan Tianhua quivered with excitement, his appearance seeming significantly younger than moments prior. Overwhelmed with joy, he had painstakingly cultivated for centuries, finally reaching the mid-stage of the celestial ascendance realm, a position of immense power in the southern wilderness. Few could rival Shan Tianhua, yet he had not experienced an advancement in many years. Aware of his advanced age, he had resigned himself to the notion that further progress was unrealistic unless a miraculous opportunity presented itself. Little did he expect that the breakthrough he had long sought would manifest so unexpectedly at this moment. With elation, Shan Tianhua rose and bowed deeply to Qingyun, his demeanor profoundly respectful, akin to a junior seeking guidance from a senior. This bewildered Qingyun, who quickly assisted him to his feet. Esteemed elder, what is the meaning of this? With tears welling in his eyes, Shan Tianhua replied, Young Master Yi, I am overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of such an extraordinary painting. Why? Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. No need for concern. If the esteemed elder truly appreciates the painting, I shall gladly gift it to you. Shan Tianhua trembled with astonishment. You truly mean it? Indeed. Qingyun affirmed without hesitation, showing no reluctance. To him, such paintings were mere trifles he could create in abundance. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Shan Tianhua exclaimed, visibly elated. Don't mention it. Qingyun replied generously, if you truly enjoy it, I can send you more. Shan Tianhua was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. One is more than sufficient. Surely you jest. Just this one painting could keep me pondering for ages. To receive more would only overwhelm me. Shan Tianhua insisted, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the thought. He reached into his storage pouch and produced a crystal stone. Young master, this is a treasure I acquired years ago. While it pales in comparison to your painting, it remains the most valuable item in my possession. Since you have so graciously gifted me this painting, I must reciprocate. Qingyun curiously accepted the crystal, noting its azure hue and slightly warm touch, yet finding nothing particularly extraordinary about it. This stone is quite nice, he remarked, placing it casually on the table. Xiao Shi frowned at this nonchalant treatment of what was, in her view, a rare treasure. However, Shan Tianhua dismissed such concerns, recognizing the stone's worth in the eyes of someone of Qingyun's caliber. I have traded an ancient crystal for such a precious painting. It seems I have come out ahead. Shan Tianhua mused inwardly. If other warriors learned of this exchange, they would likely be astounded. The ancient crystal was rumored to be a material capable of forging divine weapons, and in the entire southern wilderness, one would be hard-pressed to find another. Yet here was Shan Tianhua, exchanging it for a mere painting, and he felt fortunate to have done so. Why not join me for a meal? Qingyun invited warmly, feeling that dining alone was rather dull. Shan Tianhua readily agreed, although he had not eaten in years. The invitation felt like an honor bestowed upon him. Chapter 26. A feast fit for a glutton. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare the meal, Qingyun announced, moving to the kitchen. Shan Tianhua was taken aback. Surely you cannot be serious about cooking for us? He immediately turned to Xiao Shi. Disciple, assist young Master Yi. Xiao Shi hesitated, feeling a bit awkward. It was not that she was unwilling. Rather, she had been raised in luxury and had never engaged in such tasks at the Xiao family. In fact, she could not even identify all the vegetables growing in the garden. Yet, under her master's command, she reluctantly followed Qingyun into the kitchen. Not long after, Xiao Shi emerged looking dejected. What happened? Shan Tianhua queried, his voice tinged with disappointment. I was sent out by young Master Yi. He said I was clumsy and causing a commotion in the kitchen, Xiao Shi replied, her expression one of indignation. Shan Tianhua sighed in exasperation. Very well, you may sit quietly. Of course, Xiao Shi acquiesced, but she could not shake her frustration. I shall see what delicious dishes you can conjure, she muttered under her breath. Soon enough, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Xiao Shi's stomach to rumble. Shan Tianhua, who had not eaten in years, found himself surprisingly eager to see what Qingyun would prepare. However, shortly thereafter, an unpleasant odor began to emanate from the kitchen, causing both master and disciple to grimace. The stench was reminiscent of something far worse, leading them to wonder if Qingyun was suffering some culinary misfortune. Master, perhaps we should take our leave, Xiao Shi suggested, her voice tinged with trepidation, but Shan Tianhua remained calm, his demeanor unflustered. Fear not. A true master operates differently. Perhaps this is a test for us to test? That could be, But the smell is quite unbearable, Xiao Shi lamented, feeling nauseous as the strange combination of aromas filled the room. Both felt a mixture of anticipation and dread as they awaited the outcome. Here we are. Thank you for your patience. Qingyun finally emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray laden with 3 dishes: braised pork, stinky tofu, and tomato scrambled eggs. He placed the dishes on the table, announcing, "There is a pot of soup simmering. Let us eat." As he served 2 heaping bowls of rice, Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi were momentarily dumbfounded at the mountain of food before them. I cannot possibly eat this much," Xiao Shi protested. Shen Tianhua shot her a stern look. "You must try your best. It will be a challenge, but you can manage." Qingyun grinned broadly. "Then do eat up. My dishes are quite delicious." "Delicious?" The two exchanged glances at the unfamiliar dishes, particularly eyeing the blackened tofu that emitted an odd odor. They were skeptical of Qingyun's claim. "Dig in. Do not be shy. It is best served hot," Qingyun urged, already taking a bite. As a true glutton, this was the moment he relished most. Reluctantly, Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi began to eat. Xiao Shi, not daring to look at the stinky tofu, opted for the tomato scrambled eggs first. Upon her first taste, her eyes lit up with surprise. The eggs and tomatoes melded perfectly, awakening her appetite. Meanwhile, Shen Tianhua braced himself to taste a piece of braised pork, grimacing as he bit into it. Yet, to his astonishment, the flavors burst in his mouth, causing him to relax and savor the tender, aromatic meat. Both master and disciple felt as though they had entered a new realm of culinary delight. Devouring the dishes with gusto, "Dio, try the stinky tofu," Qingyun encouraged, noticing they were only enjoying the braised pork and scrambled eggs. The pair froze, exchanging uncertain glances. Ultimately, it was Xiao Shi who, with a mixture of courage and resignation, picked up a piece of stinky tofu and placed it in her mouth. The moment she tasted it, her face transformed. While it smelled foul, the flavor was surprisingly delightful, enhanced by Qingyun's special sauce, spicy and savory. It was a unique experience. "Master, this is delicious," Xiao Shi exclaimed. Shen Tianhua, skeptical, wondered if she was playing a trick on him. However, curiosity got the better of him, and he too tried the stinky tofu. To his surprise, it was indeed delightful, even more so than the other 2 dishes in no time. The pair finished their bowls, yet they found themselves wanting more, glancing at their empty dishes in slight embarrassment. "I shall refill your bowls," Qingyun offered enthusiastically, replenishing their rice. They continued to feast, but suddenly, Xiao Shi paused, her eyes widening. "Master, I think I have gained enlightenment." Shen Tianhua's heart raced as he observed his disciple. Her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, and a gentle radiance emanated from her brow. "You have gained enlightenment. This is indeed a rare occurrence, more precious than a mere breakthrough, as it determines how far one may progress on their cultivation journey." "Enlightenment from a meal?" Qingyun muttered, bemused, but he continued to eat without concern. Xiao Shi gazed at her bowl, pondering if her newfound understanding stemmed from her hearty meal. Resolutely, she dug in further. Before long, she felt her inner energy surging, and suddenly, she broke through. Buzz! As her vitality surged, Xiao Shi's realm advanced from the mid-stage of the gathering source realm to the late stage. "Master, I have broken through." "What?" Shen Tianhua was left utterly dumbfounded. In the span of a single meal, his disciple had experienced both enlightenment and a breakthrough. Such occurrences were astounding. "I cannot allow myself to be outdone by my disciple," Shen Tianhua resolved, recognizing the connection between their meal and Xiao Shi's progress. This was the hidden gift from a true master, and if he could not discern this, then his centuries of cultivation would be in vain. "Is there a large bowl available?" Shen Tianhua inquired. Qingyun paused, perplexed. "Well, there is. I wish to eat from a large bowl," Shen Tianhua declared with conviction. Qingyun nearly choked, astonished by the elder's request. "Are you certain? You risk overindulgence. Fear not. I have a hearty appetite and always eat from a bowl," Shen Tianhua replied earnestly. Chapter 27. The more you eat, the longer you live. Very well then. Qingyun swiftly returned with a large bowl brimming with rice. As the bowl was placed before Shen Tianhua, his expression was nothing short of magnificent. In his lifetime, he doubted he had ever encountered such a generous portion of food. However, in order to break through, Shen Tianhua gritted his teeth and persevered. With a determined stance, he picked up his bowl and began to eat it. That moment, The old man truly embodied the essence of a dedicated eater, a rarity indeed. Even Qingyun, who prided himself on his own eating prowess, could only sigh in admiration. "Take it easy, old man," Qingyun advised, observing Shan Tianhua's fierce appetite as if he were in a contest. "No worries, I can handle it," Shan Tianhua mumbled, his words barely intelligible. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi was engrossed in her own meal, paying no mind to Shan Tianhua's fervor. Before long, Qingyun finished his meal and sat back, watching the duo, who were fervently devouring their food. The sight soon made him feel a bit nauseous. The 3 plates of dishes on the table had already been nearly emptied. Xiao Shi boldly grabbed the plate of tomato scrambled eggs, poured rice into it, and mixed it vigorously, continuing to feast heartily. Shan Tianhua, not to be outdone, flipped the plate of braised pork into his bowl, leaving it spotless of any remaining meat or sauce. Qingyun stared in astonishment. "This is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Even a starving ghost wouldn't eat like this. How long has it been since they've had a proper meal?" Moments later, Xiao Shi could no longer endure it. She set down her bowl, letting out a series of belches, while Qingyun hurriedly poured her a glass of water, fearing she might be sick. Shan Tianhua cast a glance at his disciple. "Humph! Experience is indeed the best teacher. You should train for a few more years, my dear." He continued his meal, though a perplexing thought nagged at him. Despite consuming so much, why had he not yet achieved a breakthrough? As he neared the bottom of his bowl, Shan Tianhua felt as if his stomach might burst. Just as he swallowed the last bite, an unprecedented surge of energy coursed through him. In that instant, Shan Tianhua felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as though he had regained several years of youth. Previously, he had advanced to the late stage of the heavenly realm after studying a painting of a lotus flower, gaining additional years to his life. Yet, even now, though he had not achieved a breakthrough, vitality surged within him. He could distinctly sense an addition of 100 years to his lifespan, which filled him with joy. Although he hadn't reached a new level of cultivation, the increase in his lifespan was no small feat after all. With a longer life, he would have ample time to pursue higher realms. From this point onward, Shan Tianhua would no longer be troubled by the impending depletion of his lifespan. "Old man, I can still eat," Shan Tianhua declared, eager to continue. He had realized that the more one consumed, the greater the benefits. Whether it was a breakthrough in cultivation or an increase in lifespan, both were essential to him. Thus, even if it meant straining his belly, he was determined to keep eating. Qingyun, at a loss for words, coughed lightly. "Goodness, old sir, your appetite is astounding, but it seems the food here has been entirely consumed by you too." He presented the empty pot, and both disciples felt a mix of regret and relief. "Master, I'm feeling a bit stuffed," Xiao Shi admitted. "Don't speak." "I feel nauseous too," she added, observing the discomfort on both their faces. Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle at their plight. "Perhaps you should take some digestive tablets." He produced 2 small pills, which he had concocted himself under the guidance of the system. "Digestive tablets?" Shan Tianhua and Xiao Shi exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, knowing they were gifts from a master, they believed them to be extraordinary. Both disciples took the pills, and soon after, they noticed a significant improvement in their comfort. They circulated their spiritual energy, and the discomfort had nearly dissipated. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Shan Tianhua and Xiao Shi bowed respectfully toward Qingyun. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. "Old sir, you must refrain from such indulgence in the future. It could harm your health." He then turned to Xiao Shi. "You must advise your master not to follow suit in such reckless feasting." The 2 disciples felt quite embarrassed, if not for the delectable meals here, which also enhanced their cultivation and extended their lifespans, they wouldn't have eaten so much. Yet, pondering over Qingyun's words, Shan Tianhua realized they likely bore deeper implications. Suddenly, he grasped the subtle wisdom behind the young master's words. "Haste makes waste, and one cannot bite off more than one can chew." In that moment, a wave of shame washed over him. After years of cultivation, he should have understood this principle. Yet, faced with temptation, he had lost his composure, exposing his weaknesses. Truly, he should have known better. The young master had seen through him entirely and had so tactfully nudged him toward self-awareness. "Your advice will be etched in my heart, young master," Shan Tianhua vowed solemnly. After finishing their meal, Shan Tianhua and Xiao Shi chose not to linger any longer and bid farewell. Their visit had been fruitful, successfully meeting Qingyun and gaining much knowledge. thus rendering their journey worthwhile. Qingyun escorted them to the courtyard and watched them descend the mountain. At the foot of the hill, Shen Tianhua looked back at floating Cloud Mountain, filled with a profound sense of wonder. Who would have thought such extraordinary beings resided in this mountain? Today has truly broadened my horizons. Master, since this esteemed individual resides here, we should visit often. Perhaps we may receive further guidance, Xiao Shi suggested. However, Shen Tianhua's expression darkened. Absolutely not, he replied sternly. Xiao Shi was taken aback. Why not? The esteemed one dwells here for seclusion, embracing the mortal realm in a humble guise. Did you not notice? He has never regarded himself as a great figure, nor has he discussed matters of cultivation at all. Perhaps this esteemed individual has reached an unfathomable level, one where he has forgotten his own existence and genuinely views himself as an ordinary person. As Shen Tianhua spoke, respect gleamed in his eyes. If we were to disturb him frequently, we might disrupt his tranquility. Such an offense would be grievous. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi considered her master's words and realized the wisdom in them. I was foolish, she admitted. As the master and disciple prepared to leave, they suddenly noticed a woman approaching from a distance. The woman also recognized the pair and displayed a hint of curiosity. Are you two coming down from floating Cloud Mountain? She inquired, stepping forward to greet them. It was Bai Suyi. Indeed, are you heading up the mountain? Xiao Shi scrutinized Bai Suyi, noting her youth and beauty, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. I am indeed going up to see young Master Yi, Bai Suyi replied. She had come searching for Qingyun, as it had been half a month since he had treated her with cupping therapy during her last visit with Chu Yinyu. Shen Tianhua glanced at Bai Suyi and quickly discerned that her cultivation was not high, merely at the late stage of spirit awakening. Yet, her talent was remarkable, a natural prodigy in cultivation, only slightly inferior to Xiao Shi. Shen Tianhua couldn't help but entertain the idea of taking her as a disciple. Child, which sect do you belong to? He inquired. Bai Suyi, not daring to be disrespectful, bowed deeply. To be honest, I am a disciple of the Nine Spirit sect. Shen Tianhua nodded, a disciple of Gongsun. What a pity that with such talent, you are under his tutelage. It seems rather wasteful. Bai Suyi felt a bit awkward at his words. Being a disciple of the Nine Spirit sect, she was displeased by the apparent slight toward her master. Senior, although my sect may be small, I implore you to choose your words carefully, she replied. Xiao Shi smirked slightly. Do you know who my master is? Just the Nine Spirit sect? Even if your master, Gongsun, were here, he would still have to address my master as junior. Bai Suyi's expression darkened. You two have insulted my sect, even if my cultivation is low. I must defend its honor. Xiao Shi found this amusing. Naturally, with her brash nature, she felt an inexplicable urge to challenge Bai Suyi. Seeing Bai Suyi ready for a fight only fueled her eagerness. With that level of cultivation, do you dare to show off in front of me? Xiao Shi scoffed, stepping forward to reveal her own cultivation level at the Gathering Source Realm. Bai Suyi's face paled. The Gathering Source Realm surpassed the Spirit Awakening Realm. Despite her own late-stage Spirit Awakening cultivation, she stood no chance against an opponent at the Gathering Source level. She would be thoroughly overwhelmed. I can't believe she is my age yet so much stronger, Bai Suyi thought, astonished. Xiao Shi, brimming with confidence, taunted. So, do you still wish to fight me? Bai Suyi fell silent, still displaying her own cultivation level, late-stage Spirit Awakening. Naturally, she was at a disadvantage compared to Xiao Shi, yet she refused to back down. Shen Tianhua did not intervene, curious to see how much strength Bai Suyi possessed. Just as the two women were about to engage, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Startling all three, they looked up to see dark clouds gathering ominously, as if a storm were imminent. Shen Tianhua furrowed his brow. What is causing this strange weather? In the next moment, he understood the sudden shift. A true dragon appeared amid the clouds, swirling and stirring the atmosphere. Shen Tianhua was astounded. It was the same dragon he had glimpsed when ascending the mountain. Meanwhile, at the mountaintop, Qingyun gazed up at the sky with confusion. Why is it suddenly about to rain? He hurried outside to gather his drying clothes. As thunder rumbled and the clouds thickened, Shen Tianhua sensed something amiss. We must leave immediately and avoid any trouble, he urged Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi was taken aback, uncertain of his urgency. Yet, Shen Tianhua grasped her arm and propelled them into the air. Observing their sudden departure left Bai Suyi both surprised and relieved. Once they were gone, the sky, which had been shrouded in darkness, suddenly cleared as if the thunder and clouds had never existed. What just happened? Qingyun muttered, having just retrieved his clothes, only to find the sky brightening again. Grumbling, he hung his clothes back out to dry. Moments later, Bai Suyi arrived at the mountain. "Young Master Yi," she called out from outside the courtyard while Qingyun stepped out, welcoming her inside. "Bai Suyi, after your last visit and that cupping therapy, I feel much improved," she said shyly, recalling the last time Qingyun had treated her. With only the two of them present this time, the atmosphere felt different. There was an undeniable sense of intimacy. "Let us continue with the treatment today," Qingyun replied casually, already preparing the cupping apparatus. Bai Suyi felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Young master, please turn around first." Qingyun paused, then quickly complied, his breath quickening, heart racing. He was, after all, a young man with natural inclinations. "Control yourself, Qingyun. Do not act impulsively. After all, she is a disciple of the Nine Spirits sect, someone you cannot afford to offend." Meanwhile, Bai Suyi wrestled with her own thoughts. "What if I undress and he tries to do something?" she pondered anxiously. Young Master Yi was a revered figure, someone even the emperor respected. What if he wanted to take advantage of her? Could she resist? Perhaps a token struggle would be appropriate before yielding. Flushed with embarrassment, her mind racing, Bai Suyi soon found herself lying down. "Young master, I'm ready," she said softly. Qingyun turned, and though he had seen her once before, the absence of others changed everything. "Ahem, I shall begin now," he said, focusing intently on the task at hand. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat ambiguous and awkward as they both harbored their own thoughts. Soon, 8 bamboo cups were placed on Bai Suyi's back, and Qingyun thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. Noticing that he had not crossed any boundaries, Bai Suyi felt a sigh of relief, though a flicker of regret also stirred within her. Young Master Yi is truly an otherworldly figure. Perhaps I am no different from any ordinary woman in his eyes, she mused. Half an hour later, Qingyun removed the cups, and as before, he extracted numerous small white worms from within. Though this time the quantity was significantly reduced, it seems the toxins in Bai Suyi have diminished considerably, he remarked. Yet, unexpectedly, Bai Suyi's complexion turned pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the floor. Unconscious, Qingyun was taken aback. "What just happened?" he exclaimed, rushing to support Bai Suyi and lay her on the bed. He touched her face, which felt like ice. "This temperature is chilling," he thought, as an eerie coldness emanated from her. The room's temperature plummeted, resembling an icy cave. Panic surged within him. What is going on? This was his first encounter with such a situation, leaving him utterly bewildered. He felt her forehead. Icy cold. A typical person in such a state would have perished already. Yet, despite the extreme cold, Bai Suyi was still alive. This cannot continue. Someone's life is at stake. In a state of urgency, Qingyun called out, "Xiao AI, activate the heating system to maximum." His home was equipped with a smart heating system that could be activated with a command. As the warmth flooded the room, he anxiously monitored Bai Suyi, fearing it might not be enough. He hurriedly fetched several hot water bottles and 2 thick blankets, ensuring she was well covered. After a brief wait, Qingyun touched her face again. Although still cold, it felt slightly improved compared to before. Could it be that the remaining toxins are causing this? He wondered as he recalled how he had previously extracted many toxins from her body through cupping. But remnants remained. Perhaps the remaining toxins sensed their diminishing numbers and began to reproduce rapidly, overwhelming Bai Suyi's body and leading to her current state of collapse and chilling temperature. If only the system were still here, Qingyun lamented, missing the once helpful system. But suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Though the system was gone, the knowledge it imparted remained. He had mastered the medical knowledge it provided. In this situation, the medical approach would be to ensure her body temperature did not drop further while simultaneously expelling all the toxins at once. Furrowing his brows in concentration, Qingyun quickly devised a targeted plan. Bai Suyi, being a martial artist, possessed a physique far superior to that of a common person. Moreover, the venomous creature had entrenched itself within Bai Suyi's body for many years, leading to a certain degree of adaptability on her part. Now, with Qingyun taking timely measures to ensure that Bai Suyi's body temperature would not continue to decline, he had secured precious time for her. Qingyun promptly retrieved his medicine chest, stocked with various remedies he had personally concocted. Although they were not capable of curing significant ailments, there was one particular medication he had always kept at the ready, Antibiotics. This was indeed a valuable item, painstakingly extracted by Qingyun under the duress of the system. While the nature of the venomous creature remained unknown, he believed that the antibiotics would prove useful. Clinging to this hope, Qingyun placed a white pill into Bai Suyi's mouth, urging her to swallow it. The next step was simply to wait. If her body temperature gradually rose, it would indicate that the antibiotics were taking effect. If not, he would have to consider alternative methods. Before long, Bai Suyi's breathing became steadier. Qingyun immediately reached to touch her forehead, which was beginning to show warmth. A sense of relief washed over him. It seemed the medication was indeed effective. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the intense heat radiating from the maximum power of the heater. At this moment, Qingyun had stripped to the waist, drenched in perspiration. After a while, Bai Suyi slowly opened her eyes, gazing blankly above her, seemingly unaware of what had just transpired. "You're awake." It wasn't until she spotted Qingyun that realization dawned upon her. However, upon noticing him bare-chested, she was taken aback. A glance at herself revealed that although she still wore her clothes, she lay upon Qingyun's bed, drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. A look of helplessness crossed Bai Suyi's face. Had she been compromised? "Yi Gongzi, you." Her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Qingyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It was a close call. You nearly lost your life." Bai Suyi froze. "Nearly lost my life?" Immediately, Qingyun recounted the events that had transpired. Once she heard the full story, Bai Suyi realized she had misjudged Qingyun. He had done nothing wrong. Rather, he had saved her life. A wave of shame washed over her. How could someone so extraordinary harbor such base thoughts as a common man? "I truly appreciate your life-saving grace, Yi Gongzi." Bai Suyi expressed her gratitude sincerely. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. "Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. How could I bear to watch you perish?" This phrase left Bai Suyi momentarily stunned. Somewhere within her, she sensed an ineffable profundity in his words. "Yi Gongzi, please, refrain from speaking. Your body is weak. It would be best for you to lie down and rest." Bai Suyi chose not to speak further and lay back down to recuperate. As evening descended, she finally got up to leave. "Yi Gongzi, I must take my leave." Qingyun looked her over. "Are you truly all right?" Bai Suyi nodded, her face reflecting gratitude. "I feel completely recovered." Qingyun pondered whether his antibiotics indeed possessed such miraculous efficacy. "It's already dark. You should wait until tomorrow to descend the mountain." Bai Suyi shook her head. "I cannot stay here overnight. My sect has entrusted me with urgent matters. If I delay even a night, I fear I may not be able to report back in time." "What matters are so pressing?" Qingyun inquired curiously. Bai Suyi did not conceal the truth. Recently, some malevolent practitioners have emerged within the Tianwu dynasty. These individuals specialize in abducting children, having already claimed many innocent lives. The 3 major sects and the Tianwu dynasty have initiated a manhunt for these malevolent practitioners. I must rendezvous with several fellow disciples to investigate their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Qingyun recognized the gravity of the situation. "Then please be cautious," he urged. Bai Suyi nodded and, shrouded in the night, descended the mountain. That very night, beneath the floating clouds, a sinister shadow emerged within the marketplace. "Hee, to think there exists such a marketplace here. It is quite convenient for my intentions." Days later, Qingyun descended the mountain to walk his dog. Damao trotted leisurely ahead, while Qingyun followed suit, with a rabbit nestled lazily in his arms, appearing drowsy. Ever since this rabbit had joined him, its days had been consumed solely by eating and sleeping, with little else to occupy its time. In the short span of time, it had already grown plump, transforming into a rotund creature. Its fur had also fully regrown, yet inexplicably, while it had once been a white rabbit, it now sported a gray coat, leaving Qingyun puzzled. Upon reaching the marketplace at the foot of the mountain, he discerned faint cries and commotion. Approaching the source, he found a crowd gathered, their faces etched with worry, as several women wept. Qingyun furrowed his brow and inquired of a nearby individual, "What has happened?" The person sighed heavily. "The children of 3 families have gone missing. Despite searching for several days, there is no sign of them. They may have fallen victim to foul play." These words instantly reminded Qingyun of Bai Suyi's earlier warnings regarding the emergence of malevolent practitioners within the Tianwu dynasty, who specifically targeted children. Multiple incidents had already occurred, prompting the three major sects to dispatch disciples to assist the Tianwu dynasty in apprehending these malevolent beings. Could this be the work of those practitioners? Qingyun mused silently. Observing the distraught parents, he felt a profound sense of sorrow. What parent would not be anxious if their child went missing? Children are the very heart of their parents. Regrettably, Qingyun felt powerless to assist, and could only silently pray for the safe return of those children. Witnessing such distress, he lost the desire to continue his leisurely walk and decided to return up the mountain. Suddenly, he spotted a small beggar standing not far off. Looking disheveled and staring intently at him, Qingyun recognized him immediately. This was the same little rascal who had attempted to pilfer pears from his yard not long ago. Qingyun approached him, and the beggar seemed eager to say something as he walked towards Qingyun. "This is for you," the little beggar said, holding out something in his hands. Qingyun leaned closer and couldn't help but smile. It was a steaming bun. The beggar's hands were surprisingly clean, devoid of any grime, as if he feared Qingyun would disdain him. "Did you steal this?" Qingyun asked with a sidelong glance. The little beggar huffed in indignation. "I bought this." He pointed toward a nearby bun shop. Qingyun felt a stir of curiosity. "Where did you get the money?" The little beggar proudly replied. "I picked a bundle of herbs in the mountains and sold them to the apothecary in exchange for money." Qingyun nodded approvingly. "That's the right way to go about it. Self-sufficiency is far better than stealing." Qingyun accepted the bun from the little beggar and took a bite. "Not bad, quite tasty," he remarked with a smile. The little beggar's heart swelled with excitement upon realizing Qingyun bore no disdain for him, and he beamed with joy. "I took 20 of your pears, so I'll repay you with 20 buns." "This is the first," the little beggar said earnestly. Qingyun chuckled. This little fellow was quite the grateful one. "You needn't repay me. Keep your money for food." Yet the little beggar stubbornly shook his head. "I see you live on the mountain and have to farm for yourself. It can't be easy, so I cannot owe you." Qingyun was taken aback. "All right then, I suppose I am being pitted by a beggar. Who would have thought I, Qingyun, am indeed a farmer? Well then, I shall wait for you to buy me buns," he conceded. After finishing the bun, Qingyun was about to turn away when the little beggar followed him. "What's your name?" he innocently asked. Qingyun. The little beggar was momentarily stunned. "Your name sounds beautiful." He then lowered his head. "Unlike me, I don't even have a name." Qingyun paused. "Would you like to have a name?" The little beggar nodded eagerly, eyes sparkling with desire. "I don't want others to keep calling me little rascal." Qingyun affectionately patted his head, his disheveled hair not eliciting any disgust from him. On the contrary, he found the little beggar quite endearing, at least. This little fellow possessed a backbone, which Qingyun greatly admired. "How about I give you a name?" The little beggar's face lit up with hope, albeit cautiously. "Really? Of course. I remember you mentioned your father's surname is Guo, right?" The little beggar nodded. His memories of his parents were faint, but he recalled that his father seemed to be named Guo, though he wasn't entirely sure. "Very well, from now on, you shall be called Guo Xiaobao," the little beggar pouted. "That sounds like a child's name." Qingyun couldn't help but smile. "Aren't you a child? How about Guo Xiaoyun instead?" The little beggar tilted his head in thought. "That name is quite nice. Thank you for giving me a name. From now on, I shall be Guo Xiaoyun." The little beggar, now named Guo Xiaoyun, waved goodbye and joyfully ran off in the distance, where several other beggar children beckoned him. Suddenly, Qingyun remembered something. "Be careful. It's not safe around here lately." "Understood." As Qingyun departed the marketplace, he intended to return to the mountain when a troop of individuals unexpectedly confronted him. "Here!" shouted a black-armored man, pointing at Qingyun. Qingyun wore a perplexed expression. "What's going on?" The group swiftly surrounded him. Qingyun grew wary. "What do you want?" "I have no money." The black-armored man scrutinized Qingyun for a moment before scoffing. "So, it's just an unremarkable mortal. I thought this so-called expert would be formidable. Take him away." The black-armored man commanded, and several burly men sprang forth, binding Qingyun and hoisting him onto a horse before departing. Damao remained behind, yawning and watching as Qingyun was taken away. "Little rabbit, I leave my master in your care." The rabbit shook its head and ambled back up the mountain, showing no concern for Qingyun's safety. Bound and unable to move on the horse, Qingyun questioned, "Who are you? Why are you kidnapping me?" The black-armored man sneered. "We are from the Song family. We heard that an expert resides atop floating cloud mountain, so we came to bring you back." "Song family?" Qingyun was taken aback. Could they be the Western Ling Song family that Chu Yinyu had mentioned earlier? Qingyun distinctly recalled that the Pingxi Wangfu, led by Chu Yinyu, had suffered greatly at the hands of the Western Ling Song family, even being pursued by their skilled practitioners. However, later, with Qingyun's assistance, Chu Yinyu had received help from the martial emperor Dongfang Su and Su Changfeng, the leader of the Qingyun sect. Logically, the Song family should have been unable to stir any more trouble. Why then were they attempting to abduct him now? Did they discover that he had been aiding Chu Yinyu and sought revenge? This was troubling. Why Qingyun felt a sense of panic. He was an ordinary person without any cultivation. If he fell into the hands of the Song family, he could only imagine the inhumane torment that awaited him. What if the Song family intended to harm him? He had no one to rescue him. Why don't you just let me go? Qingyun pleaded in a humble tone. The black-armored man merely chuckled coldly, ignoring him. Why Qingyun felt utterly despondent. After a prolonged ride, he felt nauseous from the jarring motion. Thankfully, they finally came to a halt. Why Qingyun, pale and shaken, looked up to see a grand mansion before him. Its entrance adorned with the characters Song Fu. Why Qingyun was taken aback. He had been directly brought to the Song family. While he was consumed by a whirlwind of thoughts, the black-armored man seized him, dragging him into the Song residence. Master, young master, we have brought the person back, he announced as he tossed Qingyun into the hall. Within the hall sat two figures. One appeared to be in his 50s, with a stern expression and gaunt cheeks. The other was in his 20s, handsome yet similarly thin. Their resemblance was striking, clearly father and son. These two were none other than the head of the Song family, Song Xiaotian, and his son, Song Chenglong. The Western Ling Song family was notorious, and naturally, the father and son were infamous as well. Song Xiaotian had once gained immense power through despicable means, seizing the cultivation of a martial arts master, which bolstered his own prowess. He then led the Song family in annihilating several smaller clans, allowing the Song family to flourish. Song Chenglong, much like his father, indulged in tyranny and wrongdoing. He even set his sights on the Pingxi princess, Chu Yinyu. The Song family continually oppressed the Pingxi Wangfu, not only to seize its assets but also because Song Chenglong desired Chu Yinyu. However, the Song family's fortunes had taken a downturn recently. The Taihao sect, which had previously maintained a good relationship with them, had abruptly severed ties. The sect's leader, Chen Gongwang, had warned Song Xiaotian to curb his family's excesses or calamity would befall them. Almost simultaneously, someone from the capital Xiangfu came to visit the Song family, informing them that they would no longer extend any protection to the Song family. Any issues that arose would bear no relation to Prime Minister Chao Huayuan. After delivering this message, the envoy departed without delay. Such an attitude signified a complete severance of ties with the Song family. This was alarming news for Song Xiaotian and his son. The Taihao sect and Prime Minister Chao Huayuan had been the Song family's greatest pillars of support. Their ability to flaunt their authority and even bully the Pingxi Wangfu was due to these two backing them. However, with both backing away, the Song family was in dire straits. After some investigation, Song Xiaotian learned that all of this turmoil stemmed from the emergence of a so-called expert atop floating cloud mountain. This expert had saved Chu Yinyu's life and provided her with counsel, causing the Taihao sect and the Xiangfu to distance themselves from the Song family. Naturally, the Song family was unwilling to sit idly by. After deliberation, the father and son decided to capture this so-called expert and discover his true identity. Initially, they harbored no expectations of success, but to their surprise, they had indeed managed to bring someone back. At this moment, both Song Xiaotian and Song Chenglong scrutinized Qingyun, their gazes roving over him as though they were undressing him with their eyes. Qingyun felt a creeping unease, his skin crawling under their scrutiny. How may I address you both? He asked awkwardly. Song Xiaotian's expression darkened. Song Tao, you fool. The black-armored man was taken aback. Master, Song Xiaotian pointed at Qingyun. Isn't this just an ordinary mortal? How could he possibly be the expert from Floating Cloud Mountain? You all are truly foolish. The black-armored man looked innocent as he produced a portrait. But, Master, this fellow clearly resembles the person in the portrait. The father and son leaned closer to examine the image before looking back at Qingyun. To their astonishment, he did indeed resemble the figure in the portrait. Yet, how could someone so utterly ordinary be considered an expert? He was so plain that he could barely be deemed fit to serve as a servant in their residence. How could he possibly be the legendary sage from Floating Cloud Mountain? Are you called Qingyun? Song Chenglong inquired, his brow furrowed. Yi Qingyun pondered. If I admit it, I fear I may not survive the day. No. I absolutely must not acknowledge that I am Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun? I am not Yi Qingyun, he replied, feigning confusion. The three members of the Song family exchanged perplexed glances, particularly the man in black armor, who seemed to doubt his own judgment. Could it be that I have indeed captured the wrong person? The black-armored man, unconvinced, pressed on. What is your name? Why were you heading to Floating Cloud Mountain? I am Ouyang Feng, not Yi Qingyun. The reason I was going to Floating Cloud Mountain was to gather medicinal herbs, Yi Qingyun stated, his expression betraying no emotion as he wove this tale. The black-armored man fell silent, clearly realizing he had made an error. Song Xiaotian shot a glare at the man in black. You are more trouble than you're worth. Leave at once. The black-armored man retreated, looking defeated. Yi Qingyun sighed in relief. It appeared he had evaded disaster for the day. You were seeking Yi Qingyun, and I have no connection to Ouyang Feng. So I will take my leave now, he announced, attempting to slip away. Best to make a hasty exit. If they realize their mistake, I will be in dire straits. Mere ants, wasting our time, he thought. However, unexpectedly, Song Qinglong struck out with a palm aimed at Yi Qingyun's back. Since he is a useless mortal, unrelated to the experts of Floating Cloud Mountain, let us dispose of him. Yi Qingyun, caught off guard and unaware of the impending danger, was oblivious to the lethal strike approaching him. Just as Song Qinglong's hand was about to make contact, an unseen force surged around Yi Qingyun. In an instant, Song Qinglong's hand came to a halt, mere inches from Yi Qingyun's back, unable to advance any further. Song Qinglong's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 32. Lay down the sword and become a Buddha, feeling an indescribable force binding his entire arm. He found himself utterly incapable of harming Yi Qingyun, or even moving an inch. Suddenly, another wave of tremendous force erupted, sending Song Qinglong crashing backward. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground, face first, losing a tooth and bleeding from his nose. Son? Song Xiaotian exclaimed in shock, rushing to assist Song Qinglong. Yi Qingyun, hearing the commotion, turned in astonishment. What just happened? He wondered, his face a mask of confusion. Someone, quickly, stop him. He must not be allowed to escape, Song Xiaotian shouted. Instantly, numerous warriors from the Song family surrounded Yi Qingyun, all glaring at him with predatory intent. Yi Qingyun was bewildered. I haven't done anything. Why can't I leave all of a sudden? You nearly deceived us, Yi Qingyun. Song Xiaotian glared fiercely, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Yi Qingyun maintained his composure. I truly am not Yi Qingyun. You have mistaken me. Song Xiaotian snorted derisively. You claim you are not Yi Qingyun? My son has been injured because of you. Yi Qingyun looked at the injured Song Qinglong, puzzled. When did I strike him? Moreover, as an untrained mortal, how could I possibly harm a martial artist like Song Qinglong? This is a grave injustice. At that moment, the gray-furred rabbit nestled in his arms grinned mischievously. Hee, it was I who acted. How dare they lay a hand on my master? They are truly courting death. If my master suffers even a scratch, I fear for my life when I return. The rabbit thought to itself. Capture him, commanded Song Xiaotian. Immediately, a group of Song family warriors lunged at Yi Qingyun. This is bad. Fearing the impending assault, Yi Qingyun shut his eyes and hunched down, but as soon as he crouched, cries of pain erupted around him. Ouch! Oh my! Ah! Amidst the cacophony of sounds, soon only groans filled the air. Yi Qingyun waited anxiously, expecting an attack that never came. What is happening? He opened his eyes to survey the scene. To his astonishment, the Song family warriors lay scattered about, bruised and battered, as though they had suffered a severe beating. But they came to attack me, didn't they? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? I have never seen so many people feign injury so severely, Yi Qingyun mused. Ahem, just to clarify, this has nothing to do with me. You all collapsed on your own. I did not lay a finger on anyone. Do not hold me accountable? Yi Qingyun raised his hands in innocence. But who would believe him? It seems you are indeed hiding your true abilities. I must personally suppress you. Song Xiaotian's expression darkened, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. He was indeed ready to strike. With his prowess at the late stage of the condensation realm, he was just a step away from achieving the pinnacle of that level. Such strength could rival the elders of the three major sects. Yi Qingyun felt utterly overwhelmed. I had thought the practitioners in this world were benevolent. Yet it appears that malice lurks everywhere. It seems that goodness and evil coexist, no matter where one goes. Song Xiaotian, unwilling to show any hesitation, unleashed his full power. A colossal palm descended with immense force. Why Qingyun, having never witnessed such a display, froze in fear, unable to move an inch. I am doomed. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, the enormous hand disintegrated before his astonished eyes. A counterforce surged back towards Song Xiaotian. Ah, he cried out, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying. Father! Song Qinglong shouted in disbelief. Even my father cannot withstand this Qingyun. This person is truly formidable. Song Xiaotian staggered backward until he collided with a wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall collapsed. Song Xiaotian continued to spit blood, his face pale, terror evident in his eyes. This person's strength is unfathomable, he thought, aghast. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet it was of no avail. He could not even discern how Qingyun had struck, and he had already been gravely injured. Moreover, he realized that Qingyun had likely held back. Otherwise, he would surely be dead by now. I am afraid, he admitted, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation, especially with the potential reactions from the Tai House sect and the Prime Minister's residence. At this moment, he understood that this formidable figure was the reason both factions had distanced themselves from the Song family. The man's power must be so great that even these two forces felt compelled to submit. How foolish he and his son had been to think they could abduct such a person. I will fight you, Song Qinglong, brimming with youthful bravado, prepared to confront Qingyun. Song Xiaotian quickly restrained his son. Son? Song Qinglong stared at his father, bewildered. Do not disrespect this esteemed figure. Immediately kneel and apologize. Song Xiaotian commanded sternly. What? Song Qinglong was taken aback. You want me to kneel and apologize to him? Father, have you lost your mind? Slap. Song Xiaotian struck his son, causing him to see stars. He then knelt before Qingyun, hands clasped in reverence. O esteemed one, we, father and son, have been blind to your greatness and have offended you. This is truly our fault. We humbly beseech your forgiveness. With that, Song Xiaotian began to bow repeatedly. Seeing this, Song Qinglong had no choice but to follow suit, despite his inner turmoil. Yet, recognizing Qingyun's overwhelming strength, he had to concede. Why Qingyun, too, was taken aback. Why were the Song family suddenly kneeling and begging for forgiveness? But I have done nothing to warrant such reverence. Perhaps it was my noble character that has moved them, he mused, unable to think of any other explanation. With that thought, Qingyun stood tall, exuding a semblance of an exalted figure. Have you come to realize your mistakes? We, father and son, have made grievous errors, utterly misguided. Song Xiaotian lamented, repeatedly acknowledging their faults. Why Qingyun nodded slightly. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the first step towards redemption. It is said that recognizing one's errors allows for immense improvement. Fear not the mistakes made. Lay down your weapons, and you shall become a Buddha. Everyone deserves a chance at forgiveness. Hearing these words, the Song family felt as though a clarion call had rung in their ears, deeply shaken. Especially as a phantom of a Buddha appeared behind Qingyun, illuminating the entire Song residence with its radiant light. Buddha, the profound truths of Buddhism. Song Xiaotian exclaimed in horror, quickly bringing his hands together in prayer, his face filled with sincerity. Chapter 33. Master, I have awakened. Qingyun was oblivious to the Buddha's phantom behind him. Seeing Song Xiaotian kneeling with his hands clasped, looking devout, he assumed that Song Xiaotian had turned to Buddhism. If you have embraced the faith, then it will be easy to guide you, Qingyun thought. Reassured, Song Xiaotian, Song Qinglong, you both have committed numerous wrongs and accumulated a great deal of negative karma, which will inevitably return to you. Why Qingyun endeavored to adopt a visage of enlightenment, attempting to channel the appearance of revered monks. Perhaps it was this very effort that caused the Buddha's phantom to solidify further, taking on an increasingly similar appearance to Qingyun himself. This left the Song family utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that he is indeed a high-ranking figure of the Buddhist sect? They were astounded. The monks of the Buddhist sect were enigmatic beings. Although there was a presence of Buddhism within the Tianwu dynasty, it was not particularly influential. Legend spoke of a prosperous Buddhist realm beyond the southern wilderness, where a nation devoted to the faith existed, and the monks held a revered status. The Song family never imagined that Qingyun was also a member of the Buddhist sect, and judging by his aura, He must possess unfathomable depths of wisdom. That moment, the two men were filled with regret. Had they known he was so powerful, they would never have provoked him. Esteemed one, we, father and son, have not committed many wrongdoings. Song Xiaotian stammered. Qingyun shook his head. Buddha is everywhere. Everything you have done, or failed to do, is known to the Buddha. Nothing escapes the Buddha's gaze, and no sooner had he spoken than the Buddha's phantom behind him shone brightly, its gaze piercing through to the hearts of the Song family. They trembled as they felt their past actions laid bare before them, their misdeeds, each one more vivid than the last. Their faces turned pale as they realized the extent of their wrongs. Overwhelmed with shame, they bowed their heads deeply. Meanwhile, Qingyun wore a bemused expression. What is this golden light? How mysterious! He turned to look but saw nothing amiss. While others could perceive the Buddha's phantom, Qingyun remained unaware of it. Esteemed one, we acknowledge our faults. We truly do. The father and son pleaded, bowing repeatedly. Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Although you both have committed numerous sins, I, Buddha, am compassionate. Every person has the opportunity for forgiveness. From this day forth, you must engage in good deeds and harbor kind thoughts, and you shall surely eradicate your past transgressions. The Song family, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. If they could eliminate their bad karma, they would do anything. Good deeds? That is quite easy. They declared, we shall remember this, Song Xiaotian exclaimed. But I am not finished, Qingyun continued. The most important thing is to recite Buddhist scriptures daily. Buddhist scriptures? The father and son exchanged puzzled glances. Master, we do not understand Buddhist scriptures at all, Song Xiaotian admitted. No matter. I shall share a scripture with you. Remember to recite it 3 times daily, morning, noon, and night. The two men were overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Qingyun nodded and began to recite the Heart Sutra. The scripture was titled, Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. The father and son hurriedly fetched paper and pen, their expressions earnest as they resembled students taking notes in class. Ahem. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, when practicing deeply the Prajnaparamita, perceives that all 5 aggregates are empty, and thereby alleviates all suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are also like this. Shariputra, all phenomena are characterized by emptiness. They are neither born nor extinguished, neither stained nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, in emptiness, there is no form, no sensation, perception, volition, or consciousness. The entire Heart Sutra flowed effortlessly from Qingyun's lips. As he completed the recitation, the Buddha's phantom behind him shone brighter than ever before, radiating a brilliant light that soared into the heavens. In that moment, anyone within 1,000 miles could see the golden glow if they merely glanced upward. The Tianwu dynasty was set ablaze with excitement. This is the light of the Buddha, such a rich and pure radiance. Could it be that a high monk has attained enlightenment? Or perhaps the Buddha has reincarnated? Quickly, we must investigate the source of this phenomenon. In a flurry, many people rushed toward the direction of the light. Meanwhile, far away in the Western realm, known as the Buddhist paradise, a temple bustling with activity sparkled with brilliance. In the back courtyard of the temple, an old monk who had been in deep meditation for 49 years suddenly opened his eyes. There is a surge of Buddhist energy rising from the south? The old monk swiftly emerged, his sharp gaze fixed on the southern direction. He seemed to glimpse the golden Buddha behind Qingyun. Master! The old monk's emergence stirred the other monks within the temple, who hurried to his side. Quickly, send someone to the southern wilderness, to the Tianwu dynasty. Our Buddhist child has appeared. What? The Buddhist child? The monks gasped in astonishment. The Buddhist child was a figure they had sought for many years without success. Even within the Buddha's nation, only 3 potential candidates had surfaced, yet none had been confirmed. Now, the old monk asserted that the Buddhist child had emerged in the southern wilderness. This was unfathomable. However, none dared to question the old monk's words, for he was the highest-ranking monk of the Western Zen temple, a pinnacle figure within the entire Western Buddhist realm. His words were the very essence of Buddhist truth, beyond reproach. Thus, the Western Zen temple dispatched monks to the southern wilderness without delay. Not only the Western Zen temple, but also numerous other Buddhist factions in the Western realm sent their disciples, all hastening to the southern wilderness to uncover the secret behind the golden light. Unbeknownst to Qingyun, who had merely recited a single sutra, his actions had stirred a monumental upheaval in the distant western realm. Have you remembered? The Song family stood utterly stunned. They were entranced by the Heart Sutra Qingyun had recited. Although they did not fully comprehend the profound teachings within, just hearing it once made them feel as if they had awakened to a higher understanding. Master, I have awakened, both father and son exclaimed in unison. Chapter 34. Increased the effort whether the Song family had truly awakened. Qingyun was unsure. However, he felt confident that his life was now safeguarded. Well, it is good that you have awakened, Qingyun nodded. Satisfied at that moment, the Song family appeared as if they had become disciples of the Buddhist sect, their faces filled with reverence. Gazing upon Qingyun, the admiration in their eyes was akin to that reserved for deities. Master, we have indeed committed numerous transgressions in the past, they lamented. Yes, Master, we humbly beseech you for your guidance. Master, might we take you as our mentor? Master, why do you remain silent? The Song father and son encircled Qingyun, reverently addressing him as master, which left him somewhat bewildered. There is no need for discipleship. Simply remember my words. Recite the Heart Sutra daily, and your karmic hindrances will surely dissolve. Qingyun replied with a serene countenance. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The father and son bowed repeatedly as for this humble monk. I shall take my leave now. We shall escort you back to Floating Cloud Mountain, Master. Nonsense. We should be sending the Master back to Floating Cloud Mountain. Qingyun. Thus, the Song father and son respectfully accompanied Qingyun back to Floating Cloud Mountain. Along the way, they incessantly sought his counsel on Buddhist teachings. Yet, what did Qingyun truly understand about Buddhism? He could only fabricate nonsensical responses, uttering phrases that seemed plausible. In Qingyun's view, Buddhism was merely a collection of vague and ambiguous notions. After all, upon reaching Floating Cloud Mountain, Qingyun waved his hand at the Song father and son. Return home, and remember to recite the sutras and perform good deeds. We shall diligently heed the Master's teachings. They responded in unison, bowing deeply. Very well, farewell. Qingyun ascended the mountain, while the Song father and son returned to Song Manor, their hearts brimming with joy. That evening, they constructed a Buddhist hall within the manor, commissioning a golden Buddha statue, meticulously crafted to resemble Qingyun's visage. They had effectively enshrined Qingyun as a Buddha. Had he known, he would likely have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The Song family spent the entire night reciting the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, their chanting echoing throughout the manor, a display of utmost piety. The following day, despite having had no sleep, the Song father and son felt remarkably clear-headed and invigorated. Father, I feel so at ease. Indeed, son, I feel the same. They exchanged smiles to atone for their past misdeeds. The Song father and son resolved to follow Qingyun's advice and engage in more charitable acts. They set out with the family's warriors, seeking opportunities to do good. Upon their arrival, the local populace, upon seeing the Song family, hastily retreated, fearful of approaching them. Witnessing this reaction, the father and son felt an overwhelming sense of shame. It appears we have indeed committed too many wrongdoings in the past. They concluded, vowing to amend their ways and refrain from further misdeeds. Father, look at that elderly woman. Is she trying to cross the river? Song Qinglong pointed to an old woman standing by the riverbank. Song Xiaoyan's eyes brightened. Indeed, son, she is attempting to cross. Let us assist her. Right away, Song Qinglong rushed to the riverbank. Good lady, are you trying to cross the river? No need to hurry. I shall help you. With great enthusiasm, Song Qinglong scooped up the elderly woman and, channeling his inner energy, walked upon the water's surface. In mere moments, they reached the opposite bank. After gently placing her down, he helped her adjust her clothing. No need to thank me, dear lady. It is my duty. He waved his hand and departed. The feeling of doing good is truly delightful. Song Qinglong felt a swell of pride, as if he had been elevated. The elderly woman, momentarily bewildered, muttered, What in the world? I just crossed the river, and now I'm back here. She erupted in curses. The Song father and son continued their search for their next charitable endeavor. Soon, they encountered a group of children playing near a well, all around 7 or 8 years old, frolicking joyfully. Father, look, those children are playing by the well. It's far too dangerous. What if one of them falls in? Song Qinglong expressed his concern. Song Xiaotian nodded vigorously. You are right. It poses an immense danger. We must intervene for the sake of those poor children. He approached the children, saying, "You all need to step back for a moment." The children, unsure of the situation, were frightened by Song Xiaoyun's imposing appearance and scattered in fear. Such adorable children, he chuckled, then summoned his energy. Suddenly, a massive chunk of earth lifted into the air. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the well was filled in. Now they can play without the worry of falling in, he thought, satisfied as he turned to leave. Another good deed accomplished? If the master were to know, he would surely commend our efforts. Shortly thereafter, some villagers arrived with buckets to draw water, only to discover the well had been filled. Who on earth filled our village well? This is outrageous. May they be struck down by lightning. Days passed, and the reputation of the Song father and son for their charitable deeds spread far and wide. Yet, whenever the townsfolk saw them approaching, they fled with even greater urgency than before. It was as if their mere presence scattered the chickens. The Song father and son watched the panicking villagers, puzzled. Why do we seem to be less welcome than before? Song Xiaotian wondered. Song Qingyun frowned. It must be that our good deeds are insufficient. We need to increase our efforts. You are correct, son. Let us intensify our endeavors. One day, Qingyun was drying sweet potato slices in the sun. Though there were few, they were all harvested by his own hands. Suddenly, someone rushed over in a flurry. Huh? Qingyun glanced up. The person was disheveled, a beggar, but not the familiar Guoxiaoyun. Are you Qingyun? The beggar, barely over 10 years old, gasped. I am. Who are you? Qingyun asked, puzzled. The beggar, panting heavily, replied, Guoxiaoyun is in trouble. Why? Qingyun's expression changed. What happened to him? Last night, a man in black took Guoxiaoyun away. Qingyun's heart sank. Could it be that Guoxiaoyun had encountered the nefarious cultivator mentioned by Suyi? Do you know where they took him? Qingyun inquired urgently. I don't know, but the man in black went east. Chapter 35. One shot, one kill. East? Qingyun furrowed his brow. He longed to rescue the boy, but he knew he was merely a weakling, likely to meet his end if he ventured forth. After all, they were nefarious cultivators. Anyone associated with evil was bound to be ruthless. Why? Qingyun dared not gamble with his life. He would need assistance. He knew several skilled individuals, yet he had no way to contact them. What to do? What to do? Panic surged within him. Although his acquaintance with Guoxiaoyun was fleeting, he genuinely admired the boy's spirit. If he were to perish, Qingyun would be plagued by guilt. Perhaps for a lifetime. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his most treasured possessions. Taking a deep breath, Qingyun steeled himself. He turned and entered his home, quickly re-emerging fully armed. Strapped to his back was a long object wrapped in cloth. Two peculiar boxes hung at his waist, and he wore a thick gray vest, even donning a sturdy steel helmet. Fully equipped, these items had been painstakingly crafted under the duress of the system, and he had never believed he could create such things. But here they were, his trump cards. Qingyun had vowed never to use them unless absolutely necessary. But now, to save a life, he had no choice but to proceed. Damao, come with me. Qingyun glanced at the languid Damao and commanded. Damao immediately followed, while the gray rabbit remained behind. Qingyun descended the mountain and headed east. Damao, can you smell Guoxiaoyun's scent? Qingyun asked tentatively, not expecting much to his surprise. Damao lowered his head, sniffing the air, then barked in a specific direction before darting off. Qingyun was taken aback and quickly followed. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? He questioned skeptically. Damao shook his head, seemingly urging Qingyun to trust his nose. With no better options, Qingyun pressed on, hoping to find Guoxiaoyun. As he journeyed eastward, he soon entered a mountainous region, a place where few ventured, lush with vegetation, and the sounds of wildlife echoed around him. Damao continued to lead the way. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a valley. Beyond lay the entrance. But Damao halted, emitting a low growl, as if sensing danger. Qingyun, noticing this, became alert. Could the danger lie within? He cautiously approached the valley's entrance. Peering inside, his pupils dilated in shock. There were numerous people inside, most of whom appeared to be children, all under 10 years old, lying haphazardly in the valley, seemingly lifeless. A dozen men in black sat cross-legged, emanating a faint gray light. What shocked Qingyun most was the figure at the deepest part of the valley, a gaunt figure, a true embodiment of skin stretched over bones, with hardly any flesh remaining, just a layer of withered, blackened skin. Its eyes resembled two gray whirlpools, drawing the gray aura from the men in black towards it. The scene was utterly eerie, sending chills down Qingyun's spine, reminiscent of an evil ritual. Desperately, he searched for Guoxiaoyun and finally spotted him lying not far from the valley's mouth, eyes closed but seemingly still breathing. Qingyun felt a slight relief. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Calming his racing heart, Qingyun counted the men in black, 12 in total. He retrieved the object from his back, unveiling a sniper rifle. This was a weapon he had crafted with his own hands but had never fired until now. Today, however, it would serve its purpose. He reached into his pocket, producing a silencer and attaching it to the rifle's muzzle. "Da Mao, hide yourself." Da Mao scampered off. Qingyun pressed his eye to the scope, his hands trembling slightly, but soon, he steadied himself, focusing intently. "Aim. Pull the trigger." The sound was nearly silent as one of the men in black had his forehead pierced. He shifted slightly, then slumped forward, lifeless. Qingyun's heart raced. This was his first kill. Yet, it was for a noble cause, targeting a nefarious cultivator, and thus he bore little moral burden. He continued to fire. 1, 2, 3. All 12 men in black fell silently, remaining in their meditative poses, their gray auras dissipating. Suddenly, the figure in the valley seemed to sense something. It abruptly lifted its head, eyes locking onto the fallen men. "Why have you stopped? Continue extracting the essence from these children." It rasped, its voice grating like two pieces of old bark grinding together. Naturally, the men could not respond. The figure furrowed its brow, then its expression shifted in realization. The 12 men were dead. Someone had silently eliminated his disciples? What a terrifying presence! A powerful figure had arrived. The creature rose, scanning the surroundings. "Who is it that has slain my followers? Step forth." Qingyun's heart raced. Had he been discovered? No time to ponder. He aimed at this creature and fired. The bullet soared through the air, but Qingyun was stunned to witness the creature snatch the bullet from the air with its bare hand. What the hell? Qingyun nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Such a scene belonged only in the realm of fantasy, yet here it was before his eyes. The creature examined the bullet in its palm. "What is this? So remarkably durable." It too was taken aback. It had only managed to catch the bullet due to its profound cultivation. Realizing the sniper rifle was ineffective, Qingyun discarded caution, drawing 2 handguns and stepping boldly into the valley. "You, who practice evil arts and harm these innocent children, do you not feel the weight of your sins?" Qingyun declared, guns raised, his voice cold and resolute. Chapter 36. Dugu Qiubai? The creature stared intently at Qingyun, who met its gaze with equal intensity. The atmosphere grew tense as both parties sized each other up. Qingyun appeared calm, yet internally he was a bundle of nerves. Damn that system of mine. It taught me everything except how to cultivate. If only I could cultivate, I wouldn't need these guns. He cursed inwardly, realizing that this could very well be a fight for his life. Though anxious, he forced himself to appear composed, even deliberately adopting a dismissive expression. "Why can I not discern your true strength?" The creature mused, perplexed in its experience. Few could elude its perception within the realm of the Tianwu dynasty. Yet, this peculiar man before it was an enigma, exuding an aura of an ordinary mortal. However, the creature dismissed the notion that Qingyun was merely an unremarkable human. After all, how could an ordinary person silently eliminate its disciples? This man possessed unfathomable power, and his weapons were indeed peculiar. My injuries are not fully healed, and my energy is depleted. I must proceed with caution, it thought, steeling itself for the encounter. The two were wary of one another, both fearful and intrigued. "Who exactly are you?" the creature inquired, voice grave. Qingyun inhaled deeply. "Want to know who I am? Do you believe you are worthy of that knowledge?" The creature's brow furrowed. "Even if you possess profound strength, I am no ordinary foe. Should we engage, you may find yourself outmatched." This was merely the creature trying to bolster its own confidence while probing Qingyun's capabilities. Qingyun felt a twinge of fear. If it came to blows, could he rely solely on these 2 handguns? He doubted their effectiveness, in no matter. "I shall bluff my way through this old fellow," he resolved. "Since you are so confident in your abilities, allow me to share my name." Qingyun inhaled deeply. "I am Dugu Qiubai." "Dugu Qiubai?" The creature paused, ruminating. "I don't believe I've heard of such a figure. Yet that name carries a certain gravitas. Tio seek defeat? How utterly arrogant. Humph, a frog in a well, like you could never have heard of my name. Qingyun retorted with a smirk. You may inquire with Su Chongfeng of the Qingyun sect, for he once made 3 visits to my humble abode to seek my counsel on martial arts. With but a few pointers from me, he reaped immeasurable benefits, leading to his current accomplishments. Qingyun, disregarding all else, began to weave fanciful tales. The eccentric was indeed taken aback. Su Chongfeng had been guided by this individual. What manner of person is Su Chongfeng? He is the sect master of the Qingyun sect, and one of the most formidable figures in the Tianwu dynasty today. Though the eccentric possesses profound strength, he humbly admits that even he would tread carefully in the presence of Su Chongfeng. Should the eccentric regain his peak power, he might contend with Su Chongfeng. And what of the martial emperor Dongfang Su? Before ascending to the throne, he foolishly challenged me. With merely a finger, I defeated him, imparting to him the understanding that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. Why? Qingyun continued his nonsensical discourse. The eccentric trembled in fear. Even the martial emperor Dongfang Su had been bested by him? Though this occurred in his youth, Dongfang Su was still a remarkably skilled master. To defeat him with a mere finger? What terrifying power this implies, by the way. Do you know about Shin Tianhua? Qingyun inquired again. Shin Tianhua? At this, the eccentric's expression changed dramatically, fear evident in his eyes. The elder of the 7 absolutes, Shin Tianhua. It was at his hands that the eccentric suffered a crushing defeat, sustaining severe injuries and nearly losing his life. Had he not mastered a technique of feigned death from his early training to deceive Shin Tianhua, he would have long since perished. The memory of his devastating loss made the eccentric shudder at the mere mention of Shin Tianhua's name. Could it be that this fellow named Duguqiubai knows Shin Tianhua? Observing the fear etched on the eccentric's face, Qingyun remarked, You seem to be acquainted with Shin Tianhua. The eccentric displayed no fear when Su Chongfeng or Dongfang Su were mentioned, but he quaked at the mention of Shin Tianhua. Perhaps he had once suffered at the hands of the old man. This possibility bolstered Qingyun's confidence. Let me enlighten you. Just days ago, Shin Tianhua visited with his newly accepted disciple, hoping I might provide guidance. Regrettably, Shin Tianhua's aptitude was lacking, and he only grasped a fraction of what I imparted, barely reaching his current level. Why? Qingyun wore an expression of disappointment, as if in his eyes, a master of such caliber as Shin Tianhua was hardly noteworthy. The eccentric stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that Qingyun had indeed instructed Shin Tianhua. Though you truly believe I would lie to you? Qingyun responded nonchalantly. Fear finally gripped the eccentric. If even Shin Tianhua had received guidance from this Duguqiubai, then he was indeed more formidable than Shin Tianhua. Having been soundly defeated by Shin Tianhua before, encountering someone even more terrifying now made the eccentric question his very existence. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyun wasted no time and fired his weapon. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, striking the eccentric squarely in the heart. The bullets penetrated his skin, yet strangely, no blood flowed forth. It was as if the eccentric's blood had long since dried up, leaving behind merely a shell and skeletal frame. After being shot, the eccentric lowered his head to inspect his heart, then fell to the ground with a wail. Hissing gray wisps of energy emanated from the small bullet holes as if he were deflating. Qingyun, summoning his courage, approached the eccentric. Spare me, great one. To his surprise, the eccentric suddenly knelt before him, pleading for mercy. Why? Qingyun's expression remained impassive as he raised his firearm once more, aiming it at the eccentric. How does it feel to be on the receiving end of such divine weaponry? The eccentric gazed at the gun in fear. He had never encountered such a treasure, yet its power was undeniably terrifying. Lacking sufficient vitality, he could not hope to withstand the gun's might. Spare me, I see my errors now. I shall never again engage in such heinous deeds. The eccentric bowed repeatedly before Qingyun. Yet Qingyun had no intention of letting him go. He had slaughtered countless innocent children, a crime deserving of 100 executions. Just as Qingyun was about to act, footsteps echoed from outside the valley. Quickly! The abducted children are here. Accompanied by cries of alarm, dozens of figures rushed into the valley. At the forefront stood an elderly man, exuding an ethereal aura, accompanied by several young men and women. Bai Suyi was among them. Upon seeing her, Qingyun recognized that the 9 Spirits sect had arrived. The elderly man, likely the sect master Gongsun Yu, was a figure of renown, equal to Su Changfeng of the Qingyun sect. Yi Qingyun holstered his weapon, feeling a sense of relief. With the arrival of the Nine-Spirit sect, he needn't concern himself with the remaining matters. Gongsun Yu spotted Yi Qingyun and the kneeling eccentric before him. His expression shifted as he scrutinized the eccentric. Could this be the vile elder? Young Master Yi? Bai Suyi exclaimed, astonished to encounter him here. Moreover, Yi Qingyun's appearance was markedly different from when they had met on Floating Cloud Mountain. Clad in body armor and a steel helmet, with a handgun at his waist, he was an enigmatic sight. Why Yi Qingyun glanced at Bai Suyi. I have subdued this individual, he stated, gesturing to the incapacitated eccentric. Bai Suyi was taken aback, then quickly composed herself. Had anyone else accomplished this feat, she would have been astonished. However, knowing Yi Qingyun's profound abilities, it was hardly surprising. The vile elder has committed numerous atrocities. Today, he has finally been apprehended, Gongsun Yu declared, fixing the eccentric with a fierce gaze. The vile elder grimaced. Had I not fallen into the hands of this esteemed one, how could you mere mortals have captured me? Esteemed one? Gongsun Yu regarded Yi Qingyun. What could this strangely attired youth be? Vile elder, I would prefer not to perish at the hands of these mediocrities. Please, grant me a swift end. The vile elder implored Yi Qingyun with a tone of desperation. Gongsun Yu was incensed by this. Was he not a top master within the Tianwu dynasty, and yet he was so openly disdained? I shall escort you on your journey, Gongsun Yu declared, striking the vile elder's crown with a powerful palm. The eccentric's expression froze in mockery before his gaunt form collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Why Yi Qingyun's lips twitched slightly. Gongsun Yu was indeed a man of action, striking without hesitation. Young master, did you subdue this vile elder? Gongsun Yu inquired of Yi Qingyun in a manner of speaking. Yi Qingyun replied coolly. Gongsun Yu furrowed his brow, for he perceived no trace of cultivation within Yi Qingyun. Merely an ordinary mortal, how could he possibly contend with a being such as the vile elder? Bai Suyi, sensing her master's skepticism, quickly interjected, Master, this is the young Master Yi I mentioned, the one who healed my long-standing affliction. Oh, you are indeed young Master Yi? Gongsun Yu's eyes widened in surprise. He had heard of this young man's existence from Bai Suyi, though she had not divulged much, only that he had treated her injuries. Young Master Yi, this is my master, Gongsun Yu, Bai Suyi introduced. A pleasure to finally meet you, Yi Qingyun responded with a respectful gesture. However, Gongsun Yu seemed somewhat dismissive, offering only a perfunctory nod, lacking any genuine reverence. Bai Suyi felt a twinge of embarrassment, acutely aware of her master's condescension. She knew well of Yi Qingyun's remarkable abilities, one who even the martial Emperor Dongfang Su sought out personally. If her master continued to treat Yi Qingyun with such disdain, it could spell trouble for the entire Nine-Spirits sect. Yi Qingyun, however, remained unfazed. Approaching Xiaoyun, he knelt to examine him. Xiaoyun's eyes were shut, his breathing steady but his complexion pale. Why Yi Qingyun felt his forehead. His temperature was normal. Checking his wrist, he found a steady pulse. Gently, he patted Xiaoyun's face. Awake? He repeated this several times until Xiaoyun's eyes slowly opened. Where am I? Upon seeing Yi Qingyun, he exclaimed, It's all right now. I have come to save you. Yi Qingyun replied with a warm smile. Realizing his surroundings, Xiaoyun's face contorted with fear. I almost died. He stammered. Why Yi Qingyun sighed. The child was evidently traumatized, likely believing he was doomed before losing consciousness. Had he not mustered the courage to rescue him, Xiaoyun might not have survived. I will take you home. Yes. Yi Qingyun prepared to lead Xiaoyun away. As for the other children, some were already deceased, while others still breathed. The members of the Nine-Spirits sect would attend to them, leaving Yi Qingyun with little cause for concern. Please wait. Gongsun Yu interjected suddenly. Why Yi Qingyun paused, turning back in curiosity. There's something else, Sect Master Gongsun? A slight smile graced Gongsun Yu's face. With your remarkable achievement in defeating the vile elder, young Master Yi, your name shall surely resonate throughout the land. Why not accompany us, allowing more to recognize your contributions? Yi Qingyun displayed no interest, shaking his head. This honor belongs to you, Sect Master Gongsun. Having said this, he turned to leave with Xiaoyun. Gongsun Yu's expression turned cold. Hmph. At least you are sensible. He had initially sought to monopolize the credit for vanquishing the vile elder, feigning generosity to gauge whether Yi Qingyun would contest his claim. Now that Yi Qingyun had willingly relinquished that credit, Gongsun Yu would not hesitate to seize it for himself, utilizing it to suppress Su Changfeng and restore the Nine Spirits sect's prominence over the Qingyun sect. Master, how can you act this way? Bai Sui exclaimed, alarmed. Gongsun Yu shot her a stern look. How dare you speak to your master thus? Bai Sui pressed on. Though young Master Yi seeks no recognition, you should not treat him with such disdain. He is far from an ordinary individual. At this point, Bai Sui faltered, uncertain of how to proceed. Aware that Yi Qingyun preferred to remain inconspicuous, wishing to be seen as an ordinary person. What was so extraordinary about a young man with some medical knowledge? Gongsun Yu dismissed her concerns. Bai Sui fell silent. Master, Su Changfeng, as well as the martial emperor, have both sought out young Master Yi. With no other recourse, she stated matter-of-factly. Gongsun Yu was taken aback. What did you say? He suspected he had misheard. Bai Sui sighed. Both Sect Master Su and the martial emperor have visited young Master Yi. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Gongsun Yu was rendered speechless. Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su had both sought an audience with this young man. Such a revelation underscored that Yi Qingyun was indeed no ordinary figure. Regret washed over Gongsun Yu as he realized he had treated Yi Qingyun with such disdain over a trivial matter of credit. He longed to chastise himself. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Gongsun Yu chided Bai Sui, feeling betrayed by his own apprentice. Had she revealed this information earlier, he would never have acted in such a manner. Bai Sui appeared innocent. Master, I was trying to signal you all along. Huh. I thought you were simply having eye troubles. I wondered why you were making such faces. Bai Sui. Master, you truly are oblivious. Yi Qingyun escorted Gua Xiaoyun back to Floating Cloud Mountain. Xiaoyun looked somewhat frail. Yi Qingyun prepared a pot of porridge for him, which Xiaoyun consumed before falling asleep once more. Yi Qingyun concealed his belongings, vowing to himself to refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. For crafting bullets was a laborious task. Without the aid of a system, he could not produce them himself. Each bullet was a precious resource. If they were depleted, he would be left without any means of self-defense. Exhausted from the earlier confrontation with the vile elder, Yi Qingyun succumbed to the fatigue that washed over him. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of their respective snores, one deep and the other light. Outside, Demao and Tuzi nestled together, sleeping soundly as if nothing had transpired, restoring tranquility to the scene. The members of the Nine Spirits sect returned the surviving children to their families, engendering waves of gratitude towards the sect. The Nine Spirits sect's reputation soared, especially Gongsun Yu, who had personally slain the vile elder, achieving unparalleled fame. The martial arts community buzzed with discussion regarding this event. Who was the vile elder? He had once wreaked havoc hundreds of years ago. And although he had faded from memory, his deeds were still recounted. Gongsun Yu's triumph over the vile elder was not merely a matter of ridding the world of evil, but also a proclamation of his own enhanced prowess. Clearly, following the martial conference among the three sects, Gongsun Yu had risen to new heights. Is there any doubt? To have slain the vile elder, Gongsun Yu's strength must now rival that of the martial emperor. Curiosity abounded regarding how the other two sect masters would react upon hearing this news. Would they immediately retreat to cultivate and strive to surpass Gongsun Yu? At the Qingyun sect, Su Changfeng furrowed his brow in deep contemplation upon hearing the news. Strange, his eldest disciple, Li Qinyuan, inquired, Master, why do you say that? Su Changfeng replied, It stands to reason that Gongsun Yu's strength should not allow him to best the vile elder. How then could he have achieved such a feat? Li Qinyuan offered, It is said that the vile elder kidnapped many children in order to heal his injuries. Perhaps that is why Gongsun sect master was able to defeat him. That is indeed a possibility. Gongsun has garnered quite the spotlight this time, even overshadowing our Qingyun sect. Su Changfeng chuckled, shaking his head. Meanwhile, at Taihao Gate, Chen Gongwang sat with a stoic expression as he listened to his disciples' reports, his countenance darkening. Humph! That old fox Gongsun has struck it lucky, dispatching an injured vile elder and reaping the glory. Chen Gongwang's tone dripped with envy. He was genuinely feeling a twinge of jealousy. During the previous martial conference, Su Changfeng had triumphed over both him and Gongsun Yu, placing the Qingyun sect above the Nine Spirits sect and Taihao Gate. Now, however, Gongsun Yu had slain the vile elder and rescued numerous children, amassing a wealth of fame. In this light, Chen Gongwang felt entirely eclipsed, struggling to find balance within himself. Master, there is one more matter. A disciple spoke cautiously. What now? Chen Gongwang frowned at it concerns the Song family of Xiling. It seems they have undergone a significant change. The Song family? What transformation have they experienced? Chen Gongwang was taken aback, pressing for details. The father and son of the Song family have taken to vegetarianism and advocating for charitable deeds, regularly venturing out to perform acts of kindness. The benevolent deeds performed solely by the father and son have nevertheless left the local populace in utter distress, their grievances echoing through the air. Chen Gongwang found himself at a loss for words. The Song family truly cannot remain tranquil. Previously, due to matters concerning the Song family, Su Changfeng personally visited Taihao Gate, urging Chen Gongwang to restrain the Song family from further unruly actions. Consequently, Chen Gongwang severed all ties with the Song family, for he deemed it necessary to honor Su Changfeng's wishes. Yet, it appears that the Song family remains as tumultuous as ever. Vigilance is required. Should their actions become excessively reckless, I must intervene to prevent any tarnishing of Taihao Gate's reputation, Chen Gongwang mused, rubbing his weary brow. Yes, understood. At the border of the Tianwu dynasty, a gateway to the Western territories, a peculiar bustle filled the air today. Monks from the west were arriving in droves, seeking entry into the Tianwu dynasty, leaving the border guards somewhat flustered. One of them hurriedly approached to assess the situation. I am Huikong, a monk from the ancient West Zen temple, seeking the holy son of Buddhism within the Tianwu dynasty. I am Jiqi, a monk from the great Zhao temple, on a quest to find the holy son of Buddhism. I am Xuanku, a monk from Lanrua temple, and like my two fellow monks, I too seek the holy son of Buddhism. The border guard, overwhelmed by the sight of dozens of bald heads, each referring to themselves as humble monks and speaking of the holy son of Buddhism, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. There was no alternative. These shining heads were simply too blinding when gathered together. After examining their Buddhist credentials, finding no discrepancies, the guard had no choice but to grant them passage. Thus, the monks entered the Tianwu dynasty, marking the first occasion the dynasty had welcomed such a multitude of Buddhist followers. The direction of the Holy Son's emergence lies in the southwest. Indeed, we shall head southwest. We must not allow the Holy Son of Buddhism to linger in a place devoid of Buddhist ambience. At Fuyun Mountain, Qingyun had risen from his slumber. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a small figure diligently watering the various vegetables planted in the courtyard. Nearby, freshly washed garments hung on the clothesline, basking in the sun. "Brother Yi, you are awake," exclaimed Guo, wiping the sweat from her brow. Why, Qingyun sighed. "You need not concern yourself with such tasks." Guo paused, her head lowering in a display of mild grievance. With a sigh, Qingyun proposed, "How about this? I shall take you as my disciple and teach you some skills to become self-sufficient. What do you say?" Chapter 39. The art of pleasing a disciple master. I bow before you, disciple Guo. Qingyun had merely mentioned it in passing, yet the little one promptly knelt before him, bowing her head in reverence, leaving Qingyun momentarily taken aback. All right then, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Qingyun, he said, affectionately patting Guo head before hastily returning indoors. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a red envelope. "Here, for you." Guo accepted it with confusion. "Master, what is this?" "A red envelope for you. A red envelope," she echoed, utterly perplexed. Why, Qingyun chuckled. "According to the customs of my hometown, since you have taken me as your master, it is only fitting that I present you with a red envelope." "Oh," she replied, unwrapping it to reveal a silver note inside. 100 taels. Guo eyes widened in astonishment. 100 taels, that's far too much, she exclaimed, her hands trembling in disbelief. Why, Qingyun, however, remained unfazed. He possessed numerous silver notes, all gifted to him by Chu Yinyu. Without hesitation, he accepted all of them, viewing them merely as sheets of paper. "Keep it safe. As my disciple, you need not beg in the market any longer," Qingyun reassured her. "Yes," Guo nodded eagerly, her heart brimming with joy. "From this day forth, I, Guo, have a master." Since she became aware of the world, Guo had been all alone, surviving by begging on the streets. She had endured countless hardships and indignities, barely managing to live until now. In truth, Guo was already 8 years old, yet she appeared no older than a 5 or 6-year-old child. In countless dreams, she had longed for the companionship of parents, for a warm home, not necessarily luxurious but filled with love. After waking from tears on numerous occasions, she had to face the harsh reality. But now, her small wish had finally come true. She had a home, a kind master, and a name of her own, Guo. She desired nothing more than to live peacefully alongside her master. Master, will you teach me how to cultivate? Cultivate? Yes. I know there are martial artists in this world who can cultivate, capable of flying and performing incredible feats. I cannot cultivate. That can't be. Didn't you rescue me from those bad people? I did save you. But I truly cannot cultivate. All right, Qingyun could sense Guo disappointment. Yet he understood. Children of such an age often yearn for extraordinary abilities. In his own childhood, he had aspired to become the great sage equal to heaven. If you wish to cultivate, I happen to know some individuals who can take you to a cultivation sect, should you desire. Qingyun offered. Truthfully, he was reluctant to send Guo to a cultivation sect, but if she truly wished to go, he would not stand in her way. No, I would rather stay by master's side. Qingyun's surprise, Guo declined the offer. Aren't you eager to cultivate? He inquired. Guo grinned. One can be powerful without cultivation, just like you, master. Qingyun gave her a thumbs up. Well said, being with me is indeed formidable. Bai Suyi had been forcibly brought to Fuyun Mountain by her master, Gongsun. After learning of Qingyun's identity as a reclusive sage, Gongsun anxiety grew ever greater. He resolved to visit this sage personally to ease any tensions and perhaps establish a closer rapport. Bai Suyi, however, was reluctant to accompany him. She found it difficult to face Qingyun after her master had previously treated him with such disdain. Bai Suyi could easily imagine that, despite Qingyun's outward calm demeanor, he likely held some discontent towards the two of them. Master, it is acceptable to visit young Master Yi, but we must agree on a few points beforehand. All right, whatever you say. Firstly, Master, you must not reveal young Master Yi's identity. He does not favor being regarded as a sage that I understand. Young Master Yi surely desires to experience the mundane world, and I shall refrain from speaking out of turn. Furthermore, the place where young Master Yi resides is exceedingly tranquil. You must exercise caution and not act recklessly. You need not worry. I am not such a person. Observing the foolish smile on Gongsun face, Bai Suyi could only roll her eyes. She knew her master all too well. He was perpetually arrogant and rather uncouth. Yet he possessed no truly negative traits. Deep down, Bai Suyi held a great deal of respect for Gongsun. Young Master Yi has a dog and a rabbit, both extraordinary creatures, particularly the dog, whose cultivation is immeasurable. Bai Suyi cautioned. A dog's cultivation is immeasurable? Gongsun exclaimed, astonished. As they approached the mountain, they soon came upon a modest courtyard with several ordinary-looking buildings. A lazy dog lounged at the entrance. While a rabbit nibbled on carrots in the yard, a frail young boy was seen using a hoe, seemingly tending to some plants. As they drew closer, Bai Suyi inclined her head slightly, addressing the boy. Excuse me, young brother, is young Master Yi present? Guo looked up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Who are you? We are friends of young Master Yi, here to pay him a visit, Bai Suyi replied courteously. Oh, my master has gone down the mountain to buy some things. You may wait for him inside if you wish, Guo suggested. Qingyun's disciple? Hearing this, both Gongsun and Bai Suyi were momentarily taken aback. But their eyes soon brightened. If young Master Yi was absent, then surely it would suffice to curry favor with his disciple. So, you are young Master Yi's esteemed disciple. May I inquire your name? Bai Suyi asked, bowing slightly. Guo scratched his head. I am Guo, a name given to me by my master. You need not be so polite. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Bai Suyi quickly signaled to Gongsun, who understood her cue and stepped forward, producing an item from his waist. Since you are young Master Yi's esteemed disciple, we must offer you a token of our first meeting. Please accept this, he said, handing Guo a jade vial containing a few pills. What is this? Guo asked, puzzled. These are the special Jingxian pills from my Jiling sect. They can alter one's physique and refine one's bones. Particularly beneficial for a young person like you, Gongsun explained. Chapter 40. The talkative monk Guo did not fully comprehend the explanation but understood that the pills would be advantageous for him. Since they were beneficial, he gladly accepted them. Thank you, Guo expressed gratefully. Gongsun felt relieved upon seeing that Guo had accepted the pills. It seemed that Qingyun's disciple was quite amiable, appearing somewhat simple-minded like an ordinary person. However, having previously underestimated Qingyun, Gongsun dared not truly believe that Guo was an ordinary individual. Perhaps this disciple, like his master, was hiding exceptional talents beneath the surface. Please, come inside and make yourselves comfortable. Of course. Gongsun and Bai Suyi entered the courtyard. Guo Xiaoyun courteously prepared a pot of tea, serving them each a cup. As Gongsun Yu raised his cup. Ready to drink, he was taken aback by the emerald green liquid, which emanated waves of pure spiritual energy. Spiritual liquid? He exclaimed, looking at Bai Suyi, who was equally astonished. Master, could this possibly be an entire cup of spiritual liquid? Bai Suyi asked incredulously. Gongsun Yu nodded gravely. Bai Suyi gasped in amazement. This is too extravagant. To entertain us with an entire cup of spiritual liquid? Gongsun Yu, having a profound cultivation base, could safely consume the entire cup, enhancing his own cultivation. However, if Bai Suyi were to drink it, the excess spiritual energy could overwhelm her and risk rupturing her meridians. Why aren't you drinking? Guo Xiaoyun asked, gulping down the entire contents of his cup. He had worked hard all morning and was quite thirsty. He poured himself another cup and drank it down as well, then returned to his tasks as if nothing had happened. Gongsun Yu and Bai Suyi stared in disbelief. Wait, one can drink spiritual liquid like that? They were astonished that he had downed 2 cups without concern for the immense spiritual energy contained within. Even an ordinary person would hesitate, let alone Bai Suyi, who had reached the pinnacle of her cultivation. Master, Bai Suyi stammered, bewildered. Gongsun Yu's expression grew serious. This child is indeed worthy of being the disciple of that esteemed figure. He must possess extraordinary potential, capable of treating spiritual liquid as mere water. Bai Suyi was left speechless. Could he truly be such a prodigy? Gongsun Yu's lips twitched. What other explanation could there be? Bai Suyi fell silent. Suddenly, she felt an intense envy towards Guo Xiaoyun. No wonder he had been accepted as Qingyun's disciple. He was indeed an extraordinary talent, far beyond her own capabilities. Why am I comparing myself to him? There is no need for jealousy, she pondered. Could it be that deep down, I secretly desire to be young Master Ye's disciple? No, that thought must be extinguished. Bai Suyi cautiously sipped her tea, only to find it overwhelmingly potent. Even this small mouthful sent waves of spiritual energy coursing through her body. Fortunately, she had been continuously operating her cultivation technique to digest the energy. Gongsun Yu, with his profound cultivation, drank an entire cup, feeling the warmth spreading through him. While my cultivation may not have broken through, my spiritual energy has become significantly denser, Gongsun Yu thought to himself, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected opportunity presented by this visit. As they continued to drink tea, time passed, yet they found no sign of Qingyun's return. This left both master and disciple puzzled. What could he be purchasing that would take so long? Guo Xiaoyun wondered. The market is not far. A round trip should only take a couple of hours. Why has he yet to return after leaving so early? Could he have encountered some trouble? Guo Xiaoyun's heart filled with concern as he glanced at Gongsun Yu and Bai Suyi. If it pleases you, perhaps you should return for now. I intend to head down the mountain to search for my master. Not at all. It has been a pleasure. We shall visit again another time. Gongsun Yu replied, rising to take his leave. Though they had not met Qingyun, they had not come in vain. They had delivered their gifts and established a connection with his disciple. After they departed, Guo Xiaoyun waited a little longer but still saw no sign of Qingyun. Growing increasingly anxious, he decided, Demao, let us head down the mountain to search for him. Woof! Guo Xiaoyun locked the courtyard door and set off down the mountain with Demao. Meanwhile, Qingyun had indeed encountered some difficulties. After finishing his purchases, he was suddenly approached by a monk who insisted that he was the holy son of Buddhism, demanding to take him back to the Western Buddhist realm. Qingyun was utterly bewildered. I have done nothing to warrant such a title. I have not renounced my worldly life nor visited any temple. How have I become the holy son of Buddhism? That title sounded quite imposing. Ba, I assure you, I am no fraud, Monk Huikong stated, palms pressed together, standing before Qingyun with an anxious expression. Why Qingyun felt his patience wearing thin. He had been bombarded by this monk for over 2 hours, inundated with tales of Buddhist history, the legends of the Holy Sun, and the glorious achievements of Buddhism. Monk Huikong spoke incessantly, leaving Qingyun feeling utterly dazed. Enough! As Monk Huikong began another lengthy explanation, Qingyun quickly interjected. The monk paused, suddenly elated. Are you planning to return with me to the ancient West Zen temple? Qingyun clenched his fists, tempted to strike the monk on the head. I will say this once more and for the final time. I am not the holy son of Buddhism that you claim I am. Do not mention any more of these Buddhist matters. I have no interest in hearing them. Qingyun's voice was gritted through clenched teeth as he attempted to walk past the monk, only to have monk Huikong follow closely behind. Why Qingyun's frustration boiled over. Get lost? He shouted at monk Huikong. The monk, however, remained unperturbed, even managing a smile that seems you still do not believe me. Allow me to share the legend of the Holy Son of Buddhism once more. Qingyun took a deep breath. You have spoken for long enough. It is time for me to share my thoughts. The monk looked taken aback. What does the benefactor wish to say? Do you know why I have no desire to accompany you to your Western Buddhist realm? Qingyun's voice was stern. Monk Huikong shook his head repeatedly. It is inconceivable that, in the Western realm, where countless Buddhist temples abound, there would be no presence of Mahayana Buddhism. Why Qingyun scoffed coldly. Then pray tell, what exactly is Mahayana Buddhism? Chapter 41. Do you understand Mahayana Buddhism? The monk Huikong began to speak without hesitation. Mahayana Buddhism emphasizes the cultivation of the three studies, precepts, meditation, and wisdom, as well as the Eightfold Path. Practicing Mahayana Buddhism involves following the path of liberation to achieve emancipation in this life. Attaining the state of an arhat leads to complete liberation in this life. Escaping the cycle of rebirth. These three statements indeed represent the principles of practice within the Buddhist community, and they are what Huikong and others in the Buddhist order have long regarded as the essence of Mahayana Buddhism, the supreme teaching. However, upon hearing this, Qingyun shook his head in disappointment. Why do you shake your head? Huikong inquired, puzzled. What you have articulated is merely the teaching of the Hinayana. Impossible. This is the entirety of Mahayana Buddhism as upheld in our Buddhist community, celebrated for millennia, and it has always been thus. Huikong fundamentally disagreed with Qingyun's assertion. After all, he was raised within the Buddhist tradition, immersed in this doctrine from a young age. In his eyes, this was the essence of Mahayana Buddhism. Why Qingyun sighed, casting a sympathetic gaze upon Huikong. How pitiable it is that you have devoted your youth to the recitation of Buddhist teachings, yet remain oblivious to the true nature of Mahayana Buddhism. Huikong furrowed his brow. You assert that this is not Mahayana Buddhism, then I must ask, what do you believe constitutes Mahayana Buddhism? This sparked a sense of defiance within Huikong. Why Qingyun desired this reaction. Otherwise, what he was about to say would lack the desired impact. Huikong, listen closely. Why Qingyun cleared his throat. The essence of Mahayana Buddhism, in addition to the three studies and the Eightfold Path you previously mentioned, also encompasses the cultivation of the six perfections and the four means of attraction. These constitute the Bodhisattva path. Bodhisattva practitioners willingly forego the opportunity to attain arhatship through the hearing of Buddhist teachings. They vow to become bodhisattvas, ultimately striving to become future Buddhas to enlighten others to arhatship or to reincarnate as disciples of future Buddhas. In contrast, practitioners focused solely on the path of liberation seek to attain arhatship swiftly while the teachings are still available, aiming for total liberation in this life, thus escaping the cycle of rebirth. Merely adhering to the 5 precepts and 10 good deeds as a common mortal leaves one still within the realm of ordinary beings, as they only concern themselves with their own liberation and do not return to rescue other sentient beings. Hence, this is termed Hinayana Buddhism. Conversely, a bodhisattva aspires to attain the supreme path of Buddhahood for their own liberation from the cycle of birth and death, while aiding countless beings to transcend the suffering of existence, thus rightfully embodying Mahayana Buddhism. At this point, Qingyun paused. Huikong, do you comprehend? His voice rang out like the thunderous roar of a vajra. Huikong stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Why Qingyun's words shattered the foundation of belief in the teachings he had held since childhood. Yet, Huikong still struggled to accept it. After years of practice, convinced he was engaging with Mahayana Buddhism, he now faced the disheartening revelation that it was merely Hinayana. How could this be? Huikong shook his head vigorously, his once bright eyes now devoid of luster. Why Qingyun's expression remained cold and filled with disappointment. In the Western realm of Buddhism, it appears that the belief in Hinayana as the entirety of Buddhist doctrine prevails, and none seem to acknowledge the existence of Mahayana Buddhism. How ludicrous it is to still claim to be a holy place of Buddhism. Huikong's demeanor sank further, revealing a visage of shame. Even if I were indeed a scion of the Buddhist order, I would not wish to return to your Western realm. Pointing to the ground beneath him, Qingyun continued, Buddha exists in the heavens, on earth, in the hearts of people, and in all things. Buddha is omnipresent. As long as there is Buddha within one's heart, What need is there to be confined to practicing within a temple? This statement profoundly resonated within Huikong's soul. The young monk, under the influence of the cunning Qingyun, began to doubt the entirety of his life's path. Buddha is everywhere? Huikong murmured, as if a newfound understanding had dawned upon him. Suddenly, he knelt before Qingyun with a thud. This startled Qingyun. What are you doing? Are you trying to provoke me? Yet, Huikong repeatedly bowed his head before Qingyun, his face awash with regret and sincerity. Saint, I have finally encountered the true teachings of Buddhism. With tears welling in his eyes, Huikong continued, Today, upon meeting the saint, I realized that all my years of practice have been in vain. I wish to follow the saint from henceforth, dedicating myself to the practice of Mahayana Buddhism and taking it upon myself to enlighten others. I implore the saint to grant me this opportunity. What? Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to dismiss this individual, wishing for him not to trouble him further, but unexpectedly, the situation had backfired. Now, Huikong did not wish to depart but instead wanted to accompany him. What was he to do? Was he truly to be burdened with the company of a monk? How peculiar, moreover, if he were to accept Huikong. What if the monks from the Western Zen ancient temple came to cause trouble? That simply would not do. You need not follow me, Qingyun stated. Huikong looked up, bewildered, as he gazed at Qingyun. Practice does not necessitate following anyone. As long as there is Buddha in one's heart and the aspiration to enlighten others, one can practice without following anyone or residing in any temple. One is still engaged in practice. Buddha will see this. Why? Qingyun smiled gently. This smile, seemingly inconsequential to others, radiated with immense brilliance and boundless Buddhist teachings in Huikong's eyes. Just a glimpse brought tranquility to his heart. Huikong suddenly rose to his feet, his face reflecting a profound realization. The saint is correct. Even without being in a temple, I can still practice. I have made my decision. I shall no longer return to the Western Zen ancient temple but will practice here. Qingyun was left speechless. He turned to leave, and this time, Huikong did not pursue him. With hands clasped together, he chanted Buddhist scriptures, his eyes now devoid of doubt or confusion. He no longer wished to return to the Western realm of Buddhism. For what significance did it hold if it lacked the presence of Mahayana Buddhism? Since the saint was here, this place was the true sanctuary of Buddhism. I must inform the other Buddhist practitioners so they too may recognize the existence of Mahayana Buddhism. Only in this way can I honor the saint's teachings. Huikong resolved, immediately setting out to find fellow monks. Before long, Huikong gathered dozens of monks. Their shining heads, glistening like polished oil, created a rather dazzling spectacle. Huikong, why have you summoned us? One monk inquired. Did you not go to seek the saint? Did you find him? What manner of person is he? Pray tell us. The assembly of monks eagerly awaited Huikong's account of his meeting with the saint. Smiling, Huikong shook his head. Brothers, I have something to share with you. From this day forward, I shall no longer return to the Western Zen ancient temple or the Western realm. The monks gasped in astonishment. Huikong, what has befallen you? Huikong recited, Unveiling Buddha. Buddha is everywhere. As long as there is Buddha in the heart, any place can be a site for practice. Chapter 42. Have I acquired a genius? On his way back down the mountain, Qingyun encountered Guoxiaoyun, who had come searching for him. Upon seeing Qingyun return safely, Guoxiaoyun's anxious heart was finally at ease. The master and disciple, accompanied by Demao, ascended the mountain together. Master, 2 individuals came to visit you earlier, Guoxiaoyun recalled, not forgetting about Gongsun Yu and Bai Sui Dado. Who were they? Qingyun's heart tightened. Could they also be monks from the Buddhist order? An old man and a young, beautiful lady. The old man claimed to be the leader of the Jiling sect, called Gongsun something, but I couldn't quite remember. The beautiful lady is named Bai Sui and said she is a friend of yours. At this, Guoxiaoyun winked playfully. Master, you know such a lovely lady? Qingyun felt a wave of embarrassment. Just a friend. You're still young. Don't think too much about such things. Oh, did they say anything? They said they came to visit you, and they even gifted me a bottle of elixirs. I served them tea, but since you didn't return by the afternoon, they left, saying they would come back again. Qingyun nodded, not taking it to heart. Master, these elixirs are quite delicious. Do you want to try? Guoxiaoyun exclaimed, munching on the essence elixir gifted by Gongsun Yu, crunching away as if it were a broad bean. Let me have a taste. Qingyun took one into his mouth. It was slightly sweet and crisp. Not bad. If you like them, feel free to eat them all. Without hesitation, Guo emptied the entire bottle of essence elixirs into his mouth, crunching joyfully. Moments later, all 8 elixirs were consumed. If other martial artists were to witness this, they would surely be astounded. Although these essence elixirs were not particularly high grade, how could an untrained commoner consume an entire bottle? This was akin to courting death. A typical person would surely explode from such an act. Yet Guo seemed unfazed, even letting out a satisfied belch. Upon returning to the mountain, Qingyun's life seemed to return to tranquility. With Guo assisting with the farm work, Qingyun found himself considerably relieved. Of course, Qingyun did not forget to instruct Guo, for he was not merely a servant but a disciple. As Qingyun lacked martial abilities, he could only teach other skills. Xiaoyun, today I will teach you to write. I know how to write. What? I really do. Seeing Qingyun's disbelief, Guo fetched paper and brush, writing a few characters before him. Although the characters were crooked, they were still legible. Qingyun was astonished. Who did you learn this from? Guo smiled. That I learned from the old storyteller at the tea house. The old storyteller? Qingyun recalled encountering this individual not long ago during a visit to the tea house. How many characters do you know? I should know most of them. Guo continued writing. Qingyun was left speechless. It seemed he would not need to teach him writing after all. Then I shall teach you to draw. Sounds good. Guo was genuinely interested. Qingyun began with simple objects. He retrieved a chicken egg and placed it before Guo. Draw this egg, complete 10 sketches and see if there are any differences. All right. Guo obediently began drawing. Qingyun smiled slightly, unsure if his teaching method was appropriate. However, he remembered that a master artist from his previous world had trained in a similar manner. Before long, Guo completed 10 drawings of the egg. Qingyun examined them and noted that each drawing was distinct. Yet they shared a commonality, a flawless precision from various angles. Qingyun was taken aback. Could it be that I have acquired a genius disciple? He then brought forth a pair. Now, draw this. Okay. Moments later, Guo finished the drawing. Qingyun's suspicions were further confirmed. Guo was indeed a prodigy. Draw this. Good. Draw that. Excellent. For an entire day, Qingyun had Guo focus solely on drawing, transitioning from the initial egg to landscapes. Guo appeared to possess an innate understanding of this art, effortlessly creating masterpieces without needing any guidance from Qingyun. Moreover, Guo paintings were exceptionally fine, devoid of any flaws. Have you studied painting before? Qingyun asked, astonished. Guo shook his head. No, then how can you draw so well? Feeling a bit shy, Guo replied, I don't know. When I see something, I just think about it for a moment, and my hands can draw it. Qingyun was utterly speechless. Genius. That's the only explanation for this. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, a group of monks suddenly appeared, led by Huikong, their faces reflecting reverence as they gazed at the mountain. The saint resides here in seclusion, Huikong declared. Since the saint is here, we shall remain as well. Indeed, the saint chose this place for a reason. Following him will surely be right. Brothers, why don't we establish a temple here to protect the saint? That sounds splendid. Agreed. Agreed. The monks unanimously agreed, and they began constructing a temple at the foot of the mountain. This attracted much attention. Why have so many monks suddenly gathered at the mountain? Are they truly building a temple? What on earth is happening? Qingyun, unaware of the commotion brewing at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, had no idea how lively things had become. Particularly when the Song family learned of the temple's construction, the situation began to take an even stranger turn. Son, quick, quick, we must rush to Floating Cloud Mountain. Master Yi is having a temple built at his mountain. Let us go lend our support, contributing however we can. Don't worry, father, I understand. I will do my utmost to perform good deeds. Father and son from the Song family hurriedly made their way to Floating Cloud Mountain. The monks welcomed the arrival of the Song family, especially delighted to see their sincere devotion to Buddhism. Why are you building a temple at Master Ye's mountain? During casual conversation, Song Xiaotian inquired. Master Yi, are you referring to the saint? Huikong asked in astonishment. The saint? What saint? Qingyun is the holy son of our Buddhist order. His teachings are profound and unfathomable. We have come from the Western realm of Buddhism to follow him, hence the establishment of this temple. Chapter 43. Let us name it Shaolin Temple. Upon hearing this, the Song family members were enlightened, and no wonder. No wonder that day Qingyun appeared as if the Buddha had manifested. He is indeed the holy son of Buddhism. With this revelation, the Song family's respect for Qingyun deepened, and they solidified their resolve to gallop forth on the path towards enlightenment. Father, since we are wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism, why not shave our heads and become monks? Song Qingyun suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Song Xiaotian was taken aback, then realized the implication. Indeed, previously, in the Tianwu dynasty, there were no temples, which is why we could only engage in vegetarianism, recite the scriptures, and perform good deeds without a clear path to monastic life. But now, the people of the Western realm of Buddhism have arrived and are constructing a temple here. This presents us with the perfect opportunity to immerse ourselves in the Buddhist order. Seizing the chance to change their lives was now within reach. Father and son promptly approached Huikong. Master Huikong, we wish to ordain. The two stood before Huikong, brimming with excitement. One might think they were celebrating a joyous occasion. Huikong was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Are you truly wishing to ordain? Indeed. Our hearts are set on Buddhism, and now that you have come, we must surely take the path of monastic life. Precisely. Only by ordaining can we fulfill our life's purpose. We implore Master Huikong to grant us this opportunity. Even if it means parting with all our wealth, we shall have no regrets. The resolve of the Song family was unwavering, almost as if they were ready to shave their heads themselves. Huikong felt deeply moved and could not help but bow towards floating Cloud Mountain. Truly, this is a place worthy of the Holy Sun's presence. It is apparent that the atmosphere of the Buddhist community here is remarkably profound, to the extent that even the patriarch of such an esteemed family is willing to embrace our faith. Master, we implore you to grant us this wish, Song Xiaotian earnestly beseeched. Huikong nodded in agreement. Since both of you are so resolute and wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism, the gates of our order shall undoubtedly open wide for you. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The father and son were overwhelmed with joy. At last, we can become monks. Subsequently, the monk Huikong personally conducted the head-shaving ceremony for the Song father and Iso, and in no time, they transformed into two bald disciples. By kneeling before this humble monk, you become his disciples. Upon entering our Buddhist order, you shall receive Dharma names. From this day forth, you shall be called Shuhai and Shuju. Shuhai is the Dharma name of Song Xiaotian, while Shuju is the Dharma name of Song Qingyun. Within the Buddhist community, there is no distinction of father and son, only that of seniority. However, since both are disciples of Huikong, they are regarded as peers in the Buddhist realm. Thank you, Master. The two bald heads of the Song family bowed in unison. In that moment, it seemed as though the father and son had attained profound enlightenment, their hearts free from all worldly attachments. By the way, Master, what shall we name our temple? Song Xiaotian inquired. Huikong was momentarily taken aback. This was a question he had not contemplated. Now that it was brought to his attention, he realized he needed to deliberate on it carefully. With the assistance of the Song family, the construction of the temple was progressing astonishingly swiftly. It was estimated that within 10 days, a brand new temple would be completed. Before that, it was imperative to devise a name for the temple. Otherwise, they would be at a loss for what to inscribe on its signboard. No, the name of the temple must be bestowed by the Holy Sun himself. Otherwise, it would lack significance. Huikong resolved to ascend the mountain to seek the counsel of Qingyun for the temple's name. He immediately set off, not wishing to be outpaced by others. Should a suitable name be claimed by someone else, their temple would bear no worthy title. Upon reaching the mountain, Huikong beheld the abode of Qingyun, a serene and unpretentious dwelling. Huikong felt a deep sense of admiration. The Holy Sun truly embodies a reclusive sage. Even his place of cultivation is so tranquil and elegant, a true paragon for us monks. As he approached the courtyard, he noticed Qingyun picking pears from a tree. Holy Sun! Huikong called out. Qingyun turned to look, and upon seeing the monk, he felt a sense of dread. Why has this monk come up the mountain again? Is he truly relentless? What do you want? Qingyun asked, somewhat irked. Huikong, however, wore a beaming smile. This humble monk is constructing a temple at the foot of the mountain, but I am unsure of its name. Hence, I have come to request the Holy Sun to bestow a name upon the temple. What nonsense is this? You are building a temple at the foot of the mountain. Qingyun was taken aback. Indeed, not only I, but other fellow practitioners are also constructing a temple there, Huikong affirmed. Qingyun was momentarily bewildered. Wait a moment, what is going on? Huikong explained. Ever since the Holy Sun enlightened me about the differences between Mahayana and Theravada Buddhism, I resolved to remain here and follow the Holy Sun in my practice. Upon learning of my decision, Other practitioners made the same choice. They, too, are building temples to be closer to the Holy Sun and to facilitate our protection of him. Qingyun's expression twitched. Goodness. If a circle of temples is constructed at the foot of the mountain, what will this place become? A sacred site of Buddhism. Quickly, take me to see it. Of course. Qingyun followed Huikong as they hurried down the mountain. Standing at a vantage point, Qingyun could already see a magnificent spectacle from afar. Numerous temples, still under construction, formed a circle around the base of Floating Cloud Mountain. Henceforth, anyone wishing to ascend or descend the mountain must pass through these temples. Qingyun was utterly flabbergasted. Perhaps you should just return to the western regions. If you do not go back, the Buddhist practitioners will come looking for you. Qingyun advised. Huikong, however, shook his head stubbornly. Fear not, Holy Son. If any practitioners come, we shall persuade them to stay with us. Wherever the Holy Sun resides is the true Buddhist realm. Qingyun was left speechless. What is going on? Have I unknowingly assumed the title of the Buddhist Holy Sun? He sighed, resigning himself to the situation. With a lack of enthusiasm, he turned to leave. Holy Sun, you have yet to name my temple. Huikong hurriedly stopped him. Qingyun, however, was in no mood for this. Let us call it Shaolin Temple. Qingyun casually remarked before turning to depart. Huikong stood there, repeating the name Shaolin Temple in his mind. After a while, a sudden spark lit up in his eyes. The Holy Sun truly possesses great wisdom. Shaolin Temple, ha ha ha, my temple shall be named Shaolin Temple. Huikong dashed down the mountain with great enthusiasm. In the Tianwu dynasty. Within the capital, Emperor Dongfang Su was engaged in discussions with his ministers in the court when an urgent report from the border troops suddenly caused an uproar. Dongfang Su's expression sharpened. What has transpired at the border? A soldier knelt before him, presenting a battle report. The document was swiftly delivered into Dongfang Su's hands. As he opened it and read, he immediately rose in agitation, his face flushed with fury. The Qingyun dynasty, the Ziri dynasty, and the Fengwu dynasty have formed an alliance to invade our Tianwu dynasty's eastern borders. At this moment, the border has fallen, and the combined forces of the three dynasties have already surged into our territory. Upon hearing this, the assembly was struck with horror. Three dynasties, 100,000 allied troops. They have breached our eastern borders and are now rampaging through the Tianwu dynasty. This is indeed a bolt from the blue. The ministers were astounded. Your Majesty, we must mobilize our troops immediately to curtail the offensive of the three dynasties. Your Majesty, we must act swiftly. We must deploy our forces before the eastern borders are completely overrun. Several ministers urged in unison. At this critical juncture, only a decisive military response could safeguard the Tianwu dynasty. Otherwise, if the eastern borders fell entirely into the hands of the allied forces, any hopes of counterattack would be extinguished. Dongfang Su, as the emperor, understood this imperative. General He Yun, at your service. He Yun, clad in heavy armor, stepped forward with a resonant voice. Mobilize 30,000 elite troops, along with 100,000 palace guards, and immediately proceed to the eastern front to confront the enemy. Remember, we do not seek a decisive victory, but we must prevent the allied forces from trampling our land. He Yun bowed deeply. I shall obey. He Yun departed with 30,000 elite troops and an additional 100,000 palace guards, a total of 400,000 soldiers heading to the eastern front. This was the quickest possible mobilization of forces for the Tianwu dynasty. Although more troops could be summoned, it would require time to organize them, and it was impossible to achieve that within 3 to 5 days. The atmosphere in the court was far from optimistic. The three dynasties' combined forces numbered well over 100,000, a tide of troops sweeping through, leaving devastation in their wake. Would He Yun and his 400,000 troops be able to withstand such an overwhelming force? It seemed an insurmountable challenge. Many speculated that the 400,000 troops might hold their ground for only 3 days before collapsing, leading to utter chaos in the eastern front, placing the Tianwu dynasty in grave peril. After the court session, Dongfang Su remained deeply troubled. He yearned to personally head to the eastern front, but as the emperor, his presence there would surely provoke action from the three dynasties. Should any mishap befall him, it would spell disaster for the Tianwu dynasty. Your Majesty, there may still be a glimmer of hope for the eastern front. Yu suddenly appeared, kneeling before Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su was taken aback, then shook his head. You need not comfort me. If He Yun's 400,000 troops can last 3 days, that would be deemed a great success. Preserving the Eastern Front is akin to climbing a mountain. His heart was heavy with despair. The only course of action was to gather more troops and seek alliances with neighboring nations. Only in this manner could they hope to safeguard the Tianwu dynasty and reclaim the Eastern Front. However, the current situation was exceedingly dire for the Tianwu dynasty. Jiyu interjected, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Floating Cloud Mountain lies within the Eastern Front." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su's eyes brightened. Indeed, he suddenly recalled the presence of a profound and enigmatic figure residing atop Floating Cloud Mountain. With such a person, perhaps the Eastern Front could be preserved. Jiyu, you must immediately seek out this esteemed individual and implore their assistance. Dongfang Su commanded. As you wish. Guyu departed with Dongfang Su's token. Hastening towards Floating Cloud Mountain, he set off alone, arriving at the Eastern Front even before Yun's 400,000 troops. Upon reaching Floating Cloud Mountain, Guyu was taken aback by the sight before him. How had so many temples sprung up at the foot of the mountain? One after another, they lined the path upward, effectively blocking the ascent. The largest temple bore a majestic sign reading Shaolin Temple, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. To an outsider, it would seem as if a major temple from the western regions had relocated here. Confounded, Guyu had no time for further inquiries and made his way through the temples, heading straight for Floating Cloud Mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Guyu spotted Qingyun leisurely sipping tea in a reclined position, while Guo busied herself with laundry. "Master, someone has arrived," Guo called out. Having noticed Guyu first, Qingyun opened his eyes, and upon seeing Guyu, a smile spread across his face. "Jiyu, it has been quite some time since you last visited." However, Guyu had no time for pleasantries. Quickly bowing before Qingyun, "Young Master Yi, we truly need your help to emerge from seclusion." Qingyun was momentarily startled. Jiyu's serious demeanor indicated something significant was amiss. "What is happening?" Qingyun inquired. Guyu proceeded to recount the recent events. Upon hearing the news of impending war, Qingyun nearly toppled from his chair. "Goodness! War has broken out. What shall we do, Master? Perhaps we should relocate." Guo echoed his concerns. Having once lived as a beggar, she understood the necessity of preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Yes. Let us hasten to move." Qingyun immediately rushed inside to gather his belongings. Jiyu was left dumbfounded. Young Master Yi, you must repel that million-strong army." Guyu hurried after him. Qingyun, exasperated, replied, "You want me to confront 1,000,000 soldiers? Who do you think I am, Sun Wukong?" Guyu was puzzled. Who is Sun Wukong? However, this was not the time to delve into such matters. In the current predicament of the Tianwu dynasty, there was no one, apart from Qingyun, capable of turning the tide. Guyu knelt before Qingyun, fervently pleading for assistance. Qingyun sighed. "Your pleas are futile. I am merely a mortal. Even a few strong men could easily overpower me. You should return and inform Emperor Wu that I, Qingyun, am relocating. Should he wish to drop by for a meal, he ought to refrain from visiting Floating Cloud Mountain in the future." With that, Qingyun resumed packing. Jiyu felt a sense of despair. Even Qingyun was unwilling to intervene. Was it truly the end for the Tianwu dynasty? With no other choice, Guyu turned to leave. Shortly after Guyu's departure, Qingyun led his 400,000 troops to the battlefield. While the enemy's million-strong army swiftly approached, a fierce battle erupted not far from Floating Cloud Mountain. Yet, within less than a day's time, the 400,000 troops were routed. The remnants fled in disarray. Ha! Is this all the Tianwu dynasty is capable of? Kill! Let us invade the heart of the Tianwu dynasty. After this battle, the Tianwu dynasty would be left with no strength to resist. The million-strong army surged forth, soon reaching the vicinity of Floating Cloud Mountain. At that moment, Qingyun had just finished packing his belongings and was preparing to descend the mountain to escape. However, Huikong the monk, accompanied by a throng of monks, ascended the mountain. "Holy Sun, the foot of the mountain is now besieged by the enemy forces. We shall risk our lives to protect you," Huikong declared resolutely. "What nonsense is this?" Qingyun was left in shock. Just as he had finished packing to leave, he was informed that the mountain was surrounded by an enemy army. "Fear not, Holy Sun. With us guarding you, you shall remain unharmed." Huikong pressed his palms together in prayer. Indeed, Holy Sun need only stay at the summit. "Even against 1,000,000 soldiers, we shall repel the invaders." The other monks echoed Huikong's sentiments. Qingyun's expression was conflicted. He questioned the monks' abilities. Could they truly withstand 1,000,000 soldiers? However, with the notion of relocating now impractical, he could only remain on the mountain and leave his fate in their hands. Very well, I shall entrust my life to you. Qingyun conceded. Rest assured. Holy Sun, Huikong and the others descended the mountain, determined to protect Floating Cloud Mountain, safeguard Qingyun, and defend their Buddhist holy sun, willing to die without regret. News of Yun's defeat swiftly reached the court, causing an uproar among the ministers. How could we have lost so quickly? They exclaimed. Yun is a general of our dynasty. How could he be so easily vanquished? Is he afraid of battle? Did he flee on purpose? At this moment, it was not the time for such discussions. They needed to focus on how to preserve the Eastern Front. The Eastern Front is beyond salvation. The enemy's 1,000,000-strong army has likely already seized control of it. Alas, is the Tianwu dynasty truly at its wit's end? The court was in chaos, and anxiety permeated the atmosphere. They had anticipated that Yun's 400,000 troops could at least hold for 3 days. Yet they had been defeated in a single day, a staggering and unexpected turn of events. Now, even if they wished to dispatch more troops, time was not on their side. They could only allow the 1,000,000-strong army to rampage freely through the Eastern Front. Guyu returned in haste and immediately approached Emperor Dongfang Su. What news? Dongfang Su inquired urgently. Your Majesty, the esteemed Yi does not wish to intervene, Guyu replied, his expression filled with indignation. Dongfang Su felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Instantly aging a decade, it appears we have neglected to treat the esteemed individual with the respect he deserves, leading to our dire predicament. He has no intention of coming to our aid. Dongfang Su lamented deeply. Had I known this day would come, I would have visited Floating Cloud Mountain more often to cultivate a better relationship with that individual. How could I have let it come to this? Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Guyu inquired anxiously. Dongfang Su took a deep breath, a resolute expression forming on his face. I shall lead the charge myself. Buddhism guides the world. Today, we shall enlighten those ensnared in worldly strife, urging them to lay down their arms and follow the path of the Buddha. Huikong and the monks stood at the entrance of Shaolin Temple, their faces etched with sincerity. The monks stood resolute, unafraid even in the face of a 1,000,000-strong army, as if the formidable force before them were merely a group of bewildered children. They are in need of enlightenment and guidance, such as the sacred duty of the monks of the Buddhist order. The grand army approaches, a vast sea of people, densely packed and shrouded in darkness. At a glance, it is impossible to count them. They stretch endlessly into the horizon. The ordinary person would be paralyzed with fear upon witnessing such a scene, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, these monks remain utterly unafraid. Even the recently ordained Song father and son wear expressions of serene calmness. With the Buddha in their hearts, they know no fear as the army draws near. 3 generals mounted on their majestic steeds emerge from the ranks. Each hails from a different dynasty and serves as a vanguard for this colossal force. It was they who, leading 1,000,000 strong, had previously vanquished the 400,000 troops commanded by Yun in a single battle. How intriguing it is to discover such a congregation of monks within the realm of the Tianwu dynasty, remarked Zhao Jingming, the vanguard general of the Qingyun dynasty, with a chuckle. This is my first encounter with true monks. Their bald heads are indeed fascinating. Wu Sanjing, the vanguard general of the Ziri dynasty, mused, could it be that there are significant figures of the Buddhist order residing atop this mountain? Sun Zhao expressed his confusion. At this moment, Monk Huikong stepped forward. Umitba, he said, joining his palms in reverence towards the 3 generals. Esteemed generals, this is a sacred place of tranquility for the Buddhist order. I kindly request that you and your troops depart swiftly, lest you disturb our practice. His tone was calm, his demeanor composed. Yet this attitude stirred dissatisfaction among the generals. You stand before 1,000,000 soldiers, and you show no fear. Does that not undermine our authority? Zhao Jingming retorted sternly. Even if you are truly unafraid, at the very least, you should feign a semblance of fear. We, the united armies of 3 great dynasties, are here to crush the Tianwu dynasty. If you monks wish to avoid death, I suggest you retreat immediately and not seek your own demise here. Huikong shook his head. The holy son of our order is engaged in quiet cultivation atop the mountain. We cannot allow you to disturb him, unless you wish to tread over our corpses. No sooner had he spoken than a golden light radiated from his body, as if an arhat had descended, illuminating the surroundings with divine light. The other monks, too, were enveloped in a similar golden glow. Even the newly initiated Song father and son emitted a faint golden shimmer. The three generals furrowed their brows at the sight. It was clear that these monks possessed extraordinary abilities. Should it come to blows, vanquishing them would require considerable effort. What troubled them most was Huikong's mention of the holy son of the Buddhist order, a figure of significant stature indeed. When did the Qingyun dynasty come to harbor such a prominent Buddhist figure? Esteemed generals, our purpose here is to eradicate the Qingyun dynasty, not to provoke the Buddhist order, Sun Zhao interjected. What fear could the Buddhist order possibly have? Do you believe our million-strong army is insignificant? Wu Sanjing replied nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned by the Buddhist order. We must take Floating Cloud Mountain. Its treacherous terrain could serve as our stronghold, providing a secure base for our operations. Zhao Jingming nodded in agreement. Observing this, Sun Zhao ceased further objections. I shall repeat myself. If you do not leave at once, we shall send you on your way, Zhao Jingming thundered. With compassion, the Buddha wishes not to take life. Huikong's expression darkened. Yet, should the moment demand it, even the Buddha may unleash his wrath. With a resounding crash, a figure of the immovable king appeared behind Huikong. The immovable king, the foremost of the 8 mighty kings of the Buddhist order, clears obstacles in times of peril, unwavering in his intent. The wrath of the king causes the evil that disturbs sentient beings to tremble and retreat. Chapter 46. The true dragon emerges. These monks, led by Huikong, hail from the Western Buddhist realms. Each is distinguished in their respective monasteries. In addition to their profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, they possess formidable martial prowess. In the Buddhist tradition, one must cultivate both spirit and strength. This is a fundamental tenet. After all, monks who venture beyond their sanctuaries must be capable of protecting themselves and others in times of crisis. Thus, the Buddhist order places great emphasis on martial cultivation. Huikong, a master of the Dan condensation stage, stands comparable to the elders of the 3 major sections. The other monks are not far behind. The combined power of a dozen masters at the Dan condensation stage gathered together is certainly extraordinary. Yet, faced with a million-strong army, even such prowess is but a fragile vessel upon the vast ocean, unable to stir the tides. Nevertheless, Huikong and his companions remain undaunted. They are willing to sacrifice their lives to safeguard the holy sun on the mountain, considering it an honor to die in his service, thus embracing the Buddha's embrace. Unaware of their impending doom, shoot! Zhao Jingming scoffed, issuing his command. In an instant, a volley of arrows was unleashed. A torrential downpour of arrows descended upon the monks. Huikong pressed his palms together, and the immovable king soared into the air. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the immovable king, yet failed to budge him, falling harmlessly to the ground. The other monks employed their respective techniques to withstand the relentless onslaught of arrows. However, having blocked the first wave, a second soon followed. It seems these monks are indeed formidable. We shall employ the anti-magic arrows, Wu Sanjing declared coldly. Quickly, the soldiers replaced their arrows with a special kind, their heads pitch black and engraved with strange symbols, exuding an extraordinary aura. Fire! Wu Sanjing commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The anti-magic arrows whistled through the air. Huikong and the other monks were unfamiliar with these arrows. Having grown up in the peaceful Western Buddhist realms, they had never encountered warfare or the existence of such arrows. Only when the anti-magic arrows descended did they realize the peril they were in. Boom, boom, boom. The anti-magic arrows unleashed tremendous power, rendering the monks' defenses ineffective. What? How is this possible? These are no ordinary arrows. The monks gasped in horror, hastily retreating. Kill! Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jingming immediately commanded an assault. In an instant, cavalry charged forward, brandishing their sabers toward the monks. Huikong and his companions fought valiantly to resist. Blood flowed like rivers at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. The monks, undaunted, though unable to counter the anti-magic arrows, still held a significant advantage against the ordinary soldiers. While the Buddhist order strictly prohibits taking life, there are exceptions in times of dire need. Especially now, Huikong and his companions would show no mercy. These monks are indeed impressive, each possessing mastery at the Dan condensation stage, Zhao Jingming remarked, somewhat surprised. Truly formidable, yet their numbers are far too few. If they had over 100, we might truly struggle to seize this mountain, Wu Sanjing noted. But the holy son of the Buddhist order is atop the mountain. Is it wise for us to act so recklessly? Sun Zhao expressed his concern. From the outset, he had been reluctant to provoke the monks, unlike Zhao Jingming and Wu Sanjing. Sun Zhao had witnessed the prowess of the Buddhist order firsthand. He recalled an elderly monk who had journeyed widely and had once visited the Fengwu dynasty. As a young general, Sun Zhao had seen that monk effortlessly topple a dozen of Fengwu's strongest warriors, impervious to any attempts to harm him. That moment left a profound impression on the young Sun Zhao, instilling in him a deep respect for the Buddhist order. Now, upon hearing of the Holy Sun's presence on the mountain, he felt a sense of foreboding. Despite the million soldiers behind him, the title of Holy Sun was indeed intimidating. What is there to fear? That so-called Holy Sun dares not show his face, yet allows these monks to remain below to meet their demise. What kind of expert could he possibly be? Zhao Jingming scoffed. Sun Zhao frowned, not engaging further in debate, but a nagging sense of unease lingered in his heart. As if foretelling impending misfortune at this moment, the monks at the foot of Shaolin Temple found themselves at a disadvantage. Though they were indeed powerful, the sheer number of soldiers overwhelmed them, no matter how many they felled. The relentless tide of humanity was unending. Soon, Huikong and his companions found their energy waning. Suddenly, one monk, caught off guard, was struck by a spear, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness. Roar. Huikong saw this and wasted no time. He unleashed the lion's roar of the Buddhist order. The roar reverberated through the heavens, causing nearby soldiers to collapse in agony. The monks found a momentary reprieve, yet Huikong's complexion paled, and he swayed unsteadily. While the lion's roar is indeed powerful, it exacts a great toll on the practitioner. Huikong had hoped to endure a while longer, but in a bid to save a fellow monk, he had no choice but to unleash the roar. Now, his energy was nearly depleted. The other monks, grateful yet aware of the strain the technique imposed, understood that once the lion's roar was invoked, Huikong would not be able to hold on for long. "Protect Huikong," a monk shouted, and the others rushed to shield him. "Kill!" The army charged once more. The monks found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, each bearing wounds. They were on the brink of death when suddenly, the sky darkened. The clouds gathered ominously, and a fierce wind howled, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. The onlookers below were taken aback, collectively gazing skyward. Roar, a deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed, and a sinuous dragon shadow flickered in and out of the clouds. At that moment, everyone on the ground, be they the 3 vanguard generals, the monks, or the million-strong army, stood frozen in disbelief. "I doubt I must be seeing things, right? Is that a dragon? Indeed. It is a dragon. A true dragon." The true dragon emerged. As the million-strong army remained transfixed, the dragon's head broke through the clouds. Boom. An indescribable surge of power erupted from its maw, crashing down to the earth. With a thunderous roar, a massive crater formed, swallowing a section of ground along with thousands of soldiers, who were instantly obliterated. Not a trace left behind. In an instant, over 10,000 soldiers perished, evaporating without a trace. Chapter 47. The enemy's route of retreat. The true dragon made its appearance, and with a single breath of dragon fire, thousands met their demise. Such is the power of the true dragon, overwhelming all living beings. In that moment, the million-strong coalition was left utterly stupefied. Soldiers were gripped by terror, desperate to flee, their morale shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Stay calm. This is but an illusion conjured by the enemy. It is not real. The 3 vanguard generals shouted desperately, striving to stabilize the faltering spirits of their troops. Through their fervent cries, the crumbling morale experienced a temporary reprieve. Yet, as the second breath of dragon fire descended, another thunderous crash resounded. The ground erupted once more, creating another massive crater, incinerating another 10,000 soldiers into ashes. This calamity sent the coalition into complete disarray. The combined toll from both dragon fire attacks had exceeded a staggering 100,000 lives. How could they possibly continue fighting? Those 10,000 soldiers were reduced to mere dust in an instant. For those left standing, the impact of such devastation was unimaginable. If they remained, they too would inevitably share the same fate as their fallen comrades. Even the 3 vanguard generals trembled uncontrollably at the sight before them. Retreat! Retreat! There was no need for the generals to issue commands. The million-strong coalition had already begun to scatter in panic, utterly disregarding any semblance of military discipline. The once proud and valiant soldiers now cursed their own parents for not granting them 2 extra legs. Run! This place is too terrifying. Mother, I want to go home. The Tianwu dynasty has a true dragon. They are invincible. Under the astonished gaze of Huikong and his fellow monks, the million-strong army disbanded, flowing away like a receding tide, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses and 2 enormous, terrifying craters. Aside from that, it was as if the army had never been there at all. The true dragon has emerged. Could it be the Holy Sun's pet dragon? It must be. I saw with my own eyes as the true dragon soared from the peak of floating Cloud Mountain into the clouds. Heavens! The Holy Sun has intervened. Is this the extent of his power? The monks were filled with excitement, some having witnessed the true dragon's ascent. They concluded that the dragon must be intimately connected to Qingyun, perhaps even a creature raised by him. They were astounded by the Holy Sun's strength. He need not personally intervene, as his pet dragon was sufficient to drive away the million-strong army. Huikong quivered with exhilaration, acutely aware that their decision to stay and follow the Holy Sun had been profoundly wise. The mere ability to command a true dragon surpassed the achievements of any member of the Buddhist order. Hastily, the monks began to tend to their wounds, grateful that none had perished despite their injuries. A stroke of fortune indeed. Meanwhile, news of the defeated million-strong army reached the imperial court immediately. Your Majesty, a great victory in the East. A great victory in the East. The coalition of 3 great dynasties has suffered 10,000 casualties and fled in disarray. They are in complete disarray. A flurry of reports flooded the court, invigorating the previously tense atmosphere. The officials were astounded. Just a short while ago, news of Qingyun's defeat had led them to believe the East was doomed. Yet, how soon had the tide turned? 10,000 enemy casualties? A disarrayed retreat? What could have transpired? Even Emperor Dongfang Su, seated upon the throne, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of this unexpected joy. It was a surprise too great for anyone to fully accept. Quickly, elaborate, Dongfang Su demanded. The messenger, brimming with excitement, responded, Your Majesty. The million-strong coalition advanced to floating Cloud Mountain, initially obstructed by a multitude of monks. The monks found themselves encircled, yet suddenly, a true dragon descended from the heavens. A true dragon descended. The assembly gasped in shock, their faces paling. Dongfang Su's gaze shifted, pondering the implications. A true dragon. Could it be that esteemed figure's doing? The appearance of the true dragon brought forth 2 breaths of dragon fire, annihilating 10,000 enemy soldiers. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, the enemy's morale shattered, their formation unraveled, and they fled in chaos. It was only then that the officials grasped the reason behind the million-strong army's retreat. The emergence of the true dragon, along with its devastating fire, had caused their hearts to tremble with fear. Who would not be frightened by such a sight? While the officials rejoiced, they could not help but wonder why there was a congregation of monks within the Tianwu dynasty, and how a true dragon had come to be. Only Dongfang Su comprehended the underlying reasons. He had long known of the monks' arrival, seeking the Holy Sun of the Buddhist order. As for the true dragon, he was aware that it was a creature raised by Qingyun in the pond of the imperial garden. The emergence of the true dragon and its subsequent repulsion of the enemy was undoubtedly the result of Qingyun's intervention. Dongfang Su's emotions grew complex. He had initially assumed Qingyun would remain a passive observer. Yet, at this critical juncture, Qingyun had taken action, saving the Tianwu dynasty. In light of this, Qingyun's contributions to the Tianwu dynasty were monumental, reaching a level of gratitude that left Dongfang Su pondering how best to repay him. Immediately dispatched troops to re-establish the eastern defense line, remaining vigilant against the movements of the 3 great dynasties to prevent a surprise attack by the enemy. Dongfang Su issued the order without hesitation. Although the forces of the 3 great dynasties had retreated, no one could predict whether they would return. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly fortify the eastern frontiers for unforeseen circumstances. After the court session, Dongfang Su returned to the inner palace. Guyu, your servant is here. Guyu appeared instantly. Accompany me to Fuyun Mountain. Yes, Guyu exclaimed with excitement, knowing that His Majesty, the martial emperor, intended to personally express gratitude to Qingyun for the rescue and to bring along significant gifts. After some consideration, Dongfang Su decided to open the imperial treasury and select the most precious items to present. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to meet Qingyun empty-handed. Meanwhile, at Fuyun Mountain, Qingyun and his disciple Xiaoyun huddled inside, trembling with fear. Disciple, do you think those soldiers will come to kill us? How would I know? What if they do come? What shall we do then? What else can we do? We can only kneel and beg for mercy. You have a point. Kneeling and begging for mercy. After all, our lives are the most important. Master, it seems like there was thunder just now. Who cares if there is thunder when our lives are at stake? Oh, right. The master and disciple crouched under the bed, staring at each other, their hearts in turmoil. Just then, footsteps echoed outside. It's over. They really have come. Qingyun silently lamented. Disciple, when we kneel later, remember to do it decisively. We mustn't let them think we harbor ill intentions. Understood, I will remember. And if they truly intend to kill us, we cannot sit idly by. Make sure to hold tightly on to what I've given you. Don't let your hands tremble. Don't worry, Master. I have learned how to use that thing. Good. Whether we survive today depends on our luck. The master and disciple waited in solemn silence for the enemy's arrival. However, after a long wait, there was no dramatic breach of their door, nor any cries as the Holy Sun present. A voice called from outside, that of the monk Huikong. Huikong? Qingyun was taken aback, then his heart soared with joy. The enemy troops must have been repelled by Huikong and the others. Tio think these monks could be so useful. Qingyun felt a sense of relief. Let's go outside and take a look. Qingyun led Guo Xiaoyun out from under the bed, cautiously opening the door. Indeed, outside the courtyard stood no enemy troops, only Huikong and several other monks. It was evident that they had endured a fierce battle, each bearing wounds, yet their expressions were filled with excitement and fervor. It's you all. You nearly scared me to death, Qingyun exclaimed, releasing a sigh of relief as he opened the door. Yet, to his surprise, Huikong and the others knelt in unison, bowing deeply to Qingyun. This left Qingyun utterly bewildered. What are you doing? Huikong, with a respectful demeanor, replied. We are here to express our profound gratitude to the Holy Sun for saving our lives. What? Qingyun was utterly confused. What life-saving grace? Shouldn't I be thanking you? Guo Xiaoyun, standing beside him, was equally perplexed, glancing between his master and the monks, unable to comprehend the situation. No. I should be the one thanking you. Had it not been for your efforts in fending off the enemy, my disciple and I would have been in dire straits. Qingyun hurriedly moved to assist Huikong and the others. Upon hearing this, Huikong and the others were taken aback. Holy Sun, it is not you. One monk began to speak, but Huikong quickly silenced him with a glance. The Holy Sun seeks to cultivate his spirit in the mundane world. We must not disturb his tranquility. Huikong communicated to the others using a secretive method of the Buddhist order. Indeed, the Holy Sun possesses great wisdom and virtue, yet remains indifferent to such accolades. Practicing as a mortal, this is the true essence of a high being. We are indeed far beneath him. The monks believe that Qingyun had willingly chosen a mortal guise to enlighten the world, a greatness that could echo through the ages in their Buddhist teachings. Qingyun observed the monks exchanging glances, each displaying various expressions, occasionally nodding. What on earth are these bald heads up to? Qingyun thought, feeling somewhat speechless. Holy Sun, we shall not disturb you further. We will descend the mountain to continue our cultivation, Huikong declared. All right, I'll visit your temple someday, Qingyun casually replied. To have the Holy Sun grace us with his presence would be our utmost honor. The mere mention of Qingyun's visit ignited a fervent enthusiasm among Huikong and the others, as if they were eager for his arrival. Qingyun scratched his head, surprised by their exuberance. Hey, you two look somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Qingyun pointed at two kneeling monks. The older and younger bald heads seemed strikingly recognizable to him. Those two were, of course, the Song father and son. Seeing that Qingyun remembered them, they were overwhelmed with excitement. Holy Sun, I am Song Xiaotian, and this is my son, Song Chenglong. Song Xiaotian exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Oh, it's you all? Qingyun nodded. What brings you to the monastic life? Ever since that day when the Holy Sun guided us, we have dedicated ourselves to Buddhism, longing to embrace the Buddhist path. Coincidentally, Master Huikong arrived to establish a temple here. We came to assist and requested Master Huikong to ordain us, thus entering the Buddhist fold. Song Xiaotian explained. Song Chenglong added, Holy Sun, my Dharma name is Shuhai, and my name is Suju. Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Your Dharma name is Shuju? Song Qinglong nodded vigorously. Yes, it was given to me by Master Huikong. Yi Qingyun chuckled in a peculiar manner. That's a fine name. It certainly bodes well for the future. Song Qinglong beamed with joy. Even the Holy Sun thinks so? I also believe it has great prospects. Shortly after Huikong and the others departed, Martial Emperor Dongfang Su arrived at Fuyun Mountain, soaring through the sky alongside Guyu. Upon nearing the vicinity of Fuyun Mountain, they spotted two large craters on the ground from above, both feeling a sense of awe. Such power can only belong to a true dragon. Dongfang Su marveled. Your Majesty, many temples have indeed been established at the foot of Fuyun Mountain, Guyu pointed out. Dongfang Su gazed down and confirmed that there were indeed numerous temples, the most grandiose of which was named Shaolin Temple. Could it be that Yi Qingyun is the holy son of the Buddhist order? Dongfang Su pondered aloud. Guyu responded, astonished. It is highly likely. Only such a remarkable figure would be worthy of the title of Holy Son. Dongfang Su felt increasingly that Yi Qingyun was an enigma. Let us proceed to pay our respects to this esteemed individual. They descended directly onto the mountaintop of Fuyun Mountain, startling Yi Qingyun and Guo upon their arrival. Master, they can fly, Guo exclaimed. His face filled with shock. Yi Qingyun, however, remained calm. I pay my respects to His Majesty, the Martial Emperor. Yi Qingyun bowed respectfully. Guo quickly followed suit. Seeing Yi Qingyun's humility, Dongfang Su felt a deep admiration. Truly, he was a remarkable figure. Despite accomplishing such astounding feats, he remained so unassuming and ordinary. Were it not for Dongfang Su's status as emperor, he would have longed to bow deeply to Yi Qingyun. Young Master Yi, may I ask who this is? Dongfang Su inquired, not mentioning the matter of the true dragon but instead seeking to know Guo identity. Oh, this is my recently accepted disciple, Guo. Yi Qingyun gestured toward him. This is His Majesty, the martial emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. Guo stared blankly at Dongfang Su, overwhelmed by the significance of the encounter. The emperor, for someone who once lived as a beggar. This was an unfathomable figure. Why Yi Qingyun's disciple? Dongfang Su and Guyu exchanged glances, astonished. A high being has actually taken on a disciple. To be chosen by such a remarkable figure is no ordinary feat. He must be a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Both Dongfang Su and Guyu scrutinized Guo, eager to discern what made him exceptional. Brother Yi, this is a gift from the emperor. You must accept it and not refuse. Guyu presented two substantial gifts with utmost seriousness. These items were selected from the imperial treasury, each a rare treasure. Why such formality? Yi Qingyun smiled, not wishing to be overly polite, and accepted the gifts. Let me see what they are. Please, feel free. Thus, Yi Qingyun opened the two gifts, while Guo tiptoed to peer over, a long sword and a suit of soft armor. Not bad, thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Qingyun nodded in appreciation toward Dongfang Su. Seeing Yi Qingyun accept the gifts, Dongfang Su felt a wave of relief. It appeared this esteemed individual was willing to accept his gratitude, which meant the Tianwu dynasty had gained a formidable ally. As long as they maintained a good relationship with Yi Qingyun, the Tianwu dynasty would surely be secure. Dongfang Su could hardly contain his visions of a bright future for the Tianwu dynasty. In truth, Yi Qingyun held little interest in the gifts. You send me a sword and armor? What can I do with that? Am I supposed to wear it and fight? If you wish to give me something, you might as well offer me some local delicacies. At least those I can eat. Yi Qingyun was unaware of the significance of these treasures. The sword was one of the three famed swords of the southern wilderness, known as the Lu Tian sword, forged by the renowned craftsman Uyazi 2,000 years ago. Uyazi's creation of these three swords had incited chaos in the southern wilderness, ultimately leading to each sword finding its rightful owner. The Lu Tian sword was retained by the Tianwu dynasty and preserved to this day. Dongfang Su's gesture of gifting it to Yi Qingyun demonstrated his profound respect. The soft armor also had an extraordinary origin, hailing from the eastern lands, specifically from the superpower known as the Tang Empire. Unlike the southern wilderness, the eastern lands were vast and populous, having once been rife with conflict among numerous small kingdoms. However, 8 centuries ago, the eastern lands were unified under the Tang Empire. Dongfang Su had sent envoys to the Tang Empire and subsequently brought back this armor. Both treasures were immensely valuable. While Yi Qingyun was indifferent, Guo eyes sparkled with fascination and curiosity at the sword and armor. "Do you like them?" Yi Qingyun asked, observing Guo excitement. "Yes," Guo nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Then they are yours. Just don't go playing with them carelessly. Why Qingyun handed the two treasures to Guo. The scene left Dongfang Su and Gu Yu momentarily stunned. Such national treasures were being gifted to a mere child? This was rather generous. Dongfang Su's lips twitched, though he held no objection. After all, these treasures were given to Qingyun, and how he chose to handle them was entirely his decision. He merely felt that Qingyun was perhaps being too indulgent with his disciple, easily giving away such precious items. This clearly indicated that the disciple held a place in Qingyun's heart that surpassed any treasure. Dongfang Su silently resolved to find a way to build a good relationship with this esteemed disciple. By the way, Your Majesty, there was a large army that came before, but thankfully, the monks at the foot of the mountain managed to repel them. Qingyun suddenly remarked, "You must remember to reward them, Your Majesty." Dongfang Su chuckled wryly, yet a deep admiration welled up within him. This was truly the mark of a high being. Even after achieving monumental feats, he remained unpretentious, attributing the credit to others. What noble character! It was truly touching and admirable. Were he not an emperor, Dongfang Su would have wished to bow deeply in gratitude to Qingyun. Rest assured, young master, I will surely reward them generously. Dongfang Su replied earnestly. Since the high being had requested a reward for the monks, he would cooperate with the pretense. Dongfang Su did not linger long, quickly departing with Gu Yu. Upon returning to the capital, Dongfang Su immediately ordered numerous rewards to be sent to Fuyun Mountain, intended for Huikong and the other monks. Initially, they were reluctant to accept, but upon learning that the rewards were requested by Qingyun, they gladly accepted. Gifts sought by the Holy Sun were not to be rejected. To do so would be to disregard the Holy Sun's kindness. Meanwhile, news of the defeat suffered by the three great dynasties reached their respective realms. Shock and disbelief swept through the ranks of the three great dynasties. Such an outcome was utterly inconceivable to them. It was simply absurd. A combined army of 100,000 from the three great dynasties had been utterly routed? I must inquire how such a massive army was defeated. How could the Tianwu dynasty, with its relatively few forces, so easily vanquish 100,000 troops? Initially, no one believed that it was the Tianwu dynasty that had triumphed over them. They suspected that the commander of the 100,000 troops had ulterior motives, deliberately orchestrating their defeat. However, as more and more reports came in, the three great dynasties transitioned from angry skepticism to sheer bewilderment. It became clear to everyone that the 100,000 coalition had not been defeated by the Tianwu dynasty's forces, but rather by a true dragon. The existence of a true dragon within the Tianwu dynasty? This sent shockwaves through the three great dynasties. It was well known that the Tianwu dynasty was the strongest among the 7 nations of the southern wilderness, and the other 6 nations were quite familiar with it. While the Tianwu dynasty was powerful, it was unimaginable that they would possess a true dragon. They had heard of river dragons, which resided within the capital of the Tianwu dynasty, but a true dragon? That was simply ludicrous. Have you heard? A mysterious high being has emerged in the Tianwu dynasty, and that true dragon is said to be tamed by this high being. Impossible. Taming a true dragon? What kind of power is required for that? It is absolutely true. Moreover, it is rumored that this high being has connections with the Western Buddhist order, and temples have now been established within the Tianwu dynasty. A high being from the Buddhist order? That is indeed quite concerning. The martial world of the three great dynasties was thrown into disarray, with various masters planning to visit the Tianwu dynasty to confront this so-called high being. It was bound to be a lively affair. Discussions abounded among the three great dynasties, and indeed, the martial world was as restless as the rumors suggested. Masters from all corners began to mobilize, hastening toward the Tianwu dynasty, eager to witness the true visage of this esteemed high being. Each of them is a formidable being, comparable to the three great sect masters. Even the martial emperor Dongfang Su would not dare to claim he could easily subdue these 9 individuals. To my astonishment, all 9 have actually arrived, Dongfang Su remarked solemnly. In addition to these 9, there are several other experts, making a total of approximately 30, Yu stated. Are they here to confront the eminent ones? Indeed, Dongfang Su snorted coldly. How could the eminent figures of our Tianwu dynasty allow these individuals to disturb them? Gu Yu was taken aback. What are your plans, Your Majesty? Inform the 3 great sects to proceed immediately to Floating Cloud Mountain. We must also give support to the eminent ones. Certainly, Gu Yu promptly set out to relay the message. Soon, the 3 great sects received communication from Martial Emperor Dongfeng Su. It was not a request, but rather an order. The 3 great sects must appear, or face consequences. This was one of the rare instances where Dongfang Su issued such a severe command to the three great sects. The sect masters realized the gravity of the situation and took immediate action. The three dynasties have truly gone mad, daring to show disrespect to the eminent ones. Qingyun sect. Su Changfeng gazed at the sky, his hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed toward floating Cloud Mountain. Master, I fear that the eminent ones may be angered this time. Li Qingyun expressed his concerns anxiously. Oh? Why do you say that? Su Changfeng inquired with curiosity. The eminent ones prefer solitude and do not wish to be disturbed. Yet now so many experts from the three great dynasties have come. I fear they will not appreciate such intrusion. Li Qingyun replied. Su Changfeng nodded in agreement. It seems likely that floating Cloud Mountain will witness a storm of bloodshed. The next moment, Su Changfeng declared, regardless of the outcome, we must stand by the eminent ones. Let us depart at once. Yes. A similar situation unfolded at Jiling sect and Taihao Gate. The sect masters of the three great sects hesitated not for a moment, immediately dispatching elders from their ranks to swiftly make their way to floating Cloud Mountain. At Yutian Valley, Shin Tianhua was admiring a painting hanging on the wall. This painting was a gift from Yi Qingyun. Although he had gazed at it for many days, Shin Tianhua could never tire of it. It seemed that every glance brought new insights. Master, something has happened. Just then, Xiao Shi rushed in, breathless. Why the haste? What has occurred? Shin Tianhua frowned, feeling a sense of helplessness. His disciple, despite being commendable in many aspects, possessed an overly impatient temperament. It is a grave matter. The coalition of 1 million from the three great dynasties attacked the Tianwu dynasty, only to suffer defeat and retreat. It is rumored that an eminent one from floating Cloud Mountain intervened, causing the collapse of the coalition, Xiao Shi exclaimed. Shen Tianhua's eyes widened. The eminent one has made a move. He did not act directly. Rather, it was the true dragon he raised that struck, annihilating 100,000 enemies in an instant. Xiao Shi clarified that a true dragon? Shin Tianhua was taken aback. When he visited Yi Qingyun, he had witnessed the spectacle of the true dragon soaring. It seems that the dragon truly belongs to Yi Qingyun. Truly remarkable is the eminent one. To him, 1 million troops are no more than mere grass. Shin Tianhua marveled. However, the experts of the three great dynasties are now heading toward floating Cloud Mountain, Xiao Shi urged. Shen Tianhua's expression darkened. A group of oblivious fools. The three great dynasties are courting death, daring to disturb the eminent one's tranquility. They are truly reckless. Xiao Shi looked at Shin Tianhua with anticipation. Master, will you take action? Shin Tianhua scoffed. After all, I have received the eminent one's grace. Now that he is in trouble, I cannot remain indifferent. Let us go. I want to see if these individuals from the three great dynasties truly dare to disrespect the eminent one. I shall eliminate them all. Excellent, Xiao Shi exclaimed, thrilled. This is bound to be a grand spectacle. I must partake. Perhaps I will witness the eminent one in action. That is an opportunity not to be missed. At floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun remained blissfully unaware of the impending commotion. He had taken an ancient zither from inside his house and placed it in the courtyard. The zither was covered in dust, indicating it had not been touched for a long while. Jiyu Xiaoyun looked at the zither with curiosity. Master, can you play the zither? Yi Qingyun smiled gently. Of course, there is nothing I cannot do. Can you cultivate? Yi Qingyun was momentarily speechless. Aside from cultivation, he emphasized firmly. Jiyu Xiaoyun chuckled. However, Yi Qingyun indeed possessed skill in playing the zither. Under the tutelage of the sage system, he had become proficient in various arts, achieving remarkable mastery, akin to a grandmaster. This ancient zither was a reward he received after completing the system's trials. Initially expecting it to be a treasure, Yi Qingyun was disappointed to find it was merely an ordinary zither after tinkering with it for a while. For a long time, he had not played it. Yet today, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to take it out for a bit of fun. Perhaps if Gu Xiaoyan showed interest, he could teach him a thing or two. After dusting off the zither and tuning it, he finally restored it to playable condition. Having not played in so long, he wondered if he was still adept. Yi Qingyun sat behind the zither, placing his hands on the strings. Jiyu Xiaoyun watched intently. With a gentle pluck, a melodious sound resonated. Yi Qingyun showed a hint of satisfaction. It seems this zither is indeed quite good. Even after all this time, its sound quality remains unchanged. Yi Qingyun continued to strum the strings. He played no specific tune, merely plucking at random, yet the music remained enchanting. Qingyun listened, entranced. Meanwhile, the experts from the three great dynasties and the three great sects had already arrived in the sky above. Is that music? Upon hearing the zither, everyone paused mid-air. They looked downward and saw Qingyun playing the zither. What is he doing? Is he about to perform? Humph. Does he not realize we have arrived? The experts from the three great dynasties frowned at the scene. On one hand, they found the situation below peculiar. On the other, they harbored doubts about this so-called eminent one. This person seems devoid of any aura. Indeed, not only is there no aura, but even his vitality appears feeble, too weak. He is no more than an ordinary person. Quite right, have we all been deceived? The experts from the three great dynasties began to murmur among themselves. In their eyes, a hermit capable of commanding a true dragon should possess an otherworldly demeanor, exuding grace and poise. At the very least, he should be strikingly handsome. Yet now, he appeared utterly commonplace. He'll investigate his true nature. One individual with such thoughts was about to descend when suddenly, Qingyun began to play the zither earnestly. His expression shifted to one of deep concentration as his hands delicately touched the strings. As he plucked the strings, the enchanting melodies flowed forth like a gentle stream. In that moment, all who heard the music, whether in the air or on the ground, were momentarily spellbound. It was simply exquisite. This was a melody they had never encountered before. The sound of the zither resonated in their ears, stirring their very blood. The piece Qingyun played was a renowned composition from his original world. Titled High Mountains and Flowing Water, at this moment, it resonated for the first time in this realm. This music transports me to a vivid landscape of mountains and rivers, not just a painting. I feel as if I am truly amidst such scenery. This individual, when it comes to zither mastery, is indeed a grandmaster. Unfortunately, being able to play the zither does not necessarily imply he is a martial arts master. The crowd engaged in discussion. Although the music was delightful, it did not alter their initial impression of Qingyun. However, the very next moment, the expressions of all those in the sky shifted dramatically. The space they occupied transformed into an authentic landscape of high mountains and flowing water. What is happening? This is not right. Is this an array? Panic ensued among them as they realized they had unknowingly fallen into a fearsome formation. Towering peaks and gushing streams surrounded them. The scenery was breathtaking, yet they found themselves trapped, unable to discern a way to escape. It was as if they had always existed within this mountainous realm. This person is terrifying. To manipulate the music into a formation, an elder exclaimed, trembling. This individual is Qingyun, a top expert of the Qingyun dynasty, who has also studied the zither. Yet, Qingyun could never have anticipated that someone could wield the zither to such an extent. One piece transforming into a formation, ensnaring countless experts. What a remarkable feat! How do we escape? Someone cried out, their voice tinged with desperation. We must wait. Only when this eminent one has finished playing may the formation dissolve. Qingyun said, his face bitter. He had attempted several times to break the formation, but to no avail. He could not even perceive the traces of the formation's changes. It was utterly mystical. The melodious notes continued to flow, and the formation around them became increasingly tangible, creating an impression that reality and illusion were becoming indistinguishable, until the music abruptly ceased. Only then did they realize they had emerged from the enchanting scenery of high mountains and flowing waters. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with terror. This is truly horrifying. Such a formation, if meant to kill them, could easily claim their lives in an instant. The high mountains and flowing water were simple. Let us see how they fare against a piece like tenfold ambush. Qingyun began to play again. This time, the melody transformed into a resonant and martial tone. The notes were filled with a murderous intent, making one feel as though they were trapped in the ambush of a great army. The atmosphere turned thick with bloodlust. The surroundings were filled with weapons, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Resigned to their fate, the scene before them shifted once more. They beheld countless soldiers wielding blades and spears, all expressionless, surrounding them. They attempted to flee, but it was futile. They could only watch as the soldiers drew nearer. The killing intent from all directions growing ever more intense. Sweat poured from their brows, and fear etched across their faces. The murderous intent embedded in the music was overwhelming. Coupled with such a formation, it was suffocating. Some could not endure it any longer. In a scream, an expert from Fengwu dynasty spat blood. his face paling instantaneously. With the first, there soon followed a second point one after another. Experts cried out in pain, blood spurting forth. Only a handful of those with profound cultivation could barely withstand the onslaught of the murderous music. Yet they too struggled, their faces turning pale as their internal energies surged uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the people from the three great sects had also arrived. Before they even approached, they saw a large group of individuals suspended in the air, frozen in place, most of whom were spitting blood. These were the martial artists from the three great dynasties. Su Changfeng furrowed his brow. At this moment, the haunting notes of the zither echoed. The members of the three great sects also heard this music. Immediately, like the martial artists of the three great dynasties, they too fell into the mesmerizing illusion created by the melody. It was only when the music abruptly stopped that everyone emerged from the trance. Some plummeted to the ground with thuds. Soon after, a multitude of others followed suit. Only a select few managed to maintain their flight. This individual is too terrifying. We cannot confront him. His methods are unfathomable. Compared to him, we are like ants. We must flee. He has chosen to spare us. Alas! Who would have thought that after cultivating for so many years, we remained so weak? The martial artists of the three great dynasties were utterly terrified. They gazed at Qingyun with expressions of dread. At this moment, a single phrase encapsulated their thoughts. Terrifying to the extreme. They nearly gasped in shock. The individuals from the three great dynasties speculated that the Eminent One had intentionally spared them, refraining from wiping them out completely. Otherwise, that murderous melody could have claimed their lives multiple times over. At this juncture, they dared not linger any longer. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Su Changfeng and the others from the three great sects, the martial artists from the three great dynasties turned and fled, completely unwilling to remain for even a moment longer. Have we come here for nothing? Su Changfeng and the others exchanged glances. Su Changfeng and his companions had come to support Qingyun. Although they understood that it likely would not come to their turn to take action, they had not anticipated that upon their arrival at Floating Cloud Mountain, the experts from the three great dynasties would be in full retreat. What is this? Have we truly come for nothing? However, Su Changfeng and the others had also been influenced by the notes of Tenfold Ambush, experiencing the terrifying illusions. Thus they could empathize with why the martial artists from the three great dynasties fled in panic. If they were faced with such a formidable presence, they too would undoubtedly flee without a second thought. Fortunately, our relationship with the Eminent One is strong. That is certainly a blessing that as Su Changfeng and the others descended. Qingyun was about to play another piece when suddenly, a multitude of figures descended from the sky. Startling him, Jiu Shaoyun was also taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Changfeng and the others. It was evident he envied these individuals who could soar through the air. Greetings, young Master Yi. Su Changfeng was the first to greet. Following him, Chen Gongwang and Gong Sun Yu also paid their respects. This was Chen Gongwang's first encounter with Qingyun, and he marveled at how young he appeared. Yet his cultivation was profoundly unfathomable. What brings you all here? Qingyun asked, somewhat perplexed. With so many people arriving so suddenly, he was unsure of their intentions, and their descent from the sky was quite intimidating. Young Master Yi, do not take offense. We heard that someone intended to harm you, so we came to protect you, Su Changfeng explained. Why? Qingyun scratched his head. Surely not. I have not offended anyone. Who would wish me harm? Su Changfeng and the others exchanged glances, bemused. Hadn't you just effortlessly defeated the experts of the three great dynasties with your zither piece? How can you now pretend to be unaware? Su Changfeng quickly realized this was consistent with the behavior of an eminent one. Thus, they felt no need to elaborate further. Seeing that young Master Yi is unharmed, we can rest easy. We shall take our leave now, Su Changfeng stated. Having come all this way, why not stay a while longer? I just took out my zither. You should join me and listen to my playing, Qingyun warmly invited. Listen to you play. Su Changfeng's eyes brightened immediately. Is this an opportunity for guidance? We would not want to intrude. Chen Gongwang was about to decline when Su Changfeng cut him off. Since young Master Yi has extended such a gracious invitation, we must certainly oblige. Yes, we will all stay and listen to young Master Yi play the zither. Gong Sun Yu chimed in. Chen Gongwang looked bewildered as the two exchanged knowing glances. Only then did he realize. Could this be a fortuitous opportunity? His heart sank, and he scolded himself for his foolishness. He nearly missed out on a tremendous chance. I too wish to stay. Chung Gongwang quickly asserted. Yi Qingyun smiled. Very well. As you listen to my performance, we shall have our meal here afterward. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Indeed. Su Changfeng was utterly delighted. During the last visit here for Hot Pot, he gained quite a bit from the experience. If another meal were to be enjoyed here, who knows what further benefits might arise? Such opportunities are truly rare and sought after. Disciple, go prepare the meal. Very well. Guo eagerly rolled up his sleeves to cook for everyone. Disciple? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes toward Guo in unison. This young man is actually the disciple of a renowned master. When did the master take such a disciple? Yet, to be accepted as a disciple by a master, one must surely possess extraordinary qualities. In the future, his prospects will undoubtedly be limitless. Seizing the moment is essential to cultivate good relations, so, he is young Master Yi's disciple. Having arrived in haste, he brought nothing with him. This exquisite spirit stone shall serve as a token of our meeting. I, too, arrived in a rush, and all I have is this superb spirit sword, which I will gift to this young brother. I possess a Tianyuan Dan. Su Changfeng and the 3 sect masters each produced their gifts. Yi Qingyun repeatedly declined. You are all far too courteous. How could Su Changfeng and the others retract their offerings? They insisted on presenting them. Helplessly, Yi Qingyun had to accept them on Guo Xiaoyun's behalf. Just then, 2 figures descended from the sky, an elder and a youth, who were none other than Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi, who had come upon hearing the news. This master and disciple pair had flown nonstop from Yutian Valley, yet they still arrived a step too late. Where are the members of the 3 great dynasties? Why is not a single one present? Upon his arrival, Shen Tianhua noted the presence of only the 3 major sects, without a trace of the powerful figures from the 3 great dynasties, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The members of the 3 sects, seeing Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi suddenly appear, initially assumed that the forces from the 3 great dynasties had returned with a vengeance, and thus displayed expressions of vigilance. Yi Qingyun greeted them. Mr. Shen, it has been quite a while. Shen Tianhua hastily returned the greeting with a cupped fist. Young Master Yi, I come to intrude once more. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. There is no intrusion at all. As it happens, the members of the 3 major sects are also here. Let us all enjoy some lively company. Upon realizing the familiarity, the members of the 3 sects relaxed their guard. May I ask how to address you, elder? Su Changfeng inquired proactively. I am Shen Tianhua. He replied. At this revelation, the members of the 3 sects were taken aback. Are you not the legendary 3 absolutes elder, whose name once shook the southern wilderness? Shen Tianhua smiled faintly. Indeed. That is I. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Shen Tianhua's reputation was monumental. The 3 absolutes elder, renowned throughout the southern wilderness. No elder of the older generation was unaware of him, and even among the younger martial artists, tales of his legendary prowess circulated widely. He is one of the pinnacle figures in the southern wilderness. Few can stand in comparison to the likes of Shen Tianhua. The appearance of such a legendary figure before them was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, witnessing Shen Tianhua treat Yi Qingyun with such deference, akin to that of a junior, added to their shock. Just how extraordinary is Yi Qingyun that even a powerful figure like the 3 absolutes elder regards him with such respect? At that moment, Su Changfeng and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They had already imagined Yi Qingyun to be formidable, yet it now appeared that his capabilities far exceeded their previous notions. 3 absolutes elder? I had no idea you were so remarkable, Mr. Shen, Yi Qingyun exclaimed in surprise. Shen Tianhua chuckled. Before you, I dare not claim to be remarkable. It is but a hollow title. He spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Perfect timing. You shall listen to my music and afterward, stay for a meal. Certainly, Shen Tianhua could not refuse. Not only would he not decline a meal, but even if asked to toil in the fields, he would comply eagerly. Yi Qingyun began to play the zither. The moment his fingers touched the strings, a clear and melodious sound flowed forth. In an instant, everyone was enraptured, their expressions reflecting a deep, intoxicating fascination. This was no mere pretense. The music genuinely captivated them, drawing them into a state of blissful immersion. Even the simplest notes seemed to harbor an enchanting beauty. Even Shen Tianhua, a seasoned elder, found his heart stirred by the music. Through the melody, he glimpsed the days of his youth, when he was fresh and ambitious, believing he could surpass all. Yet, he soon faced unimaginable setbacks that nearly left him defeated. Those were the most arduous times of his life. Now, as he listened to the music, he felt transported back to those days, tears welling in his eyes. Time flows like a river. What is past cannot return, Shen Tianhua murmured to himself. The melody continued, a simple tune, lacking the complexity of the previous pieces Qingyun had played, yet it evoked profound reflections among the audience. Shen Tianhua reminisced about his most challenging years, lamenting the fleeting nature of time. Once youth is gone, it does not return. Su Changfeng, on the other hand, envisioned a scene he had never experienced. The Qingyun sect lay in ruins, its disciples scattered or deceased. The once grand sect now saw Su Changfeng alone on a dusty throne, surrounded by emptiness. Was this the future of the Qingyun sect? He found it hard to believe. Just then, the scene before Su Changfeng shifted again. The sect had dissolved into smoke. He stood, now aged, atop the mountain that once belonged to the Qingyun sect, gazing at what had long ceased to exist, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. The elder Su Changfeng and the current Su Changfeng locked eyes, as if recognizing each other's existence. In that moment, Su Changfeng's heart became profoundly tranquil. He felt the essence of the elder Su Changfeng within him. Two identical souls, connected through different eras, resonated in understanding. All things in this world are but illusions, as long as the heart remains. The sect endures. Su Changfeng silently shed tears. At that moment, his state of mind ascended to an unprecedented level. Stepping into an entirely new realm, this was an unimaginable opportunity. Chen Gongwang also beheld his own vision. He saw himself as a child, before embarking on the path of cultivation. Just 7 years old. Chen Gongwang was an ordinary boy, blessed with a kind-hearted father and a gentle mother. His parents toiled in the fields while he played nearby. At noon, he sat between his parents, enjoying a simple meal. Yet his heart was filled with peace and fulfillment. Night, he fell asleep between them, his father fanning him and his mother gently stroking his head. "My dear, I do not wish for you to become rich or famous. I only hope for your safety and happiness." In a daze, Chen Gongwang seemed to see the smiling face of his father and hear the tender whispers of his mother. In that moment, his heart ached. This was the warmest time of his life, one he thought forgotten for a century. Yet now, the music brought those memories flooding back. Father, mother, now a sect leader. Tears streamed down Chen Gongwang's face as he choked out a hoarse cry. Alas, his parents had long since faded into the annals of time. Chen Gongwang wept bitterly, wishing to forsake everything. His current power, his position as sect leader, to return to the days of his childhood, to be beside his parents once more, to call out to them again, to hear their voices. Regrettably, such a humble wish had become an unattainable dream. Gong Sun Yu's vision, however, was starkly different from the others. Born into a prestigious family as the eldest son of the Gong Sun clan, he possessed exceptional talent far surpassing his peers. After joining the Jilin sect, he became a celebrated disciple, always in the spotlight. Yet now, he beheld the time when he first joined the Jilin sect, alongside a girl named Xiao Kaier, a fellow disciple and his younger sister. They were of similar ages and entered the sect together, forming a close bond. Gong Sun Yu cared for Xiao Kaier, and she treated him well in return. To outsiders, they were a pair of golden children, and Gong Sun Yu believed such times would endure. Until one fateful day, Xiao Kaier perished. Her body twisted, blood gushing from her mouth, her eyes bursting. She died outside the sect. The elders claimed she was tortured to death by a demonic beast. Gong Sun Yu gazed at her contorted corpse, and he went mad as he screamed and shouted, spitting blood and fainting. For 10 days, he lay in bed, shedding tears until blood seeped from his eyes. From that day forth, Gong Sun Yu wore no smile, and his heart turned cold. He loathed demonic beasts. He also despised all evildoers. He trained relentlessly, striving to strengthen himself. Everything he did was for revenge against Xiao Kaier. Observing the past version of himself within the vision, Gong Sun Yu felt a mix of emotions. He had occupied the position of sect leader for many years, yet Xiao Kaier's death remained a thorn in his heart, one he could not dislodge. It haunted him for much of his life. Suddenly, Xiao Kaier's figure appeared before Gong Sun Yu. He stood in stunned silence, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed at her. "Junior sister." Xiao Kaier smiled sweetly, extending a ghostly hand to gently stroke Gong Sun Yu's weathered face. "Brother, Kaier has departed. You must take care of yourself and let go of your thoughts of me." Release your burdens. Reconcile with yourself. As her words faded, Shao Kair's image dissipated. Yet Gongsun, you could still feel the warmth of her touch lingering on his face. Junior sister. Rest assured, I have reconciled with myself. A smile broke across Gongsun Yu's face as the thorn in his heart dissolved away. All present were affected by the music, witnessing their deepest obstacles and greatest regrets. Some wept openly, while others sobbed silently. Until the music abruptly ceased, everyone remained in a dazed. Qingyun, lost in ecstasy, beamed with pride. Performance was simply exquisite, truly perfect. He looked up, only to be taken aback. What on earth is happening? Why does everyone look like they're possessed, crying and laughing? Qingyun stood bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Moments later, those influenced by the music gradually awoke from their reverie. Chapter 54, Noodle with Sauce. Everyone wore expressions as if awakening from a dream. Some touched their faces, realizing they had shed tears, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then, they all turned to Qingyun. Thud. Shen Tianhua knelt before him. Following suit, Su Chongfeng and the other three also knelt. The elders followed suit as well. This startled Qingyun. It wasn't the new year. Why such grand gestures? What are you doing? Please, rise. Qingyun stammered, feeling flustered. Yet, the crowd remained kneeling. Young Master Yi, thank you for your zither performance. We have all greatly benefited. Shen Tianhua expressed with immense gratitude. Indeed, young Master Ye's music has transformed my state of mind, and I, too, I feel as if I have achieved a profound understanding. The crowd chimed in. Their states of mind had been elevated through the zither's melody. From this moment on, their paths of cultivation would be unimpeded, flowing more smoothly than ever before. This was an enlightenment that countless hours of toil could not procure. They regarded Qingyun as someone who had intentionally kept them behind, using his music to enlighten them. A tremendous gift. They were filled with admiration and gratitude. This was the true essence of a master, nurturing without a sound, extraordinarily noble and grand. Had they not known Qingyun preferred not to elevate himself above others and wished to maintain a humble guise, they would have sought to formally acknowledge him as their master. Qingyun genuinely did not anticipate that his casual performance would yield such profound effects. I really didn't do much. Perhaps it was your own realizations, and my music had little to do with it. He scratched his head. The crowd chuckled at his humility. This figure of high esteem was remarkably modest, seemingly oblivious to the immense favor he had bestowed upon them. This is what it means to be a true recluse. As lofty as a mountain, inspiring deep reverence. Shen Tianhua and the others were thoroughly impressed in their minds. Qingyun had become an almost divine entity, unreachable and unfathomable. Since the master was unwilling to acknowledge his status, they chose not to press further, lest they offend him. Indeed, the master likely does not wish for us to dwell on such matters. To him, enlightening us is probably a commonplace occurrence, one he does not regard with any importance. They communicated discreetly. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Get up now, as the meal is about to be served, Qingyun called out. Only then did everyone rise, their expressions filled with anticipation. Especially Su Chongfeng, who had previously enjoyed hot pot here, well aware that dining in this place was an opportunity not to be missed. Soon, Guoshaoyun emerged, pushing a large barrel. The crowd gathered around, their expressions turning peculiar upon seeing what lay within. The barrel contained a heap of cooked noodles. While the aroma was appealing, how could such ordinary noodles satisfy these esteemed individuals? Apart from Su Chongfeng and Shen Tianhua, others felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, they dared not express it. Perhaps this was the humble fare favored by the master. The master prefers a low profile. Thus, eating noodles is entirely normal. It has been years since I last had noodles. Today, I shall accompany the master for a meal. The crowd consoled themselves internally. Master, there are too many people, so I could only prepare noodles with sauce. Guoshaoyun wiped the sweat from his brow. Qingyun nodded. Noodles with sauce sound great, though I wonder if everyone will find it acceptable? Noodles with sauce. What kind of dish is that? Sounds intriguing. Of course not. Young Master Yi invites us to dine on noodles. That is a sign of respect, indeed. Even if it were merely vegetable leaves, it would still be an honor to partake. To be honest, I have always loved noodles since I was a child. Qingyun found himself speechless. These folks had a remarkable knack for flattery, though it was somewhat off-putting to hear. Guoshaoyun returned with 2 smaller buckets. Qingyun leaned over to inspect, and his eyes brightened. Inside the two buckets were different sauces, one a tomato and egg sauce, the other a meat sauce, each exuding its unique aroma. Qingyun's mouth watered. He had an affinity for meat sauce noodles, often consuming 3 large bowls in one sitting. Since becoming a disciple, Qingyun had learned a few culinary techniques from Qingyun, and this noodle dish had become his signature dish. The sauces in both buckets were simmered to perfection. "Come, everyone, taste this. It is my disciple's specialty," Qingyun announced. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood the moment had come to flatter. Regardless of the flavor, since it was prepared by the master's beloved disciple, it had to be delicious. Even if it were inedible, they would feign delight to ensure they praised the master's disciple appropriately. Qingyun ladled the noodles into bowls, then poured a spoonful of sauce over each. Soon, everyone held a bowl, mixing their noodles before eating. "Remember to mix well before eating," Qingyun reminded. Understood. They began to mix the noodles. However, glancing at the gloppy, messy contents of their bowls, doubts began to creep into their minds. Could this dish truly be edible? It resembles something inexplicable, exclaiming, "What a mess!" Yet, amidst the chaos, one individual remained unfazed, directly addressing the bowl of noodles before him. That person was Su Chongfeng, a band of fools. As he consumed his meal, he couldn't help but scoff internally. He was acutely aware that the food prepared by the masters here was imbued with opportunities. Why concern himself with trivialities? Simply indulge. Surely, it would not lead him astray, The flavored, Su Chongfeng initially thought the taste of this bowl of noodles would be rather ordinary, perhaps even subpar. Yet, to his astonishment, upon taking that first bite, he was met with a delightful explosion of flavors. The silky texture was utterly divine. The noodles paired flawlessly with the sauce, achieving a perfect balance. The seasoning was just right. Any more would be excessive, any less would be insufficient. The experience was entirely distinct from the hot pot he had previously savored. This simple yet profound flavor captivated Su Chongfeng immensely. "Delicious." Su Chongfeng declared it delectable, and amid his fervent slurping, he finished the entire bowl in no time. "Another bowl, please." He extended his bowl towards Qingyun. Seeing Su Chongfeng relish the noodles she had prepared brought joy to Qingyun, prompting her to quickly fill his bowl to the brim once more. "Try this sauce." Qingyun poured a ladle of tomato and egg sauce over his noodles, having previously served him a meat sauce. "Excellent." Su Chongfeng paid no heed and resumed his enthusiastic consumption. Observing this, others hastily joined in, and soon the courtyard was filled with the symphony of slurping and satisfied murmurs. Chapter 55. A band of gluttons. These noodles are absolutely divine. I have never tasted such exquisite noodles in my life. They appear so unassuming, yet the flavor is utterly enchanting. The taste of these noodles reminds me of my dear mother, sobbed one individual. Crying over noodles? Pathetic. The flavor of the noodles astounded the masters of the Tianwu dynasty present. Despite their seemingly mundane appearance, why could they not cease their eating? It was truly miraculous. "I want more. Another bowl, please." The crowd was in a frenzy. One bowl was simply not enough. They all rushed to Qingyun for more. "Don't rush. There's plenty of noodles. Take your time," Qingyun exclaimed, barely keeping up with the demand. Nearby, Su Chongfeng, who had already polished off his third bowl, couldn't help but smirk at the sight of these foolish gluttons. They couldn't even keep pace with the heat of their food. Upon finishing his third bowl, Su Chongfeng felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. He had overeaten. As he rubbed his belly, he noticed it protruding, causing him some embarrassment due to his usual concern for his appearance. He quickly tucked in his stomach, perplexed as to why no opportunities had revealed themselves this time. Could it be that this was merely an ordinary meal? That seemed unlikely. Just as Su Chongfeng pondered this, a peculiar feeling surged within him. He shuddered, and an indescribable brilliance illuminated his eyes. At that moment, his entire being brimmed with spiritual energy, which surged forth, intensifying by 30% in mere breaths. Truly, there was opportunity to be found. Su Chongfeng rejoiced. The meals prepared by the masters indeed contained hidden fortunes. His intuition had proven correct. Eagerly, he grabbed his bowl again, determined to indulge further. "Today, I, Su Chongfeng, shall eat until I burst." Following Su Chongfeng's lead, others who had also enjoyed the noodles began to experience a surge in their spiritual energy, their expressions turning to astonishment. "Has your energy increased?" "Yes, by 20%. Mine increased by 30%. What? You managed 30%? Indeed, I consumed 3 bowls. I've only had 2. It seems I must eat a few more. Don't steal from me. These martial arts masters, typically dignified, were now on the brink of fighting over a bowl of noodles, utterly captivated not just by the taste but by the energy boost it provided. Who could resist? Even if they were to overindulge, they felt compelled to eat more. Otherwise, they would fall behind in their cultivation. The most unfortunate among them was Xiao Shi, the weakest cultivator present. Surrounded by so many experts, she found it impossible to snag even a single bowl. She had polished off her first bowl long ago but was unable to secure a second due to the overwhelming crowd. Disciple, I've procured a bowl for you. Xin Tianhua, noticing Xiao Shi's forlorn expression, smiled gently and produced a bowl of noodles from behind him, topped generously with tomato and egg sauce. Xiao Shi's eyes sparkled. Thank you, master. She eagerly lifted the bowl, ready to feast. Xin Tianhua wore a smile, though it seemed somewhat strained. Burp. Xin Tianhua let out a satisfied belch, unable to consume any more. Despite his unassuming demeanor, he had devoured 4 bowls in quick succession without pausing for breath. The 5th bowl, however, was simply too much for him. Thus, he thought of his unfortunate disciple and offered her the 5th bowl. Ah, truly, I am getting old. Even my appetite pales in comparison to the youth, Xin Tianhua lamented. Others overhearing his words would be filled with ire. You, an elder of centuries, devoured 4 bowls and yet claim to have a lesser appetite than the youth. There are hardly any who can match your gluttony. Before long, an entire barrel of noodles was devoured, not a single strand remaining. Yet, before Qingyun stood a throng of ravenous martial masters, still clamoring for more. Although they had all eaten their fill, they yearned for just a few more bowls to further enhance their spiritual energy, even at the risk of bursting. Qingyun was in distress. The noodles had all been consumed. It's all right, just prepare us another batch. Yes, these noodles are too delicious. We must have more. I beg you, bring us some. If I don't eat these noodles, I might perish. Qingyun was at a loss, casting a pleading glance at Qingyun. Qingyun, taken aback by the gluttonous display before him, was filled with trepidation. Could it be that the cultivators in this world could not even sate their hunger? After all, it was merely a simple bowl of noodles. How could it drive them to such madness? Even the most delectable meal would not warrant such overindulgence, especially considering the presence of several elderly individuals among them. Well, go ahead and cook more. Qingyun conceded, somewhat helplessly. Very well. Qingyun returned to the kitchen. As Qingyun pondered retrieving his guqin from the room, 2 figures raced toward him. None other than the martial emperor Dongfang Su and his personal guard, Guyu. Upon seeing them land, Qingyun inwardly groaned, "Oh no, not more uninvited guests." While he enjoyed the liveliness, the constant influx of visitors was becoming overwhelming, especially given their insatiable appetites. Your Majesty, Qingyun bowed to Dongfang Su. Young Master Yi, you are too courteous. I have come not only to visit you, but also to discuss a pressing matter. Qingyun was taken aback. Oh? What matter necessitates your personal arrival, Your Majesty? Dongfang Su's expression turned grave. The Buddhist sect from the Western territories has sent monks to question why our Tianwu dynasty has detained their monks, and they intend to send eminent monks to engage in doctrinal debates with us. Chapter 56. The young monk refuses to return. Just yesterday, envoys from the Western territories arrived in the capital of the Tianwu dynasty and were received by martial Emperor Dongfang Su. The Western Buddhist sect rarely dispatched envoys to other nations, so Dongfang Su treated their visit with utmost seriousness. To his astonishment, they came not as allies but as accusers. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, why our holy son of the Buddhist sect has yet to return from your land? Furthermore, many monks have been sent to seek him, yet they too have been unable to return. This interrogation left Dongfang Su in a daze. Were it not for the formidable power of the Buddhist sect, he would have readily dispatched the arrogant monk before him. How audacious! Regardless of the Buddhist sect's strength, they were still within the confines of the Tianwu dynasty. Such arrogance was intolerable. Dongfang Su seethed with rage but maintained his composure, offering placating words. Ultimately, the monk informed Dongfang Su that more eminent monks would soon arrive to demand the release of their detained brethren and engage in doctrinal discussions with the Tianwu dynasty. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Dongfang Su arrived at Floating Cloud Mountain the following day to inform Qingyun. Upon hearing the news, Qingyun was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself. What a predicament! Had I not mentioned the concept of Mahayana Buddhism to that Huikong, these monks would not have remained here, nor would the current situation have arisen. Now, it seemed the Buddhist sect was truly coming to demand their people back, and they sought to engage in doctrinal debates. This could not bode well, Your Majesty. This matter is not entirely my doing. Perhaps just a tiny bit. Qingyun replied awkwardly, yet Dongfang Su solemnly bowed to him. We are well aware of your profound understanding of Buddhist principles. Therefore, we implore you to handle the situation with the arriving monks, lest our Tianwu dynasty's dignity be trampled by the Western Buddhist sect. Qingyun felt a headache coming on. What do I know of Buddhist doctrine? I am no monk. How would he even engage in such discussions? Perhaps I could persuade those monks at the foot of the mountain to return, and then the Buddhist sect would no longer pursue this matter. Qingyun suggested, hoping to find a solution. Dongfang Su nodded. That may be a viable option. Then I shall go find them. With that, Qingyun hurried down the mountain. Before long, he arrived at Shaolin Temple. Staring at the grand temple sign, he couldn't help but grimace. Huikong had indeed hung the name Shaolin Temple. Sensing Qingyun's presence, Huikong promptly emerged with two monks. Holy Son! Huikong exclaimed with excitement, bowing deeply before Qingyun. The two monks behind him were, of course, the Song Father and Sondai. In truth, there were only 3 monks in the entire Shaolin Temple, Huikong and the Song family. The Holy Son graces us with his presence. We are immensely honored. What orders do you have for us? Huikong beamed with enthusiasm. Qingyun wore a troubled expression. You may not be aware, but envoys from the Buddhist sect have arrived. Qingyun then recounted Dongfang Su's message to Huikong and the others. After listening, Huikong fell silent. I advise you to return to the Buddhist sect as soon as possible, or I may face dire consequences. Qingyun cautioned. However, Huikong shook his head, determination etched across his face. The young monk will not return. What? The young monk will not return. Qingyun. That if you refuse to return, what shall I do? What if the Buddhist sect seeks me out? How can I handle it? Am I truly to engage in doctrinal debates with them? That would be utterly humiliating. Huikong, listen, it matters not where you cultivate. There is no need to be fixated on this point. You can practice the Mahayana Buddhism I discussed even if you return to the Buddhist sect. Moreover, by going back, you would alleviate troubles for the Tianwu dynasty, thus accruing great merit. Be obedient. Please return. I implore you. Qingyun pleaded desperately. Despite his earnest entreaties, Huikong's resolve remained unyielding. He believed that Qingyun was testing his commitment to his Buddhist path. Qingyun found himself at a loss, unable to sway Huikong with reason. Left with no other choice, he sighed and returned to the mountain. How did it go? Dongfang Su inquired upon Qingyun's return. Cough, I exhausted all my persuasive arguments, but alas, they would not listen. Perhaps this is just my charm. What does charm even mean? Regardless, others remained oblivious to the term. Then I must request young Master Yi to confront the Buddhist envoys. Dongfang Su bowed once more. Qingyun wore a bitter expression. Very well, I shall reluctantly give it a try. But should it result in embarrassment, Your Majesty, please do not hold me accountable. Dongfang Su was speechless. Who would dare blame you? My visit to request your assistance is filled with trepidation, fearing to upset you. Sigh, being an emperor is truly arduous. With that, Dongfang Su and Guyu departed, leaving Qingyun to fret over the impending doctrinal debate. Guoshaoyun suggested, Master, perhaps we should consider relocating? Qingyun shook his head. It's too late to move now. Those monks are watching us. Wherever we go, they will follow. After some contemplation, Guoshaoyun agreed. With so many monks, it would be difficult to hide. Let it be. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Qingyun suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had devised a plan. If the Buddhist sect truly arrived, what would it entail but a discussion of Buddhist principles? I, Qingyun, may not excel in much, but I can certainly engage in some idle chatter. Their esoteric doctrines may seem complex, but I can easily feign understanding. Even if he struggled to keep up, it was reasonable. After all, he was not a monk. With this thought, he felt a newfound sense of ease. Disciple, hurry up and prepare a meal. I'm starving. Right away, Guoshaoyun quickly set about cooking. After they finished their meal, Guoshaoyun took Damao down the mountain for a walk, while Qingyun reclined indoors for an afternoon nap. As Guoshaoyun strolled through the marketplace with Damao, a group of young beggars swarmed around him. It's the little rascal. The little rascal has returned. These were all his former companions from the streets. with whom he had once shared the hardships of begging. Although Guo now enjoyed a peaceful life with his master, he never forgot them and often visited to bring them food. "Please don't call me little rascal anymore. My master has given me a name. I am now Guo," he replied, somewhat disgruntled. Despite his repeated requests, they continued to call him little rascal. "All right, little Yun. Big Kong has been acting strangely lately, following a peculiar fellow around and muttering to himself. We're all quite worried about him." One young beggar, around 7 or 8 years old, expressed his concern. Chapter 57. Guo Xiaoyun's explosive power. Big Kong was among the beggars and held a position of respect among them, much like Guo Xiaoyun once did. Moreover, he was Guo Xiaoyun's closest friend. When Guo Xiaoyun had been captured by the disciple of the sinister old monster, it was Big Kong who had sought out Qingyun for help. Hearing that Big Kong might be in trouble, Guo Xiaoyun was naturally alarmed. "Where is Big Kong?" he inquired urgently. Early in the morning, he followed that peculiar person into the woods to the west. Not knowing what they were up to, the little beggar remarked. "All right, I shall seek him out," Guo Xiaoyun promptly declared, taking Demao with him. As they set off towards the west, "Be careful, that strange person looks rather fierce," the little beggar quickly warned. Guo Xiaoyun nodded, already making his way westward alongside Demao. After leaving the market, they continued westward for about half an hour when a dense forest came into view. Demao sniffed the air, seemingly catching a whiff of something, and emitted a low growl towards the woods. "Let us venture in," Guo Xiaoyun said, patting Demao's head. As if to reassure him, Demao wagged his tail and led the way. Not long after entering the forest, Guo Xiaoyun felt a chill enveloping him. Despite the bright sun overhead, the woods felt oddly cold. Being young and somewhat naive, he ventured deeper without much thought. Had it been a seasoned cultivator, they would have been wary. For this place was steeped in a chilling aura. Even practitioners at the spirit-opening realm would struggle to endure here. Only those at the gathering source realm and above could withstand it. Guo Xiaoyun merely sensed the coldness, but nothing else seemed amiss. As for Demao, he appeared unaffected, still prancing along as if on a leisurely stroll with his master. "Demao, are you afraid?" "Woof, if you're scared. You can head back, woof." "All right then, I shall protect you. There's no need to fear, woof." After a brief while, Demao suddenly halted. Guo Xiaoyun also stopped in his tracks. A figure appeared ahead, looking to be around 8 or 9 years old, slightly taller than Guo Xiaoyun, with gaunt, dark cheeks. It was De Kong. Upon seeing De Kong, Guo Xiaoyun's face lit up with joy. De Kong, what are you doing here? Just as he was about to approach, he noticed something was off with De Kong. His eyes had turned pitch black, exuding an eerie aura. Guo Xiaoyun froze, instinctively taking a few steps back. "De Kong, have you encountered trouble?" he continued to inquire. But alas, De Kong showed no inclination to respond. Taking a deep breath, Guo Xiaoyun summoned his courage and approached De Kong. "De Kong, everyone is worried about you. Come back with me." At that moment, Demao stood by, observing without taking any action. Suddenly, a man in black appeared behind De Kong, startling Guo Xiaoyun. "Who are you?" The man in black, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a gloomy expression, with an ominous aura surrounding him. "I am De Kang's father," the middle-aged man said in a low voice. Guo Xiaoyun was taken aback. "De Kang's father? I distinctly remember that De Kang, like me, is an orphan, having roamed the streets from a young age. How could a father just materialize out of thin air?" "You lie," Guo Xiaoyun chastised. "Little one, if you wish, I could also be your father." The man in black chuckled ominously. Guo Xiaoyun felt a chill run down his spine. "De Kang, come here," he shouted. Unfortunately, De Kang remained unmoved, standing vacantly before the man in black. The man in black patted De Kang's head, laughing sinisterly. "This is a well-behaved child. He is now entirely mine." Guo Xiaoyun's expression darkened. "What have you done to him? If you wish to know, come closer." The man in black beckoned. In that instant, Guo Xiaoyun felt a shiver run through him, his vision becoming hazy. Come, join me," the man in black intoned with an uncanny voice. Guo Xiaoyun stepped forward, as if a marionette, moving towards the man in black. Demao glanced at Guo Xiaoyun but remained still. Before long, Guo Xiaoyun found himself standing close to the man in black, who smiled wickedly. "With 2 child puppets, I only need 1 more to complete the 3-corpse celestial resolution." Just as the man in black reached out to pat Guo Xiaoyun's head, the latter's gaze suddenly cleared. "Huh!" The man in black was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised. Smack! Guo Xiaoyun swiftly seized the man's wrist. "What are you trying to do?" he asked, a hint of anger in his voice. The man in black scoffed. What can a mere child do? He attempted to shake off Guo Xiaoyun's grip, but was surprised to find that he could not budge an inch. You possess quite a bit of strength for a child. This is good. The stronger the child, the better the puppet. The man in black invoked his energy, expecting to easily throw Guo Xiaoyun aside, but the latter remained steadfast. You are a villain, Guo Xiaoyun glared at the man in black, gripping his wrist tightly. The man in black was momentarily stunned. He tried again to free himself, but Guo Xiaoyun's grip only tightened, causing him to wince in pain as if his bones might shatter. Hiss! The man's expression finally changed. This child was no ordinary one. Perhaps he possessed innate strength or an extraordinary constitution. Immediately, he swung his other hand towards Guo Xiaoyun's forehead. Bang! Guo Xiaoyun did not flinch. He absorbed the blow without harm, while the man's hand went numb from the impact. What manner of creature is this? The man in black's expression shifted again, realizing the gravity of the situation. You are a villain, Guo Xiaoyun reiterated, using all his might to fling the man in black away. Thud! The man fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Who are you, really? The man in black exclaimed, a blend of shock and anger in his voice. Guo Xiaoyun furrowed his brow. I should be asking you the same thing. The man in black gritted his teeth, and from behind him, a jet-black sword shot forth. Go, he commanded, pointing at Guo Xiaoyun. The boy felt a pang of fear, but in the next moment, a formidable aura erupted from him. Boom! The force was so overwhelming that it not only sent the black sword flying but also uprooted trees around them. Chapter 58. Are you here to cause trouble? As the dust settled, Guo Xiaoyun's face was a mask of terror. What had just transpired? Why were the trees broken? Where was the man in black? Glancing around, he was relieved to see Demao still standing there, albeit his fur tousled by the wind. De Kong had been flung aside and lay on the ground, unconscious. Guo Xiaoyun rushed to his side. De Kong, are you all right? De Kang's eyes were closed, his complexion pale, but thankfully, he still breathed, albeit weakly. Guo Xiaoyun sighed in relief. At least he's not dead. I'll take you to my master. He will surely save you. He hastily hoisted De Kong onto his back. Demao, let us go. Demao glanced back at the distance before following closely behind Guo Xiaoyun. Once they departed, the man in black rose unsteadily from a distance, his face pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with deep shock. This child possessed such profound cultivation. The man in black himself was at the initial stage of the condensed Dan realm, a formidable figure within the heavenly martial dynasty. Yet before Guo Xiaoyun, he felt utterly feeble. The man could scarcely comprehend the level of Guo Xiaoyun's abilities. Could it be that such a young child had already ascended to the celestial realm? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. A 7- or 8-year-old celestial realm practitioner. This is absurd. He realized he could not afford to underestimate this child. Determined, the man in black retrieved a pill from his pocket and consumed it to alleviate his injuries. He then stealthily followed the direction Guo Xiaoyun had taken. I must uncover the truth behind this child. Guo Xiaoyun carried De Kong all the way back to the marketplace, not pausing for breath until he reached the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. It was only halfway up the mountainside that he suddenly realized he felt no fatigue at all. De Kong was heavier than him. Yet he had run for over half an hour without breaking a sweat. Feeling more invigorated as he went, Am I ill? Guo Xiaoyun pondered, concerned that something was amiss with his condition. However, the urgent matter was to get his master to save De Kong. Upon reaching the mountain top, he found Qingyun still napping. Master, master! He called out loudly. What is it? Qingyun grumbled, slightly annoyed by the interruption. You must come quickly and save someone, Guo Xiaoyun urged, his anxiety palpable. Qingyun immediately rushed out. What happened? Upon seeing Guo Xiaoyun carrying someone, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Put him down. Let me see. Guo Xiaoyun gently laid De Kong down. Qingyun examined him and his face grew solemn. This person is gravely injured. Not only are many of his bones broken, but his internal organs are surely damaged as well, given the blood he is expelling. Master, his name is De Kong. He is my dear friend. You must save him, Guo Xiaoyun pleaded anxiously. Qingyun furrowed his brow. His injuries are too severe. I fear he may not last long. Guo Xiaoyun's heart sank. Is there truly nothing you can do? In his eyes, his master was capable of anything. Yet the thought that even he could not save De Kong was disheartening. I will give it a try, Qingyun said, rushing back inside to retrieve a bottle of pills that had been left by an unknown benefactor. He recalled that these pills were reputed to have excellent healing properties. Let us see if this works. Qingyun took out a pill and placed it in Dekang's mouth. Soon, a gentle azure light enveloped Dekang's body. Qingyun checked his pulse, which seemed to strengthen slightly. Master, has his life been saved? Xiaoyun asked with concern. It remains uncertain. We shall observe the situation, Qingyun replied, shaking his head, unsure if the pill would suffice to preserve the boy's life. We need to carry him inside. All right, together, Xiaoyun and Qingyun brought Dekang indoors. Xiaoyun remained by Dekang's side, filled with worry. Meanwhile, the man in black had reached the foot of floating Cloud Mountain. There are so many temples here? The man in black was bewildered by the circle of temples below. The largest among them was named Shaolin Temple. Could it be here? Muttering to himself, he approached the entrance of Shaolin Temple. Where a monk was sweeping the ground, it was none other than Song Qinglong, now a monk named Su Zhu. Upon seeing the visitor, Su Zhu joined his hands in greeting. How may I assist you? Benefactor? The man in black narrowed his eyes, taken aback to encounter a genuine monk. However, the monk appeared young, suggesting he was merely a minor figure. Get out of my way, the man in black barked coldly. Su Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Why are you so irritable, benefactor? The man in black was equally surprised. I told you to get lost, and you ask why I am irritable? Are you out of your mind? Hand over the children. He seized Su Zhu by the collar and shouted angrily. Su Zhu remained perplexed. We only have 3 monks at Shaolin Temple. May I ask who you seek? Quit pretending. Where are those 2 children? And a dog. Hand them over. Otherwise, I will burn your temple down. The man in black growled menacingly. Upon hearing this, Su Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you here to cause trouble? The man in black was dumbfounded. Am I not here to cause trouble? What, do I look like I came to buy groceries? He was unwilling to waste any more words. With a swift motion, the man in black aimed to end Su Zhu's life with a palm strike. But Su Zhu deftly evaded, breaking free from the man's grasp. Ba, this is a tranquil place. You are too irritable, benefactor. With his hands joined, Su Zhu displayed a solemn expression, and behind him, a phantom of a Buddha appeared, bearing an unmistakable resemblance to Qingyun. If Qingyun were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. When did I become a Buddha? The man in black was astonished. Though the monk seemed to possess average cultivation, he did not expect Su Zhu to be formidable. The man in black adopted a more serious demeanor. Who dares to cause trouble at Shaolin Temple? At that moment, Su Zhu's father, Su Hai, emerged, wielding a demon-subduing staff. His face filled with anger. Come on, gather everyone. I want to see how many capable monks you have. The man in black wore a haughty expression. Although he had suffered defeat at Xiaoyun's hands, he believed it was merely a lapse in judgment. Dealing with some monks would surely be a piece of cake. You said it. Dong, dong, dong. The temple bells chimed, and monks from the surrounding temples rushed out. In an instant, dozens of bald monks surrounded the man in black. Ba, you are here to cause trouble, aren't you? One portly monk rolled up his sleeves, smiling amiably. Chapter 59. The Qi family father and daughter. The man in black was bewildered. Something felt amiss. Wait, actually Before he could finish his sentence, the portly monk swung a fist at him. Soon after, dozens of monks began to pummel the man in black. Bang, 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 bang. Initially, the man attempted to resist, but he quickly realized that these monks were all experts. Within moments, he found himself sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Ba. Huikong chanted a Buddhist mantra, signaling the others to cease. When the commotion quieted, the man in black lay on the ground like a beaten dog, bruised and bloodied. You went too far, he muttered through swollen lips, clearly missing some teeth. You were the one who came to cause trouble. How can you say we went too far? Su Zhu replied, incredulous. The man in black began to weep. If I had known you monks were so brutal, I wouldn't have dared to cause trouble. Ba, benefactor, do not be sad, do not grieve, Huikong said kindly, standing before the man in black. The man in black lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Huikong. As they say, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Would you like to shave your head and become a monk? What nonsense. You want me to become a monk? The man in black thought he must have misheard. What did you say? If you have trouble hearing, it's no problem. I shall repeat myself. Would you like to shave your head and become a monk? Huikong raised his voice slightly, addressing the man in black. The man in black looked aggrieved. You beat me up and now want me to become a monk? This is too much. I thought I want to become a monk, he said cautiously, fearing another round of beatings from the monks. Huikong's expression turned regretful. Alas, very well. Huikong did not compel the man in black to join the monastery. However, the gates of my Shaolin temple are forever open to benefactors. Should a benefactor one day achieve profound enlightenment and wish to renounce worldly ties, they may come to my Shaolin temple. Having spoken thus, Huikong waved to the gathered crowd. Esteemed fellow practitioners, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you all today. It is nothing. As practitioners of the Buddhist path, we shall naturally support one another. The Buddhist community has always stood united. The tranquility of the Buddhist realm indeed does not permit outsiders to act recklessly. The monks gradually returned to their respective temples, while the man in black hurriedly rolled away, swearing to never return to this accursed place. As for the two children, he deemed them unnecessary. He had already mastered the secret art of crafting child puppets and could easily find others anew. 3 days later, the comatose Dekong finally stirred from his slumber. Qingyun, who had been vigilantly by his bedside, was overwhelmed with joy. Dekong, you have finally awakened. Hearing the commotion, Qingyun entered from outside. Dekong, dazed, surveyed his surroundings. Although his complexion remained pale, he appeared significantly better than in previous days. Where am I? He weakly inquired. You are at Floating Cloud Mountain, Qingyun hurriedly replied. Dekong looked at Qingyun, his eyes tinged with confusion. You little rascal? Yes, I am the little rascal, Qingyun promptly affirmed. Dekong, do you remember what happened? Qingyun asked from the side. Dekong furrowed his brow in contemplation. There was a man who claimed he could provide me with abundant food, as long as I followed him, and then I followed him. He fed me many strange-tasting dumplings and performed numerous incantations upon me. I felt unwell for several days, and then my memory becomes hazy. At this point, a pained expression crossed Dekong's face. Qingyun frowned slightly, sensing that this child's memory had indeed been affected. Nevertheless, it appeared that his life had been spared, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Qingyun brought a bowl of vegetable porridge, instructing Qingyun to feed it to Dekong. After consuming the porridge, Dekong's complexion noticeably improved, even acquiring a hint of color. By afternoon, Dekong was astonishingly able to walk, leaving Qingyun both surprised and intrigued. Could it be that the porridge I prepared is more effective than the elixirs of those cultivators? Regardless, Dekong had pulled through and was visibly recovering at an impressive pace. A day later, a long procession descended the mountain. Dozens of fine steeds carried soldiers clad in armor. Following them was a luxurious carriage, within which sat a father and daughter. The young woman was none other than Princess Qingyun of the Pingxi Wangfu. Accompanying her was her father, the esteemed Wang Chuzhenghua, who had come to express gratitude to Qingyun for saving their lives. Previously, the Pingxi Wangfu had suffered under the oppression of the Song family, finding themselves in dire straits. Even Princess Qingyun had been pursued and nearly lost her life. Now, however, the Song family had ceased their hostilities and even sent envoys to apologize, offering generous gifts. Thus, the Pingxi Wangfu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. How could they not express their gratitude to their benefactor? Princess Qingyun not only journeyed here herself, but also brought her father along. Chuzhenghua bore a resemblance to his daughter, but his complexion appeared somewhat sallow, and his eyes had a yellowish hue, giving him a listless appearance. Princess Qingyun, noting her father's condition, felt a pang of concern. His symptoms had persisted for some time, and despite consulting numerous renowned physicians, none had been able to provide a remedy. One physician had even claimed that unless he obtained rare herbs for extending life, his time was limited. Deeply worried, Princess Qingyun had brought her father along not only to express gratitude, but also to seek Qingyun's assistance in diagnosing her father's ailment. After all, she had witnessed Qingyun's remarkable abilities firsthand, having seen him cure by Suyi of her long-standing affliction. Perhaps he alone could aid her father as well. My daughter, I am somewhat apprehensive. Do you believe such an esteemed individual would be willing to treat me? Chuzhenghua said with a furrowed brow. Although he was the esteemed Pingxi Wang, he was well aware that in the eyes of true high-ranking figures, he was insignificant. Especially since Princess Qingyun had mentioned that even the martial Emperor Dongfang Su treated Qingyun with utmost respect, which only heightened Chuzhenghua's anxiety. Do not worry, father. He is quite approachable and bears no airs of superiority, Princess Qingyun reassured him. Moreover, He is currently experiencing the world as an ordinary person, so we should refrain from addressing him as a master and maintain a more casual demeanor. I see. Truly a recluse of the world. Their ways are indeed peculiar, Chu Zhenghua nodded, feeling somewhat more at ease. My lord, my lady, we have arrived at Floating Cloud Mountain, but the captain of the guards suddenly reported. But what? Princess Chu Yinyu inquired. The captain revealed a strange expression. It seems that numerous temples have been built at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, and we are currently halted before a temple known as Shaolin Temple, the temple. Both Chu Yinyu and Chu Zhenghua were taken aback. I shall investigate, Princess Chu Yinyu declared, dismounting the carriage and striding toward the entrance of Shaolin Temple. Just then, Su Zhu emerged, sweeping the grounds. The two collided unexpectedly. Song Qinglong. Princess Chu Yinyu exclaimed in shock. How could this scion of debauchery be here? Chapter 60. Do you enjoy drinking? Su Zhu was startled by her exclamation, nearly dropping his broom. Upon recognizing Princess Chu Yinyu, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Ah, it is the princess. It has been quite some time. Princess Chu Yinyu immediately adopted a wary demeanor. Song Qinglong, what are you doing here? Are you planning to act against the Pingxi Wangfu again? It was understandable for her to think this way. Encountering Song Qinglong so unexpectedly was jarring, and given his previous reputation, she found it hard to believe he had reformed. Su Zhu, bemused, replied, Princess, I have taken vows to become a monk. My past is now a distant memory. What? You have become a monk? Princess Chu Yinyu exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the gleaming bald head of Song Qinglong. She was utterly flabbergasted. When did this happen? Not only him, but my father has also renounced worldly ties and is currently with me in this Shaolin Temple. Following Master Huikong in his spiritual practice, Su Zhu added, Your father has become a monk too? Princess Chu Yinyu was even more astonished. The notorious Song family had all taken monastic vows. This was indeed a most unexpected turn of events. Soon, Su Zhu's father, Su Hai, emerged from the temple. Upon seeing him, Princess Chu Yinyu's jaw nearly hit the ground. This father and son truly had become monks, their heads shining like polished stones. Ba, Princess Chu, I offer my respects, Su Hai said, joining his hands in a gesture of reverence and bowing deeply. This left Princess Chu Yinyu somewhat flustered. I return your respects, she awkwardly mimicked, feeling quite out of place. Once fierce and arrogant, the Song father and son now appeared so gentle and courteous, leaving her feeling bewildered. Princess Chu, my son and I have embraced the monastic life, letting go of our past grievances. I hope you can forgive us, Su Hai stated with a serene smile, as if conversing with an old friend. Had one not known of the enmity between their families, they might have believed them to be long-time family friends. Yet, the truth was that the Song family and the Pingxi Wangfu had once been bitter enemies. Now that you both have become monks, what will become of the Song family? Princess Chu Yinyu questioned. Puzzled, Su Hai smiled gently. The Song family remains. I have entrusted it to a distant nephew of the Song family to manage. Oh. Princess Chu Yinyu nodded. Are you planning to ascend the mountain to meet the Holy Sun? Su Zhu inquired. The Holy Sun? Who is the Holy Sun? Princess Chu Yinyu was taken aback. It is Master Yi, Su Zhu replied. This left her even more confused. Wasn't Yi Qingyun a recluse? How did he become the Holy Sun? Just how many titles does this Yi possess? Very well, I shall take my father to meet Master Yi, Princess Chu Yinyu declared. Then hurry along. Master Yi should be working in the fields with his disciple at this time. Su Hai said, Yes, farewell. Princess Chu Yinyu returned to the carriage, which then passed by Shaolin Temple and ascended the mountain, the halfway point. The others remained behind to wait, while only the Chu father and daughter continued up the mountain. The closer they approached the summit, the more apprehensive Chu Zhenghua felt. Noticing her father's unease, Princess Chu Yinyu felt somewhat helpless. Upon reaching the peak, they spotted Yi Qingyun and a child hoeing the land from a distance. Disciple, hurry up and prepare this plot. Come summer, the watermelons will be sprouting abundantly. All right, have you ever eaten watermelon? No, by the way, what is watermelon? You can't be serious. You don't even know what a watermelon is? I truly do not. All right then, a watermelon is a delicious fruit, juicy and sweet, and quite large. One big watermelon can feed several people. That sounds really delicious. Hee. You will know once the watermelons mature. As the master and disciple chatted, they worked even harder. The Chu father and daughter approached. Master Yi? Princess Chu Yinyu called out. Yi Qingyun turned around, his smile brightening upon seeing Princess Chu Yinyu. Ah, it is the princess. It has been a long time since your last visit. He remembered that after the last hot pot meal, Princess Chu Yinyu had not returned. Princess Chu Yinyu bowed deeply, and Chu Zhenghua followed suit, his expression tense. Master Yi, I have come to express my gratitude. Yi Qingyun quickly reached out to assist her, only to realize his hands were covered in dirt, leaving smudges on Princess Chu Yinyu's attire. Both felt a bit awkward. I apologize. I forgot to wash my hands. Princess Chu Yinyu, however, paid no mind. Regardless of whether Yi Qingyun's hands were dirty or even soiled with refuse, she would not be offended in the least. Master Yi, this is my father. Chu Zhenghua stepped forward, his face betraying his nervousness. I am Chu Zhenghua. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, and it is truly a stroke of luck to meet you today. Chu Zhenghua's reverence was palpable, his smile radiant as he grasped Yi Qingyun's muddy hand with enthusiasm. Yi Qingyun was somewhat taken aback. So you are the Wang. I apologize for my negligence, Yi Qingyun quickly responded. Seeing her father so reserved, Princess Chu Yinyu felt uncertain of what to say. Thus, she spoke up, Master Yi, I would like to thank you for your guidance to the Pingxi Wangfu, which allowed us to weather our difficulties. Here is a modest token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Princess Chu Yinyu presented a storage pouch with both hands. Your Highness is being too courteous. I merely offered a minor suggestion. It is not such a grand gesture, Yi Qingyun replied, genuinely humble, feeling he had not rendered any great favor to the Chu family. He felt it inappropriate to accept the gift, especially since Princess Chu Yinyu had already provided him with numerous items before. Yi Qingyun had been relying on her generosity to meet his daily expenses. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Master Yi, you must accept. Suddenly, Princess Chu Yinyu knelt down. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to accept the storage pouch. Please, rise. Only then did Princess Chu Yinyu stand up. Disciple, hurry and prepare tea and lunch. Yes, Xiaoyun scampered off. At that moment, Yi Qingyun noticed Chu Zhenghua's pallor and could not help but frown slightly. Coincidentally, Princess Chu Yinyu also spoke up. Master Yi, I have one more request. My father has been unwell for some time, and his condition has been deteriorating. We have yet to find the root cause of his ailment. I hope you can examine him. Chu Zhenghua quickly added. We are in your debt, Master Yi. Yi Qingyun scrutinized Chu Zhenghua's face. My lord, do you have a fondness for alcohol? Chapter 61. The divine Dr. Yi Qingyun. Both father and daughter were momentarily stunned, not expecting such a question from Yi Qingyun. Why do you ask, Master Yi? Chu Zhenghua replied, perplexed. This is quite important. Please answer me honestly, Yi Qingyun insisted earnestly. Seeing Yi Qingyun's serious demeanor, Chu Zhenghua felt compelled to be truthful. I have always enjoyed drinking, consuming at least half a gin daily, particularly before sleep, when I often indulge in a couple of cups for a more restful slumber. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun sighed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Your drinking habits are quite excessive, consuming half a gin daily, plus a few drinks before bedtime. It is no wonder your health has suffered. Princess Chu Yinyu furrowed her brow. Master Yi, could my father's illness be related to his drinking? Yi Qingyun nodded. But my father has been drinking for decades. Why did his illness only manifest recently? It is precisely because of the long-term drinking that his health has faltered, Yi Qingyun explained. Upon hearing this, the father and daughter exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces. Is my father's condition serious? Princess Chu Yinyu asked anxiously, her heart racing as she feared Yi Qingyun might deem it a grave matter. To say it is severe would not be entirely accurate. However, if left unchecked, it could indeed become life-threatening, Yi Qingyun replied, maintaining a serious expression. Chu family? Master Yi, please be frank with us, Princess Chu Yinyu said with a wry smile. Yi Qingyun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wait a moment. Let me take another look. He gestured for Chu Zhenghua to follow him inside. Chu Zhenghua hesitated briefly, glancing at his daughter, who nodded encouragingly. Thus, he accompanied Yi Qingyun into the room. Please lie back, facing upward, Yi Qingyun instructed, pointing to a nearby reclining chair. All right, Chu Zhenghua complied. Yi Qingyun washed his hands thoroughly and approached Chu Zhenghua. My lord, I will press on your abdomen shortly. Do not take offense. Chu Zhenghua found this somewhat strange. Press on my abdomen? What kind of examination is this? He had never encountered such a method before. However, recognizing Yi Qingyun's status as a recluse, he felt it prudent to comply. Feel free to proceed, Master Yi, he said. Yi Qingyun nodded and lifted Chu Zhenghua's garment. The latter felt awkward. Being a grown man having another man lift his clothing to expose his abdomen, it felt exceedingly peculiar. Yet, Yi Qingyun remained focused and unperturbed, placing his right hand gently on Chu Zhengguo's right abdomen. "Dio, you feel anything?" "Nothing," Chu Zhengguo replied. Yi Qingyun then increased the pressure. This time, a pained expression crossed Chu Zhengguo's face, and his brows knitted tightly. "How does it feel?" "It hurts, like being pricked by needles," he gasped. Yi Qingyun pressed harder. "Hiss!" Chu Zhengguo gasped sharply, his face draining of color, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "It hurts, Master Yi. Please be gentler," he cried out. Even Guoxiaoyun, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the commotion and rushed out to see what was happening. "Master, what are you doing? Adults are at work. Children should stay aside." Guoxiaoyun returned to the kitchen to continue her work. Yi Qingyun raised his hand, a flicker of gravity crossing his face. He was now almost certain that Qi Zhengguo was suffering from liver disease, and it had progressed to a rather serious stage. His complexion was waxy yellow, and the sclera of his eyes had taken on a jaundiced hue, which was a direct manifestation of deteriorating liver function. Furthermore, pressing on Qi Zhengguo's right abdomen elicited pain, indicating significant issues with his liver, for the liver typically does not cause pain unless a serious illness is present. He called for Chu Yinyu to come in. "Your Highness, your condition is not trivial. You must pay close attention, lest it pose a threat to your life," Yi Qingyun stated. Both father and daughter felt a wave of panic wash over them. "Young Master Yi, I implore you to save my father," Chu Yinyu pleaded earnestly. Qi Zhengguo, too, was flustered. "Young Master Yi, if you can save me, I am willing to give anything." Yi Qingyun waved his hand. "Please, do not rush me. Allow me to finish speaking." The father and daughter fell silent. "First and foremost, Your Highness, you must refrain from drinking alcohol in the future." The moment these words left his mouth, Qi Zhengguo appeared troubled. Can I at least drink a little?" "No," Yi Qingyun replied firmly. "If you wish to preserve your life, I advise you to pour out all the alcohol in your residence and banish any thought of drinking altogether." Yi Qingyun's tone was grave. Chu Yinyu immediately turned to her father. "Father, you must not touch a single drop of alcohol from now on." Qi Zhengguo, obedient to his daughter, could only nod repeatedly with a pained expression. The thought of never drinking again was extremely distressing to him. Additionally, your diet must be bland, strictly avoiding rich meats and fish. "Understood." Qi Zhengguo nodded. By the way, Your Highness, is it true that you cannot cultivate?" Qi Zhengguo replied. "My aptitude for cultivation is quite poor, so my level is only at the mid-stage of the opening spirit realm." Yi Qingyun said. "That is acceptable. Simply consume some medicinal pills to nourish your body." "Very well." Yi Qingyun then proceeded to offer a series of recommendations, primarily focused on body regulation and liver care. After all, the issue lay with the liver, and as long as it was nurtured properly, Qi Zhengguo's health would naturally improve. Especially since Qi Zhengguo possessed a slight foundation in cultivation, he was not entirely like an ordinary person. By correcting his previous bad habits and nurturing himself slowly, recovery was certainly achievable. "Young Master Yi, is my father's illness truly so simple to cure?" Chu Yinyu asked, her disbelief evident. "While it sounds simple, maintaining consistency is no easy task," Yi Qingyun replied, casting a deep glance at her. "Do not relax just because there is slight improvement. Persistence is key." "We understand." The father and daughter bowed in gratitude. "Young Master Yi, you are indeed a divine doctor of this age, a veritable healer among healers." The pair lavished praise upon him, and Yi Qingyun felt a hint of pride swelling within him. "You flatter me," he said, hands on his hips, feeling somewhat smug. "Master, dinner is ready." At that moment, Guoxiaoyun called from the kitchen. Yi Qingyun turned to the Qi family. "Let us enjoy a meal together." Qi Zhengguo was about to politely refuse, but Chu Yinyu eagerly agreed. "That sounds wonderful." Her heart brimmed with anticipation, for she knew that Yi Qingyun's meals were sure to be delightful. Moreover, she believed that partaking in his food would surely bring her some fortuitous opportunity. Word had spread throughout the cultivation world of the Tianwu dynasty. Do you wish to gain opportunities? Do you seek enlightenment? Do you long to extend your lifespan? Simply dine at the peak of Floating Cloud Mountain, and you shall obtain all these. Disciple, what have you prepared today? Stir-fried pig liver with chives. Sought ed duck liver, and clear stewed beef liver soup, Guoxiaoyun replied. Yi Qingyun. The Qi family stared in disbelief. "Good heavens! This entire meal consists of liver." Guoxiaoyun brought the dishes out to the courtyard. "Sit down and eat. Do not stand on ceremony here. Treat it as if you were at home." Yi Qingyun warmly invited. The Qi family took their seats, with Chu Yinyu not hesitating to scoop up a bowl of rice and dig in. Qi Zhenghua observed as his daughter devoured her food with fervor, secretly muttering to himself, "What has gotten into this girl? Has she not eaten enough at the palace?" Chapter 62. A Personal Maid? Qi Zhenghua looked at the 3 dishes on the table, holding his chopsticks but unsure of where to begin. "Father, hurry and eat," Chu Yinyu urged, shoveling rice into her mouth. "All right," Qi Zhenghua replied, hastily picking up a piece of pig liver. This flavor. He had expected the ordinary pig liver to be unremarkable, but he was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite taste. The liver was perfectly tender, seemingly marinated beforehand, allowing its rich flavor to permeate every bite. Paired with the uniquely flavored chives, the dish was simply beyond compare, far superior to the cuisine served in the royal palace. A piece of pig liver instantly ignited Qi Zhenghua's appetite, which had been lackluster lately. He picked up his bowl and began to eat alongside Chu Yinyu. Qingyun and Guoxiaoyun took their time, unhurried. The Qi family, however, devoured their meal as if they were starved, finishing their bowls in no time. As soon as Chu Yinyu set down her chopsticks, a sensation washed over her. "It's happening," she exclaimed, a rosy hue appearing on her cheeks, her gaze becoming dreamy, as if overwhelmed by comfort. In the next moment, she let out a soft moan. Her energy surged, and she exclaimed, "I've broken through. I've broken through." Overjoyed, Chu Yinyu found herself transitioning from the pinnacle of the opening spirit realm to the gathering source realm. This was the realm she had longed for, and she had achieved it with just a bowl of rice. Her elation was immense, and she felt profound gratitude toward Qingyun in her eyes. Her easy breakthrough was undoubtedly due to this meal. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Chu Yinyu expressed her heartfelt thanks. Qingyun, still chewing, looked at her with confusion, while Qi Zhenghua beamed with joy at his daughter's achievement. Though his own cultivation talent was poor, he felt immense pride seeing his daughter excel on her path of cultivation. "Father, your complexion seems much improved," Chu Yinyu remarked, astonished by her father's appearance. Qi Zhenghua paused. "Really?" He felt his face, and Qingyun took a glance as well. Indeed, it was less yellow than before. Qingyun swiftly had Guoxiaoyun fetch a mirror. When Qi Zhenghua looked into it, he was astonished to see that his complexion had noticeably brightened. Though there was still a hint of yellow, it was no longer alarming as it had been upon his arrival. Could this improvement be attributed to the meal? Qi Zhenghua was secretly amazed. Chu Yinyu seemed to have reached the same conclusion and signaled her father to eat more. Qi Zhenghua quickly resumed eating, not forgetting to add more dishes to his bowl. Before long, his bowl was nearly empty. Chu Yinyu could distinctly see her father's complexion improving before her very eyes. "Father, let me get you another bowl." Without waiting for an answer, she filled another bowl to the brim and brought it to him. Qi Zhenghua gazed at the mountain of rice in his bowl, inwardly lamenting that he hadn't consumed this much in years. It reminded him of his younger days when he could eat such quantities. Yet now, inexplicably, despite eating abundantly, he felt no sense of fullness. Rather, his appetite only seemed to grow. It appeared that the food was perfectly suited to his palate. "Master, look at his complexion," Guoxiaoyun observed from the side, her gaze fixed on Qi Zhenghua's face. Qingyun studied him closely, his brow furrowing in bewilderment. "This is curious. Could it be that he is already recovering? If that is the case, it would be a miraculous feat." He mused out a severe liver ailment typically required months of care before any improvement could be anticipated. Yet Qi Zhenghua's complexion was visibly normalizing even before the meal had concluded. Qingyun glanced between the dishes and his own bowl. "Disciple, you didn't add anything unusual to the food, did you?" Qingyun inquired. Guoxiaoyun shook her head vigorously. "I added nothing. I prepared it just as you instructed." Qingyun thought for a moment. If she had added something, he would certainly have noticed. Unable to unravel the mystery, he decided to leave it be. Regardless, Qi Zhenghua's recovery was a positive development, and there was no need to dwell on it. By the end of the meal, not only had Qi Zhenghua's complexion returned to normal, but a healthy flush had also emerged, indicative of revitalized vitality. Elated, he stood up and waved his arms. "I truly feel better. My strength has noticeably increased." Chu Yinyu rejoiced. "Father, you are indeed well." Both father and daughter were overjoyed. They approached Qingyun, and without hesitation, they knelt before him. "Please, no need for that. Get up, get up." Qingyun hurriedly assisted them. Yet, the father and daughter were steadfast, bowing before him thrice. "Young Master Yi, we are eternally grateful for your immense kindness and great virtue. We are at a loss for how to repay you." Qingyun's voice trembled with emotion. Should young master Yi require anything, we will not hesitate to risk our lives in service. Qingyun added, her face flushed with a hint of shyness. If young master Yi does not mind, I would willingly follow you as a personal maid, even if it means serving you closely. In the background, Xiaoyun's eyes lit up at these words. Could it be that she was soon to gain a new sister-in-law? That would be quite delightful. Qingyun, however, wore a bemused expression, a personal maid. How close a relationship was she implying? This could easily lead to misinterpretation. Was Qingyun truly that sort of person? Though he found Qingyun quite attractive, her figure did not quite compare to Bai Suyi's, and he truly did not care about such matters. Ahem, please rise, I really haven't done anything to warrant such thanks, Qingyun said awkwardly. He genuinely believed he had done nothing remarkable. Qingyun's recovery might simply be coincidental. Even if he hadn't come to him, he would likely have healed in due time. It was merely a serendipitous encounter. The Qi family, observing Qingyun's humility, felt even greater respect for him. This was indeed an exceptional individual. The saving grace of their lives and the rebirth of their hopes seemed trivial in his eyes. Such noble character was beyond description. No flattery could adequately convey it. Xiaoyun sighed inwardly. It seemed that this young woman would not be her new master. Meanwhile, at the western border of the Tianwu dynasty, a beam of radiant golden light slowly approached. The border soldiers had already spotted this luminous phenomenon and remained on high alert. As the golden light drew near, they were finally able to discern its source. A white-clad old monk, barefoot, with prayer beads in hand and a serene countenance. The golden aura emanated purely from this monk. Amitabha, he intoned, his voice resonating like heavenly music. In an instant, all those at the border displayed expressions of bewilderment, as if they had momentarily forgotten everything. Chapter 63. The white-clad old monk. The white-clad old monk gazed upon the soldiers who had fallen into confusion, a sacred and ethereal expression gracing his face. To find one's way back from confusion, enter my Buddhist path, and thus attain liberation. Go find one's way back from confusion, enter my Buddhist path, and thus attain liberation. The old monk repeated this mantra, and the soldiers appeared entranced, kneeling before him with fervent devotion. The monk approached the border commander, who knelt at his feet, deeply bowing in reverence. Good, very good, the monk said, gently stroking the commander's head with a smile. He then continued on his way, and the border soldiers followed him like the most devout of disciples. The monk soon arrived at a nearby town. Another invocation of Amitabha resounded, and a radiant light enveloped the townsfolk, who were also touched by the golden glow. The blacksmith dropped his hammer, the vendor abandoned his wares, and the tavern keeper set aside his abacus. Go find one's way back from confusion, enter my Buddhist path, and thus attain liberation, echoed in the ears of every townsman. One by one, they knelt down, mirroring the soldiers at the border. The white-clad monk smiled, gesturing gently, and the townsfolk spontaneously joined the throng of followers, continuing to walk alongside him. Thus, wherever the monk went, he drew a multitude of followers. In just 3 days, he had gathered tens of thousands of devotees, some of whom were even cultivators, reciting Buddhist scriptures with the earnestness of monks. This commotion inevitably stirred the entire Tianwu dynasty. The court was in an uproar, and Emperor Dongfang summoned his ministers for an emergency assembly. Your Majesty, that demon monk has already bewitched nearly 100,000 people. The latest reports sent shockwaves through the court. Dongfang's expression darkened. 100,000. In just 3 days, that demon monk had enchanted so many. A truly terrifying prospect. If this continued, the entire Tianwu dynasty would be thrown into chaos by this monk's influence. Immediately send someone to stop this demon monk. Yes. The palace's elite warriors sprang into action, led by a master at the early stage of the celestial realm, with others boasting late-stage essence condensation cultivation. The strength of their formation was formidable. Yet, the outcome was utterly unexpected. The dispatched experts returned within half a day, defeated. Your Majesty, that demon monk possesses terrifying strength. We are no match for him, the leading celestial realm warrior reported. His face filled with helplessness. Dongfang was taken aback. Is that demon monk really so formidable? Indeed, he possesses at least peak celestial realm strength, his subordinate confirmed. Dongfang drew a sharp breath. This was a dire situation. A peak celestial realm expert was nearly on par with him. Did this mean he would have to intervene personally to deal with this demon monk? While it was feasible, if the emperor himself took action, the situation would escalate dramatically. Even if he managed to defeat the monk, the Western Buddhist sect would undoubtedly be enraged. The Qingyun dynasty alone could not withstand the wrath of the Western Buddhist sect. Your Majesty, it appears there is only one course of action, Guyu interjected solemnly. Dongfang Su regarded him closely. Are you suggesting we let that demon monk debate Buddhist teachings with Master Yi? Guyu nodded. Dongfang Su sighed at it. Seemed there was no other choice. Guyu, go find that demon monk. Very well. Inform him that we shall hold a grand Buddhist debate 3 days hence at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. Understood. Guyu departed, while Dongfang Su also set out, heading straight for Floating Cloud Mountain. At that moment, Qingyun was still busy planting watermelons. He carefully placed the seeds in the soil, covered them gently, and then watered them. That should do it, he said, dusting off his hands with satisfaction as he envisioned a bountiful harvest come summer, eagerly anticipating the refreshing watermelon juice he had long craved. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, startling Qingyun to the brink of panic. What the? He exclaimed, unable to suppress his outburst. Dongfang Su quickly bowed in apology. Young Master Yi, I apologize for my rudeness. Upon realizing it was Dongfang Su, Qingyun could only manage a wry smile. Your Majesty, please refrain from appearing so unexpectedly in the future. Dongfang Su felt somewhat embarrassed. With an anxious heart, I momentarily set aside my concerns. Young Master Yi, the monks from the western region have arrived. So what if they have come? It is merely... Suddenly, Qingyun was taken aback, glancing nervously at Dongfang Su. Are they here to cause trouble? Dongfang Su nodded gravely. Why? Qingyun groaned inwardly. It's over. The monks from the Buddhist sect have truly come. What should I do, Master? It will be fine. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Guo reassured him. Why? Qingyun shot him a glare. You know nothing. Guo looked aggrieved. Isn't that what you often say? Dongfang Su added. Young Master Yi, in 3 days, a grand Buddhist debate will be held at the foot of the mountain, and it will rely entirely on you. Why? Qingyun felt overwhelmed. I don't even know if I can handle it. Dongfang Su thought to himself, if you can't, then there is no one in the Qingyun dynasty who can. Young Master Yi, I implore you. Dongfang Su's expression was one of earnest plea, nearly begging on his knees. Why? Qingyun sighed. Fine, but if I embarrass myself, don't blame me. How could I? Dongfang Su felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. However, since Qingyun was willing to step forward, the matter seemed assured. In Dongfang Su's view, there was nothing in this world that Qingyun could not resolve. Soon, the entire Qingyun dynasty was abuzz with news. In 3 days, a grand debate on Buddhism would take place at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. The entire Qingyun dynasty was set ablaze with excitement. Even the whole southern wilderness was stirred by this event. A debate on Buddhism. This is a momentous occasion for the Buddhist sect. Yet now, the Qingyun dynasty intends to engage in a Buddhist debate with the monks from the western region. What does this mean? Is it a contest of superiority with the Western Buddhist sect? Let us go. Let's head to the Qingyun dynasty and join the excitement. It is said that a white-robed old monk from the western region has stirred up a tremendous uproar within the Qingyun dynasty. Indeed, the Qingyun dynasty has been left with no choice but to agree to host the debate, hoping to contend with the Western Buddhist sect. This debate is crucial for the relationship between the western region and the southern wilderness, and it is of utmost importance. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, Dongfang Su had already arranged for the construction of the high platform for the Buddhist debate. The monks, including Huikong, seemed to be aware of what was about to transpire. For them, the feelings were quite complicated. As monks hailing from the western region, they came from different temples. Now, having been enlightened by Qingyun, they chose to remain here and follow him in his cultivation. However, because they were unwilling to return to the Western Buddhist sect, it had resulted in the arrival of monks from the sect. Huikong and the others did not wish for this to happen, yet they could not betray their own hearts. Compared to returning to the Western Buddhist sect, they would much rather follow Qingyun, without regrets, even if it meant facing death. Gathering together, Huikong and the others ascended to the mountaintop. Saint Sun, we have made up our minds. We will stand firmly by your side, no matter what. Indeed, we follow the Saint Sun without any regrets. The Western Buddhist sect cannot sway our resolve. In this debate on Buddhist doctrines, we believe the Saint Sun will triumph over the Western Buddhist sect. Looking at the monks before him, filled with unwavering confidence, Qingyun was at a loss for words. Why do you have such faith in me? I genuinely feel utterly unprepared. Forget it. Go about your business and leave me be." Qingyun waved dismissively. The monks were momentarily stunned. Then their faces lit up with understanding. The Saint Sun is telling us to maintain a tranquil heart. As monks of the Buddhist sect, our inner state is of utmost importance. The Saint Sun remains so composed under pressure. We are far inferior. The Saint Sun is truly remarkable, even at this moment. He does not forget to enlighten you as Qingyun thought to himself. I am currently overwhelmed, yet you think I am enlightening you? Go away. After sending Huikong and the others away, Qingyun paced back and forth in the courtyard, unable to calm his restless heart. How am I to conduct this debate on Buddhism? Qingyun scratched his head, pondering strategies. Master, please stop moving. I'm getting dizzy, Guishaoyun said helplessly. Suddenly, Qingyun turned to Guishaoyun. Disciple, why don't you give me some advice on how to deal with the monks? Guishaoyun sighed. Master, if even you have no solution, what can I possibly think of? You keep spinning in circles. I'm going to play chess with Dekong. Dekong was still residing here, and his injuries were healing rapidly. He was nearly fully recovered. Recently, Qingyun had taught them to play Go, and the two children had truly taken a liking to this new pastime. Often playing together, go on. Qingyun waved him off. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Playing chess. His eyes sparkled with inspiration. I've got it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At the foot of floating Cloud Mountain, the high platform had long since been completed, and the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Not only martial artists from within the Tianwu dynasty had gathered, but practitioners from other nations in the southern wilderness had also arrived. They all wished to witness how this earth-shattering Buddhist debate would unfold. Dongfang Su, surrounded by numerous experts from the palace, sat at the edge of the high platform. The leaders of the 3 major sects were also present, and even the reclusive Shen Tianhua from Yutian Valley had made an appearance. At this moment, Huikong and the other monks had gathered beneath the high platform, gazing anxiously towards the west. Their faces bore expressions of tension. On the high platform, Qingyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility and grace. He glanced down at the crowd with a hint of a smile. As the crowd admired Qingyun's demeanor, they couldn't help but feel an immense respect. This man, Yi, is truly extraordinary. Go behold such a figure is a stroke of fortune. It is said that this Yi is the saint son of the Buddhist sect, possessing great wisdom, and no wonder so many monks chose to stay here rather than return to the west. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Yet, Qingyun remained still not out of elegance or pretense, but rather because the platform was frightfully high. Who on earth thought to construct the platform so tall? I can hardly even move. Qingyun's legs trembled slightly beneath him as he tried to maintain his composure. Suddenly, the sound of chanting echoed from afar. Everyone turned towards the source of the chanting. A radiant golden light shot up into the sky, stunning the crowd. Within this golden light resided a profound aura of the Buddhist sect, accompanied by an indescribable pressure, seemingly intentional. They have arrived. Many felt a chill run down their spines. The first to notice were Huikong and the other monks, as members of the Buddhist sect. They could deeply sense the formidable power of this Buddhist light. This is the aura of the great radiance Buddha. A monk exclaimed in astonishment. Huikong's expression grew serious as he pressed his palms together. It is someone from my Xichang ancient temple. If I am not mistaken, it should be my uncle, Xianjing. Xianjing. Upon hearing this name, the other monks' expressions changed dramatically. Xianjing of Xichang ancient temple is an exceptionally powerful figure. Those of the Xian generation are inherently formidable, and Xianjing is among the best of them. His strength ranks within the top 3 among the Xian generation monks. Coupled with years of diligent study of the Great Radiance Buddha Sutra, his mastery of Buddhist teachings is profound, and he is highly skilled in using Buddha light to enlighten the world. Who would have thought that Master Xianjing would come? I wonder how the Saint Sun will respond, and no matter. The Saint Sun must be full of confidence, and we must believe in him. The chanting grew louder as a barefooted, serene-faced old monk approached. Upon seeing this white-robed old monk, the crowd fell silent, captivated. Look behind him, someone exclaimed. Following the old monk were throngs of people, mostly ordinary citizens, but some were practitioners. The only thing they shared in common was that they held their hands together in reverence, chanting Buddhist scriptures. This peculiar scene imparted an unspoken pressure upon the crowd. That a voice of reverence echoed forth. Behind the white-robed old monk, a golden Buddha appeared, radiating light. The great radiance Buddha. The illuminating aura affected everyone present. Those with lower cultivation immediately showed signs of confusion, while those of higher cultivation were able to resist it, though their minds felt somewhat hazy. Only those at the Dan condensation realm and above could remain entirely calm. I, the old monk Qingyun, have come from the western region to pay my respects to the esteemed ones of the Tianwu dynasty. Qingyun stood at the foot of the high platform, his expression serene as he slightly bowed to the crowd. Chapter 65. What is Buddha? The crowd was silent, awed by the grand entrance of Su Anjing. To have 100,000 chanting followers was indeed a spectacular sight. No one present had ever witnessed such a scene. It was nothing short of a demonstration. After bowing, Xuanjing's gaze turned to Huikong and the others. Noticing their wary expressions, he was taken aback. He had expected them to be excited upon seeing him. Yet it seemed he had misjudged the situation. Could it be that they were not being held here against their will by the Tianwu dynasty? Nephew Huikong, why have you not returned to the Western Buddhist sect? Qingyun inquired. Huikong bowed deeply. Uncle, we have chosen to remain here voluntarily, following the Saint Sun in our cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xuanjing's brow furrowed. Saint Sun? Have you truly found the Saint Sun? Huikong nodded, pointing towards Qingyun on the high platform. The Saint Sun is up there. Qingyun turned his gaze to Qingyun on the platform. However, as he looked, he could not discern even a hint of Buddhist aura surrounding Qingyun. Not a single fluctuation of cultivation could be felt from this seemingly ordinary young man. How could someone like him possibly be the prophesied Saint Sun, destined to lead the Buddhist sect to glory? Absolutely impossible. Huikong, you have been deceived. He is not the Saint Sun of the Buddhist sect. Qingyun shook his head. However, this statement ignited the anger of Huikong and the others. Uncle Qingyun, I respect you, but you cannot offend the Saint Sun. Huikong declared solemnly. That's right, we cannot offend the Saint Sun. He is our lifelong faith, and we will not tolerate any disrespect. We vow to protect the Saint Sun with our lives. One by one, Huikong and the others glared at Qingyun. Even though they understood the considerable gap in strength between themselves and Qingyun, they were willing to battle him for Qingyun's sake. Why Qingyun, observing from the platform, felt utterly speechless. These monks truly regard me as their Saint Sun. This misunderstanding is monumental. What if I slip up later? Would they not kill me? Qingyun began to feel anxious. Meanwhile, Qingyun was taken aback by the monks' attitude. It was known that Huikong and these monks were the cream of the crop from their respective temples within the Western Buddhist sect. Each of them possessed profound Buddhist teachings among their peers. Their resolve was not easily shaken. Yet now, they were ready to oppose him for the sake of a so-called Saint Sun. Qingyun began to doubt. Could it be that this young man possesses some form of enchantment? At this moment, Dongfang Su rose to his feet. Master Qingyun, did you not come today to discuss Buddhist doctrines? Our Tianwu dynasty's Buddhist master, Qingyun, is standing on this platform. I wonder if you dare to engage him? Buddhist master Qingyun. That sounds like a grand deception, Qingyun thought to himself, feeling rather peculiar. Qingyun smiled slightly. My Buddhist teachings are shallow. I do not dare to speak casually about the Dharma. Dongfang Su countered. Since you are so humble, why not return to the Western region? Qingyun shook his head. However, to awaken the monks of the Western Buddhist sect, I must take the stage and humble myself. Before he finished speaking, Qingyun lightly stepped, and a lotus flower appeared beneath his feet. He gracefully ascended to the high platform, and Qingyun looked up at Xuanjing's arrival with envy. He had to climb a ladder to get up here, trembling all the while, nearly stumbling. Others believed Qingyun chose the humble method of ascending via the ladder to conceal his abilities. Benefactor, greetings, Qingyun bowed to Qingyun. Why Qingyun clasped his hands together. Master, you are too kind and it was only proper to reciprocate courtesy. Yet, unexpectedly, Qingyun pressed forward. Benefactor, are you truly the Saint Sun of the Buddhist sect? This question was exceedingly direct. If Qingyun confirmed it, the true debate on Buddhist doctrines would commence. If he denied it, Qingyun could easily claim Qingyun was an impostor, which would doubtlessly waver Huikong and the others' faith. This old monk is quite cunning. Qingyun scratched his head. In truth, I am not sure. This answer was ambiguous. Qingyun frowned slightly. You do not know? Qingyun shrugged. I really do not know. Qingyun chuckled. Yet Huikong and the others insist you are the Saint Sun. Qingyun replied, what do you think? Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, having not expected Qingyun to counter his question. Benefactor, I am asking you, he reminded Qingyun. I am asking you too, Qingyun. The crowd below? Hearing the exchange between the two, found it somewhat absurd. This did not resemble a Buddhist debate, but rather two individuals seemingly lacking common sense. Yet, for some reason, everyone felt that Qingyun's words contained an inexplicable depth. Xuanjing's expression grew serious. I wish to discuss Buddhist teachings with you. Finally, it was about to begin. Although Qingyun had long prepared himself mentally, the reality of the situation still left him feeling daunted. All right, he replied affirmatively. Xuanjing began with a question. I would like to ask you, what is Buddha? Upon hearing this, the spectators furrowed their brows. This initial question is rather esoteric, isn't it? What is Buddha? How does one answer that? Huikong and the other monks fell into deep contemplation. The scriptures contain numerous interpretations of Buddha, yet how many could articulate what Buddha truly is? They wondered how the saint's son would respond. In their hearts, Huikong and the others felt a sense of unease. Qingyun, however, chuckled. Xuanjing questioned, Why do you laugh, benefactor? Do you find it difficult to answer? Not at all. Qingyun waved his hand. Before I answer, I would like to hear your response. Xuanjing laughed lightly. Benefactor, if I answer, your response will surely differ from mine. That is certain. Very well. Xuanjing's expression turned solemn. Buddha refers to the Buddha, the one who has perfected virtue and wisdom through practice. One can attain Buddhahood after enduring countless eons of cultivation. Buddha is the one who has transcended the cycle of reincarnation and comprehended the essence of all things. Huikong and the other monks nodded repeatedly. This indeed represents the most profound definition of Buddha within the Buddhist sect. Those who are not of the Buddhist sect could never grasp the significance of the term Buddha. Benefactor, it is your turn. Xuanjing gestured for Qingyun to respond, I am Buddha. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Chapter 66. Have you heard the story of the Buddha cutting flesh to feed an eagle? The audience collectively gasped. Was that not an outrageous claim? When asked what Buddha is, he boldly states that he himself is Buddha, even if he is the saint son of the Buddhist sect. Such audacity is unthinkable. Indeed, Xuanjing's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, with fury surging forth in an instant. Meanwhile, the expressions of Huikong and the others in the audience were equally astonished. The magnificent and wise image of the Holy Sun, Qingyun, seemed to falter at this moment. Could it be that we have indeed misidentified the Holy Sun? Yet the Holy Sun had clearly articulated the profound truths of Mahayana Buddhism. How could one who could elucidate the essence of Mahayana Buddhism utter such reckless words? This was simply unacceptable to Huikong and the others. The practitioner is excessively arrogant. Xuanjing's visage darkened ominously. The Buddha is supreme. How dare you, a mere practitioner, profane such sanctity? Qingyun, however, looked at Xuanjing with a puzzled expression. Why can't I be the Buddha? Xuanjing, in a fit of rage, declared. In the Western Buddhist realm, there are countless monks, many of whom possess profound understanding of the Dharma, yet none would dare to claim to be the Buddha. By what right do you assert yourself as such? Qingyun shook his head. I in your heart, the Buddha is exalted above all, but in my eyes, I am the Buddha, you are the Buddha, and all present may also be Buddhas. These words left Xuanjing momentarily speechless. Indeed, all things in heaven and earth could embody the Buddha. Why? Qingyun stood with his hands clasped behind him, his demeanor ethereal and serene. All things could embody the Buddha? This statement resonated like a great bell, echoing in the ears of everyone present. Especially for those of the Buddhist order, it struck them with profound shock. This was an assertion they had never encountered before, one that fundamentally overturned the Western Buddhist understanding of such existence. This is heresy. How could all things in the world possibly be Buddhas? Xuanjing, however, did not waver easily. Why could all things in the world not be Buddhas? Qingyun revealed a smile imbued with profound meaning. The Buddha teaches that all sentient beings are equal, and all things can attain Buddhahood. All sentient beings are equal. All things can attain Buddhahood. Upon uttering these words, the very heavens and earth seemed to change color. The dozen or so temples beneath floating Cloud Mountain simultaneously resounded with the chants of scriptures. In the distant Western Buddhist realm, every temple and ancient monastery began to echo with loud recitations. Furthermore, the statues of the Buddha enshrined within their temples all radiated brilliant light. The Buddha teaches that all sentient beings are equal, and all things can attain Buddhahood. The resounding voice echoed throughout every corner of the Western Buddhist realm. Amitabha, countless monks knelt down. Even the most accomplished elder monks found themselves in a daze, as if they had attained a profound understanding. Rays of Buddha light surged into the sky, Ultimately, these beams of light converged upon Qingyun. Qingyun could not see the light upon himself. But Qingyun could, and so could Huikong and the others in the audience. All present perceived this moment. Qingyun's image profoundly impacted everyone. This is the ultimate truth of the Buddhist order, good heavens. The sound of scripture recitation spontaneously arose within the temple. The Buddha has manifested. This is undoubtedly the ultimate truth of the Buddhist order. Huikong and the other monks were filled with immense excitement. Earlier, they had wavered in their faith due to Qingyun's words, but at this moment, their belief not only remained unshaken but became more resolute than ever. Qingyun stood in a daze, staring blankly at Qingyun. More precisely, he gazed at the Buddha light that gathered around Qingyun. It was the purest and most sacred light he had ever witnessed. Under the illumination of this Buddha light, Qingyun truly resembled the Buddha incarnate. For a moment, Qingyun was utterly entranced. He had not anticipated that your words would embody the ultimate truth of the Buddhist order. I, an old monk, am both convinced and humbled. Qingyun was convinced at the same time. He felt a deep sense of joy. Though he was swayed by Qingyun's arguments, the Buddhist order had gained a new ultimate truth. This, in a sense, also strengthened the Buddhist order, I concede. Qingyun also exhaled in relief. It seemed this old monk was not too difficult to persuade. Today, he should be able to navigate this situation. However, Qingyun was not finished with Qingyun yet. Practitioner, I have a second question to pose. Qingyun forced a smile. I am all ears. Qingyun continued. Practitioner, my second question is this. If there exists a wicked person who has committed countless atrocities, bearing a heavy burden of blood debts, yet wishes to renounce the world and become a monk, should the Buddhist order accept such a person? The crowd below displayed expressions of confusion upon hearing this question. What sort of question is this? Such a wicked individual should certainly not be allowed to become a monk. Indeed, if the Buddhist order were to accept such a villain, what would that imply for its integrity? Yet, if we do not accept him, would that not contradict the Buddhist order's purpose of guiding sentient beings? That seems to be a dilemma. Ordinary individuals initially regarded this question as meaningless, but upon deeper reflection, they realized it contained a significant contradiction. The monks of the Buddhist order, especially Huikong, felt this issue acutely. The Buddhist order emphasizes the salvation of sentient beings. If a wrongdoer wishes to enter the Buddhist path, naturally, they should be welcomed. However, if Qingyun refers to an irredeemable villain, allowing him to join the Buddhist order would be too lenient. Does becoming a monk absolve him of his past misdeeds, letting them vanish into the wind? Most would find this unacceptable. How should the Holy Sun respond? Huikong looked concerned. Qingyun furrowed his brow and contemplated for a moment. This question is quite simple. Oh, what is your answer? Qingyun inquired with curiosity. Qingyun gazed at Qingyun. The Buddha teaches, lay down the butcher's knife, and you can become a Buddha on the spot. Indeed. Qingyun smiled faintly. He presumed that Qingyun intended to suggest that since the individual is willing to abandon his violent ways, he should be accepted into the Buddhist order. But then, how should the sins of the past be atoned? A truly irredeemable person, if they wish to enter the Buddhist order, must certainly be given the opportunity to be enlightened and to gain insight. At this point, however, Qingyun suddenly shifted his stance. However, the sins this person bears do not simply vanish upon entering the Buddhist order. Grievances must be resolved. Qingyun, puzzled, asked, how do you propose they be resolved? Qingyun's expression turned serious. Have you heard the tale of the Buddha feeding flesh to an eagle? Qingyun was taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. Qingyun let out a sigh of relief, grateful that such a story did not exist in this world. Then please listen closely. Point one day, the Buddha encountered a hungry eagle pursuing a hapless pigeon. The pigeon pleaded for mercy, but the eagle insisted that if it did not eat the pigeon, it would starve. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's compassion arose, and he concealed the pigeon within his embrace. The eagle was furious, believing that although the Buddha had shown great compassion by saving the pigeon, he was condemning the eagle to starvation. Master, can you guess what the Buddha said? Chapter 67. The world is not foolish, I cannot guess. Qingyun shook his head. Qingyun inhaled deeply and spoke in a resonant voice. The Buddha told the eagle, I cannot bear to let you consume this innocent pigeon, nor do I wish for you to starve. Qingyun was taken aback. There is a saying, if I do not enter hell, who will? Thus, the Buddha produced a scale, placing the pigeon on one side, and then cut flesh from his own body. Wow! Upon hearing this, Everyone was astonished. The entire audience fell silent, save for the occasional gasps of disbelief. Qingyun felt as though he had been struck, becoming momentarily dazed, while Huikong and the others experienced a profound shock to their spirits. Qingyun seemed unaware of the audience's reaction and continued speaking. The pigeon may appear small, but no matter how much flesh the Buddha cut, it could not bear its weight. When the Buddha severed the last piece of flesh from his body, the scale finally balanced. The heavens and earth shifted, and the true Buddha was born. At this moment, Qingyun turned to Qingyun. "Master, do you understand now?" Qingyun stared blankly at Qingyun, remaining silent for a long time. Thud, thud, thud. Below the platform, Huikong and the other monks knelt down one by one, their faces filled with reverence and solemnity. "Our Buddha is compassionate. Our Buddha is compassionate. Our Buddha is compassionate." The monks continuously chanted, deeply moved by the story Qingyun shared. Qingyun finally regained his composure from the tale. He gazed deeply at Qingyun, then bowed respectfully to him. "Please accept my bow, holy son." Qingyun smiled in response. After Qingyun bowed, his face was filled with emotion. "I do not enter hell. Who will?" The Buddha's words are indeed profound and enlightening. Thank you, ye practitioner, for conveying the Buddha's teachings to us mortals. Qingyun smiled. "Now, do you understand why I answered your question in this way?" Qingyun smiled wryly. "I understand now. If that wicked person wishes to enter the Buddhist order, we must give him an opportunity. However, his past sins cannot simply be erased. We, the followers of the Buddhist order, must bear his burdens and atone for his transgressions. This is what it means to say, if I do not enter hell, who will? Even the greatest of evils can be atoned for with my life. And this is a form of salvation." Qingyun nodded. "Indeed." Qingyun sighed, a look of shame on his face. "I had not expected to receive such teachings from you today, holy son. I feel as though my years of cultivation have been in vain." Qingyun waved his hand. "You are too humble, master." The audience, witnessing this exchange, erupted in applause for Qingyun. Dongfang Su's face was filled with excitement. "The esteemed Yi truly possesses remarkable abilities, effortlessly convincing that wicked monk with just a few words. Indeed, it is astonishing how profound Ye's understanding of Buddhism is." Su Changfeng expressed his respect. "The profound Buddhist principles he just articulated are truly thought-provoking." Cheng Gongwang sighed. "I feel an impulse to become a monk myself." Gong Sunyue chuckled. The most excited, of course, were Huikong and the others. They increasingly felt that their choice to follow Qingyun was exceedingly wise. The previous assertion that all things could attain Buddhahood, combined with the current principle of if I do not enter hell, who will, constituted the ultimate truths of the Buddhist order. Huikong's face radiated a faint golden light. Here too, different ultimate truths of the Buddhist order in one sitting was an extraordinary opportunity for him. The other monks experienced similar transformations, each adorned with a layer of gentle golden light, indicating varying degrees of enhancement in their Buddhist cultivation. All of this was made possible by Qingyun. In their eyes, Qingyun had transcended being merely the holy son of Buddhism. He had become a unique presence within the Buddhist order. At this moment, Qingyun wore a complex expression on the high platform. In truth, the old monk had one final question. Qingyun initially thought it was all over, only to discover that there was yet another question. He nearly cursed aloud. Having stood on this platform for so long, Qingyun felt his legs going numb, yet he had to maintain an appearance of nonchalance. This was truly frustrating. However, questions are welcome. Qingyun forced a laugh. Qingyun collected himself and posed his final question. "The world is ignorant, blinded by various worldly concerns and unable to see through the illusions. How should we, as followers of the Buddhist order, guide the people?" This was yet another intricate and challenging question. How to guide the people? This has been an unresolved dilemma for the Buddhist order for many years. Despite the Buddhist order's significant influence, relying solely on preaching the Dharma to awaken people to enlightenment is exceedingly difficult. Qingyun, having traversed his path, had amassed a following of 100,000 believers, yet they were merely captivated by the Buddhist order's secret methods. Once those methods dissipated, they would revert to their former selves, not genuinely enlightened. This old monk is indeed a formidable opponent. Each question is more challenging than the last. Qingyun felt a bit of a headache, but fortunately, he had prepared for this. After pondering for a moment, he formulated his response. "The world is not ignorant," Qingyun stated earnestly. Qingyun was taken aback but did not concur. If the world is not ignorant, why have they not realized enlightenment and entered the Buddhist order earlier? Qingyun countered. Is it only by entering the Buddhist order that one is deemed enlightened? Well. Qingyun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Why? Qingyun smiled. The vast world encompasses myriad forms. Every individual who arrives in this world is unique. Each person experiences their own life and witnesses their own splendor. A common person may face birth, aging, illness, and death. They will experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, with their lives fleeting in the blink of an eye, perhaps lasting only a century. When this common person nears the end of their life, they may lament the brevity of time, cherishing a life that may not have been particularly happy. Can you call them ignorant? Qingyun furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate an effective counterargument. As for those who cultivate, their lifespans are long, striving throughout their lives for higher realms and broader horizons. Their lives are filled with grand adventures and vibrant experiences, and though they may fall into obscurity, when looking back, do you think they would have regrets? I believe no one would experience regret. At this point, Qingyun could not help but reflect. You perceive the world as ignorant simply because you do not truly understand the people. Only when you genuinely comprehend all things in the world and see through the suffering of existence can you strive to guide the people. Until then, we are merely transient visitors in this world. Chapter 68. Can you play chess? Thud. Qingyun knelt on the ground, his face bearing an indescribable expression. In that moment, it seemed he had achieved profound enlightenment. Evidently, a rich golden light emanated from Qingyun, and a great luminous Buddhist silhouette appeared behind him, taking on the likeness of Qingyun. And of course, Qingyun could not see this, but everyone else present could clearly discern it. Master, he has attained enlightenment. Below the platform, Huikong's voice trembled with excitement. The assembled monks joined their hands in prayer, silently reciting sutras for Xuanjing's moment of profound understanding. Qingyun deeply bowed to Qingyun. Thank you, Holy Son, for your guidance. I have attained enlightenment. In this moment, Xuanjing's address of Qingyun shifted from practitioner to Holy Son, signifying that he was utterly persuaded by Qingyun. He ultimately acknowledged Qingyun as the true Holy Son of the Buddhist order. Qingyun felt a bit embarrassed by this. Please rise. He longed to assist Qingyun to his feet, but his legs had grown numb from standing, and he dared not move. Should he slip and fall? It would be quite the embarrassment. Qingyun felt that having received the teachings of the Holy Son, he had no regrets in this life. Qingyun looked at Qingyun with utmost reverence, hoping that the Holy Son would visit the Western realm and impart supreme Buddhist teachings to the monks there. This was an invitation for Qingyun to discuss the Dharma in the Western Buddhist realm. Huikong and the others were overwhelmed with excitement. This was an unimaginable opportunity. If the Western Buddhist realm could hear the Holy Son's teachings, their order would surely flourish even more. Well, when I have time in the future, I will visit the Western realm. Qingyun replied. Thank you, Holy Son. Qingyun rejoiced, dismissing any concerns about when Qingyun might visit. For him, the Holy Son's words were a divine decree. Since he promised to come, he would undoubtedly fulfill that promise, and there was no need to rush. The audience, witnessing Qingyun kneeling before Qingyun and addressing him as the Holy Son, understood that this discourse on Buddhist principles had firmly solidified. They had not anticipated that the esteemed Yi possessed such profound knowledge of Buddhism that even high-ranking monks would be swayed. This is to be expected. Did you not hear that even Qingyun referred to Yi as the Holy Son of the Buddhist order? Such a remarkable individual, willing to remain in our Tianwu dynasty, is indeed a stroke of fortune for us. Alas, how I wish this esteemed person could come to our nation. The crowd below murmured in awe, all marveling at Qingyun's profound understanding of Buddhist philosophy. Many martial artists from other dynasties expressed envy and jealousy in their eyes. The Tianwu dynasty was merely fortunate to have such an otherworldly figure choose to stay here. Dongfang Su wore a beaming smile, having not felt this joyful in quite some time. This occasion had truly elevated the Tianwu dynasty's reputation. Although they had leveraged Qingyun's power, it was still the Tianwu dynasty that had thwarted the Western Buddhist sect, restoring the dignity of the 7 nations of the southern wilderness. Consequently, the position of Tianwu dynasty as the leader among the 7 nations was now even more secure. Fortunately, our relationship with Master Yi is quite amicable. Otherwise, offending such a high being would be unimaginable. Indeed, you speak wisely. The 3 sect masters nodded in agreement, growing increasingly grateful that they had established good relations with Qingyun early on. Simultaneously, they resolved to cling tightly to Qingyun's coattails in the future. Following such an extraordinary figure must surely lead to their own ascendance. Qingyun rose slowly, the majestic form of the great radiant Buddha retreating into his own being. Holy Son, it is now your turn to pose a question to the old monk. Qingyun's face contorted in distress. Must this continue? Naturally, he had no inquiries. However, he was prepared. Hey, someone, please bring me the items. Qingyun called down, as you command. A figure soared into the air, delivering a chessboard and 2 sets of pieces to the high platform. Qingyun placed the board on the ground and sat down. How comfortable, he sighed internally. After standing for so long, he finally seized the opportunity to sit. What does the Holy Son intend? Qingyun inquired. Somewhat puzzled as he regarded Qingyun, I have no questions for you, but I do wish to play a game of chess. Why Qingyun placed the boxes on the board, by the way. You do know how to play, correct? Qingyun had once seen people playing chess at a tea house in the market. Thus he knew this world possessed the game of Go. Please pardon the old monk's lack of skill. I know only a little. Qingyun replied with a smile. He was not merely slightly knowledgeable. Within the entire Xichang ancient temple, Qingyun was the most accomplished in Go. Monks enjoyed playing chess, believing it brought tranquility to the mind, thereby aiding their cultivation. Hence, nearly every monk could play, and the more profound the monk's cultivation, the greater their skill in chess. Very well, let us engage in a match. Why Qingyun invited it is an honor to be invited by the Holy Son. Qingyun seated himself opposite Qingyun. Should we determine who goes first? Qingyun asked. The old monk will take the black pieces, thus the Holy Son may commence with the white pieces, Qingyun replied. Agreed. Why Qingyun, not one to stand on ceremony, immediately placed a white piece at a corner of the board. This move was quite unconventional, entirely divergent from the standard opening strategies. Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. After years of playing chess, he had never witnessed such an approach. Was this truly someone skilled in the game? However, Qingyun dared not doubt Qingyun. He sensed that the Holy Son's peculiar move held profound significance. Upon closer inspection, Xuanjing's expression abruptly changed. Although only one white piece occupied the board, for some reason, it appeared to him as a swirling vortex, capable of drawing in his very consciousness. A cold sweat broke out on Xuanjing's brow. The Tao. This singular piece contained the essence of the Tao. Qingyun was astounded. What a seemingly bizarre move, yet it encompassed unfathomable profundity. Qingyun was shaken. Just who was this Holy Son? It is your turn? Qingyun prompted as he noticed Qingyun lost in thought. Xuanjing's fingers trembled as he picked up a black piece. He surveyed the empty spaces on the board, searching for a suitable spot to place his piece. Yet he found none appropriate. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and placed it next to Qingyun's white piece. The 2 pieces stood closely adjacent. Qingyun smiled, making his next move in another corner of the board. Qingyun gazed at the board, feeling as if the world around him spun. For a moment, he envisioned the vastness of the stars. What an immense Tao! Qingyun was utterly astonished. In that moment, he felt like an ant beneath a starry sky, acutely aware of his own insignificance. Trembling, Qingyun was consumed by emotion. Qingyun observed his agitation and felt a twinge of concern. Could this old monk be having a fit? What if he collapsed right here? Qingyun hesitated to call out, fearing that a single word might send the old monk away. After a considerable time, Qingyun finally emerged from his starry daze. He stared blankly at Qingyun before setting down the piece in his hand. The old monk is lost. Having played only one move, Qingyun immediately conceded, his face expressing profound admiration. The Holy Son's virtue and wisdom had already grasped the boundless Tao, while he, a mere frog at the bottom of a well, was unworthy even to glimpse the Holy Son's Diode. Qingyun looked perplexed. What was this old monk babbling about? What boundless Tao? What frog in a well? Why was he being so dramatic about a game of chess? Did I not merely employ an unconventional strategy? Holy Son, the old monk no longer wishes to return to the Western Buddhist sect. I only desire to follow you and cultivate here. Xuanjing's words were startling. This left Qingyun quite alarmed. That won't do. Qingyun paused, his expression turning somewhat dejected. Does the Holy Son believe that I am too lacking in talent to follow you? Qingyun waved his hands repeatedly. That's not the reason. If you stay here, the Western Buddhist sect will surely send someone after you. Wouldn't that create even more trouble for me? After a moment of contemplation, Qingyun recognized the truth in Qingyun's words. He had come here because Huikong and the others were unwilling to return to the West. Thus, the Western Buddhist sect had sent him to retrieve them. If he remained in the Tianwu dynasty, the Western Buddhist sect would likely erupt in outrage. The next envoy would undoubtedly be an even more formidable figure. It would be better for you to return to the West and clearly explain the situation here to them. Once they understand, they will refrain from causing any further trouble. Qingyun advised. Qingyun nodded in agreement. Since the Holy Sun has spoken thus, the old monks shall return to the West and convey your teachings to the Buddhist community. Surely, once the others heard this, they would hold the Holy Sun in the highest esteem. Qingyun forced a smile, indifferent to the admiration. He merely hoped that the monks would not come to seek him out for trouble again. Qingyun gracefully descended from the high platform, while Qingyun gazed down, feeling somewhat speechless. Who the devil moved my ladder? How am I supposed to come down? Just as Qingyun felt helpless, a majestic eagle suddenly flew in from an unknown direction, perching itself on the edge of the platform. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Could it be that even this eagle had been enlightened by Master Yi? It must be so. This eagle is no ordinary beast. It willingly serves as Ye's mount. It is truly a stroke of fortune for the eagle. Rumors circulated that when a sage emerges, all beings revere him. Could it be that Yi had reached such a saintly realm? Such claims were not to be made lightly. Qingyun regarded the eager eagle, which looked at him with anticipation. The two locked eyes, the eagle seemingly urging him to mount. Qingyun's expression was one of refusal. He had no desire to risk a fall. Yet, the crowd below showed no inclination to assist him. Not one among them was willing to provide a ladder. How the bonds have faded. Not even a ladder to lend. Qingyun sighed deeply and chose to climb onto the eagle's back. Just as he stepped up, the eagle suddenly dove to the ground, nearly causing Qingyun to lose control. Thankfully, the eagle landed smoothly, and Qingyun trembled as he dismounted. Master, Holy Sun! In an instant, the crowd gathered around, each face brimming with reverence. Qingyun could only maintain a smile. Please disperse. Yet, no one wished to leave. Young Master Yi, we hold you in great esteem. Could you offer us some guidance? Indeed. We deeply admire young Master Yi. We beseech you for your insights. To receive even a modicum of your wisdom, we would gladly face death. Qingyun surveyed the fervent crowd, feeling a swell of pride. It seemed that he, Qingyun, was quite well regarded in this world. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. A hymn. Qingyun cleared his throat. Please quiet down. Young Master Yi is about to speak. Someone shouted, and the crowd fell silent. In that moment, Qingyun felt akin to an elder addressing a gathering. Yet, he had to admit, the elder's role was rather enjoyable. No wonder those in leadership positions often took the opportunity to speak at various meetings. Since you all wish for me to speak, I shall oblige, albeit modestly. Qingyun adopted the tone of an elder. The crowd looked on with eager anticipation, their eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Qingyun contemplated for a moment before deciding on his message. Since we are all cultivators, I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. In essence, I hope that everyone can maintain a positive mindset. Regardless of what you cultivate or your age, always remain optimistic, proactive, and embody the spirit of a vibrant practitioner. To this end, I have devised a slogan for everyone. Each day of cultivation, give yourself a boost. Shout Aoli Gay 3 times to energize yourself for the day. The crowd looked on in confusion. Aoli Gay? Energized? These phrases sounded so peculiar to their ears. Young Master Yi, how should we shout it? Someone tentatively inquired. Like this? Qingyun inhaled deeply and then bellowed, Jiayu, Aoli Gay. His voice echoed, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Qingyun felt no embarrassment. Rather, he found it exhilarating. Let us give it a try. What young Master Yi says should be sound advice. Yes, let us shout. Perhaps it truly works wonders, and so, many began to chant, Jiayu, Aoli Gay, Jiayu, Aoli Gay, Jiayu, Aoli Gay. In no time, the cries of Aoli Gay rang out in unison. Some who shouted were suddenly filled with excitement, as if there were indeed some efficacy to it. Indeed, after shouting, I feel invigorated. I feel my blood boiling. I can hardly wait to confront my enemies. I want to cultivate. I want to strive. Qingyun watched the fervor rising among the crowd, each person ignited with passion. Could shouting Aoli Gay truly be so miraculous? he began to question his own incredulity. Chapter 70. The scenic spot of floating Cloud Mountain. The Buddhist conference had concluded. Qingyun, filled with confidence and excitement, departed, believing he had not come in vain. Although he had not brought Huikong and the others back, he had gained invaluable insight from Qingyun. Xuanjing's understanding of Buddhist teachings had deepened, and he now possessed a clearer vision of his future path and cultivation. This was his greatest reward for the journey. While Qingyun was set to return to the West, his heart, devoted to the Buddha, had irrevocably settled in the Tianwu dynasty, at Floating Cloud Mountain. Upon returning to the West, he vowed to widely disseminate the Holy Son's teachings. Allowing all in the Buddhist community to express their gratitude for the Holy Son's enlightenment, Qingyun silently swore to spread the Holy Son's teachings throughout the Western region, ensuring that all Buddhists could benefit from his insights. After the Buddhist conference, the discussion surrounding the teachings rapidly spread among those who had attended. Across the 7 nations of the southern wilderness, tales of Qingyun began to circulate. Have you heard? Qingyun is truly a transcendent figure. Even the high monks from the West bowed to him in reverence. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Qingyun appeared divine, majestic, and radiant, resembling a sage descended from the heavens. Is it really that exaggerated? Some expressed skepticism, only to be met with backlash. This is not exaggeration. It is said that when he spoke, profound Buddhist teachings manifested, and countless Buddhist images appeared. And there's more. News from the West indicates that countless statues and temples resonated with Qingyun. I was present. Listening to the Holy Son's teachings was akin to receiving a divine awakening. I felt as if I could become a monk myself. Initially, these rumors held some semblance of truth, but as they spread, they grew increasingly absurd. Qingyun was no longer simply a holy son. He was now considered the reincarnation of the Buddha. Heard from my neighbor's uncle that when Qingyun was born, auspicious signs appeared. Both dragons and phoenixes graced the skies. PSH, my uncle's cousin was once Qingyun's neighbor. He claims that even as a child, Qingyun could urinate further than the average child. I have a friend in the Tianwu dynasty who says that Qingyun is actually an ancient being who has cultivated for tens of thousands of years and must engage in dual cultivation with women every night to maintain his youth. In short, Qingyun had achieved unprecedented fame. Little did he know how exaggerated his reputation had become. After the philosophical discussions, he returned to Floating Cloud Mountain, where the martial world seemed unchanged. The only difference was the emergence of a crowd of practitioners who loved to shout Aoli Ge. These individuals, invigorated as if they had been energized, inspired an infectious zeal among others. Not long after, a fervor swept through the cultivation community. It seemed that before any training, sparring, or combat, one simply had to shout Aoli Ge to feel the right energy. Back at Floating Cloud Mountain, Qingyun's life returned to tranquility, and he finally enjoyed a carefree existence. However, Guoxiaoyun appeared somewhat dejected. Master, Dekong has left, Guoxiaoyun said, holding a letter. Qingyun was taken aback and took the letter to read. It was a note left by Dekong, scrawled in a haphazard manner. I cannot stay here any longer. I must go elsewhere. Thank you for saving me. Just that one line, written in an untidy script. Qingyun chuckled, not particularly concerned. He had long anticipated that Dekong would not stay for long. The boy was different from Guoxiaoyun. While Guoxiaoyun yearned for a peaceful life with those she cared about, Dekong was a child with a strong desire to explore the world beyond. He had a voracious curiosity, eagerly absorbing everything Qingyun taught him. However, this small mountain could not satisfy Dekong's ambitions, and thus he chose to leave in search of broader horizons. Master, I want to go find him, Guoxiaoyun said. Qingyun shook his head. Even if you go to find him, he won't return with you. Why not? Guoxiaoyun asked, puzzled that Dekong had seemed quite happy living here. So why would he leave and not wish to return? He is not like you. He loves the outside world and will not be content to remain on this small mountain. Guoxiaoyun appeared to grasp the essence of his words, albeit only partially. However, he also dispelled the thought of seeking out Dekong. A few days later, Qingyun discovered that the peaceful life he had imagined was not as idyllic as he had hoped. Many people had secretly ascended Floating Cloud Mountain, eager to meet Qingyun. These individuals, having heard of Qingyun's reputation, arrived with the hope of encountering some fortuitous opportunity. Initially, Qingyun welcomed them with warmth, but as the number of visitors continued to swell, he began to feel overwhelmed. Gazing at the throngs of people scattered across the mountainside, Qingyun was left dumbfounded. Goodness, this place of mine is almost becoming a tourist attraction. This simply cannot stand, especially after witnessing these individuals trampling on the watermelon fields that he and Guoxiaoyun had painstakingly cultivated. Qingyun's anger reached its peak. He realized he could not prevent these people from ascending the mountain, but those at the foot of the mountain, such as Huikong and others, could. Thus, Qingyun urged Guoxiaoyun to descend the mountain swiftly. Rally the others. Huikong and his companions were also quite displeased with the intruders, yet they hesitated to act freely, fearing that it might incite Qingyun's ire. Now, however, with Guoxiaoyun seeking assistance, Huikong and his group wasted no time. The monks ascended the mountain and expelled all these uninvited guests. Some among the intruders were unwilling to back down, wishing to confront Huikong and his companions. Naturally, they were swiftly subdued and unceremoniously tossed down the mountain. After engaging in discussions of Buddhist teachings, Huikong and his fellows seemed to have gained some insights, their cultivation growing stronger than before. Dealing with this unruly mob was, therefore, no challenge at all. Once the intruders were driven away, Huikong and his companions devised a plan. Utilizing the formations of the Buddhist sect, they shrouded the foot of the mountain entirely. Anyone attempting to ascend would be halted by the formations. Thus, unless one could fly directly in, no one could disturb Qingyun under the watchful eyes of Huikong and the others. The Buddhist formations effectively thwarted a significant portion of those wishing to meet Qingyun. Nevertheless, some individuals arrived at Floating Cloud Mountain not to seek an audience with Qingyun, but to join the Buddhist order. Huikong and his companions were delighted, as they could finally recruit disciples in the heavenly martial dynasty. All of this was made possible by Qingyun, whose discussions with Xinjing about the Buddhist teachings had enlightened many about the significance of the Buddhist sect. One day, outside the gates of Shaolin Temple, a graceful young woman appeared. She knelt before the grand entrance, her eyes devoid of spirit, her face filled with despair. The young woman wished to enter the Buddhist order, pleading for the master's assistance. Chapter 71. The body of Calamity Huikong looked at the sorrowful young woman, momentarily at a loss. The Buddhist order was not without female members. For instance, the Guanyin Zen courtyard of the Western Border Buddhist sect and the Amei sect both accepted female disciples. However, the Shaolin Temple was exclusively male and had never admitted a female disciple. He was reluctant to set such a precedent, fearing it might invite unnecessary troubles. Yet, Huikong did not outright reject her. Instead, he gazed at the young woman with concern. "Dear benefactor, what brings you to seek ordination?" The young woman's face revealed a deep sense of despair. Her once beautiful eyes were now lifeless, as if she had completely surrendered to her fate. The young woman was named Song Rower, born under an ill-fated star. She had lost her parents at a young age, only to be taken in by a foster mother, who, tragically, also perished within 2 years. By the age of 10, she had finally been accepted as a disciple of Linghui sect, but after 3 years, internal strife led to the sect's downfall, with the leader murdered and the elders scattered. At 14, she became a disciple under a master, who, on the very next day, succumbed to madness and died due to a mishap during his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Huikong's expression shifted. "Good heavens, this truly is a string of misfortunes. I could no longer bear the suffering of innocents, so I retreated into the mountains." Yet, unexpectedly, a wildfire erupted, claiming the lives of countless creatures and devastating several farming families at the mountain's base. "I have wandered for years, leaving a trail of innocents harmed by my presence. I am utterly at a loss," she spoke. Song Rower bowed deeply before Huikong. "I only wish to shave my head and leave the mundane world behind. To dwell close to the Buddha, I beseech the master to assist me." Huikong furrowed his brow. Beside him, Su Hai and Su Zhu wore troubled expressions. Song Rower's tale was indeed a tragic one, with nearly everyone connected to her meeting an untimely end. Anyone would find it difficult to endure such relentless misfortune. "Master, why not take this pitiful girl under your wing?" Su Zhu suggested with sympathy. Huikong sighed, "But my Shaolin temple does not admit women." Su Zhu pointed to Song Rower. "If she joins, she would be the first female disciple of Shaolin." Song Rower quickly implored, "I seek nothing more than to spend my remaining days in the temple." After much hesitation, Huikong finally acquiesced. "Very well, but you need not shave your head just yet. I shall write a letter and summon the nuns of the Western Border Buddhist sect to this place. At that time, you may join them, which would be more appropriate." Overjoyed, Song Rower expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master." Huikong waved his hand. Raised as she stood, Huikong introduced her to the monks, Su Hai and Su Zhu. But Su Hai and Su Zhu bowed in unison to Song Rower, who returned the gesture with hands clasped in prayer. Suddenly, a tile from the roof fell, landing squarely on Su Hai's head with a resounding thud, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Su Hai rubbed his head. Though he was unharmed, the sudden blow still left him a bit dazed. "Are you all right?" Huikong asked with concern. "Master, I'm fine," Su Hai replied, confusion evident on his face. "I just don't know why I was unable to react when the tile fell." Not just him. Huikong and Suzhu also failed to respond. Logically, with their cultivation, avoiding a mere tile should have been trivial. It was indeed peculiar. Song Rower hesitated, worry etched on her face. This minor incident did not overly concern Huikong and the others. Song Rower settled into Shaolin Temple, following Su Hai and Suzhu in their daily rituals of chanting and meditation. Life was relatively tranquil until, a few days later, an unexpected event occurred. One day, Suzhu went out with a broom to sweep, only to faint at the temple gate for reasons unknown. Had it not been for another monk discovering him and promptly alerting Huikong, Suzhu might have remained unconscious for quite some time. Upon examining Suzhu, Huikong found his condition alarmingly frail, with his organs showing signs of decay. This revelation shocked both Huikong and Su Hai. Huikong turned Suzhu over repeatedly, but could not ascertain the cause. Nevertheless, to preserve Suzhu's life, he exerted every effort to treat him. On the third day of Suzhu's illness, a fire suddenly broke out in the Buddha hall at the back of the temple. Fortunately, Su Hai noticed in time and extinguished the flames. Otherwise, the entire hall could have been consumed. 2 days later, Suzhu's condition showed no signs of improvement, yet strange occurrences continued to plague Shaolin Temple. First, the golden statue of the Buddha in the main hall inexplicably toppled over during the night, startling Huikong into immediate action. Several birds also fell lifelessly before the temple, creating a foul odor. In the back courtyard, numerous snakes, insects, and rodents emerged, only to perish in an instant. These various signs indicated that something ominous was afoot. Shaolin Temple was in serious trouble. As Suzhu weakened day by day, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the temple, prompting Huikong to urgently summon Song Rower. She appeared unaffected, yet it was clear she had some awareness of the situation. "Dear benefactor, are you concealing something from this humble monk?" Huikong asked sternly. "No," Song Rower stammered, shaking her head, betraying her unease. "Dear benefactor, you have witnessed the recent state of Shaolin Temple. If you do not reveal the truth, I fear my temple may suffer due to your presence." Huikong's tone grew harsh. Tears welled in Song Rower's eyes. In truth, I am a body of calamity." This revelation. Huikong was momentarily stunned, then utterly horrified, leaping to his feet as if propelled by a spring. "Quickly, leave Shaolin Temple at once." The usually composed Huikong now resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, hastily trying to expel Song Rower. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Master, I have nowhere else to go." Huikong felt an urge to kneel before her. "Goodness, your body of calamity is a harbinger of death. Even if my Shaolin Temple has the Buddha's protection, we cannot withstand the disasters brought by your presence." The body of calamity is a special constitution mentioned in ancient legends, associated with immense terror. Those afflicted with this condition bring misfortune wherever they go. Those close to them meet untimely deaths, and all connected individuals perish one after another. In essence, they are born disasters, bringing death in their wake. Chapter 72. Your cultivation is still insufficient. The body of calamity is extremely rare, having only appeared twice in ancient times. Once, it triggered a massive catastrophe that led to the annihilation of dozens of sects and the inexplicable demise of hundreds of powerful individuals. Ultimately, it was through the concerted efforts of the world's heroes that the body of calamity was eradicated. On another occasion, it incited a bloody storm in the northern river region, nearly leading to the extinction of countless families there. Now, after 10,000 years, this body of calamity, which instills dread in many, has resurfaced, and it has manifested within his own temple. How could this not fill Huikong with fear? He now firmly believed that both Suzhu's sudden illness and the series of strange occurrences at Shaolin Temple were the result of Song Rower's presence as a body of calamity, a true harbinger of disaster. "Benefactor Song, it is not that I am heartless, but do you understand what the body of calamity signifies?" Huikong spoke with a bitter expression. Song Rower appeared utterly helpless. "I know, but I truly have nowhere else to turn. Perhaps only the Buddhist order can alleviate the effects of this calamity." Can the Buddhist order truly alleviate it? Huikong was uncertain. However, He understood that he could not withstand the influence of this body of calamity for long. He feared that his own life might soon be in jeopardy. No, she must not remain here. Huikong's thoughts were heavy as he resolved to send Song Rower away. After some contemplation, he concluded that the only person capable of addressing this body of calamity was Qingyun. Apart from him, Huikong could think of no one else with such ability. There is only one person who can assist you, Huikong stated solemnly. Song Rower was taken aback. Who does the master speak of? Qingyun. Naturally, Song Rower had heard of Qingyun. His name was well known throughout the southern wilderness. But I have heard that the esteemed master is reclusive and out of reach, she said, puzzled. Huikong smiled slightly. Qingyun is the holy son of our Buddhist order, and he now resides atop floating cloud mountain. Song Rower was overjoyed. Am I truly able to meet this esteemed master? Huikong nodded. I am well acquainted with the holy son. Only I can take you up there and explain the situation. I believe he will be willing to assist. Song Rower immediately bowed. Thank you, master. It is nothing. I only hope that your body of calamity can be resolved swiftly. With that, Huikong took Song Rower up floating cloud mountain. Upon reaching the mountainside, Huikong was walking when he suddenly stepped into thin air, tumbling to the ground. Master! Song Rower exclaimed, rushing over to help him. Huikong, now covered in dirt, rose in confusion, glancing at the seemingly ordinary ground. How could he have stepped into thin air? He thought to himself that perhaps Song Rower's body of calamity had begun to affect him. Consequently, he quickened his pace, leading Song Rower to the mountaintop. That moment, Qingyun was instructing his disciple, Guoshaoyun. In the practice of Tai Chi disciple, pay close attention. This is my unique skill, passed down only to male disciples. Qingyun moved through the motions slowly, instructing Guoshaoyun. Guoshaoyun looked perplexed. This slow-motion technique is called martial arts? Surely it couldn't defeat even an old man? However, being taught by Qingyun, Guoshaoyun diligently committed the moves to memory, despite his doubts. Watching from a distance, Huikong was utterly astonished. He perceived within Qingyun's every movement a profound principle he had never encountered before. Though the motions appeared slow, they were fluid and harmonious. Executed with perfect precision, at first glance, there seemed to be flaws, yet upon closer inspection, none could be found. Compared to the forceful martial arts of his Buddhist order, this represented an entirely new realm. Of course, Huikong did not yet understand the concepts of Tai Chi or the principle of yielding to overcome strength. Nevertheless, he recognized that the martial arts Qingyun demonstrated were far from ordinary. For a moment, Huikong hesitated to approach, fearing he might disrupt the atmosphere. Yet it was Qingyun who noticed the two figures nearby. Qingyun furrowed his brow and walked over. Greetings, holy son. Huikong quickly bowed. Qingyun, accustomed to this, paid little heed to how the monks addressed him. Is there something you seek? Qingyun inquired, glancing at the young woman standing behind Huikong. Huikong hastily explained, Holy son, this young lady, Song Rower, has encountered some troubles. She wishes to join our Buddhist order, but what? Qingyun asked, puzzled. Though it was rare for women to join the Buddhist order, nuns did exist, so Qingyun did not find it particularly strange. However, Huikong's next words shocked him. She is a body of calamity. Huikong spoke in a grave tone. He had expected Qingyun to display a serious demeanor, but instead, Qingyun showed no reaction, as if he had not heard. What body? Qingyun asked, bemused. Body of calamity? Body of hunger. Qingyun looked at Song Rower with a puzzled expression. What a fine young lady. How could she be a body of hunger? However, she did appear listless, as if she had not eaten for several meals. We implore the Holy Son to assist in alleviating this young lady's calamity, Huikong said, hands clasped in prayer. Why? Qingyun scratched his head. Isn't it just hunger? Has your Shaolin temple fallen so low that you cannot even afford a meal? Both Huikong and Song Rower were left speechless, their expressions turning peculiar. Holy Son, the body of calamity is. Huikong began to explain the origins of the body of calamity to Qingyun. Guoshaoyun, listening nearby, was left dumbfounded. Such a bizarre constitution exists in this world. Wherever it goes, disaster follows. Guoshaoyun felt a pang of fear. Why? Qingyun, too, was taken aback. What the actual heck? He nearly delivered a kick to Huikong. How could this monk bring such a terrifying person here? Was he trying to ensure his own misfortune? Too outrageous. Qingyun glared at Huikong. Huikong could only stare back in shock. Huikong, I must have a serious discussion with you. Kong quickly lowered his head. I am willing to heed the Holy Sun's teachings. When I discussed Buddhist teachings previously, I mentioned to your master that as members of the Buddhist order, we must embody the resolve of if I do not enter hell, who will? Qingyun expressed his disappointment. Do you see that resolve in yourself? Kong's face flushed with shame. If I were in your position, I would not have brought this young lady here but would rely on my Buddhist teachings to gradually alleviate her plight. Even if she brings misfortune, what does that matter? Would a person dedicated to the monastic life fear such things? Kong, your cultivation is still too shallow. Chapter 73. The brooms. My Qingyun's words left Kong feeling utterly humiliated, as though he wished to sink into the ground. Embarrassment washed over him as he lowered his head in deep shame. The teachings of the Holy Sun impart that this humble monk's cultivation is indeed shallow, for I have even forgotten the Holy Sun's guidance from days past. Qingyun gently patted Kong's shoulder. Thus, you should take this girl back with you. After all, she is your disciple, and any matters concerning her should rightfully fall upon your shoulders as her master. Kong nodded firmly. The Holy Sun is correct. This matter is indeed my responsibility. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Miss Song, even if it costs me my cultivation and my life, I shall endeavor to dispel this calamity from your being. Kong turned to gaze at Song Rower, only to find her kneeling before Qingyun, pleading, Please, young master, save me. Qingyun felt a twinge of awkwardness. You should still descend the mountain with Kong. Song Rower lifted her head, her eyes brimming with sorrowful innocence. If you do not save me, then I shall remain here, kneeling, without rise. Qingyun was left speechless. This is quite the stubbornness. Kong, take her away, he instructed as Kong prepared to forcibly escort Song Rower away. A sudden surge of dark energy erupted from her body. The moment the dark light appeared, it shot straight into the sky like a pillar of light. In an instant, the entire Tianwu dynasty could behold this ominous black column. What is this phenomenon? It seems to be emanating from floating Cloud Mountain. Could it be that something has occurred there? This dark light is unsettling. The Emperor of Martial Arts, Dongfang Su, the master of the Qingyun sect, Su Changfeng, the master of the Jiling sect, Gong Sunyu, the leader of the Taihao sect, Qin Gongwang, and Shan Tianhua, who resides in Yutian Valley. All these formidable figures sensed the terrifying black column and immediately soared into the sky. Could it be this is the aura of calamity? Shan Tianhua's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze upon the direction of the black column. Could it be that something has befallen Master Yi? Without hesitation, he flew towards floating Cloud Mountain, followed by Dongfang Su, Su Changfeng, and the others, who recognized the ominous nature of the dark light and hastily made their way to the same destination. This dark energy exuded a sense of foreboding. Kong was taken aback and quickly retreated. This is the aura of calamity. One must not become tainted by it, or else calamity will ensue, and one's life will be in peril. Qingyun, frightened, hastily pulled Guoxiaoyun back. He could see that Song Rower was contorted in pain, her eyes turning a deep, inky black. The aura of calamity continuously seeped from her body, visibly spreading. The grass beneath her feet wilted, and even the earth began to decay. Qingyun's heart raced in terror. This is far too terrifying. It's akin to a nuclear weapon. Whoever touches it shall perish. Kong, hurry and take her away. If this explodes, floating Cloud Mountain will be doomed. Qingyun shouted urgently. Kong, seeing the situation, steeled himself. If I do not enter hell, who will? He yelled, charging forward. Buzz! In an instant, Kong was contaminated by the aura of calamity. He froze, then began to convulse, his face darkening and his eyes turning black. Thud. Kong collapsed to the ground, having lost consciousness. Qingyun was dumbfounded. Is the aura of calamity truly this potent? Kong is no novice, yet he succumbed so easily? What shall we do? As the aura of calamity continued to spread, Qingyun and Guoxiaoyun had retreated 100 paces away. Yet if this continues, the entire floating Cloud Mountain will be affected. Master, what shall we do? Guoxiaoyun exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, Damao and the rabbit emerged from the courtyard. The dog and the rabbit exchanged glances. The rabbit remarked, Brother dog, I can't handle this, Damao replied. I can manage, but I find it troublesome. The rabbit asked, What shall we do? Damao said, Let's observe for now. If it becomes dire, I will intervene. The rabbit responded, All right. Thus, the dog and rabbit stood by, watching the spectacle unfold. In the backyard pond, a dragon's head discreetly surfaced, glanced at the situation in the front yard, and then submerged once more. Yi Qingyun and Guo observed the dark energy spreading ominously closer. They had no choice but to abandon the location and flee down the mountain. "Brother dog, are you not going to take action?" the rabbit asked, filled with concern. Demao remained silent, his paw poised to rise. Suddenly, a flurry of figures descended from the sky. It was Shen Tianhua, Dongfang Su, and the others arriving. The group stood in the air, taking in the scene below. The aura of calamity. Shen Tianhua's expression changed dramatically. The others, upon hearing his words, were equally taken aback. "What? This is indeed the aura of calamity? Shen, are you certain? If this truly is the aura of calamity, then this girl, could she be the rumored vessel of calamity?" Dongfang Su and the others were struck with astonishment, almost unable to believe it. The vessel of calamity was a rare entity that only appeared in ancient times. Thousands of years had passed since those days. How could a vessel of calamity manifest again? Shen Tianhua shook his head repeatedly. "There is no mistaking it. This is the aura of calamity, and it must not be touched. Even we, with our high cultivation, would find it difficult to resist its corruption." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Looking down, they found Yi Qingyun had long since vanished. Could it be that Master Yi departed due to this aura of calamity? They could not help but speculate. Yet this was not surprising. The aura of calamity is a force that the heavens do not tolerate. Unless one possesses the ability to manipulate the forces of nature, it is impossible to withstand this aura. At this moment, the dark energy had reached the vicinity of Yi Qingyun's dwelling. Just then, something suddenly flew out from within the house. The onlookers in the sky turned their attention. It was a broom. Yi Qingyun's trusty broom for sweeping. That moment, the broom flew out, shimmering with a mysterious and profound light. It abruptly soared into the aura of calamity, and no matter how violent the aura raged, the broom's light remained steady, unaffected in the slightest. "What treasure is this?" Shen Tianhua and the others were astonished. This broom could remain unscathed amidst the aura of calamity. It was simply unbelievable. Then, an even more astonishing event occurred. The broom suddenly swept through the air. Boom! The heavens trembled. In an instant, the dark energy reversed course, retreating back into Song Roar's body. The aura of calamity that was about to engulf the entire mountain vanished without a trace. Shen Tianhua and the others stood there, dumbfounded. The aura of calamity was dispelled just like that. Chapter 74. The humble Master Yi the broom had eradicated the aura of calamity and promptly landed on the unconscious Huikong. The broom brushed against Huikong's face, and the dark energy dissipated instantly. He opened his eyes in confusion, staring at the broom floating before him. Huikong was bewildered. Why is there a flying broom before this humble monk? The broom, having cleared the aura of calamity from Huikong, zipped back into the house, resuming its place in the corner, as if it had never moved. Yet all present were profoundly shaken by this scene. Even Demao and the rabbit had not anticipated such an event. "Almost forgot, the treasures within the master's abode are sufficient to handle the aura of calamity without my intervention." Demao yawned lazily, speaking nonchalantly. The rabbit glanced back at the house, a look of lingering dread on its face. It remembered all too well how it had been mistreated by these treasures upon its arrival. Even its fur had been stripped away. Now, seeing this, it realized it had been fortunate. Those treasures had not truly taken action against it. If even the aura of calamity could be effortlessly dispelled, then this little rabbit demon was hardly worthy of their attention. Meanwhile, Shen Tianhua and the others had descended to the ground. They immediately approached Song Roar and Huikong. "Did you save this humble monk?" Huikong asked, a touch of confusion in his voice. Shen Tianhua and the others shook their heads. They had no means to dispel the aura of calamity. Had the aura not vanished, they would not have dared to land. "Who then saved this humble monk? It seems the aura of calamity has also dissipated?" Huikong inquired, perplexed. "It was Master Ye's treasure that dispelled the aura of calamity and saved your life," Dongfang Su explained. "Master Ye's treasure?" Huikong was taken aback. "Indeed. The treasure that flew out from Master Ye's house just now was the broom you saw." Dongfang Su confirmed it was that very broom that eliminated the aura of calamity and saved your life. Huikong recalled the broom that had hovered before him, his face a mask of astonishment. "Where is the Holy Sun?" He scanned the surroundings but could not locate Yi Qingyun. Shen Tianhua sighed. Seems the master has been disturbed repeatedly of late and is disinclined to meet us. Su Changfeng chuckled ruefully. Indeed, though the master prefers to remain hidden, he possesses compassion and has used his treasure to dispel the aura of calamity, nipping a great disaster in the bud. The master is so low-key, yet still harbors goodwill for the world. He truly serves as a model for us all, indeed. Indeed. Master Ye's image in our minds has grown even more formidable, the group echoed. Their words entirely attributed the credit for dispelling the aura of calamity to Yi Qingyun. This was not surprising, for the broom was indeed a possession of Yi Qingyun's house. Had he not secretly employed his magic, the treasure would not have acted. Thus, this was indeed Yi Qingyun's merit. Umitba, the Holy Sun's virtue is far-reaching. This humble monk fears that even with 1,000 or 10,000 years of cultivation, I may never reach a fraction of the Holy Sun's greatness. After speaking, Huikong remembered Song Rower and hurriedly checked on her condition. This time. Song Rower had fallen into a faint, but was breathing steadily. Her complexion normal, and there were no major issues. Huikong sighed in relief. Thankfully, she is unharmed. Nearby, Gongsun jested. What's the matter, monk? Is this girl your beloved? Huikong's expression stiffened, and he replied with some irritation. Please be cautious with your words. Gongsun sheepishly scratched his head. Shin Tianhua gazed intently at Song Rower. Monk, could this girl truly be the vessel of calamity? Huikong nodded gravely. She is indeed the vessel of calamity. Hiss, in that moment, gasps of shock filled the air, and the group instinctively took a few steps back, fearing that the terrifying aura of calamity might erupt once more. I never imagined that in my lifetime. I would witness the legendary vessel of calamity, Shen Tianhua remarked with awe. Dongfang Su's thoughts grew heavier. He was not only astonished by the appearance of the vessel of calamity, but also concerned about its presence within his realm. If it were to spiral out of control, it would spell disaster. No, I must devise a plan to remove this girl. Dongfang Su resolved silently. Su Changfeng interjected. Though the vessel of calamity is fearsome, since Master Yi possesses a treasure that can counter the aura of calamity, he likely has a way to deal with the vessel of calamity as well. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. In their view, matters that were insurmountable for others would be easily resolved by Yi Qingyun. Let us wait here for Master Ye's return. Indeed, this time. Yi Qingyun and Guo had reached halfway up the mountain. Yi Qingyun intended to continue descending, yet Guo suddenly grasped his arm. What is it? Yi Qingyun turned back, puzzled. Master, it seems that all is well now, Guo pointed up the mountain. Yi Qingyun was taken aback and looked up. Indeed, the ominous black column that had been visible moments ago had vanished without a trace. Could it be that Huikong resolved the dark energy? Yi Qingyun pondered, but he hesitated to ascend. If the dark energy had not dissipated, he would be in grave danger. Master, allow me to go check, Guo volunteered. Yi Qingyun shook his head vigorously. You stay here, I will go. Just as he was about to step forward, he turned back to Guo saying, if anything happens, you must run. Guo nodded earnestly, her expression filled with concern for Yi Qingyun. Master, please do not perish. Yi Qingyun nearly stumbled. The more you say such things, the closer I come to death. He took a deep breath, no matter. I shall go see with that. Yi Qingyun charged up the mountain. As he neared the summit, he cautiously peeked out. The dark energy had completely dissipated, and several figures stood before his dwelling. What is the situation? Is it Master Yi? At that moment, Dongfang Su noticed Yi Qingyun's head popping up nearby. The group turned to look. Yi Qingyun approached. Relieved, it is you all. Yi Qingyun exhaled, his heart lightened. The others regarded him with admiration. Why do you gaze upon me? We owe you our gratitude. Yi Qingyun appeared perplexed. What do I have to thank you for? Had you not arrived in time to dispel the aura of calamity, this place would have been left barren. Yi Qingyun's heart raced at the thought. The others exchanged glances, bemused. Yet they understood that Yi Qingyun was reluctant to admit his role in dispelling the aura of calamity. Which is why he said such things. Since Master Yi requested our cooperation, we shall comply. The group shared silent understanding, refraining from exposing the truth. It is our duty. Indeed, young Master Yi, you have spoken of the joy in helping others. It was but a trivial matter. You need not dwell on it. The group chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, a soft murmur escaped Song Rower's lips. The crowd was startled and turned their attention to her. Though their shock, dark energy began to surge from her once more. What? Is it returning? Qingyun was frightened to the brink of fleeing. Fortunately, Song Rower awakened at that moment, and the dark energy immediately retracted out of my. In the Yellow Springs, Song Rower appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 75. The suppression of calamity by the Huaxia. Not Song Rower quickly regained her senses. Realizing that she was not dead and was, in fact, alive, she was engulfed in immense anguish. Why am I not dead? I should be dead. If I die, then no one else will be implicated by me. Let me die. Let me die. Observing the depth of her despair, the others were rendered speechless, particularly Qingyun, who could not comprehend the mindset of one so eager for death. What good is death? Once dead, there is nothing left. No awareness, no existence. It is an eternal darkness, with no hope of awakening. The mere thought of it suffocated Qingyun. Thus, he harbored a profound fear of death. It is far better to live even one more day. My dear girl, the world is a wondrous place. You have yet to experience the brilliance of life. There is no need to rush towards death. Qingyun spoke, attempting to console her. Song Rower shook her head vehemently. If I do not die, then more people will die because of me. I do not wish to harm anyone further. Qingyun's expression turned peculiar. Then you could have ended it long ago. Song Rower wore a bitter smile. I have tried, but every time I attempt to take my own life, something unexpected happens. What? The crowd was taken aback. Song Rower continued, the first time I sought death, I tried to jump off a cliff, but somehow, I was blown back by a gust of wind, and no matter how I tried to jump, I would always be blown back up. The crowd. Song Rower added, once, I attempted to cut my throat with a sword, and the sword simply broke. The crowd. Song Rower lamented, most recently, I finally acquired a highly toxic pill, said to cause instant death through 7 orifices bleeding. Yet, however, after I consumed it, I merely experienced a brief bout of stomach pain, after which there was no further reaction. The crowd. Song Rower wore a face of despair. For so many years, I have found it impossible to die, yet living on only brings harm to others. I truly do not know what to do anymore. The crowd. Shun Tianhua looked at Song Rower with grave concern. I have once read in ancient texts that those with the body of calamity are born with misfortune, yet extremes will reverse. If one with such a physique encounters adversity, they will transform danger into safety. Upon these words, the crowd was taken aback. Is it truly possible? No wonder Song Rower has long wished for death yet cannot achieve it. It seems this body of calamity, while detrimental to others, brings her an abundance of fortune. Qingyun also expressed his astonishment. This physique is indeed extraordinary, a classic case of harming others while benefiting oneself. Others may suffer misfortunes because of her, yet she herself is destined to encounter good fortune due to her calamity. Holy Sun, please lend your assistance to help her resolve her calamity, spoke Huikong. Qingyun appeared helpless. What can I do? Huikong smiled. The Holy Sun need only perform one act to alleviate her calamity. What is that? Gift her a protective talisman. Qingyun looked puzzled. Is it truly that simple? Huikong nodded. The Holy Sun possesses immeasurable blessings, and surely, the protection of the Buddha will follow. If the Holy Sun personally bestows a talisman, the power of the Buddha will undoubtedly descend upon Song Shizhu, helping her avert disaster. I see. Qingyun nodded. He understood that the Buddhist tradition places great importance on such matters. In plain terms, it is about consecration. Once an item in a temple is deemed consecrated, it becomes priceless. However, whether it is effective is a matter of personal belief. In Qingyun's view, such consecrated items merely provide psychological comfort. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyun returned indoors. Before long, he emerged again, holding a red object that appeared to be woven from some sort of silk thread. The others had never seen such an item and were momentarily intrigued. Young Master Yi, what is this? Su Changfeng inquired curiously. This is a huaxia knot, Qingyun replied with a slight smile. Huaxia knot? The group exchanged puzzled glances, having never heard of such a thing. It indeed seemed quite festive. Xin Tianhua chuckled. Certainly. Qingyun handed the huaxia knot to Song Rower. Though I am unsure of its efficacy, it is meant to symbolize peace, so please wear it. Thank you, young Master Yi. Song Rower received it with both hands. As soon as she grasped the huaxia knot, a wave of warmth coursed through her entire being. Song Rower was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the huaxia knot. For some reason, she felt as if her body had undergone some transformation. though she could not articulate what that transformation was. The others looked on with envy as Song Rower received Yi Qingyun's gift, recognizing its extraordinary nature. This item was crafted by Yi Qingyun himself. It was undoubtedly a treasure of exceptional quality. Regrettably, they could only covet it from afar, wary of harboring any ulterior motives. Moreover, seizing something related to the body of calamity would surely be unwise. Song Shizhu, shall we descend the mountain and return to Shaolin Temple? Very well. With that, Huikong led Song Rower down the mountain, while Shan Tianhua and the others did not linger, bidding farewell to Yi Qingyun before departing. On their way back to Shaolin Temple, Huikong and Song Rower encountered Guo, who was then escorted back to Yi Qingyun. The tempest caused by the body of calamity had temporarily subsided. Upon her return to Shaolin Temple, Song Rower remained anxious, constantly fearing that her calamity would bring further disaster to the temple. For several consecutive days, Shaolin Temple remained peaceful, with no incidents occurring. Even Su Zhu, who had previously been bedridden, began to recover gradually. Huikong was overjoyed and firmly believed that the huaxia not gifted by Yi Qingyun played a significant role in this positive turn of events. Song Rower also found it quite remarkable. Each day, wearing the huaxia knot, she felt her spirit lifted, and her mood inexplicably brightened. Moreover, seeing those around her no longer affected by her misfortune made her exceedingly happy. Young Master Yi is truly extraordinary. Sitting in the Buddhist hall, holding the huaxia knot, Song Rower felt immense gratitude towards Yi Qingyun. She could finally find peace. Unbeknownst to her, while Yi Qingyun was engaged in a grand act of benevolence, he gazed at the scorched earth below with a frown. "It looks dreadful." Yi Qingyun remarked, pursing his lips, "Master, let us descend the mountain to purchase some seeds and tend to this place, expanding the courtyard," Guo suggested. Why Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up. "Excellent idea." Immediately, the master and disciple descended the mountain to the marketplace. After procuring the seeds, they prepared to return. Fortune-telling and divination. A frail, dark-skinned old blind man in a green robe sat by the roadside, repeatedly calling out. Initially, Yi Qingyun and Guo paid him no mind. However, as they passed in front of him, the old blind man suddenly reached out and grasped Guo arm. "Young man, allow me to divine your fortune." Chapter 76, The Fortune-Telling Blind Man Divination? Guo was taken aback, then glanced at Yi Qingyun. Why Yi Qingyun shot a sideways glance at the old blind man. "We do not believe in such things." With that, he attempted to pull Guo away. "Wait. If it doesn't work, there's no charge," the old blind man hurriedly exclaimed. Why Yi Qingyun ignored him. He did not believe in fortune-telling. To him, such individuals were merely charlatans, spouting vague statements and relying on your reactions to craft their narrative. Completely untrustworthy. What a pity for such a good child. Yet his life is nearing its end, the old blind man lamented. Releasing his grip and shaking his head, Yi Qingyun halted, glancing down at Guo. Upon closer inspection, his heart sank. Guo brow appeared darkened, foreboding signs. Although Yi Qingyun did not believe in fortune-telling, Guo countenance revealed something was amiss. "Master, what is it?" Guo asked. Puzzled, Yi Qingyun frowned. "It's nothing. Let us consult that old blind man for a fortune." Guo was taken aback. "Why? No questions, let us hear what he has to say." Yi Qingyun led Guo back to the old blind man's stall. The old blind man seemed to have anticipated their return, smiling slightly. "Greetings, would you like to have your fortune told?" Yi Qingyun inquired. "You just said my disciple's life is nearing its end. What is the reason for that?" The old blind man appeared surprised. "He is your disciple?" "Indeed, I see. No wonder you are so young and do not resemble him. You are neither father nor brother, but master and disciple." The old blind man chuckled. Yi Qingyun grew impatient. "Quickly tell me why my disciple's life is nearing its end." The old blind man replied, "Please, young man, extend your right hand." Guo looked at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun nodded. Guo promptly extended his right hand. The old blind man grasped Guo arm, feeling it up and down. Suddenly, his expression shifted, a look of seriousness emerging. "What a remarkable bone structure! A true dragon among men, a peerless hero!" The old blind man exclaimed repeatedly. "This is the physique of a born ruler, rarely seen in a millennium." Both Yi Qingyun and Guo exchanged bewildered glances. The old blind man's words seemed overly exaggerated. What born ruler? What rarely seen? Such blatant nonsense. Yi Qingyun felt disappointed, believing the old blind man was merely a sensationalist fraud. "Old man, spare us your theatrics," Qingyun scoffed. The old blind man, however, shook his head solemnly. "I speak no falsehood. Your esteemed disciple indeed possesses the bones of a born emperor." However, at this point, the old blind man hesitated. "However what?" Qingyun pressed. "Unfortunately, his imperial bones bear 3 distinct marks." The old blind man stroked his goat beard. "These 3 marks indicate that before he can achieve great accomplishments as an emperor, he will face 3 deadly tribulations. If he cannot overcome them, the star of his destiny will fall, and he will find it difficult to achieve greatness. The first mark is already fading, indicating he has survived the first tribulation, but the second tribulation is tenfold more perilous." The old blind man then asked, "Young man, have you encountered any dangers previously?" Qingyun and Guoxiaoyun were both taken aback, exchanging glances. They recalled the incident with the evil Tian Laoguai, when his disciples had captured Guoxiaoyun, intending to extract his essence to restore the evil Tian Laoguai's vitality. Had Qingyun not risked everything to slay the evil Tian Laoguai, Guoxiaoyun would have perished. "Indeed, we have encountered danger," Qingyun admitted, his brow furrowed. The old blind man nodded. "Then it is certain, he has passed the first tribulation, but the second is imminent. If precautions are not taken soon, his life will be in jeopardy." Guoxiaoyun felt a twinge of fear. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old child. Hearing such words naturally frightened him. Qingyun remained silent. He did not believe in fate, but in this world, there were certain truths he could not ignore. After all, people could fly and move mountains. It was not surprising that someone could tell fortunes. "Old sir, I apologize for any past offenses. Please do not take it to heart." Qingyun straightened, bowing respectfully to the old blind man. "No offense taken." The old blind man waved his hand. "But is there a way to save him?" Qingyun continued to inquire. The old blind man tapped his fingers on the table. "There is indeed a way to save him." However, he rubbed his fingers together, and the implication was clear. Qingyun immediately understood and quickly produced a gold ingot. "Please accept this, old sir." He placed the gold ingot into the old blind man's hands, who instantly displayed an expression of sheer ecstasy. A gold ingot. This is truly a windfall. He hurriedly tucked the gold ingot into his sleeve. "Young man, draw a stick from the bamboo tube, and let me help you determine how to avert this calamity." "Oh." Guoxiaoyun took the bamboo tube filled with sticks, which appeared indistinguishable. He randomly selected one and handed it to the old blind man. The old blind man examined the lower end of the stick. "A calamity related to fire. It originates from the north." As the old blind man finished speaking, he was about to return the stick to the bamboo tube when Qingyun swiftly intervened. Snatching the stick to take a closer look, he noticed strange symbols etched at the bottom of the stick. Qingyun felt helpless and could only return the stick to the bamboo tube. "Your disciple's calamity is related to fire, and the chances of survival are slim. If you wish to preserve his life, you must head north. There may be a glimmer of hope," the old blind man advised. "North?" Qingyun pondered. If one were to travel north from the Tianwu dynasty, they would indeed arrive at a place called Beichuan. He recalled that Shan Tianhua's disciple, Xiao Chi, hailed from a family named Xiao in Beichuan. "Old sir, could you elaborate further?" The old blind man shook his head. "The heavenly secrets are difficult to fathom." Qingyun fell silent. Very well. He prepared to leave with Guoxiaoyun. Just then, the old blind man suddenly called out, "Young man, allow me to divine your fortune as well." Qingyun felt intrigued. "Very well, then, please read my fortune." With that, he extended his arm. However, the old blind man did not examine Qingyun's bones, but instead took out paper and pen. "Allow me to write a character for you." "That works." Qingyun picked up the brush, pondered briefly, and wrote a single character on the paper. "Saint." A grand and bold character, flowing with vigor and grace. As soon as he finished writing, Qingyun looked up to see the old blind man frozen in place. Then, blood began to gush from the old blind man's nose, streaming down from his sunken eye sockets in a horrifying manner. Chapter 77. The fortune-telling duo Qingyun and Guoxiaoyun were both startled. The old blind man covered his nose and mouth, yet blood continued to pour forth, his face contorted in pain. This character. The old blind man emitted a low growl, seemingly attempting to articulate something. However, both Qingyun and Guoxiaoyun were too shocked to comprehend what the old blind man intended to say. Suddenly, the old blind man seized the paper, tearing it to shreds. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, as a result, the look of anguish on his face vanished in an instant. Both master and disciple stood in a daze, while onlookers from the marketplace were drawn by the commotion. What has happened? Why is there so much blood from fortune-telling? Perhaps the prediction was inaccurate, and he was struck? It's quite possible. I have never seen this old blind man before. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Qingyun and Guoxiaoyun exchanged worried glances, fearing they had inadvertently caused trouble. Just then, the old blind man abruptly stood up, wiping the blood from his face as if unscathed. "Old sir, are you all right?" Qingyun inquired cautiously. "Cough, cough. I'm fine. I'm fine," the old blind man hurriedly replied, though his voice trembled, as if he were afraid of something. The old blind man hurriedly gathered his things, turning to flee without looking back. Qingyun and Guoxiaoyun were left bewildered. What just happened? Why did this fortune-teller suddenly run away? "Master, what is going on? Perhaps an old ailment has flared up, and he is in a hurry to take his medicine." "That does seem plausible. Let us go. It is time to return." Bang! A simple courtyard door was slammed shut with force. The old blind man, having rushed back from the marketplace, leaned against the door, breathing heavily, his face pale. "Senior brother, why are you back so early today?" A middle-aged man clad in coarse linen stepped out from within. This man was unremarkable in appearance, appearing to be in his 40s, gaunt and resembling a peasant. The only notable feature was his left arm, which was amputated at the shoulder, leaving an empty sleeve. "Junior brother, quickly gather your things and leave," the old blind man urged, panic evident in his voice. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. "What happened, senior brother?" the old blind man lamented. "I have become entangled in a significant karmic cause." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression transformed drastically. "Senior brother, with your cultivation, you can resolve even the karmic causes of a nation's rise and fall. What could cause you to lose your composure like this?" The old blind man shook his head repeatedly. "The karmic cause of a nation's rise and fall. Compared to what I just encountered, that is merely trivial." The middle-aged man grew anxious. "Senior brother, please tell me." The old blind man's tone turned grave. "Do you remember the divination our master performed before he passed, regarding the southern wasteland?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Of course, I remember. The master foresaw a great calamity befalling the southern wasteland and, in a bid to save the lives of its people, forced a divination for survival. However, this divination was tainted by a powerful karmic force, leading to the master's demise." A look of remembrance crossed the middle-aged man's face. "I recall the master mentioned that this divination had found a savior for the southern wasteland, who would eventually become the ruler of the human race there, the emperor of the southern wasteland." The old blind man's expression was complex. "Indeed, the emperor of the southern wasteland will be the key figure in rescuing the southern wasteland. Just moments ago, I encountered an individual at the marketplace, who is none other than the fabled bone countenance of the human emperor." "What? The human emperor?" The middle-aged man gasped in astonishment. "The human emperor of the southern wasteland. They have searched for him for over 30 years. Numerous divinations and secret arts have been employed, and at last, they have uncovered a faint clue. The Qingyun dynasty. It is highly likely that the one destined to rescue the southern wasteland in the future will be born in the Qingyun dynasty." Thus, they traveled a great distance to reach the Qingyun dynasty. However, upon arrival, they lost their way once more in the vast sea of humanity, who among them is the future human emperor. Consequently, the two brothers-in-arms mingled among the mortals, quietly searching for the human emperor. Initially, they believed that the current emperor of the Qingyun dynasty, Dongfang Su, possessed a semblance of the human emperor's aura, yet they could not get close to him. "Brother, are you certain you did not misjudge?" the middle-aged man inquired, filled with skepticism after his initial shock. The old blind man pounded his thigh. "While I may be blind, you are well aware of my expertise in bone reading. Such a unique bone structure belonging to the human emperor, how could I possibly be mistaken? That is indeed true." The middle-aged man was well aware of his elder brother's prowess. Leaving aside everything else, the art of bone reading is indeed the finest in their sect. Whatever the bone structure may be, once it passes through the hands of the old blind man, it can be immediately discerned. "Brother, discovering the human emperor is certainly a fortuitous event. Why, then, are you in such a state of anxiety?" the middle-aged man queried, puzzled. "If it were merely about finding the future human emperor, I would not be so perturbed." But at this point, the old blind man found himself at a loss for words. What exactly is the matter? The middle-aged man grew anxious as well, alas. The old blind man stamped his foot. The future human emperor is currently under the tutelage of another, and this mentor bears the karmic consequences of a sage. I initially intended to discern the identity of this individual, but I was met with a clash of sage karma. Had I not severed my connection with this person in time, I fear I would have lost my life. Saying this, the old blind man coughed up blood once more. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, was alarmed and rushed to support him. Brother, is it truly the karma of a sage? There is no mistake. We must leave at once. Very well. The two brothers-in-arms wasted no time, hastily gathering their belongings and departing without delay. Under the cover of night, they journeyed westward, passing by the foot of floating Cloud Mountain. Why are there so many temples here? The middle-aged man remarked, somewhat surprised. It is said that a holy child of the Buddhist sect resides atop floating Cloud Mountain, so it is not surprising to find some temples here. The old blind man replied. Suddenly, the middle-aged man froze. Brother, do you recall when I first joined the sect, our master cast an omen for me? The old blind man nodded. Of course I remember. Our master foretold that apart from the inevitable trials and tribulations of 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks, you would face a dire calamity, and only beneath the Buddhist radiance of Cloud Mountain could you safely pass through. Upon reaching this point, the old blind man hesitated. The Buddhist radiance of Cloud Mountain? Could it be? The middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement. Brother, I have searched through more than 10 mountains named Cloud Mountain, yet I have found no trace of Buddhist radiance. Now, at the foot of floating Cloud Mountain, there are so many temples. Could this not be the will of heaven? Chapter 78. What a coincidence. The old blind man fell silent. He had intended to leave the Qingyun dynasty entirely, distancing himself from the terrifying karma of the sage. Yet, he could not ignore the omen regarding his younger brother. Their sect has always been sparse in numbers, with a maximum of 3 disciples per generation. In their generation, only the 2 of them remain. Having often probed into the mysteries of heaven, they had already suffered the backlash of fate, enduring the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. The so-called 5 deficiencies include being widowed, orphaned, lonely, isolated, and crippled. The 3 lacks refer to wealth, life, and power. Both the old blind man and the middle-aged man had endured these 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. Moreover, in addition to these, the middle-aged man faced a dire calamity, which was even more perilous. Alas, the life of my younger brother takes precedence. Ultimately, the old blind man decided against fleeing the Qingyun dynasty. Let us explore the temples here. Thank you, brother. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude. Thereafter, the 2 brothers-in-arms proceeded directly to the entrance of Shaolin Temple. At this moment, the temple gates stood wide open, with an incense burner placed behind the temple entrance. Wisps of blue smoke wafted gently from the burner. A graceful young woman clad in white, wielding a broom, was sweeping the courtyard. Upon noticing their arrival, the young woman immediately smiled. Are you 2 here to pay your respects? The old blind man remained silent, while the middle-aged man nodded with a smile. This way, please. The young woman gestured invitingly. The brothers-in-arms followed her lead toward the Buddhist hall. Just then, both the middle-aged man and the old blind man changed countenance simultaneously, especially the old blind man, whose face registered shock. He discreetly transmitted a thought using spiritual energy. Younger brother, this woman. The middle-aged man replied gravely. Brother, your guess is correct. This woman is most likely the calamity body recorded in ancient texts. Hiss! The old blind man could not help but gasp in shock. The calamity body. To encounter a calamity body within this temple is indeed astonishing. For a moment, both brothers-in-arms hesitated to approach. The calamity body. Whoever comes into contact with it is doomed. Particularly for those like them who can peer into the mysteries of heaven, they are acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the calamity body. Huh? Why are you 2 not coming in? Song Rower turned her head and noticed that they were standing outside, whispering to one another, and inquired with curiosity. We suddenly have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you. The middle-aged man awkwardly smiled and attempted to leave hastily with the old blind man. However, just as they took a couple of steps and had not yet exited the temple, unexpectedly, the incense burner behind them toppled over without warning. They had not anticipated such an event and hurriedly dodged aside. Bang! The incense burner crashed heavily to the ground, scattering ash everywhere and kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh dear! How did the incense burner fall? Song Rower exclaimed, rushing over. The commotion naturally startled the other monks within the temple. Soon, Su Hai and Su Zhu dashed out. Upon witnessing the scene outside, they immediately assumed that the old blind man and the middle-aged man had knocked over the incense burner. Hey, Su Hai bellowed with wide eyes. Who are the ruffians daring to cause chaos in my Shaolin temple? Both father and son regarded the old blind man and the middle-aged man as troublemakers. The brothers-in-arms felt utterly helpless. What is happening? They had no intention of causing any disturbances, yet were mistaken for troublemakers by the monks in the temple. Masters, we are not here to cause trouble. Indeed, the incense burner fell on its own. It has nothing to do with us. The old blind man and the middle-aged man quickly clarified. Nonsense. The incense burner was perfectly placed. How could it possibly fall for no reason? Clearly, their words did not convince Su Hai and Su Zhu. Song Jr.'s sister, do you think these two are troublemakers? Su Zhu turned to Song Rower and inquired, They claim to be here to pay their respects, Song Rower replied, somewhat troubled. She was uncertain whether the two were indeed troublemakers. However, their peculiar demeanor certainly raised suspicions. The old blind man and the middle-aged man were left speechless. This is a fine mess. It is indeed difficult to clarify. Moreover, the timing of the incense burner's fall was too coincidental. Occurring precisely as they passed by, it appeared as though they had intentionally knocked it over. The incense burner was truly not toppled by us, the old blind man insisted. Su Hai frowned. Are you two practitioners? The old blind man and the middle-aged man could only nod. What is your background? How could they possibly answer that? Their origins have always been kept secret from outsiders, as revealing them could lead to significant trouble. The old blind man was about to fabricate an excuse when suddenly, his storage bag fell to the ground. Clattering, numerous items spilled out from within. While most items were inconsequential, one particular object caused Su Hai, Su Zhu, and Song Rower to change their expressions. It was a skull, stark white and exceedingly chilling. Who would carry such an item? Su Zhu and Su Hai immediately narrowed their eyes, regarding the old blind man and the middle-aged man with deep trepidation. These two must be practitioners of the dark arts, they concluded. The old blind man hurriedly began gathering his belongings, hoping to explain, but Su Hai and Su Zhu had already taken action. The father and son duo had recently experienced a significant increase in their cultivation and were no longer the same as before. Their attack was formidable as they charged toward the old blind man and the middle-aged man. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man felt anger swell within him. How could monks be so indiscriminate? He swung his lone arm fiercely. Releasing a beam of white light, Su Zhu and Su Hai were instantly enveloped by this radiant glow, rendering them unable to move. Buddha's light shines, Su Hai roared, and a golden Buddha appeared behind him. Its visage unmistakably that of Yi Qingyun. Boom. Under the brilliance of the golden light, the middle-aged man's white light shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zhu unleashed the Buddha's diamond palm directly toward the middle-aged man. In this critical moment, the old blind man retrieved a compass from his possession. Halt! The old blind man brandished the compass, and suddenly, it felt as though everyone stood upon the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. In an instant, Su Zhu and Su Hai found themselves ensnared within the formation, their surroundings no longer resembling Shaolin Temple. Now is our chance. Let us flee. The old blind man coughed repeatedly, dragging the middle-aged man as they retreated. Just as they exited the temple gates, they were confronted by another bald monk blocking their path. Two benefactors, why are you leaving in such haste? The newcomer wore a gentle expression, exuding an air of approachability. It was none other than Hui Kong. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Brother, a formidable monk has arrived. The old blind man also sensed Hui Kong's strength, his expression turning grave. Boom. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down without warning. The area affected was precisely where Hui Kong and the other two stood. What is happening? In that instant, Hui Kong and the old blind man were dumbfounded. Chapter 79. Almost causing a great incident, the heavenly thunder descended. It came far too swiftly. Neither Hui Kong nor the old blind man could react in time. Boom. The three were struck directly by the lightning. The ground instantly turned charred black, along with the scorched earth were Hui Kong and the other two, who stood there, their bodies twitching, their garments torn, and smoke rising from their charred forms, their hair and beards singed. Song Rower, witnessing this, turned pale with fright. She had been standing nearby, Yet the lightning had inexplicably spared her, striking only Hui Kong and the others. "Master, are you all right?" Su Hai and Su Zhu exclaimed in shock, attempting to approach, but fearful of further lightning strikes. Thud, thud, thud. Hui Kong and the others collapsed to the ground, their limbs twitching, yet it seemed they were not in any mortal danger. However, their appearances were utterly disheveled, resembling roasted pigs. Ba. Hui Kong managed to chant a Buddhist invocation with great effort, then struggled to lift his head. "Song benefactor, do you still have the Huaxia charm on you?" "The Huaxia charm, of course." "Huh, where is my Huaxia charm?" Song rower patted her waist, and her expression changed drastically. The Huaxia charm that Qingyun had given her to suppress the calamity body had vanished without a trace. What? Su Hai and Su Zhu were utterly bewildered. As they surveyed the situation, they quickly grasped the truth. The old blind man and the middle-aged man were not here to cause trouble after all. The true cause lay with Song rower. The disappearance of the Huaxia charm meant that the calamity body within her was once again stirring chaos within the temple. The fallen incense burner, the ensuing confrontation, and even the sudden lightning strike were all consequences of the calamity body. "Quickly, we must find the Huaxia charm. Otherwise, we shall once again suffer your misfortunes," Hui Kong said with a tone of helplessness. "All right, I will search for it immediately." Song rower, feeling anxious, rushed to her quarters to look for the Huaxia charm. Not long after, she returned, brimming with joy. "I found it! I found it!" She ran over, waving an object in her hand. It was indeed the Huaxia charm. Seeing that the Huaxia charm was still in her possession, Hui Kong, Su Zhu, and Su Hai all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no major incident has occurred. Had the Huaxia charm been lost, Song rower's calamity body would be uncontrollable, and the resulting chaos would be beyond anyone's prediction. Thankfully, the Huaxia charm remains. Otherwise, not only would there be trouble, but they would also have no face to seek Qingyun's help again. Song rower reattached the Huaxia charm to her waist. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, "I took it off to change my clothes yesterday and forgot to put it back on." Hui Kong was at a loss for words. "You forgot to wear the Huaxia charm while changing clothes, causing me to be struck by lightning for no reason. What kind of predicament is this?" Fortunately, the thunder's power was not too great, so he and the old blind man suffered no serious harm. Although wearing the Huaxia charm seemed to produce no visible changes, it felt as if something intangible had been lifted from Shaolin Temple. Only then did Su Hai and Su Zhu dare to assist Hui Kong to his feet. "Master, you smell quite fragrant," Su Zhu remarked, somewhat dazed. He swallowed hard. Hui Kong shot him a glare. "Monks must avoid meat and fish." Su Zhu protested. "I've not eaten any meat or fish. Can't I at least smell it?" The old blind man and the middle-aged man slowly rose as well, both sighing deeply. Had they known they would stumble into such an inexplicable situation, they would not have come. "Brother, let us take our leave." "Very well." Just as the brothers-in-arms were about to depart, Hui Kong hurriedly stopped them. "What? Does the master still wish to make things difficult for us?" The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Hui Kong waved his hands repeatedly. "Benefactors have misunderstood. The recent misunderstanding has caused you both distress, and I feel deeply remorseful. Please, allow me to invite you both into the temple to rest and let me make amends." With that, Hui Kong bowed respectfully to the two. The old blind man patted the middle-aged man's hand. "Since we have come, we might as well follow his wishes." "Very well." Su Zhu, quickly serve tea. Su Hai, prepare vegetarian meals at once. "Yes." The father and son immediately set to work. Hui Kong welcomed the old blind man and the middle-aged man inside. However, the appearances of the three were not particularly pleasant, so they first went to wash up and change into fresh garments. Upon arriving in the back hall, the vegetarian meals and tea were already prepared. The old blind man and the middle-aged man sat together, while Hui Kong took a seat opposite them. "How should I address you two?" Hui Kong inquired. The old blind man replied, "I am surnamed Yin, with the given name Zhao. Yin Zhao is indeed the old blind man's true name. I am surnamed Chu, with the name Hanyang." The middle-aged man did not hide his identity either, revealing his true name. Hui Kong nodded. "I see that both of you possess remarkable cultivation. May I inquire about your origins?" The old blind man shook his head. "Master, forgive us. The origins of my younger brother and I cannot be disclosed." Hui Kong smiled gently. "I can understand. Please, partake of the vegetarian meal." Very well." During the meal, there was little conversation. Once they had finished eating, The old blind man could no longer contain his curiosity. Why is there a calamity body within your esteemed temple? This was a question he was eager to know. The calamity body is a legendary constitution that has not been seen for many years. Yet now, to encounter one within this temple is truly intriguing. To be candid, this matter is rather lengthy. Hui Kong then proceeded to narrate the tale of Song Rower. He harbored no secrets, even relaying to the two that Yi Qingyun had bestowed upon Hua Xiajie. After all, a monk does not speak falsehoods. Hui Kong typically speaks only the truth, unwilling to deceive anyone. Upon hearing this, both individuals were somewhat astonished. Could it be that someone has the power to subdue the body of calamity? This person must be extraordinarily formidable, Master. Is the saint you mentioned residing on Mount Floating Cloud? Chu Hanyang inquired. Indeed, the saint dwells in seclusion atop Floating Cloud Mountain, Hui Kong replied with a smile. He has always favored tranquility and often presents himself as an ordinary mortal. Oh? And why is that? Both the old blind man and Chu Hanyang expressed their confusion. The saint is contemplating the mundane world, seeking to comprehend the boundless great way. Something beyond our grasp, Hui Kong said. His hands pressed together in reverence. Chu Hanyang felt a stir of desire within him. He wished to pay homage to this so-called saint. Perhaps he could find a way to navigate through his destined tribulations with the saint's guidance. Senior brother, let us ascend to pay our respects, Chu Hanyang proposed. The old blind man nodded in agreement. Very well, I too wish to meet this saint. Hui Kong's eyes sparkled with delight. Then tomorrow, I shall accompany you both to the mountain to meet the saint. In that case, we thank you, Master. Chapter 80. The Ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. The following day, the old blind man and Chu Hanyang followed Hui Kong up the mountain. As they reached the mid-slope, they encountered a golden-haired dog approaching them. Chu Hanyang's expression sharpened as he gazed intently at the golden retriever. Junior brother, what is it? The old blind man asked, puzzled. Nothing. Chu Hanyang shook his head. For some reason, upon first sighting the golden retriever, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was merely an ordinary dog. I must be overly sensitive. Even a dog can unnerve me so, Chu Hanyang thought, chuckling ruefully to himself as they continued upward. Suddenly, the old blind man halted. Senior brother, what is it? His expression was grave, as if he were calculating something with his fingers. Then he reached out to grasp at the air. A true dragon's aura. This place has witnessed the presence of a true dragon, he exclaimed, astonished. What? Chu Hanyang's face paled in shock. A true dragon. Such a creature exists only in legend. Even in ancient times, true dragons were merely the stuff of tales. Although ancient texts mention them, the accounts were vague and unclear. Now, his senior brother claimed to sense the genuine aura of a dragon in this very location. An unimaginable notion. Senior brother, surely there must be some mistake? Perhaps a flood dragon passed through here. Chu Hanyang speculated. The old blind man scoffed. Have you forgotten that I once obtained an ancient dragon scale? How could I mistake the aura of a true dragon? Upon hearing this, Chu Hanyang's expression shifted. His senior brother's profound cultivation surpassed his own, particularly in the art of divination. If his senior brother asserted that dragon energy existed here, then it undoubtedly did. Indeed, there is a dragon present, Hui Kong stated matter-of-factly. What? Both the old blind man and Chu Hanyang exclaimed in unison. Hui Kong smiled slightly. I, along with many fellow practitioners from the base of the mountain, have witnessed it with our own eyes. The true dragon emerged, unleashing a breath of dragon fire that annihilated tens of thousands of soldiers in an instant. Moreover, this true dragon is naturally nurtured by the saint. Hiss! Upon learning that the true dragon was under the saint's care, both disciples gasped in awe. How terrifying! How formidable! How astonishing that someone could tame a true dragon! This was a feat only achievable by a celestial being. In an instant, the two brothers grew even more curious about the saint Hui Kong spoke of. What manner of extraordinary individual could this be? As they proceeded, both disciples began to feel increasingly anxious. Junior brother, when we meet the saint, we must not show any signs of fear. I understand, senior brother. And we must not allow the saint to discern our origins. Indeed. Junior brother, do you think my demeanor will disturb the saint? It should not, right? Junior brother, perhaps we should reconsider ascending. Chu Hanyang sighed in exasperation. Senior brother, you are being overly anxious. The old blind man chuckled ruefully. Ever since encountering that peculiar master-disciple pair yesterday, he had been thoroughly unnerved and had yet to regain his composure. Here we are. The saint's dwelling is just ahead. At that moment, Huikong's voice rang out. The old blind man felt a jolt. Though he was blind and could see nothing, he sensed the tranquil atmosphere that enveloped the area. A serene energy that brought unparalleled comfort. It had been years since he felt such ease. He couldn't help but stretch. Meanwhile, Chu Hanyang witnessed a rather peculiar scene. A young man and a child, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, stood in the sunlight, performing an unusual exercise. He observed the young man lifting 1 foot high behind him, grasping it with one hand while extending the other forward. The child mirrored the action, albeit a bit wobbly due to his smaller stature. "Master, will this really prolong my life?" the child queried. "Trust me, it will," the young man assured. "But this movement seems so strange and difficult." "It's fine. Everyone finds it challenging at first, but you'll get the hang of it, Master. I think my leg is cramping." "Then just let it cramp." The child plopped down on the ground, clutching his leg in apparent agony. It seemed he truly had a cramp. The young man glanced at him but continued with his odd movements, unperturbed. "What is this called again?" the child suddenly asked. "Yoga.o." The child stood once more, resuming the peculiar exercise behind the young man. The two onlookers, aside from the old blind man, were rendered speechless, particularly Huikong, whose eyes widened with astonishment. Could this be the technique from the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra, lost to the Buddhist sect for millennia? The Western Buddhist sect had historically possessed a highly mysterious scripture known as the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. This scripture, with a lineage stretching back to the origins of Buddhism, contained a practice called yoga, capable of enhancing one's innate abilities while also promoting longevity. However, it had been lost since ancient times. Presently, the Western Buddhist sect possessed only a handful of the oldest temples, rumored to retain a few fragments of the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Countless practitioners had sought this scripture, and even a mere imprint of it would be considered an extraordinary fortune. Yet, progress had been elusive. Now, Huikong witnessed this scene unfold before him. Yoga. Especially upon hearing Qingyun utter the word, Huikong's heart raced with astonishment. Though Chu Hanyang was unfamiliar with the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra, he sensed an indescribable charm in Qingyun's movements. The odd yet simple gesture seemed to encompass the essence of life, brimming with limitless transformations. This esteemed individual was indeed unfathomable. Chu Hanyang couldn't help but admire him. Just from a single glance, he was certain that this individual was extraordinary. At this moment, Qingyun noticed the 3 individuals standing at a distance. He paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow. "Isn't that the fortune-telling blind man from the street? What brings him here?" Xiaoyun also looked over. "Indeed, it is that old gentleman." Just then, Huikong led the two forward. "Saint, I humbly intrude once more," Huikong said, somewhat sheepishly. Why Qingyun was at a loss for words. "Huikong, why do I feel as if you are akin to a matchmaker, constantly bringing people to me?" Huikong appeared bewildered. "Matchmaker? What does that mean? What is a matchmaker? Is this some profound saying from the Buddhist scriptures?" Chapter 81. "Are you here to rob?" Huikong was eager to inquire about the term matchmaker, but he feared that Qingyun might think him ignorant, so he refrained from asking. Caught in this internal conflict, Huikong found himself rather perplexed. Why Qingyun, however, chose to ignore Huikong and instead focused his gaze on the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. He recognized the old blind man, but the one-armed man was unfamiliar to him, as he had never encountered him before. Chu Hanyang regarded Qingyun with a mixture of respect and confusion. This individual appeared rather peculiar, devoid of any discernible aura. Could this truly be the Saint Huikong spoke of? A recluse of extraordinary skill. It was no wonder he harbored doubts. Qingyun seemed utterly ordinary. A figure entirely unremarkable. "Blind man, we meet again." Qingyun addressed the old blind man. The old blind man was taken aback, then his expression shifted to one of alarm. That voice. Why Qingyun chuckled. "Old blind man, didn't we just encounter each other on the street yesterday? You even read our fortunes." "Ah," the old blind man finally recalled. That voice belonged to the very person he had met at the market, the one who had entangled him in the saint's karma. How could he have encountered him here? A wave of dread washed over the old blind man, and he instinctively turned to flee. The memory of yesterday's encounter filled him with a sense of impending doom. as if spending even a moment longer in Qingyun's presence would diminish his lifespan. Noticing the old blind man's intent to leave, Qingyun swiftly grasped him. "Why leave so soon?" The old blind man trembled all over. Surprised face, "Great One, please spare me," he pleaded for mercy, hoping that Qingyun would let him go. Why Qingyun was perplexed. "What have I done to you? Why do you wish for me to spare you? What are you talking about? I haven't done anything to you. You were the one who suddenly bled during your fortune-telling and hastily departed. I was concerned for your well-being," Qingyun replied, exasperated. At this moment, Chu Hanyang finally grasped the situation. He stared at Qingyun in shock. Could this person be the one who had entangled his senior brother in the saint's karma? The karma of a saint is inscrutable. Once entangled, it could lead to personal harm or even death. Chu Hanyang vividly recalled the panic and fear his senior brother had displayed yesterday, all because of this very youth. "What is amiss, esteemed ones?" Huikong asked, bewildered by the peculiar behavior of the two since their arrival. It was as if they had encountered something truly terrifying. Although the saint was indeed an extraordinary figure, so approachable and down-to-earth. Why were they so frightened? And nothing. Chu Hanyang shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to reveal the truth. Why Qingyun's curiosity grew. Something was definitely amiss with these two. He suddenly had a realization. "I see." Qingyun narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. "Did you, old blind man, receive a gold coin from me yesterday, which incited ulterior motives, bringing a companion to rob me?" Upon hearing this, Huikong gasped in astonishment. "What? You two have already met the saint, and the saint even bestowed upon you a gold coin?" Xiaoyun chimed in. "Yesterday, while my master and I were descending the mountain to purchase goods, we encountered this old blind man, and my master gave him a gold coin." Hearing Xiaoyun's words, Huikong regarded the two with suspicion. "You two, could it be that you intend to harm the saint?" His tone had taken on a sharp and unyielding edge. Tio Huikong, the most revered figure, was Qingyun. One might even say that Qingyun represented the very essence of his existence. Should anyone dare to bring harm to Qingyun, they would become Huikong's sworn enemies. "As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on the saint," Huikong declared vehemently. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang felt utterly wronged. They had no malicious intent toward Qingyun whatsoever. They were merely overwhelmed with fear, leading to such reactions. "It was a misunderstanding, indeed. Disciple, quickly hide our silver in the room." "Understood." Xiaoyun dashed into the room, promptly shutting the door behind him. "Esteemed sir, there has been a misunderstanding," Chu Hanyang hastily interjected. "Then what brings you here?" Qingyun questioned, his vigilance heightened. Chu Hanyang found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, the old blind man dropped to his knees. "Oh, Great One, I mean no offense. I hope you will forgive my transgressions." As he spoke, the old blind man bowed repeatedly. Chu Hanyang, seeing this, followed suit. "Please forgive us, Great One," he echoed. The sound of their heads striking the ground echoed through the AIRD. Why Qingyun was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond, as the old blind man and his disciple continued to bow. Their foreheads soon became bloodied, staining the ground crimson. Yet, the two remained oblivious, fervently continuing their gestures of contrition. "Enough, enough. Please rise," Qingyun urged, genuinely concerned that they might injure themselves further. "Thank you, Great One." Both disciples sighed in relief. "Now, you must tell me, what is your purpose here?" Qingyun pressed once more. The old blind man sighed heavily. "Tio, speak frankly. I had no knowledge that you resided here. Had I known, I would have rather faced death than come here." He truly hadn't anticipated that the saint, capable of effortlessly subduing the body of calamity, would be the very individual he had encountered yesterday. What a stroke of fate! Yet, upon reflection, it was only fitting that someone of such exceptional prowess would engage in such remarkable deeds. There was no contradiction in this. "I must not withhold the truth from you. Esteemed one, my disciple and I are both disciples of the Tiansu sect." The old blind man finally revealed their origins. Chapter 82. The Legend of the Tiansu sect. Tiansu sect? Huikong furrowed his brow slightly, as if the name rang a bell, but he couldn't quite place it. Qingyun, however, had never heard of it. "We disciples of the Tiansu sect possess the ability to peer into the heavens, divining fortunes and assessing omens," The old blind man elaborated on the sect's practices. Due to excessive revelations of heavenly secrets, every generation of Tiansu sect disciples is invariably afflicted by the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks, destined to endure tribulations. As for me, my eyes were blinded after practicing the art of celestial observation, and my disciple lost his right arm for the same reason. Upon hearing this, Huikong suddenly recalled, the Tiansu sect. I remember now. Qingyun was startled by Huikong's exclamation. Why are you shouting so loudly? He retorted, somewhat irritable. Huikong felt embarrassed, realizing he had disturbed the saint. Observing your demeanor, have you heard of the Tiansu sect? Qingyun inquired with a smirk. Huikong nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this humble monk is familiar with the Tiansu sect. 5 centuries ago, in the eastern lands, a mysterious youth claiming to be a disciple of the Tiansu sect was summoned by the sovereign of the Great Tang. This enigmatic boy once asserted that the Great Tang Empire would endure for 999 years, yet to transform into a millennium-long dynasty, it must first withstand a tremendous calamity. Should it fail to overcome this trial, the Great Tang would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Conversely, if it succeeded, the empire's fortune would flourish exceedingly, remaining prosperous for 10,000 years. At that time, the Great Tang Empire had already celebrated its 900th anniversary, leaving only 99 years until the millennium. Everyone dismissed the boy's prophecy, ultimately expelling him from the Great Tang. And what transpired thereafter? Qingyun pressed further. Huikong cast a glance at the old blind man and Chu Hanyang, both of whom remained silent. Thus, Huikong continued. 99 years later, the Great Tang indeed faced a calamity that nearly led to its demise. What calamity was it? This disaster, I must say, is somewhat related to our Buddhist order. Huikong's expression grew complex. The emperor of that era was an extraordinary hero, leading the Great Tang forces to conquer vast territories. However, as a consequence, this emperor accumulated immense sins, becoming possessed in his later years, resulting in the eruption of his transgressions. At that moment, nefarious individuals within the palace conspired against him, utilizing dark arts to transform the emperor's sins into malevolent forces, wreaking havoc in the imperial court. Amidst the chaos, the small nations previously subjugated by the Great Tang also rose in rebellion, launching a counterattack against the empire. With internal strife and external threats, the Great Tang teetered on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, at that time, a revered monk from our order was present in the Great Tang, who intervened and, through profound Buddhist teachings, suppressed the malevolent entity, ultimately preserving the emperor's life. With the emperor safe, the rebellions were quelled one by one, allowing the Great Tang to survive the Millennium Crisis and join the ranks of millennial dynasties. Upon reaching this point, Huikong clasped his hands together, his face full of reverence. That esteemed monk is a paragon for our Buddhist community, widely celebrated. Qingyun felt a wave of emotion. It appears that the Buddhist order indeed harbors many remarkable individuals. If the opportunity arises, I must pay a visit, perhaps learn a few skills to showcase in front of these monks, making it all the more fitting. Since the 2 of you are disciples of the Tiansu sect, you must be aware of the story I have recounted, correct? Huikong inquired. The old blind man sighed heavily. The mysterious youth in the master's tale is our venerable teacher. The revelation stunned Huikong. That mysterious youth is, in fact, your teacher. Both Chu Hanyang and the old blind man nodded in unison. Huikong was taken aback. Who would have thought that you 2 are disciples of this individual? It seems you are indeed fated with our Buddhist order. Qingyun blinked. Your teacher must be around 500 or 600 years old now, correct? Our teacher has been deceased for nearly a century, Chu Hanyang replied solemnly. Huikong expressed disappointment. Such a figure, yet one cannot behold him, is indeed a great pity. The old blind man chuckled bitterly. Our venerable teacher, having sought the secrets of the heavens countless times, suffered the backlash of shortened lifespan. He was destined for a millennium but lived only 600 years before passing. Just the 2 of you remaining in the Tiansu sect? Qingyun asked. Yes, indeed. Qingyun regarded the 2, one blind and the other maimed. It truly is a tragic sight. Should anything happen to either of them, the Tiansu sect would be irrevocably severed. We have come here because, prior to his passing, our teacher foretold a significant trial for my junior brother, the old blind man explained, recounting their purpose for coming. Upon hearing this, Qingyun and Huikong understood why they had ascended the mountain. It was to assist Chu Hanyang in overcoming his impending calamity. The clouds and mountains of Buddha-esque light. That seems to be in this vicinity, Hui Kong mused thoughtfully. Yet, Qingyun's gaze remained fixed on the old blind man's eyes. He hadn't paid close attention in the marketplace, but now it appeared that the old blind man's blindness was not due to external injury. Old blind man, can you open your eyes? Qingyun inquired. The old blind man was taken aback, uncertain of the reason behind Qingyun's question. Nevertheless, he lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of milky white orbs. Upon seeing this, Qingyun's expression transformed to one of understanding. I have been blind for nearly 30 years. I have long since grown accustomed to it, the old blind man remarked self-deprecatingly. Really? If you are accustomed to it, I shall refrain from treating you. Qingyun replied nonchalantly. The old blind man froze. Both Chu Hanyang and Hui Kong stared at Qingyun in disbelief. Holy Son, do you possess a method to restore his sight? Hui Kong asked. Astonishment evident in his voice. Why? Qingyun nodded. I do have a method, though I cannot guarantee success. However, it is worth attempting. The old blind man was immediately elated. I beseech the Holy Son to assist me in restoring my eyesight. If it can be accomplished, I shall serve the Holy Son faithfully, without any reservations. Chu Hanyang also hastily implored. I beg you, great being, to treat my elder brother. Even if it doesn't succeed, we will be eternally grateful. Why? Qingyun felt somewhat torn. But he himself had stated that he was accustomed to it. What if I restore his sight and he can't adjust afterward? Old blind man. Chu Hanyang. Hui Kong. It seems there is no issue with that reasoning, master. You should refrain from teasing this elderly gentleman, Guo interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Hearing Guo speak up for him, the old blind man was overwhelmed with emotion. Truly, this is the future emperor of the southern wilderness, possessing such a compassionate heart from a young age. Chapter 83. Rebirth into light. Very well. In light of my disciple's request, I shall treat you, Qingyun declared. Thank you, Holy Son. Thank you, Holy Son. The old blind man was overjoyed. Chu Hanyang also wore a delighted expression. Although his severed arm could not be restored, if his elder brother's eyes could regain their vision, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. Umitba, to receive treatment from the Holy Son personally is a tremendous blessing for you. Hui Kong sincerely stated. Why? Qingyun felt a shiver run down his spine and waved his hands dismissively. Enough, enough, no need for flattery. Hui Kong awkwardly chuckled. Why? Qingyun addressed the old blind man. Come with me inside. I shall examine you thoroughly. Very well. The old blind man promptly followed Qingyun into the room. Why? Qingyun discreetly observed that although the old blind man could not see, he was able to follow closely behind without faltering. Despite his blindness, it seemed not to impede his daily life. Naturally, the blind yearn for the light. Who would wish to remain blind if they could see? Once inside, although the old blind man could not see, he sensed the waves of precious treasures emanating from all directions. Momentarily, he was taken aback, his legs trembling. The aura of these treasures was overwhelmingly powerful, nearly suffocating him. Why? Qingyun turned around to find the old blind man standing still, trembling all over, and was momentarily startled. This old fellow is having a seizure, is he? Noticing the old blind man's increasing agitation, Qingyun grew anxious. He dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and stuffed them into the old blind man's mouth. The old blind man. What is this? Why are chopsticks being stuffed into my mouth? Is this related to treating my eyes? Perhaps this is the mysterious way of the adept. The old blind man wore a puzzled expression. Why? Qingyun also scrutinized the old blind man. Old man, are you all right? I'm fine, the old blind man replied, exasperated. Qingyun was speechless, having initially thought that this old fellow was having a seizure. Hence the chopsticks were to prevent him from biting his tongue. Please take a seat, Qingyun instructed. Yes. The old blind man cautiously sat down on a chair. Why? Qingyun examined his eyes closely, confirming that it was indeed cataracts. After inspecting, Qingyun had ascertained that this old fellow was suffering from severe cataracts. Old man, bear with it. It might hurt a bit no matter, as long as I can regain my sight. I can endure any pain, the old blind man replied. Why? Qingyun held a finely crafted, sharp knife. I shall proceed now. Please do not move. If you do, it will not heal properly. With that, Qingyun's knife descended. Instantly, the old blind man felt excruciating pain in his left eye. Blast it! The old blind man nearly jumped up. Thankfully, He remembered Yi Qingyun's earlier words and grit his teeth, managing to remain perfectly still. After a moment, when I was treated, the old blind man sighed in relief. That was incredibly painful. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Now it was time for the right eye. Before the old blind man could catch his breath, Yi Qingyun once again brought down the knife. Why heavens! The old blind man internally wailed, convinced he might die from the agony. Fortunately, as a practitioner who had weathered many storms, he bore the pain, remaining motionless. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have fainted from the pain. Another lengthy moment passed, feeling like decades to the old blind man. Just as his consciousness began to fade from the torment, "It was done," Yi Qingyun's voice rang out. The old blind man finally exhaled deeply. "At last, it has concluded. Regardless of whether it worked or not, I'm not coming back again," he lamented internally. "After an hour, you may slowly try to open your eyes," Yi Qingyun instructed. "Understood." When Yi Qingyun and the old blind man exited the room, Chu Hanyang and Huikong approached them. "Elder brother, how did it go?" Chu Hanyang asked with concern. The old blind man chuckled bitterly. "The Holy Sun instructed me to wait an hour before opening my eyes. As of now, I cannot say." Chu Hanyang nodded and then saluted Yi Qingyun. "Thank you, Holy Sun, for treating my elder brother." Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. "It was a trifling matter. Disciple, pour tea for our guests." "Certainly." Gua Xiaoyun went to brew tea. Huikong, however, stepped forward to Yi Qingyun, hesitating momentarily. "What troubles you?" Yi Qingyun inquired proactively. Huikong could no longer contain his curiosity. "Holy Sun, when we arrived earlier, were you practicing yoga?" Yi Qingyun was taken aback. "Practicing? I suppose you could say that." Huikong immediately became excited. "The Holy Sun is knowledgeable in the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra?" "What is that?" "Ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra." Yi Qingyun looked bewildered. "Indeed, your earlier movements were unique to the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra's practice methods. The ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra is one of the highest secret texts of our Buddhist order, long lost to the ages." Huikong grew increasingly enthusiastic, eager to seek knowledge from Yi Qingyun about the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. He was merely practicing yoga. How had it become intertwined with this so-called ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra? "Holy Sun, may I practice the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra alongside you?" Huikong asked nervously, fearing Yi Qingyun might decline to impart the knowledge. "Of course, you may." "Splendid. Thank you, Holy Sun." Huikong was overjoyed. Tio practiced the legendary supreme secret text of the Buddhist order. Huikong felt he would gladly trade 10 years of his life for the opportunity. An hour later, the old blind man slowly opened his eyes. His once murky, pale pupils now appeared similar to those of a regular person. The old blind man blinked, looking left and right, his expression gradually growing excited. "Elder brother, can you see?" Chu Hanyang asked anxiously, fearing the treatment had failed. "I can see. I can see." The old blind man trembled with excitement, his voice hoarse. Chu Hanyang was overjoyed. "Elder brother, you truly can see?" "Yes, indeed. I can see clearly. Ha ha ha. I have finally regained my sight." The old blind man laughed heartily, even shedding tears of joy. After more than 30 years, he had thought he would live and die in blindness, never once expecting that he might see again. Now, this once implausible dream had become a reality. How could the old blind man not be ecstatic? "Thank you, Holy Sun. From this day forth, should you have any tasks, I shall serve you without hesitation, even at the cost of my life." The old blind man immediately knelt before Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun smiled gently. "There is something I wish for you to clarify." The old blind man was taken aback, looking up in astonishment. "You mentioned in the marketplace that my disciple would face a calamity and must journey northward to find salvation. What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 84. A meal invitation. The old blind man felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. Yi Qingyun's inquiry stemmed from his belief that the old blind man had been speaking in riddles. However, upon learning that this individual was a disciple of the Tianzi sect, Yi Qingyun began to worry for his disciple. If there truly was a so-called calamity of primordial fire, it was wise to be cautious. "The Holy Sun's esteemed disciple indeed faces a calamity," the old blind man stated. The divination revealed signs of a calamity of primordial fire. However, the specifics remain beyond my understanding. As for the journey northward, it is indeed the only path to survival for the Holy Sun's esteemed disciple. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's brow furrowed. "It appears I must indeed journey north. Why Yi Qingyun silently resolved. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang expressed their gratitude to Yi Qingyun once more before returning to Shaolin Temple. They intended to stay for a while to see if Chu Hanyang's calamity could be resolved in this location. Meanwhile, Huikong, brimming with excitement, remained on the mountain, eagerly awaiting Yi Qingyun's instruction in the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Yi Qingyun, however, found himself in a pensive mood. He turned to Huikong. "There is a matter I wish for you to handle." Huikong was taken aback, then quickly became excited. This was a splendid opportunity to assist Yi Qingyun. If he performed well, he would undoubtedly earn Yi Qingyun's praise. A chance that others would covet but could not obtain, now laid before Huikong. "Holy Son, please command me. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes." Yi Qingyun scratched his head. "It's nothing monumental. I simply need you to go to Yutian Valley and invite the esteemed elder Shen Tianhua and his disciple Xiao Shi to join me for a meal." Invite them for a meal? Huikong was momentarily stunned. Initially thinking it was a daunting task, he had planned to summon several fellow sect members for assistance. Yet, the request turned out to be so simple. But upon reflection, the Holy Son is a figure of immense stature. Every word and decision must hold profound significance. If he truly regarded this as trivial, it would be foolish of me to underestimate it. The humble monk will depart immediately. Huikong did not dare to linger, hastily leaving those words behind as he dashed down the mountain towards Yutian Valley. After Huikong and the others departed, Yi Qingyun turned to Guoshaoyun. "I intend to send you to Beichuan." Guoshaoyun was taken aback, then lowered his head dejectedly. "Master, I do not wish to go." He was reluctant to leave Yi Qingyun, especially not to the distant Beichuan. After all, Beichuan was so far away, removing him from the Tianwu dynasty and the southern wilderness. Once there, he had no idea when he would return to Yi Qingyun's side. Yi Qingyun sighed, gently patting Guoshaoyun's head. "You heard the old blind man. He spoke of a calamity you must face. If you do not journey north, it may be impossible to overcome it." Guoshaoyun pouted. "That blind man is surely just deceiving us." Yi Qingyun also hoped that the old blind man was deceiving them. However, as a disciple of the Tiansu sect, the calculations made by him could not possibly be false. Yi Qingyun dared not gamble with Guoshaoyun's life. The most prudent course of action was to follow the old blind man's instructions and escort Guoshaoyun to Beichuan. "Be obedient, and your master will arrange everything. Once you arrive in Beichuan, you will fare well," Yi Qingyun reassured him. Guoshaoyun did not insist any longer. He had always adhered to Yi Qingyun's commands. Although he was reluctant to go to Beichuan, he would not defy Yi Qingyun. "Master, what will you do once I am in Beichuan?" Guoshaoyun inquired. Looking up, Yi Qingyun felt a warmth in his heart. "Before I took you as my disciple, did I not live alone all this time?" Guoshaoyun frowned. "But master, you have a habit of getting up in the middle of the night to relieve yourself in the courtyard. If I do not clean it up during the day, it would have been a foul stench by now. If I leave, you must refrain from doing so at night, or else the courtyard will become unbearable." Yi Qingyun thought. He nearly laughed in exasperation. This unfortunate child, always preoccupied with something. Huikong sprinted tirelessly, not pausing for breath, until he reached Yutian Valley. Upon entering the valley, he spotted Xiao Shi meditating in a cross-legged position. "Xiao Shi," Huikong called out. Xiao Shi furrowed her brows, halting her practice. Seeing Huikong approach, she was filled with curiosity. "Huikong, what brings you here?" Huikong was panting heavily, nearly out of breath, and struggled to articulate his words. "Speak quickly," Xiao Shi urged, anxious. After a moment, Huikong finally steadied himself. "It is the Holy Son. He requests that you and your master join him for a meal at Floating Cloud Mountain." "What? The esteemed Yi summoned us?" Xiao Shi exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, the Holy Son instructed me personally. Please hurry, do not keep him waiting." Huikong replied, "I shall fetch my master." Xiao Shi immediately went to find Shen Tianhua. Shortly thereafter, Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi arrived together. "He has invited us?" Shen Tianhua asked, astonished. "Indeed, the Holy Son sent me to summon you both for a meal," Huikong confirmed. "Let us hasten. We must not keep you waiting," Shen Tianhua said without delay, lifting Xiao Shi into the air and soaring towards Floating Cloud Mountain. "What about me? Take me along," Huikong cried out, jumping in frustration. Unfortunately, Shen Tianhua had already flown far, leaving Huikong's voice unheard. Huikong's expression was one of despair. After exhausting himself to arrive here, now he had to run back. What kind of situation was this? In that moment, Huikong regretted his low cultivation level, wishing he could soar through the skies instead of relying solely on his legs. As Shen Tianhua and Xiaoshi flew towards floating Cloud Mountain, they passed through a range of mountains. Within the mountain range, they observed shadows of beasts stirring, accompanied by several formidable auras surging towards the heavens. It appears there is quite a gathering of beasts below, Shen Tianhua remarked gravely. Master, should we deal with these beasts? Xiaoshi inquired. Shen Tianhua hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Let us not meddle in trivial matters. Moreover, the esteemed Yi has invited us. If we do not go promptly, we risk displeasing him. Very well. The master and disciple flew over the mountain range. Meanwhile, within the mountains, 3 mysterious figures emerged: 2 men and 1 woman, all appearing quite youthful, yet they were enveloped in a thick aura of malevolence. That fellow's cultivation is remarkable, but even if we confront him, we may not necessarily prevail, one of the men said. Our target is the martial emperor Dongfang Su. We must eliminate him and rescue the imprisoned Dragon Lord. Chapter 85. Dining on steak and drinking red wine surrounded by numerous beasts, the trio's words ignited fervor among them. Slay Dongfang Su. Rescue the Dragon Lord. It is our duty to restore the glory of the demon clan. Over 100 beasts roared in unison, creating a scene filled with fervor. The 3 shape-shifting demon kings displayed excitement at this spectacle. Our venture to the palace may cost us dearly, but for the sake of rescuing the Dragon Lord, any sacrifice is worthwhile, the woman declared. Indeed, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves. To save the Dragon Lord is our honor. The beasts expressed their determination and resolve. All right, the woman, resolute, commanded, let us set forth and attack the palace. Slay Dongfang Su. Rescue the Dragon Lord. Charge. Under the leadership of the 3 demon kings, over 1,000 beasts surged towards the palace, all unbeknownst to the Tianwu dynasty, completely unprepared. Meanwhile, Shen Tianhua and his disciple Xiaoshi had arrived at floating Cloud Mountain. They descended from the sky, where Yi Qingyun awaited. Having prepared a lavish feast, I pay my respects to young Master Yi. Shen Tianhua said, bowing deeply. I also greet you, young Master Yi, Xiaoshi echoed, with a face full of reverence. No need for such formality. We are old friends. Please, sit down. Yi Qingyun smiled warmly, inviting them to take their seats. Upon seeing the array of dishes, Shen Tianhua and Xiaoshi were filled with curiosity. For the food before them was entirely unfamiliar. A tall, transparent glass contained a crimson liquid, while a plate held a whole piece of meat that appeared slightly undercooked, accompanied by a knife and fork. Even Shen Tianhua, having lived for centuries, had never encountered such items, let alone Xiaoshi. The two were utterly intrigued. Yi Qingyun smiled gently. This, my friends, is a delicacy from my homeland known as Western cuisine. Western cuisine? They exchanged glances, clearly intrigued, as they had never heard of it. Xiaoshi picked up the knife and fork, her face a picture of confusion. How does one use this? Yi Qingyun demonstrated. Like this? Cut with the knife, then use the fork to bring it to your mouth. The two nodded repeatedly and attempted to mimic him. However, as it was their first time using a knife and fork, they found it quite awkward. Especially when they cut a piece of meat and placed it in their mouths. Their expressions changed dramatically. They exchanged glances, seeming to communicate silently. Master, this meat seems undercooked. Not just seems. It is undercooked. What should we do? We can't spit it out. This is a high-ranked person's hospitality, and there must be a reason behind it. Then I shall swallow it. All right, after a brief exchange, they both swallowed the meat. Delicious, tasty, they exclaimed in unison, although their expressions revealed their reluctance. Yi Qingyun savored the steak, enjoying its tender texture. Guo sat nearby, devouring his meal with abandon, using the fork to stab the entire piece of steak and gnawing at it. Shen Tianhua and Xiaoshi could even see the juices running from the steak as Guo chewed. Xiaoshi felt a wave of nausea, while Shen Tianhua grimaced, feeling slightly repulsed. Yi Qingyun glanced at the two disciples, noticing they had stopped using their utensils, and deduced they were struggling with the steak. This steak is truly delicious, he remarked, though not be misled by its appearance. If it were fully cooked, it would lose its flavor. This medium rare is actually the best. Take your time to chew, and you will find it truly delightful. Guo nodded vigorously in agreement. Master is right. This steak is indeed tasty. He had already stuffed an entire piece into his mouth. Is it really that good? Shen Tianhua and Xiaoshi felt uncertain. Yet, since Yi Qingyun had said so, they had no choice but to muster the courage to try again. Thus, the duo awkwardly used the knife and fork for another bite. After a couple of chews, they were taken aback. This is remarkably tender. Shin Tianhua and Xiao Shi's expressions shifted simultaneously. There was no hint of a bloody taste. Rather, a natural aroma of beef filled their senses. Most importantly, the texture of the steak was exquisite, so tender and smooth that it seemed it could slip down their throats if they weren't careful. Good heavens! This is too delicious, Xiao Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Shin Tianhua nodded repeatedly, feeling even more admiration for Qingyun. This esteemed Yi truly was a person of profound depth, always managing to introduce new culinary delights. The two disciples had unlocked a new culinary experience. Swiftly finishing off the two steaks, they felt somewhat unsatisfied, as one steak each was simply insufficient. Just as they were relishing the flavor, a peculiar aura suddenly surged from within them. They exchanged glances, clearly experiencing the same phenomenon. This aura was gentle, imbued with a thread of vitality, fortifying their blood and energy. Shin Tianhua, although advanced in years and deeply cultivated, felt a resurgence of vigor. After consuming a piece of steak, he felt revitalized, as if he had regained 20 years of youth. Xiao Shi, naturally youthful, glowed with vitality, her complexion radiant and warm. Before long, the flush on her cheeks faded, replaced by a rosy complexion that was simply enchanting. The two disciples exchanged excited glances, their hearts brimming with joy. I told you, coming to Ye's place would bring good fortune. Shin Tianhua thought to himself, secretly delighted. Come now, do not only feast on meat, let us indulge in some red wine as well. Yi Qingyun lifted his glass, swirling it gently. Red wine? What peculiar beverage is this? Shin Tianhua and Xiao Shi picked up their glasses, mimicking Yi Qingyun's actions before taking a sip. The taste was complex and somewhat strange, yet upon further savoring, they found it quite enjoyable. Pray tell, young Master Yi, what exactly is this red wine? Shin Tianhua asked curiously. Chapter 86. The Disciple's Journey. How shall I put it? Yi Qingyun stroked his chin. Red wine is also a beverage from my homeland. Its flavor should be quite unique to you. I wonder if you will find it to your liking? To our liking? Very much so, Shin Tianhua quickly replied. Even if he did not find it agreeable, he would claim he did. In truth, the red wine was indeed delightful. After a sip, Xiao Shi's cheeks flushed, as if she were slightly intoxicated. Guo Xiaoyan poured more wine for the two, and after only a couple of glasses, both Shin Tianhua and Xiao Shi began to feel a pleasant buzz. Not only that, but they felt remarkably comfortable, as if countless gentle hands were massaging them with just the right amount of pressure. Shin Tianhua exhaled deeply. This wine truly is captivating. So comfortable, Xiao Shi exclaimed dramatically, her eyes glazed over, sitting there with a silly smile. Guo Xiaoyun looked at the two in confusion. He had long since tasted red wine, yet had never experienced intoxication. To him, red wine was akin to fruit juice. He felt nothing no matter how much he drank. As the atmosphere grew more relaxed, Yi Qingyun set down his glass. The reason I invited you both here was not solely for a meal. I also wish to discuss a matter with you. Yi Qingyun stated. Oh? Does young Master Yi have a request? Shin Tianhua inquired earnestly. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. It is nothing grave. I recently had someone predict the fate of my disciple, and it was said that he would face a calamity which requires him to go north to overcome it. However, as I am unfamiliar with the north, I thought of you, old Shun. Your disciple, Miss Xiao, hails from the north, does she not? I would like to ask if Miss Xiao could accompany my disciple to the north for some time. Yi Qingyun felt a bit embarrassed, as he was not accustomed to asking others for favors. A calamity in his fate. Shin Tianhua was taken aback, glancing at Guo Xiaoyun. Indeed, were it not for this, I would not wish to send him to Beichuan. Yi Qingyun expressed his helplessness. Shin Tianhua furrowed his brows. Young Master Yi, forgive my frankness, but prophecies should not be taken lightly. Yi Qingyun shook his head. This was conveyed by a disciple of the Tiansu sect. What? The Tiansu sect? Shin Tianhua was astonished. The Tiansu sect was rumored to be a highly mysterious existence, with only a handful of individuals across generations. It was also the only sect capable of glimpsing the secrets of fate. Even someone as senior as Shin Tianhua had only heard of the legends of the Tiansu sect and had never encountered a true disciple. To think that Yi Qingyun was acquainted with a member of the Tiansu sect was truly impressive. If it is indeed a member of the Tiansu sect speaking, then it should be taken seriously. Shin Tianhua nodded. It is indeed a matter of the Tiansu sect. There is no need for doubt, Yi Qingyun affirmed. Seeing Yi Qingyun's unwavering confidence, Shen Tianhua felt astonished yet curious. If given the chance, he would certainly seek to meet a disciple of the Tiansu sect through Yi Qingyun's connections. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Shen Tianhua turned to Xiao Shi. Disciple, please take young Master Ye's disciple to Beichuan. Xiao Shi, being a native of Beichuan and belonging to the esteemed Xiao family, was well rooted there. Guo would have no issues with the Xiao family looking after him. Rest assured, with the Xiao family here, Guo will be safe in Beichuan. We will take good care of him, Xiao Shi assured, patting her not-so-prominent chest. Yi Qingyun sighed in relief. With Xiao Shi's guarantee, he felt at ease entrusting Guo to her. There is no time to waste. We shall set off tomorrow, Yi Qingyun proposed. Naturally, Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi had no objections. Whenever Yi Qingyun decided to leave, they would comply. Even if it were now. As soon as Yi Qingyun gave the command, Xiao Shi would undoubtedly take Guo straight to Beichuan. Guo felt a tinge of melancholy. Master, Yi Qingyun ruffled his hair. Be cautious on your journey to Beichuan. And do not forget the lessons your master has taught you. Guo shook his head vigorously. I will absolutely remember everything you taught me. That is good, Yi Qingyun smiled. The next day, Guo set off with Xiao Shi towards Beichuan. Before descending the mountain, his eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. Yi Qingyun felt immense reluctance as well. After all, he had spent considerable time with Guo and truly cared for this child. Yet, there was no alternative. To ensure Guo safety, he had to send him to Beichuan. Shen Tianhua volunteered to personally escort the two to Beichuan. With such a formidable expert accompanying them, Yi Qingyun felt considerably more at ease. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun watched as Guo and the others departed. The monk sprinted breathlessly towards the mountain. It was none other than Huikong. Yi Qingyun chuckled. Huikong, why have you returned only now? The monk, indeed, appeared as though he were on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing Yi Qingyun ahead, he mistakenly believed that the latter had been waiting for him. In that instant, Huikong felt a profound sense of gratitude. The saint still cared for the humble monk. He hurried to Yi Qingyun's side. Saint. Yi Qingyun noted his labored breathing and the pallor of his lips. Understanding that Huikong had been running for a considerable time and was nearing exhaustion. Hold your tongue for now. Take a moment to catch your breath. After a while, Huikong finally managed to steady his breath. Saint, I traveled all the way to Yutian Valley to invite Senior Shen and his disciples. With a look of grievance, Huikong continued, but they flew too swiftly and left me behind. I had to run all the way back from Yutian Valley. Yi Qingyun looked at Huikong with sympathy. You have truly endured much hardship. Though it was merely a commonplace expression of comfort, it sent a warm surge through Huikong's entire being. To receive a word of solace from Yi Qingyun felt like a supreme honor. Saint, have Senior Shen and the others arrived? Huikong inquired. They arrived yesterday. I've already entrusted them with escorting my disciple to Beichuan, Yi Qingyun replied. That is good to hear. Huikong nodded, then hesitated, feeling a bit shy. Saint, about the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Yi Qingyun paused, then laughed. So you wish to learn yoga? Yes. After a moment's thought, Yi Qingyun suggested, how about this? Come to the mountain tomorrow morning, and I shall impart the essentials of yoga to you. Is the saint truly going to teach me? Huikong's voice trembled with excitement. Did I not promise you before? Yi Qingyun looked at Huikong with curiosity. It is merely teaching you yoga. It is not a grand matter. Chapter 87. Guardian deities not a grand matter? Huikong chuckled bitterly. If others from the Buddhist sect heard these words, they would undoubtedly be enraged to the point of spitting blood. The Buddhist world had searched tirelessly for the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra for countless years, a treasure that countless eminent monks yearned for, even lingering on it in their final moments. Yet, to this individual, it seemed as trivial as a common cabbage. But it was no wonder. After all, he was an extraordinary hermit, a saint of the Buddhist realm. To him, the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra might indeed hold little significance. However, for Huikong, the opportunity to cultivate the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra was his greatest fortune in life. He would willingly sacrifice 10 or 20 years of his life for it. After parting ways with Huikong, Yi Qingyun returned directly to the mountain. Gazing at the empty courtyard, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. At this time, every day, a child would be bustling about the courtyard, whether watering, fertilizing, or tilling the soil now. However, it was desolate. This absence left Yi Qingyun feeling a touch of loneliness. It seems humanity is indeed a social creature. Living alone can be rather tedious, he mused. Shaking off his emotions, Qingyun took up a hoe and began working in the courtyard. He had a simple meal of noodles for lunch before lying down for an afternoon nap. Just as he drifted into sleep, the sky suddenly darkened. A storm of ominous clouds rushed in, filled with a menacing aura. The thick, malevolent energy shattered the tranquility of floating Cloud Mountain. Damao, who had been dozing in the courtyard, lifted his head to glance at the dark clouds before closing his eyes again, continuing his nap. The rabbit, lounging under a tree, opened its eyes and chuckled. Here comes another group of fools seeking death. Excitement flickered in the rabbit's eyes as it anticipated the spectacle. Amidst the ominous clouds, 3 figures materialized. None other than the 3 shape-shifting beasts that had gathered the demons in the mountains earlier. Accompanying them was a throng of demonic beasts, numbering over 1,000. A truly terrifying force capable of throwing any of the 7 nations of the southern wilderness into chaos. Shape-shifting beasts were comparable to the most formidable warriors among humans, and their powers generally exceeded that of human martial artists. One shape-shifting beast could match 2 warriors of the transcendent realm in combat. Hence, these 3 shape-shifting beasts could easily contend with 5 or 6 such experts. The entire Tianwu dynasty boasted only a handful of transcendent warriors, and with over 1,000 demonic beasts at their disposal, they were confident they could breach even the royal palace of the Tianwu dynasty. Just as this demonic army was about to soar over floating Cloud Mountain, the 3 shape-shifting beasts suddenly froze in shock. Unbeknownst to them, as they approached the mountain, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within them. As if some dread presence lurked below, sending chills down their spines. If only one of them felt this way, it might have been dismissed as a mere illusion. Yet, all 3 experienced the same unsettling sensation. "Why do I feel so uneasy?" questioned the most imposing figure among them, a muscular man with bulging muscles. "I feel it too. My heart races as though something is about to transpire," said another. A sharp-faced man, his brow furrowed in concern. The sole female among them remained silent, her eyes scanning the peculiar courtyard below. "This courtyard is indeed strange," she remarked. "Not only strange, but also somewhat mysterious," the muscular man concurred. The sharp-faced man nodded in agreement. They exchanged glances, deciding to investigate the origins of this unusual courtyard. "You two, go check out this courtyard," commanded the muscular man. Yes, 2 winged demonic beasts immediately descended. Just as they were about to touch down, 2 beams of light suddenly appeared, one black and one golden. With a series of explosive sounds, the 2 demonic beasts were obliterated into a fine mist before they could even utter a cry. The demon horde above was thrown into panic, especially the 3 shape-shifting beasts, whose expressions shifted dramatically. "Those beams of light seem to have originated from the door of that house," the woman stated solemnly. "Indeed," the muscular man replied, furrowing his brow, contemplating his next move. "Hold on, let us investigate further," the woman suggested, waving her hand. This time, for flying demonic beasts were dispatched, and they were significantly stronger than the previous 2. As the 4 flying demonic beasts soared downward, all eyes were fixed upon them. Sure enough, the 2 beams of light appeared once more. The 4 beasts, forewarned, swiftly dodged, but the beams of light pursued them relentlessly, moving with incredible speed. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the 4 flying demonic beasts met the same fate as their predecessors, reduced to a bloody rain that fell upon the earth. The entire demon horde trembled in fear. Even the 3 shape-shifting beasts felt their hearts quail in terror. How horrifying! 4 beasts of the essence condensation realm were so easily slain. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, at the door of Qingyun's abode, 2 guardian deities shimmered with a faint glow, one yellow and one black. These guardian deities, painted by Qingyun himself, were affixed to the door by Guoxiaoyun to alleviate its monotony. Yet, at this moment, these very images rendered the 1,000-strong demon horde too terrified to act rashly. "Brother dog, what is going on?" Even the rabbit was taken aback, never expecting that the peculiar paintings on the door could wield such power. Damao yawned nonchalantly. "The master's abilities are beyond our comprehension." The rabbit nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in that statement. The master had indeed transcended the ordinary. Even a casually drawn painting possessed unimaginable might. At this moment, Qingyun remained blissfully unaware of the happenings outside, deep in slumber. The 3 shape-shifting beasts, however, resolved to take matters into their own hands. Whatever the case, they needed to uncover the mysteries of this courtyard. Descending simultaneously, they unleashed their powers with a resounding force. The three shape-shifting beasts radiated a tremendous aura, akin to three pillars of light shooting towards the heavens. Upon standing before the door, they were met with the two glowing guardian deities. On the left stood a formidable guardian, clad in black armor with a fierce gaze, wielding a black whip. On the right, a majestic figure in golden armor bore a serious expression, brandishing a golden club. In this world, apart from Qingyun, no one else could recognize these two guardian deities, Wei Qigong, the black-faced guardian, and Qin Shubao, the guardian with the golden club. Chapter 88. Lord of the Demon Kings. These guardian deities were crafted from Qingyun's memory. Having undergone the trials of the system, Qingyun's artistic prowess was exceptional, even earning him the title of a master of painting. Though he was unaware of the significance of this title, his skill was undeniably remarkable. In this world, Qingyun believed he could find no one to rival him. The three shape-shifting beasts stood transfixed, staring at the guardian deity images. They were unfamiliar with the concept of guardian deities, but the sheer power emanating from the paintings left them trembling in fear. He felt as though these were not mere paintings, but rather two formidable warriors standing before them, glaring fiercely. The mere existence of these images was terrifying. I cannot bring myself to meet the gaze of these paintings. The one who could create such images must be an inconceivable master. The three shape-shifting beasts were filled with dread. They felt a twinge of absurdity. As shape-shifting beasts of the transcendent realm, they were considered elite among their kind. Yet before these images, they felt utterly timid, lacking the courage to even look them in the eye. Who is this person inside the house? They wondered, exchanging glances filled with curiosity. However, the guardian deities on the door instilled in them an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Perhaps the master within harbors no ill intentions towards us. We should leave at once, suggested the sharp-faced man. The others nodded in agreement, intending to depart as if nothing had transpired. Just as they prepared to take flight, the door creaked open. The three beasts froze, maintaining their positions as if ready to take off. Qingyun emerged, groggy from sleep, scratching his backside as he ambled outside. Seemingly oblivious to the three figures standing nearby, he wandered to the edge of the courtyard and, without a second thought, unfastened his trousers to relieve himself. Ah! The sound of water cascading down filled the air as Qingyun wore an expression of utter satisfaction. The three figures stood in shock. The woman's face turned crimson as she hastily covered her eyes. Yet she couldn't resist stealing a few glances. After finishing, Qingyun pulled up his trousers and turned to head back inside, only to suddenly spot the three onlookers nearby. What the hell? Qingyun nearly lost his composure, exclaiming in surprise. His exclamation startled the three beasts as well. Who are you? Why are you standing here watching me pee? Qingyun asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. The memory of his earlier indiscretion made him want to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing, and he was sure they had witnessed it. How cunning! They took advantage of my drowsiness to spy on me. Qingyun fumed, but upon seeing the demeanor of the three, he sensed they were not ordinary beings, causing a flicker of fear in his heart. What exactly do you want? Qingyun demanded. The three were momentarily at a loss for words. Why? Qingyun narrowed his eyes in suspicion. The muscular man stepped forward, declaring, "We are of the demon clan." Qingyun was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. The demon clan. He had certainly heard of their infamous reputation and had even encountered true demon beasts before. It was during that time when Xiaoshi forcibly took him in a carriage to Yutian Valley, where he had crossed paths with two demon beasts. Yet the three before him clearly resembled humans. Kid, are you the only one living here? The muscular man continued. Yes, Qingyun replied, nodding. Impossible. You are merely a mortal, he retorted, slightly exasperated. Why can't a mortal live here? Is this your demon clan's territory? Qingyun found the logic absurd. My residing here has nothing to do with being a mortal, he said coldly. The muscular man intended to argue that a mortal could not possibly create such paintings, but the words fell silent on his lips. This individual was peculiar. Perhaps he should test him further. As the muscular man contemplated this, Demao, who had been napping nearby, lazily approached. Woof, Demao barked. The three beasts jolted in alarm, turning stiffly to face the yawning creature. Their pupils constricted in horror. A demon king. This dog is undoubtedly a demon king, they thought, their hearts racing. Demon clan experts, They could not misinterpret the aura exuded by a demon king. The golden-haired dog radiated an overwhelming presence that could only belong to a demon king. A demon king. The king of demons could only be one who possessed the strength to subjugate other demons, commanding their allegiance. Though the three shape-shifting beasts had reached the transcendent realm, they lacked the power to claim kingship among their kind. Yet this golden-haired dog surpassed them by leagues. The three beasts trembled, instinctively wishing to kneel before Demao. The dog merely cast a languid glance in their direction, and in that instant, the three understood the unspoken message. An indescribable terror surged within them. This seemingly mortal young man was the master of the demon king. What kind of strength must he possess? How frightening! It was no wonder the images on the door were so fearsome. A being capable of commanding a demon king must undoubtedly possess extraordinary power. The absurdity of their earlier intentions to test this individual struck them as a near-death folly. They felt a wave of gratitude toward Demao for intervening and saving their lives. "My lord, we sincerely apologize for our offenses. Please forgive us," they implored, bowing deeply. "We will leave at once and will not trouble you again." Without a moment's hesitation, they fled. Qingyun was left at a loss for words. These three strangers had spied on him as he relieved himself and then vanished without a trace. What just happened? He pondered, reflecting on how he frequently encountered strange individuals. Perhaps it was time to consider moving. Meanwhile, the three beasts had scurried halfway up the mountain. Shortly thereafter, Demao sauntered out, taking his time. "Demon King!" the three exclaimed, dropping to their knees in reverence, awe etched upon their faces. "You three have quite the audacity," Demao remarked, casting a dismissive look at them. "A monkey demon, a bull demon, and a fox demon. How dare you three trifles offend my master?" Under Demao's unyielding gaze, the true forms of the three shape-shifting beasts were laid bare. They were utterly astounded and filled with even greater reverence for Demao, their curiosity about the young man's identity deepening. "What do you three wish for?" Demao inquired casually, a hint of menace in his tone. "Lord, we beg for your mercy. We will never offend again," they pleaded in unison. The three individuals hastily knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing their heads before Demao. Should this scene have been witnessed by others, it would undoubtedly evoke profound astonishment. Three beings, inexplicably prostrating themselves before a mere dog. It was nothing short of an extraordinary spectacle. "To offend my master is a grave sin." Demao's tone abruptly turned severe. Exuding an immense pressure that enveloped the surroundings, in that moment, the three felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon them, compelling them to lie flat against the earth, nearly immobilized. Fear gripped their hearts. The power of this demon king was truly terrifying. Merely the aura it emitted rendered the three transformed beast people utterly powerless, akin to insignificant ants. They harbored no doubt that, should Demao truly wish to end their lives, it would require little effort on its part to obliterate them without a trace. My master has chosen to live in seclusion here, having long abandoned his exalted status to experience the mundane world as an ordinary being, wishing to avoid disturbances. Yet you, for some reason, chose to provoke this misfortune. My master is magnanimous and will not hold it against you, but I cannot grant you mercy. Upon concluding this declaration, Demao raised a paw. The sight struck terror into the hearts of the three, who were filled with regret. Had they known they would encounter such a situation, they would have quelled their curiosity and refrained from coming down to investigate. Now, they found themselves in dire straits, their very lives at stake. What kind of predicament was this? Despair enveloped them. However, after a considerable wait, nothing transpired. Cautiously, they raised their heads, only to discover that Demao had not struck them down. Instead, it was scratching its belly with its paw. Demao yawned. "What do you three intend to do with all those beast people you brought along?" "We plan to go to the imperial palace, to slay the martial emperor Dongfang Su and rescue Lord Jiaolong, who is imprisoned there," blurted out the sharp-featured man, who was also identified as the monkey demon by Demao. The robust man was a bull demon, and the woman, of course, was a fox demon. Demao responded with a nonchalant "oh," displaying no sign of surprise, as though nothing could stir its emotions. "Why do you wish to rescue that Jiaolong?" The fox demon answered, "Lord Jiaolong was once our leader. Later, he was suppressed by the human race. We have always sought to rescue him, so that he may lead us in a counteroffensive against the southern wilderness." Good heavens! A counteroffensive against the southern wilderness. Demao gazed at the trio with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Have you been hiding in the mountains for so many years that you've lost touch with reality? The three nodded dumbly. Indeed, they had spent many years cultivating in the mountains, finally completing their transformations, which had granted them the confidence to venture out. Let me make this clear. Even if you were to rescue that Jiaolong, you would have no hope of launching a counteroffensive against the southern wilderness, Demao asserted. The three felt a wave of despondency wash over them. At that moment, the oppressive force weighing upon them dissipated, allowing them to move freely once more. Today, I shall let you go. I will not interfere with your intentions. However, should you dare to trespass again and offend my master, I will eradicate every demon in the southern wilderness without mercy. Do you understand? The trio felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Thank you, great demon king. We will never dare to return, they exclaimed, hastily retreating. Demao observed their retreating figures before leisurely making its way back up the mountain. Upon returning to the sky, the three rejoined their fellow demons, who remained oblivious to the events that had transpired below. Why, lords, why have you been gone for so long? One demon inquired curiously. Mind your own business and follow us quickly, the fox demon retorted coldly. The crowd of demons stared in confusion, noting that the trio appeared as if they had been thoroughly frightened. However, they dared not ask further questions, fearing to provoke their ire. Let us go. We must head directly to the imperial palace. Yes, we must rescue Lord Jiaolong. As long as we do not disturb this place, we will be safe. Resolute, the three reaffirmed their commitment to saving Jiaolong, undeterred by the earlier incident. The throng of demons hastened toward the imperial palace. Soon, the city came into view. Dongfang Su, today shall mark your demise. The eyes of the three transformed beasts gleamed with fierce determination. Meanwhile, in the depths of the imperial palace, Dongfang Su sensed the thick aura of demons encroaching upon his territory. What? He exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes, a grave expression crossing his face. Your Majesty, there is trouble. Guyu appeared at once to report. I am already aware, Dongfang Su replied, rising to ascend above the palace. At that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously over the palace. The demons roared ferociously from within the stormy skies. The three transformed beasts stood proudly above the clouds, surveying the entire palace below. The elite within the palace emerged as well, gazing with apprehension at the trio of transformed beasts. Three transcendent realm demons. From whence do these formidable creatures hail? The atmosphere was thick with tension. The mere presence of three transcendent realm demons threatened to plunge the entire Tianwu dynasty into chaos. Furthermore, the fact that they were accompanied by such a multitude of demons indicated a clear and sinister intent. Who dares to wreak havoc before me? A thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a blinding golden light. Dongfang Su soared forward to confront the throng of demons. The three transformed beasts exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Dongfang Su. They had presumed that, although he too was a transcendent realm warrior, he would be no match for them in combat. After all, it was well known that beast warriors typically possessed greater combat prowess than their human counterparts within the same realm. Yet now, they felt an unexpected intensity radiating from Dongfang Su, instilling within them a sense of trepidation. Dongfang Su, release Lord Jiaolong and we shall depart immediately. Otherwise, I shall turn this palace into a sea of blood. The bull demon bellowed. Dongfang Su chuckled. So, you wish to rescue Jiaolong? How unfortunate. The bull demon furrowed his brow. Unfortunate, you say? Unfortunate that you have come, yet you shall not leave, Dongfang Su declared with finality. Chapter 90. The sudden bark of a dog. As soon as Dongfang Su's words fell, he thrust his hands apart. Boom. A terrifying force instantaneously enveloped the entire palace, as though a vast net had descended, ensnaring the heavens within Dongfang Su's grasp. Controlling the heavens? The three demons were taken aback. This was a feat only achievable by those who had comprehended certain principles of the heavenly path at the transcendent realm. Typically, transcendent warriors could merely borrow a modicum of heavenly power. However, to claim dominion over the heavens was a far-fetched ambition. Yet, in a single motion, Dongfang Su had seized control over this section of the palace's domain, showcasing a clear mastery of celestial power. Under such might, any beast or warrior of the same realm would be unable to contend with Dongfang Su unless they too possessed the ability to command the heavens. With the manifestation of Dongfang Su's celestial control, he stood invincible. the expressions of the three transformed beasts turned grave. They had initially believed that their combined strength would suffice to vanquish Dongfang Su. However, it was becoming evident that his power far exceeded their expectations. Even were they to join forces, defeating Dongfang Su seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, at this juncture, retreating was no longer an option. They were left with no choice but to fight. Kill! The three demons charged at Dongfang Su in unison, while the remaining demons surged into the palace. The palace's defenders, led by Gu Yu and other skilled warriors, engaged the encroaching demons in fierce combat. Plunging the entire palace into chaos in the skies above, the three transformed beasts battled Dongfang Su. He stood steadfast as a mountain, unleashing waves of dragon energy, exuding the regal might of a dragon king with every movement. The trio's frustration mounted. They recognized the dragon aura emanating from Dongfang Su, a clear indication that he had absorbed the blood of Lord Jiaolong desperately. They unleashed every ounce of their power in a relentless assault. Suppress! Dongfang Su raised his hand, and the force of the heavens converged. Boom! The three demons found their movements momentarily stifled. Seizing the opportunity, Dongfang Su struck with a flurry of blows. Bang, bang, bang. The three beasts flew backward, their faces etched with disbelief. In that fleeting moment, Dongfang Su had manipulated the heavenly forces to subdue them. This was an overwhelming display of strength. Unless the three demons had also attained the ability to command the heavens, they stood no chance against Dongfang Su. Moreover, Dongfang Su's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, only a step away from entering the divine transformation realm. In the entire Tianwu dynasty, it was likely that Dongfang Su would be the first to enter the divine transformation realm, excluding the ancient being Shan Tianhua. Should Dongfang Su achieve that level, the Tianwu dynasty would ascend to new heights, becoming a formidable force capable of conquering the other nations of the southern wilderness. All of this was made possible thanks to Qingyun. As Dongfang Su effortlessly countered the three transformed beasts, he felt an increasing sense of gratitude toward Qingyun. His formidable cultivation and strength were a direct result of the benefits he had received from Qingyun. Particularly, the meal he had shared with Qingyun had allowed him to touch upon a fragment of the heavenly path. Upon returning, Dongfang Su had been diligently contemplating this insight, ultimately enabling him to attain mastery over the heavens. Without the opportunity bestowed upon him by Qingyun, he would never have been able to contend with the three demons single-handedly. As the battle wore on, the three demons began to tire, their spirits heavy with despair. Were they destined to fail today? With a mixture of sorrow and indignation, the trio pressed onward. Yet Dongfang Su showed no signs of mercy. They had come to the palace seeking confrontation. If he did not eradicate these demons, how could he preserve his dignity as emperor? Bring forth the sword. Dongfang Su commanded with authority in an instant. A long sword flew from deep within the palace, landing firmly in his grasp. Armed with the sword, Dongfang Su's aura intensified. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, akin to a radiant rainbow piercing the sky, aimed directly at the three demons. The trio was taken aback, joining forces to counter the assault. Boom! Yet, despite their combined efforts, they were severely wounded, blood spurting from their mouths as they nearly plummeted from the skies. On the ground, the horde of demons managed to suppress the palace's defenders. However, the outcome of the battle above would ultimately decide the fate of the conflict. As the three demons found themselves on the brink of defeat, the morale of the surrounding demons began to wane, and they hesitated to continue fighting. Seizing the opportunity, the palace defenders pursued the beleaguered demons relentlessly, plunging them into peril. Dongfang Su regarded the three demons with cold eyes. "Do you have any final words?" In their despair, the trio fell silent, recklessly charging into battle once more. Dongfang Su, like a deity, once again summoned the power of the heavens. Boom! The three demons were suppressed, unable to move. Meanwhile, Dongfang Su's sword surged forward, aimed at the fox demon. The fox demon was engulfed in terror, convinced she would meet her end there. Just as the moment of crisis approached, Dongfang Su's gaze suddenly sharpened. He noticed several strands of fur on the fox demon's body that seemed strikingly familiar. Woof! Another inexplicable bark echoed in Dongfang Su's ears. Instantly, he found himself frozen, unable to move, and the heavenly power he had wielded shattered into fragments. What? Dongfang Su was utterly astonished. Merely a fleeting bark had managed to dismantle his control over the heavens. This was beyond comprehension. No, This bark? Dongfang Su's pupils constricted. He finally recalled having heard this bark before. Back on floating cloud mountain.it belonged to the golden retriever raised by Yi Qingyun. Dongfang Su's expression shifted dramatically. These three demons were somehow connected to that golden retriever. Could it be that they had also benefited from Yi Qingyun's kindness? Realizing this, Dongfang Su hesitated to strike. If he were to slay these three demons, it could very well offend Yi Qingyun. The repercussions of such an offense were not something he dared to contemplate. You three, have you been to Floating Cloud Mountain? Dongfang Su sheathed his sword, his voice stern. The three demons were perplexed as to why Dongfang Su had suddenly halted his assault. Upon hearing his question, they exchanged bewildered glances. How did he know they had been to Floating Cloud Mountain? Dongfang Su's intuition was already piecing together the puzzle. Indeed, we have visited Floating Cloud Mountain, the monkey demon admitted. Just as he had suspected, a sense of urgency gripped Dongfang Su. If these three demons had indeed been to Floating Cloud Mountain, they were undoubtedly tied to Yi Qingyun. With a heavy heart, Dongfang Su conceded, "You may go." The three demons were taken aback. Dongfang Su clearly held the upper hand. If he chose to continue the fight, they would likely perish. Yet now, he was allowing them to leave? What could this mean? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the palace. A purple Jiao Long soared skyward. It's Lord Jiao Long. The three demons exclaimed with elation. Dongfang Su furrowed his brow. What was this creature planning to do? Chapter 91. A single sneeze. The existence of a Jiao Long within the Tianwu dynasty was common knowledge, yet only a few had ever laid eyes upon this majestic creature. Now, as the purple Jiao Long emerged, both humans and demons alike trembled in awe. The three demons were filled with exhilaration, finally standing before their long-awaited leader. The horde of demons below, engaged in fierce combat, felt a renewed sense of hope as they beheld the Jiao Long Lord Jiao Long. Ha ha ha! Lord Jiao Long has broken free. With Lord Jiao Long here, we shall surely prevail. Kill! The morale of the horde soared. As if a clarion call for a counteroffensive had been sounded. Dongfang Su glared sharply at the Jiao Long. What do you intend to do? The Jiao Long cast a sidelong glance at Dongfang Su. Am I not permitted to emerge? Dongfang Su found himself at a loss for words. The Jiao Long, exuding an air of arrogance, seemed to regard the emperor with disdain. Lord Jiao Long, we have come to rescue you. The three demons implored eagerly. The Jiao Long chuckled. If I wish to leave, no one in this palace could hold me back. This declaration radiated an aura of confidence and authority that further fueled the excitement of the three demons. Jiao Long, you promised the Dongfang clan that you would guard the palace. Are you truly going to break your word today? Dongfang Su challenged. The Jiao Long smirked. I would never go back on my word. But I never stated that I could not leave, did I? Dongfang Su was once again left speechless. Meanwhile, the three demons exchanged astonished glances. Lord Jiao Long, were you not imprisoned within the palace? The fox demon queried. Did the Tianwu dynasty truly think they could suppress me? How laughable! The Jiao Long scoffed. Long ago, I forged a bond with the ancestors of the Dongfang clan, who saved my life at the cost of their own. In gratitude, I chose to remain here, safeguarding the palace and vanquishing any who dare threaten it. It has been nearly 9 centuries since. The three demons were taken aback, having been unaware of this history. Dongfang Su, too, remained silent, acknowledging the Jiao Long's words as truth. Dongfang Su, after all these years, I have shown considerable loyalty to your clan. Now, I wish to stretch my wings and explore. Do you intend to hinder me? The Jiao Long inquired bluntly. Dongfang Su's brow furrowed tightly. How can I trust you won't simply leave and never return? The Jiao Long glared. The purple cloud Jiao, never go back on my word. Whether you believe me is of no consequence. Without waiting for a response, the Jiao Long disregarded Dongfang Su entirely. Lead me. I wish to see how the demon race fares in these times. Yes. The three demons were filled with sheer joy. Although the situation was not quite as they had envisioned, at least they had encountered the Ziyun Jiao, making their journey worthwhile. Furthermore, the fact that Ziyun Jiao was willing to return to the demon clan was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for them, rekindling hope for a race that had languished in despair for millennia. Let us go, Ziyun Jiao exclaimed with a booming voice, and immediately, a tempest surged forth. The demon beasts on the ground were swept away by the fierce winds, soaring into the sky. The three demons joined the throng of beasts, while Ziyun Jiao soared ahead, leading the cacophony of creatures in a roaring departure. Dongfang Su merely observed silently, refraining from interference. Your Majesty. Guoyu and the others approached Dongfang Su. We must assess the casualties and restore calm to the palace as soon as possible, Dongfang Su commanded. Yes, but what if the dragon follows these beasts away? What if it? Guoyu expressed concern. Dongfang Su shook his head. Ziyun Jiao is known for its fidelity to promises. If it has vowed to return, it will undoubtedly do so. But Your Majesty, what if Ziyun Jiao does not return for several centuries? Guoyu pressed. Dongfang Su was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned upon him. Indeed, although Ziyun Jiao had promised to return, it had not specified when, if it were to take hundreds of years. What then? Dongfang Su felt a sudden urge to pursue, but hesitated and ultimately dismissed the thought. Even if he were to catch up with Ziyun Jiao, persuading it to return would be impossible. Even in combat, Dongfang Su was acutely aware that he was no match for Ziyun Jiao. Within the confines of the palace, Ziyun Jiao was the true embodiment of strength. Once, a formidable being from the celestial realm had intruded, and at that critical moment, Dongfang Su was in seclusion and unable to intervene. It was Ziyun Jiao, with a mere flick of its claws, who had effortlessly vanquished the intruder. Even with Dongfang Su's current surge in power, he understood that there remained a significant gap between him and Ziyun Jiao. If Ziyun Jiao does not return in due time, I shall have no choice but to venture to Floating Cloud Mountain and seek assistance from Master Yi. Dongfang Su mused. As Ziyun Jiao departed with the multitude of demons, the three demons recounted their experiences at Floating Cloud Mountain. What? There is a demon king atop Floating Cloud Mountain? And a mysterious master capable of claiming the allegiance of the demon king? Ziyun Jiao expressed disbelief. Lord Jiao, this is the truth. We nearly lost our lives there, the fox demoness said, her heart still trembling at the memory. With a huff, Ziyun Jiao declared, then I must see for myself what divine being resides upon Floating Cloud Mountain. The three demons were taken aback, not expecting their words to pique Ziyun Jiao's interest. Had they known, they would have refrained from mentioning Floating Cloud Mountain. Now Ziyun Jiao was adamant about going, and they found themselves unable to dissuade it. Reluctantly, the three demons allowed other beasts to depart first, while they followed Ziyun Jiao towards Floating Cloud Mountain. Upon reaching the summit, the three demons displayed expressions of trepidation. This place had left an indelible mark of fear upon them. Returning now, it was impossible to suppress their dread. Ziyun Jiao, however, wore an expression of arrogance, and indeed, it had the credentials to be so. In an instant, Ziyun Jiao transformed into a purple-haired youth, exuding a devilishly charming demeanor. With violet eyes gleaming, it descended directly into Qingyun's courtyard, with the three demons trailing behind. Master, that mysterious master resides within this dwelling. We should depart, the fox demoness urged once more. Yet Ziyun Jiao paid her no heed, seemingly resolute on unmasking the identity of the owner of Floating Cloud Mountain. Just as Ziyun Jiao was about to push the door open, a sudden sneeze erupted from within. Achoo! It was Qingyun, and the sound reached the ears of Ziyun Jiao and the three demons outside. In an instant, their faces paled in horror, as if struck by a cataclysmic thunderbolt. Suddenly, white smoke enveloped Ziyun Jiao and the three demons, causing them to collapse to the ground. Moments later, Ziyun Jiao reverted to its original form, appearing no larger than a loach, while the three demons fared even worse, having been forced out of their true forms. One was a calf, another a small monkey, and the last, a trembling little fox. All of this transpired merely due to the sneeze of the individual inside. Chapter 92. The survival path of the dragon. I feel a cold coming on, Qingyun muttered as he approached the door, pushing it open. Upon doing so, he was met with the sight of three animals outside, along with a loach sprawled on the ground. Qingyun was taken aback. He glanced at the loach and then at the three animals staring blankly at him. Is it possible I opened the door incorrectly? Qingyun pondered, closing the door and reopening it. Yet the scene remained unchanged. Three animals squatted outside, alongside a half-dead loach. Feeling a bit bewildered, Qingyun thought, what is going on here? Fortunately, the animals appeared rather simple-minded. Summoning his courage, Qingyun stepped outside. The three creatures remained frozen in place, trembling. Qingyun exhaled in relief. He reached out to pat the calf's head, which bore a simple expression. He then lifted the monkey. Noting how emaciated it was, after putting the monkey down, he grabbed the little fox by its tail. The fox's fur was quite fine. If skinned, it would make for a comfortable scarf. The mere thought sent the little fox into a panic, nearly causing it to urinate in fright. As Qingyun grasped the loach, he chuckled. Why meals have been rather bland lately. This loach will make a fine soup. With that, he carried the loach back towards the kitchen. The three demons were dumbfounded. What? Lord Jiao is about to be cooked as a loach? This is utterly insane. What do we do? What do we do? The little fox was on the verge of tears. The calf gritted its teeth. Let us charge in and rescue Lord Jiao. The monkey scoffed. Rescue? Look at us. Our powers are drained, and we've reverted to our original forms. What can we do? The calf was left speechless. Temporarily stripped of their demonic powers, they resembled ordinary beasts, with the only distinction being their retained intelligence. Yet, how could they simply stand by and watch as Lord Jiao was consumed? We must seek the Demon King. Only he can save Lord Jiao, the little fox urged. Agreed. The three demons immediately set off to find Damao. Unfortunately, Damao was currently at the foot of the mountain, indulging in a feast at a temple, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding above. Qingyun carried the loach into the kitchen, retrieved a block of tofu, smooth and perfectly cubed. This loach is impressively plump. I've never seen one so well fed before. Qingyun beamed as he contemplated making a delectable loach and tofu stew. If executed properly, it would be a culinary delight, overflowing with flavor. Just the thought of it made his mouth water. At that moment, the loach held in Qingyun's grasp was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What does this person intend to do with me? Three questions clouded the mind of the loach. It glanced up at Qingyun, who was grinning foolishly, a greedy expression etched on his face, causing the loach to tremble in fear. Oh, this loach still wishes to struggle? Qingyun chuckled upon feeling the loach squirm in his hand. Now that you're in my grasp, there's no escape. He promptly tossed the loach into the water for a thorough wash, leaving the loach questioning its very existence. Does this human intend to eat me? The loach finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This esteemed dragon was on the verge of being devoured by a mere human. Panic surged within the loach as it desperately attempted to harness its powers, only to discover that it had been utterly stripped of its abilities. What on earth is happening? The loach could hardly believe it. Meanwhile, Qingyun, finding the loach's flailing bothersome, decided to take action. Behave yourself. He raised a kitchen knife and struck the loach's head, rendering it dazed and immobile. The loach felt tears welling up. A proud dragon. I never imagined I would meet such a fate. The loach lamented. Had it known it would encounter such a predicament, it would have preferred to remain in the palace. Although the palace was dull and stifling, at least it posed no threat to its life. Now, it faced imminent consumption. Qingyun cleaned the loach and placed it on the cutting board, preparing to dissect it. Just then, a sudden clap of thunder echoed outside, signaling an impending storm. Qingyun paused, quickly setting down the knife to collect his laundry. I just washed my pants. I cannot let them get wet again. Seizing the opportunity, the loach seized its chance to escape as the human departed. Hope ignited within the loach, if not now, when? With all its might, it wriggled on the cutting board, finally reaching the edge before leaping off. Thud. The loach landed on the ground, disoriented but determined to survive. It writhed on the floor, sobbing internally. When have I, the great dragon, ever been in such a pitiful state? Once I regain my power, I shall raise this mountain, leaving not a blade of grass behind. But for now, survival was paramount. The loach scuttled towards the exit, just as it was about to escape the kitchen when it sensed something. Looking up, it spotted a bell hanging on the door. A single glance sent shockwaves of terror coursing through its body. Could it be the tremor bell? The loach quickly lowered its gaze, fearing to look further. It trembled in fright, for it was certain. This was indeed the tremor bell. A relic of ancient times, its sound could obliterate souls. Even a cultivator at the divine refinement realm would meet a swift demise beneath its chime. At that moment, the loach was most fearful of the bell ringing, for if it did, it would undoubtedly perish on the spot. Taking several deep breaths, the loach steeled itself. You can do this. Charge forward. With renewed determination, the loach bolted from the kitchen, sprinting through the main hall towards freedom. Just as it neared the exit, the door creaked open. Qingyun entered, glancing down in surprise. How did this loach end up here? He thought nothing of it and scooped the loach back up, returning it to the kitchen. Fate has conspired against me, the loach lamented internally. Once again back in the kitchen, Qingyun washed the loach anew before placing it on the cutting board.